path, I cultivate ascends above the vast firmament. The immortals I become reside at the zenith. My cultivation is of the path of affection, seeking not longevity, but the essence of the heart, not the heavens, but the soul. Through endless cultivation, I finally step into the pinnacle of the immortal path, comparing my lifespan with the heavens and aligning my brilliance with the sun and moon. Chapter 1. Fusang Divine Tree. Before the sun sets, gentle rays of light cascade upon the streets, where the bustling crowd embodies the essence of life. In the distance, wisps of smoke rise, calling the weary home. The eternal rhythm of existence, akin to the wheels of history, silently yet heavily rolls by, leaving no trace on the road, yet etching itself deeply into the hearts of men. Boss, why hasn't that kid arrived yet? Could he have foreseen the news and run away? On a secluded street, for youth stood idly. Behind them lay a few wooden sticks. Ha! I say, Xiaoyan, are you scared? If you're afraid, you can leave first. I've dealt with him more than once or twice. The one referred to as boss glared at the distant pedestrians and spat vehemently. Boss, that's not what I meant. Xiaoyan spoke nervously, uneasily glancing at the figures approaching from afar. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he shouted, Boss, they're coming. In the distance, two figures strolled closer, one clad in a grayish robe and the other a girl in pink, gracefully holding a flute. Remember, today you all are helping me. Huzi, from now on, we are brothers. No one is allowed to run. Huzi declared firmly, grabbing a wooden stick from behind him. He then took out a black mask, tying it around his mouth and nose. The other three followed suit. Seeing his companions ready, Huzi advanced towards the two figures. Chang Tian, do you know that this flute is not easy to learn? I've been practicing for half a month and haven't made much progress. The girl in pink waved her flute, casting a furtive glance at Yichang Tian, only to find him gazing ahead, his pace slowing, which stirred her unease. When my injury heals, I will teach you how to play. Yichang Tian paused, reaching out to grasp Lin Xingyue's arm as she continued to walk ahead. What do you mean, when your injury heals? Is your brain malfunctioning? Lin Xingyue looked at Yichang Tian, her eyes filled with confusion. Had he lost his senses again? The last time he was delirious, he had taken her hand. Now he was grasping her arm again. How ridiculous. Should I be angry now? Yet, why can't I muster any anger? Should I pull his hand away immediately? As Lin Xingyue pondered her course of action, the distant footsteps finally alerted her. Who are you? Lin Xingyue's expression bore a hint of fury as she held her flute firmly at her waist, her hands clenched, and a flicker of flame ignited, raising the temperature around her. Yichang Tian glanced at Lin Xingyue, shaking his head in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated that she, so young, had already begun to touch upon the fire element, her cultivation, reaching the fifth layer of qi refinement, truly a prodigy of her generation. Yichang Tian, are you hiding behind a woman? Huzi jabbed his wooden stick towards Yichang Tian. Yichang Tian stepped forward, reassuring the anxious Lin Xingyue. It's fine. Upon seeing Yichang Tian emerge, Huzi swung his stick towards him. Why Yichang Tian, noticing the wooden stick approaching, did not evade or retreat. Instead, he pretended to stumble, his body colliding against Huzi's chest. Huzi felt as if his heart had paused for a few seconds before his body toppled over, while Yichang Tian, with an apologetic demeanor, offered his regrets. Huzi retaliated with a punch, knocking Yichang Tian to the side. Brothers, attack! Huzi shouted, feeling humiliated by his misfortune. The others, upon hearing his command, rushed in, pummeling Yichang Tian mercilessly. Yichang Tian curled up, shielding his head, unable to retaliate. He could only endure the blows passively. Stop! Lin Xingyue shouted furiously. Huzi and his companions halted at the sight of the fireball in her hand, instinctively retreating. Huzi, unwilling to relent, approached Yichang Tian on the ground, saying, Kid, either leave her or I'll beat you up every few days. You choose. He cast a glance at Lin Xingyue before leading his group away. After retracting her fireball, Lin Xingyue hurried to assist Yichang Tian, only to find his face bruised and battered, which tugged at her heart. She quickly inquired, Are you all right? It's nothing. These minor injuries are inconsequential, Yichang Tian replied, getting up and brushing off the dirt from his clothes, dismissing his condition nonchalantly. Why don't you care? Others are bullying you. Why don't you fight back? Even if you're outmatched, you should resist with all your might. Lin Xingyue questioned him angrily. It's fine. You know I'm tough, Yichang Tian replied casually, unaware that his words only deepened Lin Xingyue's sorrow. You are just cowardly. You have no courage at all. When others bully you, you dare not fight back. If you cannot protect yourself, how will you protect me in the future? Lin Qingwei exclaimed, her frustration mounting as tears welled in her eyes. It's all trivial matters. Why are you crying? Yi Changtian failed to comprehend her disappointment and confusion. Mind your own business, Lin Qingwei cried as she ran away. Why Yi Changtian watched her retreating figure, shrugged, and turned back. The wounds on his face healed at a visible rate, restoring him to his former state in the blink of an eye. Had Lin Qingwei witnessed this, she would have exclaimed in astonishment. The wood element of the source of life. Yi Changtian's home was by the river, modest in size, comprising merely 4 rooms. His parents earned a living through mining, and he had an elder sister who had passed the entrance examination for Qinshan Academy 3 years prior and resided there for cultivation. His parents would not return until late at night, but they had left dinner prepared for Yi Changtian at noon. After a simple meal, he returned to his room, gazing at several plants arranged by the window. He extended his hand, gently touching them. As if infused with newfound vitality, the plants began to tremble slightly, then grew taller, unfurling leaves and budding flowers. The buds gradually blossomed, their crimson petals resembling a vibrant gaze, captivating Yi Changtian's attention. He halted, and the room soon filled with the fragrance of flowers. What a pity. Qinshan Academy requires students to comprehend their element before the age of 12, and their cultivation must reach the 5th layer of qi refinement. It seems I have no chance to attend the same academy as my sister. Yi Changtian muttered to himself, toying with an ancient wooden piece. This was a piece of wood discovered by his parents 6 months ago deep within the Qinshan mountain range while mining for spiritual veins, found near some precious spirit stones. Everyone was astonished by the appearance of the spirit stones, paying little heed to the wood beside them. His parents noticed this piece of wood, dark red in color, which resonated with a golden sound when struck. When presented for management, they only cared about the spirit stones, expressing great satisfaction, entirely disregarding the seemingly worthless piece of wood, allowing it to be taken away. After cleaning the wood, they found it slightly larger than a palm, resembling 2 miniature trees entwined in support of one another, the overall hue a fiery red. Intricately carved within the wood was a lifelike 3-legged bird. Gifted to Yi Changtian, he cherished it dearly and often played with it. Little one, could my ability to comprehend the wood element be related to you? Yi Changtian mused, his gaze reflecting the memories of 6 months prior. It was the day after his parents had gifted him the wood. At that time, he had no cultivation whatsoever and had barely touched the fringes of the wood element. Having turned 11, to comprehend an element and cultivate to the 3rd layer of qi refinement within a mere year was nearly unimaginable. Most had concluded that Yi Changtian would remain an ordinary person, like his parents, either toiling in the mines or seeking other means of survival, while the path of cultivation would forever elude him. This is not merely the sentiment of the masses, but also the unspoken anguish concealed deep within the gazes of parents, and it is an undeniable reality that Yi Changtian cannot accept. Yet, everything suddenly took a turn. On that fateful afternoon, Yi Changtian, as was his custom, practiced the qi guiding technique, hoping to absorb a sliver of spiritual energy. He sat there, as frail as an old man, continuing his efforts, only to be met with disappointment once more. The world around him remained utterly still, marking yet another failure, a repetition of past defeats. Just as Yi Changtian was about to surrender, he suddenly felt a tremor within his body as a refreshing breath of energy gradually entered him and a wave of exhilaration surged through him. I can guide qi now. This is the most fundamental condition for cultivation. Yet Changtian steadied his mind, continuously sensing the atmospheric energy flowing into his being. He had finally touched the threshold of cultivation, transforming atmospheric energy into spiritual essence and shaping the meridians of his body is the essence of the qi refining stage. Through his cultivation, Yi Changtian ultimately reached the 1st layer of the qi refining stage. Simultaneously, he sensed a burgeoning vitality, akin to a mysterious element floating in the air and also lurking within him, by feeling, perceiving, and applying the elemental methods taught in his introductory lessons. Yi Changtian successfully mastered the wood element. The 5 elements, with wood representing touch, resonate with the active yang energy that emerges from the earth. Among the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, people tend to favor metal, fire, and water due to their formidable combat capabilities and greater chances of survival. Conversely, while the wood element possesses the power of regeneration, few practice it to the extent of extending life, and with the assistance of medicinal pills, its healing effects are not inferior, leading people to gradually regard the wood element as a mere trifle. However, for Ye Changtian, acquiring the wood element granted him a new foundation. After half a year of diligent practice, he elevated his cultivation to the second layer of the qi refining stage, and his mastery of the wood element became increasingly adept, even enabling him to use it to heal his own wounds. This revelation filled Ye Changtian with excitement. He devoted himself tirelessly to his cultivation, summoning the wood element to restore his energy whenever fatigue set in, only succumbing to slumber when his spirit was utterly drained. Gazing at the ancient wood before him, an idea began to take root in his mind, becoming clearer and more resolute. Ye Changtian grasped the wood in his hands, striving to channel the wood element into it. Initially, there was no response. All the wood elements seemed to vanish without a trace. Yet, he did not relent, continuing to infuse it with energy. Gradually, the wood element began to coalesce, entering the wood through his hands. Under the influx of numerous wood elements, the wood finally stirred, as if awakening. Its roots started to extend, weaving into Ye Changtian's palms, while two miniature trees, entwined and supportive of each other, began to awaken from their millennial slumber, slowly growing, sprouting new leaves, and exuding vibrant greenery. Filled with joy, Ye Changtian was suddenly struck with terror as he realized the roots of the wood had wrapped around his hand and arm, extending towards his head. He attempted to withdraw the wood element, yet the wood continued to grow wildly, drawing in surrounding wood elements, flooding into the room, and surging into the wood. It is consuming the wood elements, Ye Changtian exclaimed in fear. This was an unprecedented occurrence. The roots had ensnared him completely, while the two flourishing trees danced in a manner reminiscent of a feast, voraciously devouring the surrounding wood elements. Outside, the nearby trees began to wilt, their leaves turning a sickly yellow. In this confined space, a vortex of spiritual energy absorption formed, capturing the attention of those nearby, who began to speculate on the unfolding events. Ye Changtian, deeply unsettled, gazed at the trees enveloping him, their three-legged bird glowing like a sun, radiating a blinding light that made it impossible to keep his eyes open. At long last, the trees ceased their movement, and a faintly glowing yet vibrant root pointed towards Ye Changtian's spiritual, and he barely had time to gasp before the root pierced through, and alongside it, the entire tree shrank in an instant, vanishing into the sea of his consciousness. Suddenly freed from the tight grip, Ye Changtian hastily retrieved a mirror, touching his forehead only to find no injury. A shallow red tree-shaped mark lingered at the site, barely noticeable unless scrutinized closely. What is happening? Ye Changtian pondered deeply. Upon entering his mind, he was astonished to discover that the tree had indeed taken residence within his consciousness. Observing the tree, which exuded a formidable aura, he saw that the two trees grew from shared root, their entire form a brilliant red, a passage from Hanei Shizhouji. Daijo suddenly came to his mind. Many trees grow, their leaves resembling those of the mulberry. There exists a tree, towering at 2,000 zhang, with a circumference exceeding 2,000. The trees grow in pairs, intertwined, thus named Fusang. This is the Fusang Divine Tree. Chapter 2. The Great Classic of Taisu. One must always have a target. With a target comes direction, and with direction comes strength. Ye Changtian, immersed in his consciousness, was rendered speechless by shock. The tree before him bore striking resemblance to the one described in ancient texts, confirming it as the Fusang Divine Tree from primordial times. Yet how did such a divine tree transform into a mere piece of wood, and how did it come to reside within him? Ye Changtian struggled to comprehend this, as it transcended his understanding. Within the confines of his consciousness, Ye Changtian approached the ancient tree, observing the Fusang slowly flourishing, even blooming with fiery red blossoms. The Fusang Divine Tree appeared grandiose in his consciousness, dwarfing Ye Changtian, that he could clearly see the myriad wood and fire elements swirling around the Fusang Divine Tree. He recalled that the Fusang Tree was said to be the only living being in the sun alongside the great sunbird, the home of the sunbird, and the spiritual root of fire. Above the Fusang Tree, a three-legged bird circled joyfully, soaring through the air. The vitality of fire and wood elements here was abundant. Unfortunately, Ye Changtian had only grasped the wood element. At the tender age of 5, his family had sent him for a spirit root assessment. According to the evaluation, individuals could possess one of the 5 primary spirit roots: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, and there were also special roots like ice, darkness, wind, and thunder. The best was the heavenly spirit root, which possessed only one attribute. Those with this root exhibited extraordinary cultivation speed and progress. The next tier comprised the mutated spirit root, which had been altered and elevated, including attributes like thunder, ice, darkness, and wind, allowing for cultivation speed, on par with the heavenly spirit root. Following, there were true spirit roots, which had 2 or 3 attributes, leading to relatively fast cultivation. The lowest tier was the pseudo-spirit root, which contained 4 or 5 mixed attributes, resulting in a haphazard and insufficient constitution, leading to slow cultivation. Individuals with pseudo-spirit roots were often deemed wastes, struggling to achieve anything significant. As for Ye Changtian, he was not merely a pseudo-spirit root. He was even worse. The test results revealed that he possessed a mutated pseudo-spirit root. His body contained all 5 elemental roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside a root of thunder. In essence, he bore 6 elemental roots. Such a physique was not without precedent. Yet those with such attributes were typically relegated to roles as herbal apprentices, laborers, or tasked with repetitive, menial work. Ultimately concluding this life, one finds it challenging to behold the grand avenue ahead. Why is it that possessing multiple spiritual roots leads to a lack of prospects? This is due to the fact that each time one cultivates, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed remains constant. Those endowed with exceptional spiritual roots consolidate all their energy into a singular Dan Xian, whereas Yi Changtian, on the other hand, must partition a single unit of energy into 6 portions, equating to 6 instances of cultivation to match the efficacy of another's single endeavor. Concerning the matter of spiritual roots, Yi Changtian remains undeterred. Physical constitution is innate, yet one's hands are firmly grasped by oneself. The ability to govern one's fate does not hinge on celestial forces, but rather on personal agency. Upon reaching the Fusang Shinshu, Yi Changtian beheld ancient runes intricately etched upon the tree, accompanied by the grand inscription, Taisu Dadayan. What might this Taisu Dadayan signify? Puzzled, he reached out to touch the Fusang, causing ripples to emanate from its surface, transmitting a tremor of energy. At that moment, a small opening gradually manifested at the base of the Fusang Shinshu. Within the cavity glimmered a faint light, akin to countless fireflies in motion. Observing this, Yi Changtian hesitated no longer and approached the entrance. Beside the opening stood a stone tablet, and as Yi Changtian focused intently, he discerned ancient script inscribed upon it. In the beginning, Taisu awakens, unformed yet present. Its energy the same hue, chaos undivided. Thus the words of Dao Ji declare, there exists a substance formed from chaos, birth before heaven and earth. Its essence remains elusive, its pace unfathomable. Thus it persists eternally, referred to as Pong Hong. Now there exists the Taisu Immortal Emperor, having engaged in over 600 battles, ultimately securing the cosmos. Unifying the realms of humans, demons, and spirits, he vowed to establish harmony that I in reward. The celestial realms are called upon to gather wisdom, compiling diverse methods of cultivation, sect secrets, formations, talismans, and alchemical arts into a grand compendium for the tri-realm to study and participate in the way. After a century, the compendium was completed. The emperor rejoiced, declaring, Taisu Dadayan. Upon reading, now there exists the Taisu Immortal Emperor, having engaged in over 600 battles, ultimately securing the cosmos. Yi Changtian could not help but marvel at this formidable figure who unified the realms of humans, demons, and spirits. However, why is it that such ancient texts are devoid of mention? Yet, the account states, in reward, the celestial realms are called upon to gather wisdom, compiling diverse methods of cultivation, sect secrets, formations, talismans, and alchemical arts into a grand compendium for the tri-realm to study and participate in the way. Though Yi Changtian remains ignorant of the nature of the Tian lingua, it must surely be immensely precious. Otherwise, who would willingly share their treasures with the world? Even within a family, such legacies are often passed only to sons or through a single lineage. Without substantial benefit, it is unlikely one would consent. The phrase celestial realms captured Yi Changtian's attention. Could it be that this Fusang Shinshu does not belong to this world, but rather to the celestial realm? The celestial realm, an existence both desirable and unattainable. Although there are rumors of individuals transcending calamities to ascend, more accounts detail the fatal consequences of such endeavors. With a preliminary understanding of the Taisu Dadayan, Yi Changtian's anticipation for the cave deepened, prompting him to step inside. Magnificent. Spectacular. These were the initial words that sprang to Yi Changtian's mind. Upon entering, he found himself enveloped by a brilliance reminiscent of starlight, illuminating the space as brightly as day. The entire expanse was far grander than he had envisioned, resembling a vast academy. As he ventured further, he discovered 8 doors, each inscribed with titles such as Human Immortal Mastery, Ghost Immortal Mastery, Demon Immortal Mastery, Talisman's Mastery, Alchemical Mastery, Formation Mastery, Secret Arts Mastery, and Refining Mastery. Inconceivable. Yi Changtian felt a surge of nervous energy as he approached the door marked Human Immortal Mastery. The seemingly heavy door opened effortlessly. Inside, he was met with hundreds of small chambers, each labeled with names like Tian Xian de Xian, Fu Xianzi, Yin Yang Jin Xian, among others. Alongside each chamber hung a sign detailing the introduction to the techniques, suitable demographics, and their potency. As he strolled amidst these chambers, Yi Changtian's excitement reached its zenith. After several minutes of exploration, he finally arrived at the end of the corridor. This was not a small chamber, but a room adorned with utmost simplicity, crafted from the very roots of the Fusang Shinshu. Above the room, the inscription read, Taisu Immortal Emperor. Gazing at the writing on one side of the room, Yi Changtian was overwhelmed with astonishment. The Taisu Immortal Emperor, an anomalous spiritual root, charted a unique path, creating the Taisu Immortal Technique, and at the pinnacle of mastery, single-handedly battled 3 opposing immortal emperors, shaking the cosmos. Yi Changtian distinctly heard the sound of his own swallowing, rendered speechless by the gravity of such descriptions. The Taisu Immortal Emperor, indeed, faced 3 adversaries alone, and they were immortal emperors, and he, himself, possessed an anomalous spiritual root. Could it be that he too harbored the potential for cultivation? Yi Changtian stepped through the door, discovering a simple interior. 1 table, 1 chair, and 1 couch, nothing more. Upon the table lay a scroll and 3 unique spiritual stones. Gently unfurling the scroll, he read the title inscribed upon it, Taisu Immortal Technique. A wave of elation surged within him. Observing the peculiar spiritual stones, Yi Changtian was uncertain of their use, yet instinctively grasped a red stone. The red stone radiated a luminous glow, enveloping Yi Changtian like a tea that moment. A phantom suddenly appeared within the room, gazing at him with an imperial demeanor, surveying him as if he were a mere being in the presence of divinity. Though apprehensive, Yi Changtian felt no fear. After all, this was within the confines of his own mind. The phantom approached the table, hands clasped behind its back, seemingly reminiscing. After a long pause, it finally spoke. This place is not the celestial realm? Yi Changtian shook his head. The phantom sighed deeply and then continued, I am Taisu. This is my phantom from 3,000 years ago, residing within the spiritual stone, yet I cannot endure for long. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. You are the Taisu Immortal Emperor. Why has the Fusang tree entered my body? Why does this place contain the Taisu Dadayan? Yi Changtian inquired hastily. Indeed, I am the Taisu Immortal Emperor. Once the Taisu Dadayan was perfected, it was stored within the Fusang tree of the Taisu Divine Palace. Later, the Jueching Immortal Emperor betrayed me, seeking to sever ties with demons and spirits and restore human dominion. Thus, he enlisted numerous experts, colluding with the other 3 immortal emperors, to slay the immortal kings of the demon and spirit realms, intending to destroy the Taisu Dadayan to sever the legacies of the demon and spirit realms. That I, too, was ensnared within a great formation, and by the time I escaped, the immortal kings of the demon and spirit realms had already perished. Though I transformed the Fusang tree into a magical artifact to preserve the Taisu Dadayan, the conflict between humans and demons persisted for a millennium. I was severely wounded, and my Dan Xian could not recover. Subsequently, to safeguard the compendium, I cast the Fusang tree and the Taisu Dadayan down from the celestial realm, hiding it within the mortal realm. And what of the esteemed predecessor now? Yi Changtian posed a rather impolite inquiry, yet he yearned to know. The phantom shook its head, sighing. Afterward, I battled against the Jueching Immortal Emperor and others, only to be ambushed by the 3 immortal emperors. Severely wounded, I have since perished, existing merely as a solitary spirit in this world. Does the predecessor have any final wishes? Yi Changtian asked solemnly. Final wishes? The phantom pondered, revealing no signs of movement. However, the scroll upon the table unfurled, and the phantom pointed to it, reciting something. The characters within the scroll appeared to come alive, detaching from the parchment, coalescing into a stream of text that entered Yi Changtian's vision and mind. Startled, Yi Changtian hastily centered himself to absorb the essence of the Taisu immortal technique. After a considerable duration, he finally opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with 6 distinct hues, which quickly faded, restoring his eyes to their original darkness. Your spiritual root is exceptionally suited for cultivating my technique. Adept at utilizing the Taisu Dayan, that I hope that one day you shall ascend to the celestial realm. The ethereal figure softly spoke, disregarding Yi Changtian, who appeared hesitant to voice his thoughts. It continued, do not seek vengeance on my behalf. I merely hope you will journey to a place known as Yao Qi, where my descendants reside. That I have arranged a Hunyuan Taisu formation with the spiritual vein as its focal point, which I trust remains intact. Should my descendants still exist, and if your cultivation is sufficient, I implore you to safeguard them and guide them to a place of safety. Furthermore, the Taisu Dayan encompasses the supreme spells and cultivation methods of the realms of humans, demons, and spirits. If you encounter suitable individuals, you may impart this knowledge to them. The ethereal figure continued. On the table lie 2 spirit stones, one purple and one red. The purple stone is the sole guiding spirit stone that permits entry and exit from the Yaoqi Hunyuan Taisu formation. The red stone contains a fragment of my soul. Should you ascend to the celestial realm and meet my descendants, you may unlock this spirit stone. As the figure spoke, it grew increasingly faint and insubstantial. Yi Changtian yearned to express his thoughts, but the figure merely waved its hand and posed one final question. Young man, what is your name? I am Yi Changtian, he replied with a respectful clasp of his fists. Good, 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 the figure repeated thrice, before transforming into a cascade of starlight, scattering into the world. Chapter 3. Shao family Shao Ziliang choice is often one of the most arduous actions for a person. It embodies both possession and loss. Immersed in the vast sea of books, Yi Changtian not only felt joy but also a hint of bewilderment. If there were merely a few manuals on cultivation, the choice would be considerably easier and simpler. However, now, with an overwhelming array of texts and spells, a sense of helplessness surged within Yi Changtian. Even if he were to peruse through them, it would likely take a lifetime to finish. Nevertheless, Yi Changtian had always been studious, and although his aptitude was deemed the lowest by outsiders, it did not hinder his thirst for knowledge and learning. After swiftly browsing through the entire Taisu Dayan, Yi Changtian began to contemplate what he ought to learn. He attempted numerous times to take the books outside but discovered he could only view them within his consciousness, prompting him to meticulously copy down certain passages. Time passed swiftly, and the night quietly faded into the dawn of the following day. Yi Changtian managed to calm his emotions. Yet the determination and defiance in his gaze grew ever clearer. He was not a weak individual. He simply did not wish to burden his family. Yi Changtian was well aware of the presence of Huzi. Although his face was concealed, that voice resonated deeply within him. As fellow students of the Linhe Junior Academy, the academy categorized students into 5 levels based on their cultivation and elemental comprehension. Level 1 consisted of newly enrolled students possessing spiritual roots, but lacking any foundational training. Level 2 represented those who had reached the first layer of the Qi refining stage, and if they comprehended elemental power in this grade, they could advance to Level 3. Level 3 students formed the backbone of the academy, marking a critical period for cultivation and elemental learning, typically ranging from the first to the 3rd layer of Qi refining. To ascend to Level 4, one must not only master certain elemental powers, but also reach the 4th layer of Qi refining. Level 5 was reserved for those with exceptional spiritual roots, prodigious talents, or remarkable aptitude for elemental applications, usually at or above the 5th layer of Qi refining. For instance, Lin Xingyue, who at merely 11 years of age had attained the 5th layer of Qi refining and demonstrated a certain understanding of fire elements, was an invaluable asset to the Junior Academy, making her a Level 5 student. Once the Qinshan Academy commenced its enrollment, she could easily gain admission. On the other hand, Huzi was a Level 3 student, possessing a cultivation level at the 3rd layer of Qi refining and proficient in earth elements. In contrast, Yi Changtian was merely a notorious underachiever, having remained a Level 1 student for many years and only recently advancing to Level 2 half a year ago, which had caused quite a stir at the time. Amidst the ridicule of others, Yi Changtian had long since developed a thick skin. focusing solely on his own cultivation regardless of what others said. The close relationship between Lin Qingwei and Yi Changtian stemmed partly from the friendship between their families. Over a decade ago, both families were minors and shared a close bond, with Yi Changtian's father having once saved Lin Qingyue's father. Consequently, their families maintained a strong connection. Later, when Lin Qingyue emerged as a prodigy, her family received attention from the Linhe Junior Academy, prompting them to relocate to Yaoyuan and engage in more relaxed occupations while receiving remuneration from the academy. Since then, their interactions had diminished, yet their bond remained intact. Additionally, given their youth, the Lin family did not oppose Lin Qingyue's association with Yi Changtian, having grown up as childhood friends without interference. However, many sought to bind a genius like Lin Qingyue to their own families, including Xiao Ziliang of the Xiao family. Xiao Ziliang was also a level 5 student at Linhe Academy, a true spiritual root practitioner of the Goldwater element, and had reached the 5th layer of qi refining. His proficiency in elemental comprehension was quite formidable. Initially, Xiao Ziliang had little interaction with Lin Qingyue, but as they aged and engaged in friendly sparring with peers, his attitude shifted from disdain to one of equality in just a few days. As his affection for Lin Qingyue grew, Xiao Ziliang became convinced that she was destined to be his. However, despite numerous observations, he noted that Lin Qingyue treated him with a lukewarm demeanor while engaging in light-hearted conversations with a level 2 student, which ignited a pang of jealousy within him. Consequently, he sought out Huzi, instructing him to teach Yi Changtian a lesson. Huzi made several attempts to confront Yi Changtian. Although he managed to inflict some injuries, being academy students, he refrained from using excessive force, fearing that the academy might notice and jeopardize his own cultivation prospects. Thus, he only left superficial wounds. Yet, within a few days, Yi Changtian would reappear in the academy, full of vitality, prompting Lin Qingyue to inquire about his well-being each time they met, which only intensified Xiao Ziliang's frustration. With no classes to attend today, Yi Changtian sought to emerge from his state of shock and confusion, opting to visit Hefeng Street, a bustling area known for selling cultivation equipment, medicinal herbs, and even some spells, typically lively and vibrant. Although most offerings were suited for junior students, it did not diminish the enthusiasm of those wandering the streets. As he walked among the crowd, the clarity of life began to blur. Life is akin to an ocean. We are but droplets in the currents, perhaps failing to make a splash, perhaps merely part of the undercurrents. Life is finite, while the Dao is boundless. Our pursuit of cultivation ultimately aims to extend our lifespan in search of longevity. Yet where does this longevity reside? Life passes like a fleeting shadow, a mere visitor. In the limited years we have, accomplishing more and honoring our existence is the essence of cultivation. Contemplating this, Yi Changtian felt a sudden clarity in his heart, and his mood lifted, becoming increasingly relaxed and natural. Correspondingly, his state of mind saw a significant enhancement. Isn't that the Waste Prince? A derisive voice rang out. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be young Master Xiao. Yi Changtian paused and turned to face Xiao Ziliang. Humph. What business does a waste like you have in Hefeng Street? Even if you see something you need, can you afford it? Do you want me to bestow some upon you? As Xiao Ziliang spoke, a group of people nearby erupted into laughter. Yi Changtian merely shook his head, choosing silence, and attempted to walk away. However, Xiao Ziliang was unwilling to let him go, signaling to one of his companions, who promptly blocked Yi Changtian's path. What are you doing, young Master Xiao? Yi Changtian remained composed, fixing his gaze firmly on Xiao Ziliang. Can I even call you young master? The person blocking Yi Changtian raised his hand, attempting to strike him, a faint metallic sting in the air. Startled, Yi Changtian quickly stepped back to evade the blow. The assailant was taken aback and tried to strike again, but was halted by Xiao Ziliang. Yi Changtian, let me offer you a word of advice. Stay away from Lin Qingyue. Have you looked at yourself? A waste like you. What right do you have to associate with a genius? Do you have no shame? Don't you consider Lin Qingyue's reputation? Xiao Ziliang spat venomously, observing that Yi Changtian remained unfazed. He continued, as long as you distance yourself from Lin Qingyue, I am willing to offer you 100 intermediate spirit stones. Isn't this a generous offer, young Master Xiao? Others chimed in. Indeed, young Master Xiao. Those are intermediate spirit stones. Watching the crowd react, Xiao Ziliang felt a surge of pride. However, Yi Changtian remained unmoved, simply responding, farewell. With that, he walked past nonchalantly. Left behind, Xiao Ziliang's face shifted through shades of anger and humiliation as he shouted at Yi Changtian's retreating figure, You'll regret this. Yi Changtian paid no heed, not even a flicker of acknowledgement. This neglect left Xiao Ziliang feeling utterly humiliated. "Shall I go and deal with him?" suggested Feng San. Xiao Ziliang glared at him and gritted his teeth. "The academy rules prohibit internal disputes. Otherwise, we would be expelled. Is there truly no other way?" Feng San was quite aware of the academy's regulations, recognizing that these measures were merely to save face for Xiao Ziliang. "Xiao, in 3 days, the academy's exchange class will commence. Is there truly no issue with taking action in that class?" Dumi pondered nearby. How could I have forgotten this?" Xiao Ziliang exclaimed joyfully. Turning to the others, "Let us contact the second-tier students and ensure they take good care of him." Upon hearing this, the others chuckled. Their laughter tinged with a sinister delight. Yi Chantian wandered for a while, but found nothing of value. Although the Tai Su de Dian contained detailed and comprehensive records, it ultimately lacked various materials. Yi Chantian wished to refine some pills, yet he discovered that he possessed merely a few dozen low-grade spirit stones, insufficient even to purchase a pill furnace, let alone the necessary herbs. It appeared that without spirit stones, advancing would be exceedingly difficult. But how could one acquire spirit stones? Spirit stones are born from the gathering of the world's spiritual energy, allowing cultivators to absorb the energy within to enhance their cultivation speed. Spirit stones are categorized into 4 grades: supreme, high, medium, and low. 1 supreme spirit stone equals 100 high-grade spirit stones, 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, or 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Supreme and high-grade spirit stones are exceedingly rare. Most spiritual veins are low-grade and do not possess the conditions to nurture higher-grade spirit stones. Feeling impoverished, Yi Chantian grew somewhat despondent, realizing he needed to devise a plan. What he possessed was nothing more than wood elements and a plethora of cultivation methods. Could he exchange his cultivation methods? That would surely draw unwanted attention, and he would not know how he might meet his end. "Here you go." Yi Chantian heard a familiar and melodious voice, and before him appeared a delicate pair of hands holding a lotus pouch. Without a doubt, it was Lin Qingyue's spirit stone pouch. "What brings you here?" Yi Chantian nudged Lin Qingyue's spirit stone pouch, urging her to put it away, and looked up to inquire. "I can come and go as I please. It's none of your business," Lin Qingyue retorted, pouting slightly. She continued, "Aren't you short on funds? I can lend you some. Accepting your generosity would lead me to owe you, and then you would have to come to my home to collect your debt." Yi Chantian replied with an easy laugh. Who would want your family's belongings?" Lin Qingyue felt a surge of joy, then noticed the absence of scars on Yi Changtian's face and asked how this had come to be. Gazing into Lin Qingyue's hopeful and innocent eyes, Yi Changtian took her hand and led her into a less crowded alley, then pulled out a flower seed from his pocket. In her gaze, the seed began to sprout, grow leaves, and bloom. The rapid transformation left Lin Qingyue utterly astonished. "You have finally comprehended the elements. I knew you could do it," Lin Qingyue exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Having grown up together, Yi Chantian had always lagged behind Lin Qingyue in cultivation, yet excelled in other areas, such as music. Lin Qingyue had been concerned for Yi Changtian's lack of progress, silently supporting him without voicing her worries. "Standing by your side is my recognition and support for you." Perhaps this was the truest reflection of Lin Qingyue's feelings. Yi Changtian chuckled. Having concealed this for some time, he finally divulged it to her. "Then you can advance to a 3rd-tier student. Why have you not applied yet?" Lin Qingyue asked, somewhat perplexed. "Let us wait until after the exchange class. Then, this flower is for you." Yi Changtian inserted the blooming branch into Lin Qingyue's hair. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled like a crescent moon, strikingly beautiful. "Thank you," Lin Qingyue whispered softly. "By the way, I recall you possess a singular fire attribute spirit root, correct?" Yi Changtian recalled something. "Yes, why do you ask?" Lin Qingyue was uncertain about his inquiry. "Well, I unexpectedly discovered a scroll of techniques suited for the fire attribute. Would you like to give it a try?" Yi Changtian said with an air of mystery. Chapter 4 Hong Lian When Xian, I unexpectedly discovered a scroll of techniques suited for the fire attribute. Would you like to give it a try? Yi Changtian said with an air of mystery. "What technique?" "Let me see," Lin Qingyue eagerly inquired. Although she was somewhat skeptical of Yi Changtian's words, she felt a flicker of joy. "This is the technique." Yi Changtian produced a booklet he had transcribed after a long night's work. Although it only covered the foundational stages to the Golden Core stage, it was more than sufficient for Lin Qingyue at present. Originally a technique of the Red Lotus Fairy, its cultivation hall was adjacent to the Tai Su Hall, indicating its esteemed status. Mimicking the phoenix's fire, it was a premier cultivation method, and upon realizing its suitability for Lin Qingyue, he had taken the liberty to copy it down. Hong Lian When Xian. Lin Qingyue took the booklet, read the cover, and eagerly flipped through the contents. She discovered that Honglian Wenxian not only provided detailed explanations for the foundational cultivation methods, but also delved deeply into the foundation establishment and golden core stages. The techniques outlined were significantly superior to what she was currently learning. This is extraordinary. Even prestigious families would struggle to produce such a tome. Not a single cultivation method in the entire Linhe Junior Academy could lead one to the golden core stage. How could this be? This cannot be real. Rumor had it that Qingshan Academy had only a handful of golden core experts. Such cultivation methods are precious treasures, not easily revealed. This can't be true. Lin Qingyue was astonished. She had never dared to imagine such a complete method for the golden core stage existed. You'll find out once you give it a try. Yi Changtian, unsure of his own mastery of the fire element, could not evaluate the quality of the technique. Let us go to Nanshan. Lin Qingyue, feeling urgency, pulled Yi Changtian out of Fong Street, heading south along the river. After traversing a mountain path for a while, they arrived at Nanshan. The two searched for a while and found a small cave suitable for the two of them, a place generally hard to discover, and one they often visited in their childhood. You guard me while I try, Lin Qingyue said, settling into a cross-legged position, immersing herself in Honglian Wenxian. Seeing this, Yi Changtian sat at the cave entrance, observing the lush greenery around him, and began to cultivate the Tai Su Xianju. Tai Su Xianju was created specifically for those with unusual spirit roots, centered on the interaction of the five elements. It facilitates the awakening of five elements while simultaneously cultivating five different attribute techniques, allowing for compatibility, assistance, and enhancement among the techniques. Additionally, one must adeptly utilize the relationships of the five elements to counter their opponent's techniques. Wood nourishes fire. The warmth of wood allows fire to emerge and blaze forth. Fire generates earth. The heat of fire can incinerate wood, resulting in ash, which becomes earth. Earth produces metal. Metals dwell in stone and mountains, nourished by moisture. As earth forms mountains, which inevitably bear stones. Metal generates water. The subtle energy moistens dryness. Thus metal can also manifest as water. Water nourishes wood, allowing growth. Hence water gives rise to wood. Having mastered the wood element, Yi Changtian now sought to grasp the fire element. He remained vigilant to the surroundings while contemplating the fire element. As time passed, Yi Changtian seemed to enter a meditative state. Meanwhile, within the cave, Lin Qingyue was diligently practicing Honglian Wenxian. As the technique flowed through her, she felt her previous methods pale in comparison. Recognizing the high level of Honglian Wenxian, the cultivation method determines a person's achievements and potential for development. The levels of cultivation are generally categorized into Huangjia, Xuangjia, Dijia, and Tianjia, each of which is further divided into three tiers: low, medium, and high. Beyond Tianjia, there exist higher tiers such as Lingjia, Xinjia, Xianjia, and Xingjia. In the lower realms of the mortal world, most only exhibit Huangjia, Xuangjia, Dijia, and Tianjia, while Honglian Wenxian is a bona fide Xianjia cultivation method. Following the instructions recorded in the method, the spiritual energy within Lin Qingyue continuously surged, with searing flames enveloping her. The energy within her meridians became increasingly abundant. As the technique progressed, Lin Qingyue distinctly sensed that she had reached a bottleneck at the fifth layer of the qi refining stage. After numerous attempts, she suddenly broke through to the sixth layer. The spiritual energy did not cease there, but continued to ascend until it reached the threshold of the sixth layer. Was it truly that simple to break through? Lin Qingyue could hardly believe it, yet she could sense that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Merely a step away from the seventh layer. Could it be possible for her to ascend 2 layers in such a short span of time? Lin Qingyue calmed her thoughts and endeavored to learn the spells within Honglian Wenxian. Initially, she could only manipulate the fire element, producing nothing more than a simple fireball. However, according to the records of Honglian Wenxian, the application of the fire element is boundless and diverse, capable of achieving the extraordinary, even to the extent of incinerating the heavens and extinguishing the earth when mastered. Lin Qingyue was astounded by these teachings, but adjusted her focus and attempted to harness the fire element spells. Suddenly, a flicker of flame appeared in her hand, and as she channeled the technique as instructed, the flame morphed into the shape of a small bird, its tail trailing behind. Lin Qingyue tirelessly experimented with the transformation of the flame, and in a moment of inspiration, she fully released the fire element, ultimately manifesting a blooming red lotus. The elemental fire within it abundant and formidable. Lin Qingyue believed that even a master at the 9th layer of the qi refining stage would surely sustain injuries from this red lotus. Unbeknownst to her, The fire element surrounding her was remarkably vibrant, yet a portion of it continuously detached and congregated near Yi Chantian. At that moment, Yi Chantian also sensed the fire element, feeling its intense heat within his meridians. He diligently guided and refined it according to his technique, forming pure spiritual energy. Taisu Xianjue similarly recorded various elemental spells, with a particular emphasis on life restoration for the wood element, which, when perfected, could heal injuries in a short period, though excessive damage that harmed the source would be beyond remedy. As for the spells related to the fire element, they primarily pertain to the Golden Crow fire, the fire of the sun, which may be linked to Taisu's association with the Fusang divine tree. While practicing the Golden Crow fire, Yi Chantian felt the fire elements around him becoming increasingly abundant. At this moment, Lin Qingyue finally realized that although her fire lotus remained stable, the surrounding fire elements were becoming increasingly sparse. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the fire elements were being absorbed by Yi Chantian. This element-snatching behavior, while slightly displeasing to Lin Qingyue, was understood as a necessary part of Yi Chantian's critical cultivation phase, and she did not dare to interrupt. Yi Chantian, with his eyes closed, slightly raised his right hand, and a golden flame leaped from his fingers, gradually forming a palm-sized sun as the flame soared. Yi Chantian opened his eyes, which glimmered momentarily with golden light before fading. He gazed at Lin Qingyue, who was similarly focused on him. With a mischievous smile, Yi Chantian pushed the golden wheel towards Lin Qingyue, who graciously accepted it, allowing her red lotus to soar forth. The two concentrated intently as the golden wheel and red lotus collided fiercely, erupting in a dazzling explosion of flames that sent both Yi Chantian and Lin Qingyue tumbling backward. Lin Qingyue was the first to regain her composure, promptly channeling her technique to absorb the fire elements in the air. Once she finished absorbing them, she discovered that the point of collision between the golden wheel and the red lotus had created a large pit half a meter deep, and this was solid stone, not soil. Chantian, are you all right? Lin Qingyue hurriedly approached, seeing Yi Chantian coughing on the ground. I'm fine. I just didn't expect the power to be so immense. Yi Chantian stood up, astonished at the scene within the cave. You've comprehended the fire element. Lin Qingyue exclaimed joyfully. Yes, it's thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't know when I would achieve it. Yi Chantian replied. How about you? Is your technique progressing smoothly? This technique is truly remarkable. I've already broken through to the 6th layer. After ensuring that the flames were extinguished, Lin Qingyue and Yi Chantian began their descent from the mountain. You have given me such a precious technique. I don't know how to thank you, although I don't know how you obtained it. I promise I won't tell anyone it came from you, Lin Qingyue said earnestly. Thank you for what? Besides, if you become powerful, won't that mean I'm powerful too? With a skilled friend, who would dare to bully me? Yi Chantian laughed heartily before suddenly yelling. It turned out that Lin Qingyue had pinched his arm, saying, That's enough of your nonsense. Chantian, on a serious note, I know you will surpass me. I've believed that since childhood. If you encounter danger, I will protect you with my life, Lin Qingyue declared with unwavering resolve, gazing at Yi Chantian without a hint of jest. Yi Chantian nodded, looking into Lin Qingyue's clear eyes, gently brushing aside a strand of her hair, and said, Silly girl, I know that well. If you're in danger, I would also sacrifice my life for yours. In the tranquil forest, they felt the gentle breeze caress them, their hearts drawing ever closer. Yi Chantian opened his arms and gently embraced Lin Qingyue, inhaling her fragrant hair, feeling a surge of emotions within. Lin Qingyue, filled with joy yet bashful, found herself at a loss, quietly wrapping her arms around Yi Chantian. Are you now at the 3rd layer of the qi refining stage? Lin Qingyue sensed something, and Yi Chantian released her, nodding at her quizzical expression. Heavens, does that mean you are now a 4th level student? Lin Qingyue asked anxiously. It seems so if I apply, Yi Chantian replied, showing little concern for the levels of students. The academy treated 4th level students and below equally, but only 5th level students were of significant interest. If a family produced a 5th level student, that family would receive considerable attention from the academy and establish favorable relations. However, in a month, it would be the enrollment period for Qinshan Academy. I'm a bit worried, Lin Qingyue said. Yes, breaking through 2 layers in a month is truly unimaginable. But it's not impossible. I just broke through a layer myself, and am on the threshold of the 7th layer, after all. Yet, I am a heavenly spiritual root, while Yi Chantian possesses an unusual pseudo-spiritual root, which evidently hinders his cultivation speed compared to others. It's all right, I will do my best. Besides, I haven't seen my sister in a long time. I also wish to visit her, Yi Chantian said dismissively, yet he heard Lin Qingyue's soft, yet resolute voice. If you cannot attend Qinshan Academy, I will not go either. Chapter 5. The Sparring Exchange Class. Troubles arrive unexpectedly, much like happiness, never announcing their approach in advance. The principal of Linhe Junior Academy, Meng Yang, has presided over the institution for more than 50 years, witnessing countless seeds of cultivation and supplying a significant number of exceptional talents to Qinshan Academy and other institutions. At this moment, he frowned deeply as he scrutinized the report in his hands, which contained the results compiled by the teachers. 5th level students, 14. 4th level students, 36. 3rd level students, 75. There are 120 secondary students and 245 primary students. It seems that this year, our academy will once again fall behind in the rankings. Meng Yang sighed. A fortnight before the enrollment of Qinshan Academy, competitions are held between the junior academies. The method of evaluation is quite straightforward, a contest among 5 levels of students, with an equal number chosen from each side. Initially, there are one-on-one matches, where the victorious students and their academies receive corresponding rewards, which may include techniques, medicinal herbs, or elixirs. Following that, a collective competition ensues to vie for the title of Best Academy, culminating in a one versus many battle for the title of Best Student. The latter accolade grants the recipient unparalleled honor, allowing their family to be regarded as esteemed guests, liberating them from hardship. While the student may enter the treasure vault of several allied academies to select 3 precious items. Over the past 5 years, Linhe Junior Academy has consistently been at a disadvantage during these contests, failing to earn any accolades or even secure a position in the top 3. A reality that is difficult for the fiercely competitive Meng Yang to accept. Teachers Su and Yang, we must place great emphasis on this upcoming exchange class. We need to identify the most exceptional seeds to prepare for the academy rankings. All levels of teachers must be ready. The primary students are to attend as spectators, while the others will compete. This exchange class will be held in the Dao Hall, and I intend to personally observe it. Meng Yang declared in a voice tinged with age. Teachers Su and Yang readily agreed and exited. To think that Dean Meng chose to hold the exchange class in the Dao Hall, such a decision is quite rare, indicating that the dean is genuinely distressed. Teacher Su remarked with a hint of sorrow. Indeed, our academy once held the title of Best Academy for a decade, yet in recent years, we have seen a disheartening decline. It is no wonder Dean Meng is anxious, Teacher Yang concurred. Let us gather all students in the Dao Hall, starting with the secondary students and concluding with the 5th level. We cannot allow them to become complacent, Teacher Su stated, and Teacher Yang nodded in agreement. Proceeding to notify other faculty members about the arrangements for the exchange class. For Yi Changtian and Lin Xinghua, the next 2 days are incredibly precious. Apart from studying in class, they seize every opportunity to train in the cave on Nanshan Mountain. Their duels enhance their application of spells, making their control more refined and precise. Lin Xinghua, a fire attribute genius, has made astonishing progress after mastering the Honglian Wenxian technique. She has significantly advanced and has even broken through to the 7th level of Qi refining. This achievement places her among the most outstanding of all 5th level students. Conversely, Yi Changtian's progress has been somewhat sluggish. While he has also become adept in the applications of wood and fire elements, managing to compete closely with Lin Xinguan's spells, the reality remains that he is still overshadowed by her prowess. The disparity between the 7th and 3rd levels in Qi refining is stark. If they were to engage in a true battle, Yi Changtian would undoubtedly be no match for Lin Xinghua. In addition to spellcasting, they are also learning some fundamental martial techniques, a pursuit Yi Changtian insisted upon. Lin Xinghua believes that no matter how formidable martial skills may be, they cannot rival spells. However, Yi Changtian argues that if spells are restrained or sealed, possessing martial skills could enhance their chances of success. Reluctantly, Lin Xinghua agreed to train in martial techniques after Yi Changtian expressed a desire to practice for the upcoming duel. Today marks the day of the exchange class. The Dao Hall is vast, capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals, with a designated combat area consisting of 100 sections. As numerous students enter, the atmosphere becomes increasingly lively. The primary students, unable to participate in the competition, gather around to spectate, while the other students occupy their respective zones. Lin Xinghua, adorned in a purple robe, exudes a serene confidence as she scans the crowd in search of Yi Changtian. Meanwhile, Yi Changtian appears solitary and desolate among the secondary students, as few wish to befriend someone deemed unremarkable. Yet, he seems indifferent, simply seated in tranquility. Will those who once scorned and mocked him alter their perceptions after today? Lin Xinghua mused, and in the distance, Yi Changtian opened his eyes, glancing toward her and offering a slight nod. Qingyue, do take it easy during today's duels. Xiao Ziliang approached, obstructing Lin Qingyue's view. Everyone knows your Jinshui element is extraordinarily powerful. If we cross paths, I hope you will show some mercy, Lin Qingyue replied, somewhat helplessly. Qingyue, who do you think will emerge victorious among our 14 participants today? A girl in a pale yellow dress approached, causing the temperature around them to drop noticeably. Xiao Shuer, you have arrived, Lin Qingyue greeted as she hastened to meet her. Ning Xiaoxue, Xiao Ziliang cast a glance, choosing not to comment further, as Ning Xiaoxue is the Academy's sole variant spirit root, an ice element, currently at the 6th level of qi refining. With her family's influence, she is not someone Xiao Ziliang can afford to offend. Do tell, do you have confidence in your beloved? Will he make it past the first round? Ning Xiaoxue whispered to Lin Qingyue, drawing a blush from her. What beloved? Stop speaking nonsense. Lin Qingyue retorted, pinching Ning Xiaoxue. Oh, not a beloved? Yet. I saw someone waiting for him after class to head home together, Ning Xiaoxue teased, leaving Lin Qingyue flustered. How could a secondary student win over a genius like you? Do geniuses have a penchant for the mediocre? Alas, poor me, with no one to claim, Ning Xiaoxue continued to tease Lin Qingyue. Enough already. We'll see the outcome shortly. Lin Qingyue, her face flushed, could only pull Ning Xiaoxue to sit down. A series of clear chimes rang out, and a commanding voice resonated from the main stage. I am Su Qianmao, the mentor of the 5th level students. Today, I will preside over the exchange class. The purpose is to enhance everyone's combat skills and improve their cultivation levels. The competition must be conducted with restraint. Causing severe injuries or disabilities will result in expulsion from the academy. We will commence with the secondary students exchange, pairing them into groups of 2, with 10 groups competing simultaneously. While faculty members ensure safety, I hereby declare the exchange class officially open. With 120 secondary students participating, they are paired into groups of 2 for simultaneous matches, requiring only 6 rounds to complete. Yi Changtian finds himself assigned to the 5th batch. The first 20 students to compete are primarily those who have just reached the 1st level of qi refining, many of whom have yet to grasp their elemental affinities. However, there have been instances of awakening during duels. In this competition, one student awakened their earth element during the battle, successfully withstanding an opponent's spell attack, thus claiming victory and advancing to the 3rd level, where they may also participate in contests among 3rd level students. However, most matches remain intense, yet evenly matched, as participants are all at the 1st level of qi refining and have not mastered their elements. The fights, while appearing fierce, result in a stalemate. As time passes, the first 4 batches of matches conclude swiftly, and finally, it is Yi Changtian's turn to compete. He is paired with Li Guan. As Yi Changtian and Li Guan step onto the stage, Lin Qingyue watches intently from the sidelines, while not far off. Xiao Ziliang's gaze sharpens as he inquires of his companion Dumi. Is Li Guan reliable? Dumi, possessing both water and earth spirit roots and at the 5th level of qi refining, is also a 5th level student. In response to Xiao Ziliang's skepticism, Dumi replied casually. Rest assured, although Li Guan is merely at the 2nd level of qi refining and possesses a true spiritual root of 3 attributes, he has mastered the earth element for quite some time. Had I not instructed him to remain hidden, he would have already ascended to the level of a 3rd-tier student. His earth-based techniques are rather unique, rendering it nearly impossible for an average person to defeat him. Upon hearing Dumi's words, Xiao Ziliang nodded in satisfaction, as he held a deep trust in Dumi. As the competition commenced, the participants began their duel. Li Guan stood in the center, quietly advising Yi Changtian, Brother Yi. As I have entrusted you with this task today, please exercise caution. He then stepped back a few paces to prepare for the duel. Yi Changtian, understanding the implication, cast a glance at Li Guan before scanning the area occupied by the 5th-tier students. Noticing Lin Qingyue's gaze upon him, as well as Xiao Ziliang's scrutiny, he felt enlightened. On the platform, Dean Mingyang sat alongside other instructors, observing the match. After surveying the scene, his gaze rested on Yi Changtian, whose cultivation level he discerned with keen perception. He gestured towards Yi Changtian, inquiring of Su Qianmao, is that student Yi Changtian, who possesses an anomalous pseudo-spiritual root? Su Qianmao, taken aback, followed the dean's gaze, and, seeing Yi Changtian engaged in battle with Li Guan, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is he. This fellow is quite intriguing. Meng Yang mused, though he did not dwell on it. After all, reaching the 3rd level of qi refining with a pseudo-spiritual root was commendable, albeit still a low cultivation level. Nevertheless, he sensed something peculiar about Yi Changtian's aura. In the arena, Li Guan was the first to advance, launching a punch towards Yi Changtian. Suddenly, Yi Changtian closed the distance, executing a shoulder charge that collided with Li Guan's chest. The impact forced Li Guan to stumble back a few steps, the disdain in his eyes gradually dissipating. I admit you are not worthless. But defeating me will not be an easy feat, Li Guan remarked, charging forward again with a fluid series of punches. Yi Changtian, sensing the challenge, summoned his own combat techniques, drawn from the teachings of a legendary warrior who had ascended to immortality. However, most of the techniques were beyond his current capabilities at the third level of qi refining, so he selected a few fundamental techniques to practice, focusing primarily on the burst fist and twin fish step. As he met Li Guan's punches with his own, the internal energy of the burst fist surged forth, leaving Li Guan astonished as he felt a tingling sensation in his arms. Embracing the moment, Yi Changtian unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Li Guan to retreat to the edge of the ring. Observing Li Guan's predicament, Xiao Ziliang glanced at Du Mi, who shrugged and said, "Do not rush. The real spectacle has yet to unfold." Indeed, as Li Guan felt the pressure mounting, fury ignited within him. Losing to anyone was acceptable, but losing to a so-called waste was intolerable. He invoked a technique, commanding the wood element, and bellowed, "Earth shield wall, arise." The ground trembled as a formidable earthen wall erupted, halting Yi Changtian's advance. "Ah, look over there. Li Guan is employing the earth element. Another one who has comprehended it. It seems the so-called waste has met a potential third-tier student. What a pity." The audience began to murmur. Unfazed, Yi Changtian maintained his assault, determined to push forward. Encased in spiritual energy, he struck the earth shield wall with relentless force. Despite its modest thickness, after 3 powerful blows, the wall crumbled under his might, astonishing the onlookers. Li Guan, however, remained undeterred and grinned at Yi Changtian, declaring, "Earth binds, fall." Suddenly, a mound of earth materialized above Yi Changtian's head. The crowd gasped. This was a spell only those with a profound understanding of elemental manipulation could wield. The revelation of Li Guan's prowess was astounding. Yi Changtian, feeling the pressure from above but not panicking, executed the twin fish step, evading the descending earth mound. Without hesitation, he surged forward, transforming a punch into an open palm strike aimed at Li Guan's chest. Li Guan hastily summoned the shield wall, but the rush defense was insufficient to withstand Yi Changtian's charged attack. The palm penetrated the fragile barrier and struck Li Guan squarely in the chest, sending him staggering backwards until he finally halted at the edge of the platform, his eyes reflecting a mix of fear and disbelief. Earth prison. Li Guan clapped his hands, unleashing his most formidable earth-based spell. For walls emerged around Yi Changtian, enclosing him within. The walls, under Li Guan's command, began to constrict, ultimately confining Yi Changtian to a space no larger than 1 meter. Li Guan is too powerful. He is assured victory. The spectators gasped, with Li Guan reinforcing the walls to prevent any unforeseen escape. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyue attempted to rise, only to be restrained by Ning Xuer. "Qingyue, remain still. Your beloved has exceeded my expectations by lasting this long, but it seems he cannot win." Lin Qingyue shot Ning Xuer an exasperated glance without uttering a word. Nearby, Xiao Ziliang was filled with delight. If Yi Changtian were to be humiliated, it would be evident to Lin Qingyue, ensuring that their entanglement would cease. "Yield," Li Guan taunted, pressing against the walls to apply pressure on Yi Changtian, though he did not increase the force significantly. In that moment, Yi Changtian felt a profound weight and essence of earth. Fire begets earth. The warmth of fire can incinerate wood, which turns to ash, and ash is earth. Since I have grasped the wood and fire elements, what of the earth element? As the pressure intensified, Yi Changtian closed his eyes, descending into a realm of chaos and darkness. Suddenly, a flash of green emerged in his consciousness, representing the tree of life, followed by the appearance of a golden wheel, symbolizing the light of the Jinwu. The light ascended, and the tree of life began to take root, the roots intertwining with the visible earth, rapidly increasing in mass. This was the essence of the earth element. Yi Changtian reached out, touching the earth shield wall, feeling the elemental energy pulsate. He then activated the Tai Su immortal technique, absorbing the earth element and refining it into his own cultivation. With each refinement, his absorption accelerated. Observing Yi Changtian's stillness, Li Guan, with a steely resolve, intensified the earth element's pressure, inadvertently providing Yi Changtian with a more conducive environment for absorption. As Yi Changtian's understanding deepened, he distinctly felt himself surging past the 3rd level of qi refining, finally achieving the 4th level. Opening his eyes, vibrant green energy, white flames, and deep gray heaviness swirled within his gaze. Yi Changtian released his grip against the encroaching walls, swiftly slamming his palm against the ground. In an instant, Li Guan felt the walls being forcefully pushed away, an alarming realization dawning upon him. Yet, he soon discovered that the walls had already crumbled to dust. And Yi Changtian stood there, a faint smile adorning his features. What just happened? Li Guan was bewildered, unable to comprehend the turn of events. He was certain the collapse of the walls was not of his doing. Could it be that the instructors intervened? He turned to glance at the teachers, finding no signs of interference. Could it be? Li Guan's thoughts raced as he pointed at Yi Changtian, rendered speechless. Thank you for your graciousness. Yi Changtian rose to his feet, and Li Guan, with a bittersweet smile, shook his head and sighed. You have concealed yourself too deeply. It seems my luck is quite unfortunate. I will likely be forever associated with your name. After uttering these words, Li Guan's expression turned somewhat despondent. Though he himself was a cultivator at the third level of qi refinement, he had been bested in his favored earth element by an opponent who was renowned as a talentless cultivator with an unusual pseudo-spiritual root. In future discussions among students, they would undoubtedly recount how Li Guan had fallen to a so-called talentless individual, rendering him less than a waste. Yet, Li Guan possessed a degree of self-awareness. The fact that his opponent had neutralized his earth element without launching an offensive had spared him some dignity. He approached the teacher and declared, I have lost. The teacher observed Li Guan, then glanced at Yi Changtian. Noticing Yi Changtian's impassive demeanor contrasted with Li Guan's evident disappointment, he announced loudly, in this sparring match, Yi Changtian is the victor. Simultaneously, it was acknowledged that Li Guan had mastered the earth element and had thus advanced to a third-level student. What? Li Guan actually admitted defeat. How could this be? These questions echoed not only among the students below, but also in the minds of Ning Xiaoxue, Xiao Ziliang, and Du Mi, while Lin Qingyue remained relaxed. What on earth had transpired? Xiao Ziliang, perplexed, inquired of Du Mi, who was similarly bewildered. How could Li Guan, who had held the upper hand, suddenly concede defeat? Teacher, I object. Li Guan clearly won. Why is he being declared the loser? This is unjust. Someone in the audience protested. Silence. The teacher commanded. Li Guan, explain the situation. Teacher, Changtian has also comprehended an element. I am no match for him. Li Guan said resignedly, glancing at Yi Changtian before finally confessing. What? The talentless one has comprehended an element. Even if he had comprehended an element, he could not possibly be Li Guan's rival. The crowd began to stir restlessly. I see now why you appeared unfazed. You must have known all along. Ning Xiaoxue said with a hint of frustration toward Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Teacher, Yi Changtian should also be promoted. Li Guan whispered to the teacher as he stepped back. Ah, yes, indeed. Yi Changtian, may I ask which element you have comprehended? Could you please demonstrate? The teacher inquired. Seeking confirmation, Yi Changtian, feeling somewhat helpless, silently activated his technique and summoned the earth element. The teacher suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet rise slightly. Upon looking at Yi Changtian again, he was convinced. He then announced once more, Yi Changtian has mastered the earth element and has been elevated to a third-level student. You two may proceed to the third-level student area to prepare for the next match. Earth element? Lin Qingyue furrowed her brow at this revelation, which did not go unnoticed by Ning Xiaoxue, who wondered if she was unaware of her opponent's mastery. A talentless individual had indeed grasped an element, but his streak of good fortune would soon be at an end. Feng San, a third-level student, had previously sought to teach him a lesson, and now he had the opportunity. Make sure to tell Feng San that I want him to win decisively. Xiao Ziliang's expression darkened, tinged with excitement. Feng San, a practitioner of the wood and metal attributes with a cultivation level also at the third stage of qi refinement, was ready for the challenge. As the competition continued, 3 more students advanced to the third level, concluding the bouts among second-level students. In total, 12 individuals were promoted to the third level, set to compete in the afternoon. Of course, they could also choose to forfeit. Once the morning competition concluded, discussions erupted among the students regarding the events of the day, with Yi Changtian's ascension from a talentless student to a third-level student becoming the focal point of the academy's discourse. Speculations abounded regarding how this talentless individual had achieved such growth, whether there had been any foul play involved, and whether Li Guan had feigned defeat. The multitude of theories left many astonished. Ning Xiaoxue accompanied Lin Qingyue toward Yi Changtian, marking her first close encounter with the academy's famed talentless student. Known for his unusual pseudo-spiritual root and his seemingly subpar qualifications. How do you feel? Lin Qingyue inquired. Not bad, but I must thank Li Guan for showing me mercy. Yi Changtian replied with a radiant smile. Only you would know how to speak, Lin Qingyue teased, pulling Ning Xiaoxue forward and introducing her. This is my sister, Ning Xiaoxue, the Academy's treasure and the only practitioner with an ice attribute mutated spiritual root. Hello, I watched your match and thought it was quite impressive. I hope you can continue to excel and go further, Ning Xiaoxue said politely. Thank you. I will do my best. How about we all go out for a meal? Yi Changtian suggested. The two eagerly agreed, and they made their way to the cafeteria. Along the way, curious glances were cast upon the trio. The sight of two fifth-level students dining with a talentless individual was nothing short of sensational news. Yi Changtian remained unfazed, while the other two seemed equally unconcerned. During the meal, Ning Xiaoxue persistently questioned Lin Qingyue about how she and Yi Changtian had met, which made Lin Qingyue feel somewhat awkward throughout the meal. Fortunately, Yi Changtian was thick-skinned. Afterward, the three ventured to a shaded area of the academy, settling on the grass as gentle sunlight filtered through the leaves above. It was in this moment that they felt an unparalleled sense of ease and tranquility. Ning Xiaoxue observed Lin Qingyue and Yi Changtian with curiosity. What is it? Do you, a genius, have worries? Yi Changtian asked, perplexed. After posing the question, Lin Qingyue gently shook his arm, signaling him to refrain from asking further. She then looked at Ning Xiaoxue, fearing she might be displeased. Hasn't Qingyue told you? Ning Xiaoxue began, noticing Yi Changtian's confusion before continuing. Do you know how spiritual roots are acquired? Yi Changtian shook his head, admitting his ignorance on the subject. Only those with spiritual roots possess the prerequisite for cultivation. You are aware of this, right? Seeing Yi Changtian nod, Ning Xiaoxue proceeded. However, the acquisition of spiritual roots is mostly innate. A mere minority are artificially implanted. What? Artificially implanted spiritual roots? Yi Changtian exclaimed in surprise, astonished by this revelation. Indeed, but this method is exceedingly cruel and has a very low success rate. It requires the mother to consume specific attribute-infused spirit pills each month during pregnancy. Each consumption diminishes the mother's vitality, continuing for 10 months until the child is born. Even then, there is no guarantee that the child will inherit a spiritual root. They may emerge empty-handed. And the mother often faces a premature demise within a year or two. Are you suggesting? Yi Changtian asked, astonished as a realization struck him. Yes. I was implanted with an ice attribute spiritual root. As a result, my mother passed away at an early age, Ning Xiaoxue replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. Lin Qingyue gently comforted her by patting her shoulder. Ning Xiaoxue shook her head despondently and continued. Furthermore, these implanted spiritual roots are misaligned with the natural order, causing the elemental forces within to become excessively potent, often at the cost of one's vitality. Consequently, those with implanted spiritual roots typically have a lifespan of merely 20 years. I am 11 this year. Perhaps I have only 10 years left. Is there no solution? Lin Qingyue, still unable to suppress her curiosity, inquired. Ning Xiaoxue shook her head, allowing her cascading hair to obscure her eyes. Yi Changtian fell into contemplative silence while his consciousness delved into his mind's sea, recalling fragments of alchemical texts. He vaguely remembered references to certain elixirs suited for unique physiologies, which he had not examined closely at the time. The three sat quietly in the gentle breeze, enveloped in a shared silence, as if sorrow had become contagious. Meanwhile, Yi Changtian continued his mental search until he stumbled upon an ancient recipe, Zhu Yin Jiu Zhuan Dan, a fifth-grade elixir, capable of transforming spiritual roots into heavenly or mutated spiritual roots. The consumer would achieve the 9th level of foundation establishment, with the golden core beginning to coalesce. Following this were detailed instructions for the elixir's refinement and the necessary materials. Observing the forlorn Ning Xiaoxue, reminiscent of ice and snow, and glancing at the equally sorrowful Lin Qingyue, Yi Changtian found himself uncertain whether to voice his thoughts. The fifth-grade elixir was beyond his capabilities, as he was not an alchemist, and even if he were, the prospect of gathering those obscure herbs within a decade was dubious at best. Moreover, even if he managed to resolve these challenges, who could guarantee that Ning Xiaoxue could cultivate to the 9th stage of foundation establishment and attain the initial formation of the golden core within that time frame? Was it truly beneficial to offer her such an ephemeral hope? After a prolonged silence, Yi Changtian rose and addressed the distant mountains and sky, calmly stating that there were indeed ways to proceed. Chapter 7. A thunderous strike. What is hope? I cannot provide an answer, but I understand that with hope, one may live with ease and tranquility. Xiao Ziliang sought out Feng San, instructing him to deliver a severe lesson to Yi Changtian during the competition. Feng San accepted with enthusiasm, believing that a worthless individual would always remain worthless, even if he mastered the earth element. The disparity in spiritual roots could not be compensated for. I hope you do not forfeit. Xiao Ziliang thought fiercely. The afternoon competition unfolded similarly to the morning, albeit with significantly fewer participants. Among the third-grade students, there were 75 contestants, along with 12 newly promoted individuals, totaling 87 participants. The current contest involved the third-grade students. To ensure fairness, the 12 newly promoted students could choose to forfeit or participate in the competition. Those opting to forfeit should stand on the left, while those participating should stand on the right. You now have the time of an incense stick to consider your options. After Su Qianmo concluded his speech from the main platform, he took his seat again, awaiting the students' decisions. Dean, how many of these newly promoted individuals do you think will have the courage? Su Qianmo inquired of Meng Yang while observing the movements of the new third-grade students. Difficult to say. To face a formidable opponent, knowing the futility yet proceeding, is the mark of a courageous soul or a fool. This is for them to determine. Meng Yang also scrutinized the individuals in the arena. Suddenly, one student stepped toward the left side, causing a murmur among the audience. Those standing on the left felt a pang of embarrassment. For many, blind conformity and followership often stem from habit. With the first student stepping forward, 3 more soon followed suit. On stage, Li Guan stood beside Yi Changtian, whispering, "Brother Yi, what will you do?" Yi Changtian shot him a glance, thinking, "Who are you calling brother? Last time, you helped someone beat me. Had I not made a breakthrough, I would have been thoroughly thrashed." Nevertheless, Yi Changtian held a certain admiration for Li Guan's character. He was bold and unyielding. "Haven't you already made your decision?" Yi Changtian observed the fervent fighting spirit in Li Guan's eyes and understood his choice. "Haha, regardless, I must fight again. I will wait for you on the right," Li Guan declared, stepping out to stand on the right side. "Well done, Li Guan, you are a true man." The audience erupted in cheers. Gradually, participants made their decisions, leaving only Yi Changtian and 2 others remaining. He wouldn't forfeit, would he? Xiao Ziliang asked. Dumi was equally uncertain, watching Yi Changtian on stage, who was also looking in their direction. Not far away, Lin Qingyu and Ning Xiaoshui sat together. Ning Xiaoshui quietly inquired of Lin Qingyu whether Yi Changtian's words could be trusted. "Do I truly have hope? Can he really save me?" Lin Qingyu was also perplexed, unable to comprehend why Yi Changtian would say such things. Yet, recalling the precious Hong Lian when Xian he had gifted her a supreme cultivation method, she pondered if he had indeed encountered extraordinary fortune, perhaps he could genuinely rescue her sister. One was filled with excitement, while the other appeared dazed. Forming a striking contrast, Yi Changtian gazed into the distance at Xiao Ziliang, a faint smile gracing his lips, before moving towards the right side. The remaining 2 also chose the right. "The worthless one still wishes to continue?" "Be quiet. What do you mean worthless? He is already a third-grade student." "Yet, a worthless individual remains worthless. What does being a third-grade student matter?" The audience's reactions to Yi Changtian's choice were mixed. Some expressed surprise, while others felt a hint of respect. Among the 12 newly promoted third-grade students, 5 opted to forfeit, leaving 82 participants for the competition. Divided into 4 groups for the remaining matches, the teachers facilitated the grouping, which ultimately saw Feng San and Yi Changtian placed in the same group, scheduled to compete last. This was a deliberate arrangement by Xiao Ziliang, who hoped to defeat Yi Changtian in the final match. But he had not anticipated that it would turn out even better than he had envisioned, as they would be the last to face off in the final group. Li Guan was assigned to the third group. The competition among the third-grade students was far more captivating and intense than that among the second-grade students. The clashes of various elements and the battles of spells generated tremendous excitement, particularly among the first-grade students, who, witnessing the power of the elements and the might of combat, were inspired to strive for mastery of the elements themselves one day. As one thrilling bout followed another, the third round featured Li Guan facing Wang Luo, both at the second level of the Qi refining stage. However, while Wang Luo excelled in the water and wood elements, particularly water, he suffered a significant setback against Li Guan, who was adept in the earth element. As the adage goes, earth conquers water. With the elemental and skill-based counterbalance, Li Guan easily triumphed over Wang Luo, becoming the sole victor among the newly promoted third-grade students during the competition. The fourth round concluded swiftly, with no unexpected outcomes. Most newly promoted students struggled against the seasoned third-grade participants and were swiftly defeated. Ultimately, the spotlight fell upon the match between Feng San and Yi Changtian, destined to be the focal battle. Feng San, a practitioner of wood and metal spiritual roots at the third level of Qi refining, was known for his violent temperament and prowess in combat and destruction. Few held faith in Yi Changtian's chances, save for Lin Qinyu. Perhaps Ning Xiaoshui, too, harbored a secret hope for Yi Changtian's victory, yet found it somewhat absurd. As Feng San and Yi Changtian ascended the stage, Yi Changtian regarded Feng San and remarked, "I wondered who it was. Turns out it is you. You evaded me that day, leaving me quite disgruntled. Today, encountering me, you might as well consider your fate sealed." It was revealed that Feng San had been the one trailing Xiao Ziliang on Fong Street a few days prior. "Let us see if you possess the skill," Yi Changtian replied with a calm smile, his hands subtly clenching, his eyes glinting with determination. "Commence the spar." With the teacher's announcement, all eyes turned to this singular contest, the final confrontation among the third-grade students. "Is that Feng San from the third grade? I recall he defeated a third-grade student last year. The worthless one is in trouble, facing Feng San. He may not come out unscathed." The murmurs in the audience subsided as Yi Changtian and Feng San prepared to engage. From a distance, Xiao Ziliang watched with a glimmer of excitement in his gaze. Feng San lunged forward, throwing a punch at Yi Changtian's chest. Just before impact, a faint golden resonance echoed, prompting Yi Changtian to evade to the side while simultaneously sweeping his leg forward. Feng San, however, did not flinch, bringing down his arm to block the strike. When Yi Changtian's leg collided with Feng San's arm, he felt as though he had kicked a steel plate, a sharp pain radiating through his leg. Had it not been for the protection of spiritual energy, he might have sustained a fracture. The countenance of Feng San exhibited minimal alteration as he swiftly seized Yi Changtian's leg and flung him away. Yi Changtian, perceiving Feng San's intent, found himself suspended in midair. Should he descend onto the stage below, it would signify his defeat. In a moment of urgency, he executed several agile maneuvers in the air before landing on the ground, retreating a few steps until he halted at the edge of the platform. At that instant, the onlookers outside were astonished, gaining a deeper understanding of Feng San's formidable prowess. The potency of the golden element left Yi Changtian taken aback. "No wonder you triumphed over Li Guan. It seems you possess some skill." Observing that his opponent had not been cast aside, Feng San felt a surge of exhilaration, recognizing the strength displayed in their physical techniques. However, he believed it was merely that. Confident in his abilities, Feng San propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. In response, Yi Changtian, without hesitation, performed a somersault. And as his palm made contact with the ground, he bellowed, "Earth Shield, arise." Instantly, a wall of earth materialized before Feng San. Instead of dismay, Feng San was invigorated by the sight. His fists shimmered with a metallic sheen as he struck the earthen barrier with ferocity. The wall held only for a fleeting moment before shattering into dust. "How naive to think you could compare yourself to me, having merely grasped the elements." With a mocking grin, Feng San pressed forward, but abruptly retreated a step. He sensed an impending danger emanating from the ground beneath him. In the moment he withdrew, a column of earth erupted from his original position. Feng San was momentarily startled. The opponent's mastery of the elements had evidently surpassed his expectations, and their application was remarkably adept, devoid of any clumsiness. How could this be? Had he comprehended elemental power long ago? Although astonished, Feng San remained vigilant. As the pillars of earth rose and fell, he deftly evaded them. "Is the performance over? Allow me to escort you down." With a series of leaps, Feng San closed the distance to Yi Changtian. He extended his hand, and a vine shot forth as if imbued with a will of its own. Yi Changtian erected several earthen walls, yet they were swiftly obliterated by Feng San's metallic fists, while the vine continued to grow, expanding its reach and diminishing Yi Changtian's room for maneuver. With a whoosh, the vine struck like a multi-headed serpent, ensnaring Yi Changtian's legs, arms, and body. He struggled to break free, only to find the vine remarkably resilient. Not only was it sturdy, but with each attempt to escape, it tightened its grip even more. At that moment, Feng San stood before Yi Changtian with a menacing smile, declaring, "This time, I shall send you flying off the stage with a single slap. Remember, genius is beyond your reach. You shall forever be a failure." As he spoke, his right palm glimmered with a metallic sheen, poised to strike Yi Changtian. Observing Feng San's movements, Xiao Ziliang's smile widened, while Lin Qinyu remained calm, watching intently, though Ning Xiaoshui anxiously grasped her arm. The other students below displayed a range of expressions. On one hand, they gained a deeper understanding of Feng San's mastery of both the metal and wood elements, while on the other, they felt pity for the perceived failure. Chapter 8. The astonishing outcome. The disparity between expectation and reality can evoke feelings of disappointment or astonishment. As Feng San raised his arm, the crowd erupted in jeers. "Strike me? You dare claim the right? Yi Changtian's lips curled into a smirk. Unperturbed by Feng San's menacing gaze, his expression replete with derision. Seeing this, Feng San exerted even more force, accompanied by a gust of wind as he brought his palm crashing down. Yet, as his hand neared Yi Changtian's face, Feng San's eyes widened in horror. Vines had ensnared his arm, vines that felt eerily familiar. They wrapped around him swiftly, growing ever tighter. Although Feng San's forceful movements severed a few vines, he was quickly ensnared by even more. His legs too were bound, rendering any strength futile. Meanwhile, Yi Changtian had vanished from sight. Feng San was taken aback, unable to fathom how the vines had been unbound and found their way onto him. Yet he understood that escaping their grasp was paramount. However, the tenacity and strength of the vines, combined with Yi Changtian's cultivation and elemental support, rendered Feng San incapable of breaking free in an instant, even with the power of the golden element at his disposal. In that fleeting moment, much could transpire. "You may descend now," a gentle voice emanated from behind Feng San. The earth's resonance. Yi Changtian channeled his energy, pivoting forward as he stomped the ground. Waves undulated across the surface beneath him, and as the amplitude intensified, Feng San felt himself being propelled into the air, witnessing the startled expressions of the students below. With a resounding thud, the contest among the third-level students officially concluded. At that moment, each individual gazed at the youth on the platform, their hearts stirred with indescribable emotions. Not only Xiao Ziliang and Du Mi wore expressions of shock, but even Ning Xiaoxua and nearly all the students below displayed astonishment. Once deemed a failure, Yi Changtian had effortlessly triumphed over a third-level student, and not just any, but one of considerable strength. For a brief instant, the students were enveloped in a surreal realization, believing the events unfolding before them to be a mere illusion. Yet, with Feng San's anguished cry, reality surged forth. "Is this real?" Ning Xiaoxue shook Lin Qingyue, seeking confirmation. Lin Qingyue nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Although she had maintained her composure throughout the match, harboring immense faith in Yi Changtian, the simplicity and decisiveness of the conclusion nonetheless highlighted his growth. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziliang and Du Mi appeared to tremble, seemingly unable to accept the reality. Yet, the contest had concluded. With the teacher's announcement, Yi Changtian emerged victorious. The crowd erupted in excitement. Dean Gaoyang glanced at Teacher Su beside him and remarked, "This young lad has concealed his abilities remarkably well. Now that he has reached a certain level, let him ascend to the fourth-level students. As for future contests, he need not participate. Additionally, I wish to meet him post-competition." "Are you suggesting he has attained the fourth level of Qi refinement?" Teacher Su inquired. Casting a scrutinizing look at Yi Changtian, his eyes narrowing slightly as golden light flickered. Moments later, he nodded in understanding and approached the podium. "I hereby declare the competition among the third-level students officially concluded. It is with great pleasure that I announce one student has met the criteria to advance to fourth-level status," Su Qianma proclaimed with ease. The students below erupted in fervent speculation regarding who had achieved the fourth level of Qi refinement. Although they trained together, the pace and breakthroughs in cultivation varied widely due to numerous factors, including spiritual roots, medicinal aids, and supportive formations. Each student's familial background influenced their progress significantly. However, for most youths under 12, achieving the fourth level of Qi refinement was a rare accomplishment, with each breakthrough being immensely valuable. Who could it be? I suspect it to be Wang Feng, or perhaps Li Yu. They have been stuck at the third level for quite some time. Meanwhile, Li Guan cast a disbelieving glance toward Yi Changtian. Though he found it hard to accept, a voice within him insisted that if anyone had broken through, it must surely be Yi Changtian. The mystery would soon be unveiled. From this moment onward, Yi Changtian officially ascends to the rank of level 4 student. Moreover, considering that Yi Changtian has already participated in 2 competitions today, he is exempt from the level 4 student contest. Su Qianma spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet the atmosphere below grew increasingly tumultuous. Once regarded as a failure, he has now risen to a status that many students gaze upon with admiration. This seemingly frail figure conceals numerous secrets. With a single strike, he defeated Li Guan, and with another, he bested Feng San, ascending from a level 2 student to a level 3, and then further, directly to a level 4 student in a single day. This advancement signifies that he will become a focal point within the academy in the future. Surpassing everyone's expectations, it was as if a dream had materialized. Yet within this dream, there was no trace of past suffering, nor the solitude of ridicule, nor the inferiority of scorn. From this moment forward, regardless of public opinion, Yi Chantian has finally broken through the soil and begun to sprout, embarking on genuine growth. Level 4 student. How astonishing. Li Guan, observing Yi Chantian, who appeared somewhat bashful, felt a tumult of emotions surge within him. He realized he had indeed underestimated the situation. Yi Chantian had reached the 4th layer of qi refinement, far surpassing his own 2nd layer. Furthermore, Yi Chantian's elemental mastery greatly exceeded his own. The final blow, a tremor of earth, was beyond Li Guan's current capabilities. A bitter smile crossed his lips, leaving him with a mix of emotions. Feng San, sharing a similar sentiment, fell silent upon hearing of Yi Chantian's promotion to level 4 student. His cultivation was inferior, and both elemental mastery and combat experience were beyond his reach. He knew he could not contend with such an opponent. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength, neither had Yi Chantian. And the final strike clearly demonstrated that Yi Chantian had an exceptional grasp of the wood element, far exceeding his own. Otherwise, he would not have found himself ensnared by the creeping vines. Xiao Ziliang and Dumi could only gaze in astonishment. They were shocked that Yi Chantian had truly advanced from an inconspicuous level 2 student to a prominent level 4 student. He had become the center of attention not only among the students, but also among numerous instructors, and even the academy's principal. The saying a failed attempt costs more than it gains was a true reflection of Xiao Ziliang's predicament. His inner resentment surged. Was it really so difficult to make his opponent appear foolish and ruin his image? Xiao, Dumi whispered. What is it? Xiao Ziliang replied, visibly displeased. Regardless of how quickly Yi Chantian progressed, he was still merely a level 4 student, and there was only a month left until the admissions for Qingshan Academy. Lin Qinghue would surely enter Qingshan Academy along with us, while Yi Chantian would be left here to cultivate. After their separation, why not take it slow? Dumi smiled. Humph, just half a year ago, he was only at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, and now he is already at the 4th. Such a pace of cultivation rivals our own. Who can guarantee he won't break through to the 5th layer in a month? Xiao Ziliang felt somewhat powerless. If Yi Chantian advanced further, it would be challenging to act against him. I will not rest until I have my revenge, Xiao Ziliang declared resentfully, while Dumi's gaze flickered, choosing not to respond further. Tell me, did you already know he would win? Why did you let me worry? Ning Xiaoxue grasped Lin Qingyue's arm, shaking her persistently. Miss, could you please stop shaking? Lin Qingyue, upon learning of Yi Changtian's elevation to level 4 student, felt a surge of joy. After all, Yi Changtian had progressed from the 3rd to the 4th layer of qi refinement in just a few days. Thus, it seemed quite likely he would soon break through to the 5th layer and enter Qingshan Academy. With this thought, Lin Qinghue felt much lighter. All right, I did know. Is that satisfactory? Lin Qinghue finally conceded. Humph, a pseudo-spiritual root advancing so rapidly? One would think he possesses a heavenly spiritual root. Perhaps he has consumed some elixir? Ning Xiaoxue pressed on. There are no elixirs involved. His combat techniques are quite adept. I have occasionally fallen victim to his skills. Lin Qinghue recalled their training sessions in Nanshan, where, despite her superior cultivation, Yi Changtian's mastery of the wood and fire elements and his exceptional combat skills made him formidable. Akin to a seasoned practitioner, now that he had mastered the wood element, she surmised that combating him would be challenging. Perhaps she could only rely on her cultivation to suppress him in order to secure victory. Chapter 9. The moment of ice sealing. If one is cold, they naturally fear not the frigid world. If one is fiery, they instinctively wish to warm the icy realm. Ning Xiaoxue was secretly taken aback by this response. Lin Qingyue's command of fire elements had reached parity with her own. Even so, it was difficult to gain an advantage over a previously underestimated individual. Thus, if she were to face Yi Chantian, would victory elude her? Contemplating this, Ning Xiaoxue cast a doubtful glance at Yi Chantian, but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, the disparity in cultivation was evident. By the way, what layer of qi refinement are you at now? The 6th layer? Ning Xiaoxue suddenly noticed an odd question. Being ice attribute, she naturally emanated a chill, making it uncomfortable for many to remain in her presence for long. Lin Qingyue, possessing a fire spiritual root, could counteract the cold. Yet the difference in their cultivation, Ning Xiaoxue at the 6th layer and Lin Qingyue at the 5th, made it challenging for Lin Qingyue to withstand the chill for extended periods. However, today, Ning Xiaoxue had remained by her side, from morning until now, without exhibiting any discomfort. Could it be that she too had broken through to the 6th layer? I was fortunate to break through a few days ago, Lin Qingyue admitted somewhat shyly. You've reached the 6th layer. That is wonderful, Ning Xiaoxue exclaimed, her pure delight shining through for her friend's progress. Not the 6th, but the 7th layer. Lin Qingyue raised her delicate hand, gently brushing away Ning Xiaoxue's astonished gaze. What? Ning Xiaoxue exclaimed loudly, then quickly covered her mouth, pointing at Lin Qingyue and whispering excitedly. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Chantian was engrossed in observing the competitions among the level 4 students. The dazzling display of elemental applications and the confrontations between the 3rd and 4th layers of qi refinement had intensified in power. In these contests, Yi Chantian absorbed insights and learned valuable lessons. Despite possessing an excellent technique, without a rich application of elemental mastery and an understanding of combat skills, he could easily fall victim to others. Just as in his recent battle with Feng San, his superior command of the wood element was the key to his victory. Had their mastery of the wood element been equal, without utilizing fire elements, the outcome would have been uncertain. Among the 36 level 4 students, excluding Yi Chantian, the competitions proceeded swiftly. Within just a short half hour, they concluded. Ultimately, the most captivating spectacle unfolded, the confrontation among the Academy's prodigies. The total number of students in the Linhe Junior College approached 500, yet the count of level 5 students stood at a mere 14. Although there are merely 14 individuals, they stand out as the most distinguished elites among the students, a group that is aptly designated as geniuses in their cultivation endeavors. As these 14 ascend the stage, the audience erupts with fervent cheers, their admiration for mastery, elements, and power fueling an intense envy towards these prodigies. As they all aspire to one day join this exceptional assembly, Yi Chantian observes Lin Qingyue stepping onto the stage, adorned in a simple yet elegant purple robe that accentuates her ethereal grace. In her teenage years, she embodies the vivacity of blooming youth. Yet there lingers a hint of maturity. This is the law of the world. 12 years of age marks a pivotal threshold. Should one fail to break through to the 5th level of qi refinement before this age, they forfeit the opportunity to enter Qingshan Academy. Losing this qualification severely limits one's future prospects, leaving only the path of an independent cultivator or the degradation to a low-tier practitioner performing menial tasks. Although further training is possible, most find their progress stunted due to inadequate resources, lack of techniques, and spiritual stones, making significant achievements exceedingly difficult. Who could fathom the hardships concealed beneath the brilliance of talent? Countless sacrifices, relentless determination ignited by discontent, and the quietude of countless nights spent in cultivation while others slumbered. The title of genius is not merely a gift from fate. It cannot overshadow the myriad efforts that lie behind it. Perhaps due to the attention given to 5th-level students by the Academy's higher-ups, along with their limited numbers and the early hour, a series of sparring matches were organized. After the groupings, Ning Xiaoxue's opponent was Du Mi, while Lin Qingyue faced Su Zhao, and Xiao Ziliang contended with Su Wu, each with their respective challengers. As the matches progressed, the prowess of the 5th-tier students began to emerge. This level not only signifies a higher cultivation stage, but also represents a more refined application of elements and fiercer confrontations. One match followed another, culminating in the face-off between Ning Xiaoxue and Du Mi, possessing the true spiritual roots of water and earth, stood at the 5th level of qi refinement. Although slightly inferior in cultivation to Ning Xiaoxue, Du Mi was undaunted and eager to engage. "Miss Ning, I look forward to your guidance," Du Mi declared with clasped hands. "Let us begin. I have matters to attend to and must return early," Ning Xiaoxue replied, her gaze still fixated on Lin Qingyue, still reeling from the shock of her friend's prowess. Stuck at the 6th level of qi refinement for some time, she found herself enviously admiring Lin Qingyue, who had effortlessly surpassed her. Though happy for her friend, she cherished her own title of genius. Thus, she wished to expedite the match to inquire how Lin Qingyue achieved such progress. "I must ask, and what of her beloved? Am I truly beyond hope?" Du Mi, sensing Ning Xiaoxue's distraction, wasted no time and called out, "I'm attacking now." A stream of water surged from his palm, darting towards Ning Xiaoxue like a serpentine water snake. Unfazed, Ning Xiaoxue extended her delicate hand to meet the water snake. In an instant, the head of the water snake halted abruptly, then rapidly crystallized and spread into ice, transforming into a lifelike yet chilling sculpture in the blink of an eye. Du Mi, surprised, prepared to harness the earth element, but found it difficult to manifest his skills, as the ground trembled momentarily, but then fell silent. To his astonishment, he discovered that the ground beneath Ning Xiaoxue and even the stage had been encased in ice. A chill of terror coursed through Du Mi. Ning Xiaoxue's cultivation was far beyond his expectations. With a soft sigh, Ning Xiaoxue exhaled a wisp of cold air, murmuring, "Frostbound moment." As her words echoed, an immense wave of frigid energy radiated outward from her, causing Dumi to hastily erect earthen walls. However, the walls barely rose before being completely encased in ice, the frozen expanse creeping perilously close to his feet. As the icy grip reached his toes, Dumi cried out, "I concede." Simultaneously, he leaped into the air, prompting Ning Xiaoxue to retract her technique in the ice elements. When Dumi landed, he found himself standing upon a layer of ice. Alarmed, Dumi thought to himself that had he been trapped, it would have taken days to recover. He clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy." Ning Xiaoxue, unbothered, simply stepped aside. Dean Mingyang and the other instructors nodded in approval, highly satisfied with Ning Xiaoxue's performance. As the instructors declared her victory, the two departed the stage, leading to the bout between Xiao Ziliang and Su Wu. Both were at the 5th level of qi refinement. Yet Xiao Ziliang was a practitioner with true spiritual roots of metal and water, while Su Wu possessed true roots of wood and earth. After a fierce confrontation, Xiao Ziliang triumphed through his metal-based attacks. Next was Lin Xingyue against Su Zhao, the latter being the nephew of instructor Su Qianmo, also at the 5th level. A practitioner of fire and metal elements, Su Zhao had become a standout among the 5th level students due to his formidable combat prowess, instilling fear in all who faced him. In previous training sessions, Su Zhao had triumphed over nearly all students, including Lin Xingyue. He assumed this match would follow suit. Only Yi Chantian, watching from the sidelines, and Ning Xiaoxue in the distance regarded Su Zhao with a tinge of sympathy. The match commenced. After exchanging greetings, Su Zhao advanced, his arms glistening with a metallic sheen. Lin Xingyue was well aware of the formidable nature of his metal element, yet she was eager to test her Honglian fire against his seemingly indestructible metal. With this thought, she extended her fist, a flicker of blazing heat spiraling around it. Su Zhao, surprised by Lin Xingyue's decision to confront him head-on, pressed forward without hesitation. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, each strike reminiscent of raindrops against the ground. As Su Zhao unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, Lin Xingyue deftly parried each one while retaliating, leaving Su Zhao astounded. Notably, he sensed a faint warmth emanating from his fists, and upon retreating, he discovered small flames igniting where the metal encased his hands. Flames upon metal. How could this be? Metal was impervious. Yet the bizarre scene before him sent a chill down Su Zhao's spine. However, he did not succumb to fear, for he too wielded the fire element. As the flames surged within his palm, he successfully assimilated the small sparks left by Lin Xingyue. Su Zhao looked up to see Lin Xingyue exuding an air of ease and serenity. Chapter 10. The conclusion of the matches to comprehend the truths of the world and traverse the path suited to oneself is to walk with greater conviction. At this moment, Lin Xingyue finally held an advantage against the metal element. Her previous techniques had yielded flames too feeble to compete against peers, often resulting in significant setbacks. However, through her cultivation of Honglian Wenxian, the potency of the fire elements she summoned had notably escalated, now capable of scorching metal and shielding her body. This newfound strength allowed Lin Xingyue to shed the disappointment of her past defeats against Su Zhao, instilling within her a profound sense of tranquility. Great fireball technique. Su Zhao channeled his spiritual energy, gesturing with his palms to conjure a massive fireball before his chest, measuring 10 inches in diameter. The flames roared, a dark red glow radiating an astonishing heat and energy. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xingyue merely traced a delicate line with her finger, and amidst the swirling motion, a diminutive lotus emerged, exuding a peculiar golden-orange hue, its internal energy subtly instilling a sense of trepidation. As Su Zhao's colossal fireball hurtled towards her, Lin Xingyue flicked her wrist, and the tiny red lotus soared forth. Under Su Zhao's command, the fireball engulfed the fragile lotus, a smile gradually spreading across Su Zhao's face. However, at that moment, Lin Xingyue parted her crimson lips, uttering something indistinct. Suddenly, the fireball vanished, while the minuscule lotus wobbled and drifted towards Su Zhao. Startled, he hastily erected 3 walls of fire, yet the tiny lotus, akin to a specter, not only absorbed all the fire elements, but also grew in strength. Su Zhao, now in a state of panic, began to realize that the elemental tier generated by his technique was evidently inferior to that of his opponent. As the red lotus drew ever closer, he could only channel all his spiritual energy into the golden element, hoping to shield himself. Yet at that moment, a slender hand reached out, and the red lotus landed gracefully in her grasp, vanishing after a few playful hops. I concede, Su Zhao admitted willingly. Cold sweat trickling down his back, the golden elements swirling around his face beginning to dissipate. The spectators below were astonished. Su Zhao, who appeared to have the upper hand, had nonetheless been defeated. What was anticipated to be an evenly matched contest had turned into a one-sided domination. Even Su Qianma on the stage expressed surprise at such an outcome. That girl has reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Truly impressive, he remarked. She was the only student at the 5th level to attain such a rank, making Su Zhao's loss seem justifiable. Dean Mingyang stated casually. Su Qianma, retracting his golden-hued gaze, smiled. It seems we might have a chance in this year's competition. Indeed, there may yet be surprises in store, Mingyang mused. Glancing at Lin Qingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Su Zhao, before shifting his gaze to Yi Changtian, deep in thought. As the competition progressed, the sparring among the 5th level students formally concluded. The higher-ups of the academy evaluated the students' cultivation and achievements, discovering several remarkable talents. The students either observed numerous matches, gaining deeper insights, or participated firsthand, learning more about martial techniques, elements, and cultivation, thereby adjusting their mindsets to lay the groundwork for future advancement. After all the matches were completed, Mentor Zhao Kaiwu, responsible for teaching the 4th level students, approached Yi Changtian to inform him that the dean wished to see him. Yi Changtian nodded in response. At that moment, Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue also approached. Congratulations, fair maidens, on your victory in the competition, Yi Changtian greeted with a smile. Huh. Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue replied in unison, before all three burst into laughter. Qingyue, the dean has summoned me, Yi Changtian said. Noticing the two girls' expressions were somewhat altered, prompting him to inquire, what is the matter? Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue exchanged glances. And it was Lin Qingyue who spoke first. The dean also called for us. According to the teacher, it's a guidance session for the 5th level students. But why would that be? Indeed, why would a 4th level student be summoned? Yi Changtian echoed his confusion, concluding, if that is the case, we might as well go see for ourselves. The three then proceeded together. While other 5th level students received similar notifications and made their way to the dean's office in a staggered manner. Not far behind Lin Qingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Yi Changtian were Xiao Ziliang, Du Mi, and others. Upon seeing Yi Changtian walking alongside Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue, Xiao Ziliang felt a surge of resentment. Setting aside Lin Qingyue, who had always been close to Yi Changtian, he couldn't fathom how Ning Xiaoxue, a famously aloof individual, could be seen with him. Nevertheless, even two prodigies would not dare to bring anyone along to see the dean. He thought it best to let Yi deal with the situation outside. In the corridor before the dean's office, Xiao Ziliang quickened his pace, approaching Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue with a gentlemanly demeanor, inviting them to enter first. Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue graciously stepped inside, while Yi Changtian was intercepted by Xiao Ziliang. Yi Changtian halted, looking at Xiao Ziliang without uttering a word. This is the dean's office, and a meeting for 5th level students is currently underway. You may leave, Xiao Ziliang said, feigning friendliness. Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue, noticing Yi Changtian had not followed, turned to see him barred by Xiao Ziliang. Lin Qingyue stepped forward with a hint of annoyance, saying, Young Master Xiao, what are you doing? What am I doing? Naturally, keeping those who do not belong out. Xiao Ziliang replied, a flicker of anger evident, though he maintained his composure. Even if you are a genius, without the dean's order, you cannot take someone in without permission, he added, implying he was acting in their best interest. Xiao Ziliang, step aside. Ning Xiaoxue, already disapproving of Xiao Ziliang, glared at him, her cold demeanor intensifying. Miss Ning, it would be better if you refrained from meddling, Xiao Ziliang retorted, his annoyance growing but refraining from escalating the situation. If this esteemed young master Xiao does not permit me entry, then I shall wait outside, Yi Changtian remarked, his gaze laced with sympathy for someone whose emotions clouded their judgment, making it difficult to maintain a steadfast resolve. Xiao, let it go. The Ning family is not someone we can afford to offend, Du Mi interjected, pulling at Xiao Ziliang. After assessing the unwavering gazes of Ning Xiaoxue and Lin Qingyue, Xiao Ziliang ceased his protests and retreated into the room. Lin Qingyue glanced at Yi Changtian, a hint of apology in her eyes, wishing to say something. However, Yi Changtian merely gestured dismissively, unconcerned, as he followed Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue into the room. The chamber was quite spacious. Upon entering, one could see several potted trees flanking either side, adorned with vibrant blossoms. Further inside, a collection of redwood tables and chairs was arranged, with ancient books and writing materials strewn upon the tables, indicating they had been frequently perused, some even bearing slight signs of wear, with bookmarks inserted in various volumes. Behind the table sat a grand chair, and beyond it, a row of bookshelves filled not only with tomes, but also an intriguing object. Yi Changtian leaned in closer, recognizing it as a curious artifact, a peculiar metallic dish holding some soil, within which a withered vine was inserted. From one of the vine's branches hung an archaic lamp that flickered with a flame, seemingly containing cool water within its basin. This is a treasured possession of Din Ming Yang, known as Qingtian Shan. It encompasses the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each with an extraordinary origin. Ning Xiaoxue explained, noticing Yi Changtian's awestruck expression. Yi Changtian nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. He then took a seat beside Lin Qingyue, awaiting the dean's arrival. As others entered, they noticed the presence of Yi Changtian, the 4th-level student among them, eliciting a mix of smiles and puzzled expressions, yet no conflict arose. "Let us see what the dean has to say when he arrives," Xiao Ziliang remarked fiercely, awaiting the dean's entrance. Meanwhile, Dumi held no strong opinions on the matter. Though he found Xiao Ziliang's emotional judgments somewhat difficult to accept, he refrained from speaking out, as his family was affiliated with the Xiao family. Despite being comparable in cultivation, he understood the importance of not overshadowing his family's standing. Yet Dumi, being astute from a young age, had already made a name for himself as a strategist within the academy, even at the tender age of 11. With firm, steady footsteps, Din Ming Yang entered the room, striding towards his grand chair, prompting all students to rise and pay their respects. Din Ming waved his hand dismissively, and everyone promptly resumed their seats. Meng Yang's piercing gaze swept across the assembled crowd, comprised of the academy's elite. He cleared his throat, his voice slightly aged yet still resonant, and began. "I have gathered you all today to announce several important matters." Observing the solemn expressions of those present, Meng Yang nodded to himself before continuing, "As you are all aware, in a little over 10 days, we will conduct an evaluation among the junior academies. The method of evaluation is straightforward. We will select the most outstanding students from each academy to compete against one another. In previous years, all competitions took place within the academy, but this time, both the location and the rules have changed. Please listen attentively and consider whether you wish to participate in the upcoming competition." With a serious expression, Meng Yang declared, "The competition will take place in the outskirts of Qinshan. It will span 10 days. With victory determined by the quality and quantity of magic cores and medicinal herbs obtained. In other words, the academy whose representatives collect the most and most precious magic cores and herbs will earn the title of Best Academy, while the individual with the greatest haul will be honored as Best Student." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions grew uneasy. They understood that magic cores and herbs were exceedingly precious, essential for alchemy, yet obtaining them was no simple feat, especially in the outskirts of Qinshan. Chapter 11. Qi Se Lian. The whims of fate can sometimes be astonishing, so remarkable that one might question the existence of a creator. The Qinshan, Zhuxinshan, and Digongshan mountain ranges are collectively known as the Mo mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles. These mountains are densely forested and serve as the core habitat for magical beasts, a place that cultivators both love and fear. The multitude of magical beasts instills dread in all. Even the most accomplished cultivators hesitate to venture deep within, with rumors of fallen Yuanying period masters circulating. Yet, the allure lies in the fact that the Mo mountain range, being sparsely populated, is rich in spiritual energy, nurturing countless rare medicinal materials, making it an ideal garden for many alchemists. Additionally, cultivators can hunt magical beasts to obtain their magic cores, which can be sold to alchemists or at auction houses. Magical beasts range from 1st to 10th tier, with 1st-tier beasts akin to human Qi refinement period cultivators, and 2nd-tier beasts comparable to Foundation establishment period cultivators, and so on. During their cultivation, magical beasts gather the energy of heaven and earth within their magic cores, which contain highly volatile energy. Even golden core period cultivators cannot directly absorb this energy. This means that the energy within magic cores cannot be refined or absorbed directly by humans. However, for alchemists, magic cores represent an invaluable and indispensable primary material, which can be refined into highly coveted elixirs when matched with appropriate spiritual herbs and secret methods. These elixirs often enhance cultivation levels or improve elemental applications, making alchemists crucial resources for various countries, academies, and sections. Due to certain covenants, some magical beasts within the Mo mountain range rarely venture into the human realm, and some human cultivators are prohibited from entering the Mo mountain range. For instance, cultivators at the Yuanying stage and above pose a significant threat. Their presence would inevitably inflict considerable damage upon the magical beasts. prompting the beast kings of the Mogm mountain range to retaliate, driving them away or slaying them. Conflicts occasionally arise between lower-tier magical beasts and cultivators. Yet these do not provoke the intervention of high-level experts. Over time, the outskirts of the Mogm mountain range, and even parts of its interior, have become hunting grounds for both realms, limited to cultivators at the Golden Core stage and below. Any cultivator exceeding this level would certainly attract the ire of powerful beings from the Mogm realm. Likewise, the Mogm realm has always been merciless toward those who dare enter the mountain range. The upcoming competition is fraught with peril. I urge everyone present to contemplate this carefully. Should you wish to withdraw, I assure you that your eligibility for admission to Qinshan Academy will remain unaffected. Meng Yang scanned the crowd, taking note of their varied expressions, some hesitant, some contemplative, some excited, and some stoic. The outskirts of Qinshan teem with first and second-tier magical beasts, while most may manage to contend with first-tier beasts. Encountering second-tier ones could compel them to flee for their lives, and I harbor little hope for their escape. In other words, participation could lead to injuries, disabilities, or even death. The risks associated with this competition are substantial, yet the potential rewards are equally significant. Each participating student will be ranked based on their performance, and our academy will provide certain rewards. The academy that earns the title of Best Academy will be rewarded with rare herbs, cultivation elixirs, and a substantial amount of mid-level spirit stones. Of these rewards, 80% will belong to the students, while 20% will remain with the academy. The student honored as best student may choose one item from a selection of a foundation establishment pill, a spirit gathering array, or the Qi Se Lian herb. The foundation establishment pill, containing 3 pills, significantly enhances the success rate of establishing a foundation, making it a crucial elixir for advancing to that stage. The spirit gathering array gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing those who cultivate within it to achieve more remarkable results. The Qi Se Lian is a rare herb, known for its ability to significantly enhance cultivation and rapidly heal severe injuries. Furthermore, the top performers from 2nd to 5th place will each receive 2 foundation establishment pills, while those ranked 6th to 10th will receive 1. Meng Yang spoke steadily. Upon hearing the mention of Qi Se Lian, Yichang Tian's fingers twitched in excitement. Qi Se Lian. This herb is one of the key ingredients for the renowned 5th-grade elixir, Zhu Yin Jiu Zhuan Dan. It is astonishing that such a high-grade material would be included among the competition's prizes. Lin Qinyu, seated beside Yichang Tian, noticed his slight movement, but chose not to comment. Having conveyed this information, I trust that everyone comprehends the risks and rewards of this endeavor. Therefore, I hope each student will reflect carefully. You will have 2 days of leave. Please return to school in 2 days with your responses. For now, aside from Yichang Tian, the rest of you may leave. Meng Yang was in no rush for answers. When faced with choices of life and death, some can decide in an instant, while others require time for deliberation. With over 10 days remaining until the competition, it is essential to finalize the list of participants and prepare for training against magical beasts. Xiao Ziliang and the others, realizing that Yichang Tian was being retained, felt a chill run down their spines, understanding that his presence was a directive from the principal. Lin Qinyu told Ning Xiaoshui to wait outside, and then exited with the others, leaving only Yichang Tian and Principal Meng Yang in the room. Yichang Tian, I have observed your performance in the competition, and I must say, it is quite impressive. Meng Yang's demeanor shifted from authoritative to amiable, as if engaging in casual conversation. Thank you, Principal. However, I'm curious as to why you have summoned me here. Yichang Tian inquired directly. Yichang Tian, with your extraordinary dual elemental roots, you officially became a cultivator 6 months ago, starting from the 1st layer of Qi refinement, and now reaching the 4th layer, mastering 3 elements. Such talent is truly remarkable, Meng Yang remarked, picking up a report from the desk, his eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. Yichang Tian felt a stir within. He had only demonstrated the wood and earth elements, never having utilized fire. Yet, the principal had discerned his impressive level of cultivation with ease. Though I do not know the reasons for your restraint thus far, I suspect you have many queries. Take this opportunity to ask whatever you wish. Meng Yang gestured for him to sit across from him, and they began their conversation. I do indeed have questions, Yichang Tian pondered before responding. Please, proceed. Regarding the elements, why is it that even when they are both of the fire element, one can devour the other's fire? Shouldn't the elements be equivalent? Yichang Tian pondered aloud while Meng Yang listened intently beside him. Elemental devouring and absorption? Do you understand the distinction among practitioners? What is most crucial in their cultivation? Meng Yang inquired. Yichang Tian shook his head, not entirely comprehending. Although he possessed countless methods and precious texts, the time he had to study them was insufficient, and many of these texts were of a high level, leaving him lacking in fundamental knowledge. Our cultivation signifies the pursuit of longevity. Yet, the path to eternal life is rarely attained. Nevertheless, our ancestors, with unparalleled will and intellect, devised numerous techniques and learned to control the elements. The levels of these techniques are generally classified into Huang, Xin, Di, and Tian ranks, each further divided into low, medium, and high tiers. Of course, it is said that beyond Tian rank, there exist other techniques, though they remain unseen. Even in the mortal realm, Tian rank techniques are exceedingly scarce and precious. The techniques taught in our academy are merely the most basic Huang rank beginner methods, intended solely for instructional purposes. The quality and effectiveness of the spells or elements manifested by a practitioner are determined by the rank of their techniques. For instance, the fire element produced by a low-level Huang rank technique is evidently inferior to that of a medium-level Huang rank technique. If the gap between technique ranks is significant, such as a Xian rank technique, its elements can absorb or even devour those produced by a Huang rank technique. Naturally, these aspects are also related to one's cultivation level. If a practitioner's cultivation is too low, even if their techniques and elements are superior to their opponents, they may still struggle to compete. For example, a practitioner at the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage using a D rank technique would find it difficult to overpower an opponent at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Even if the latter employs a Huang rank technique, as the opponent's power would still surpass that of the 5th level practitioner. Consider high-level fire elements. Due to insufficient cultivation, one might only manifest a small sea of fire. However, for a practitioner of higher cultivation, while a mere basin of water may not extinguish this small sea of fire, what if one possessed a tub or a pool of water? After all, fierce flames can consume weaker ones, and flames of higher temperatures can devour those that are comparatively weaker. In other words, the most critical factors for a practitioner are their techniques and cultivation level. Only by excelling in both can one unleash more formidable elements or spells. Techniques determine the quality of spells and elements, while cultivation dictates the quantity, range, and duration of their application. Do you understand? Mengyang explained with great care. Upon hearing such an explanation, Yi Changtian gained a deeper insight into the path of cultivation. Even though he possessed a Xian rank technique, his cultivation level was far too low, resulting in the spells or elements he manifested being merely superficial. However, considering that his cultivation journey had only just begun, who could predict the future? Then, what is my purpose in this? After some contemplation, Yi Changtian voiced his query. Meng Yang smiled faintly and walked over to the bookshelf, tapping a hidden spot several times, which revealed a wooden box. Upon opening the box, a serene and beautiful jade vial lay quietly within. Yi Changtian looked at the dean in confusion, unsure of its significance. Inside the jade vial is a yuan enhancement pill, capable of elevating a cultivator's level. I hope you can break through to the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage in a short time and participate in the competition at Qingshan's periphery, Mengyang stated. Carefully observing Yi Changtian's expression before adding, of course, you may also choose to decline. Yi Changtian regarded the dean's slightly aged yet resilient demeanor and asked, why me? Chapter 12, 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. At the crossroads of life, the direction one chooses determines the nature of the experiences encountered, leading to different paths and outcomes. Yet, what remains constant is, stepping out of the office, not far away, Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue approached. Though no words were exchanged, their inquiring gazes were unmistakable. At this moment, the sun had begun its descent, and after a day filled with competitions, most of the academy's students had already dispersed, with many of the 5th level students having returned home to discuss their final decisions with their families. Watching the retreating figures of Yi Changtian and the others, Dean Mengyang remained silent for a long time before finally putting away the empty wooden box. What did the dean want with you? Ning Xiaoxue broke the silence, with Lin Qingyue glancing over. The dean wants me to participate in this competition. Yi Changtian reflected before concluding that there was no need for concealment. What? Not only was Ning Xiaoxue surprised, but Lin Qingyue was taken aback as well. Before the competition roster was confirmed, the dean had actively sought out a 4th level student to prepare for participation. This puzzled Ning Xiaoxue, while Lin Qingyue's concern grew, as Yi Changtian's cultivation level was merely at the 4th stage of Qi refinement, making it difficult for him to handle potential dangers. What are your plans? Lin Qingyue asked, her tone tinged with anxiety. Yi Changtian gazed softly at Lin Qingyue, refraining from a direct answer, and instead walked toward a patch of grass. saying to Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue, "Do you remember I mentioned there was a way regarding Ning Xiaoxue's spiritual root?" "I remember. But what does this have to do with the competition?" Lin Qingyue asked first, while Ning Xiaoxue looked at Yi Changtian with an anxious expression. "There exists a fifth-tier elixir known as the Zhu Yin Jiu Zhuan Dan, requiring primary materials such as a third-tier fire attribute magic core, 9 spiritual roots, moon spirit grass, and 7-colored lotus." Yi Changtian meticulously recalled the recipe for the Zhu Yin Jiu Zhuan Dan in his mind, noting that it required a substantial number of materials, with the crucial primary components being the most challenging to locate and acquire. Zhu Yin Jiu Zhuan Dan. Ning Xiaoxue's eyes widened, her small hands clenched tightly. Then, she released her grip and said, "I must obtain the 7-colored lotus. Not just you, but us," Lin Qingyue interjected, taking Ning Xiaoxue's hand. "I will help you." Upon hearing this, Ning Xiaoxue nodded gratefully. "It is not that simple," Yi Changtian continued, watching the two. "This is a 5th-tier elixir, and it requires a 5th-tier alchemist or one of even higher rank to achieve a reasonable success rate. In other words, we lack both the materials and the alchemist. Moreover, this elixir necessitates that your cultivation reaches the 9th turn of the foundation establishment stage, and it must be consumed upon breaking through to the golden core stage. In order to reshape your spiritual root and transform it into a truly mutated spiritual root. 9th turn of foundation establishment, breaking through to golden core?" Ning Xiaoxue's face paled slightly, as she realized that with her current cultivation at merely the 6th level of qi refinement, achieving the 9th turn of foundation establishment or breaking through to the golden core stage within 10 years was unimaginable. Many practitioners remain forever stuck at the 9th level of qi refinement, unable to advance to the foundation establishment stage. And only by entering this stage can one truly become a cultivator. Such high requirements. Even Lin Qingyue could not help but be astonished. "Is there no other way?" she inquired softly, though she understood that having a method was already a significant outcome. Indeed, Yi Changtian merely shook his head before looking at Ning Xiaoxue and Lin Qingyue, slowly stating, "The 7-colored lotus is something that can be encountered but not sought after. Who knows when we will next encounter it? We must secure the 7-colored lotus in this competition." Taking a deep breath, Ning Xiaoxue steadied herself, returning to a calm demeanor, stating, "If there is hope, I will not give up. I will reach the foundation establishment stage and the golden core stage." As Ning Xiaoxue spoke, a chilling aura emanated from her, causing the grass beneath her feet to crystallize into tiny ice shards. Yi Changtian and Lin Qingyue exchanged glances, both silently astonished by the power of the ice element. Yi Changtian speculated that perhaps Ning Xiaoxue's ice techniques were not merely Huang rank techniques. "Thank you. Regardless of the outcome, I recognize you as a friend," Ning Xiaoxue said calmly, a smile gracing her lips. "No need for thanks. You are Qingyue's friend, and she will not abandon you. If I do not assist you, she will surely set fire to me," Yi Changtian quipped, eliciting a sweet smile from Lin Qingyue, though her brows furrowed in irritation. Wishing she could pinch him for a moment of reprieve, Ning Xiaoxue's smile grew more pronounced as she grasped Lin Qingyue's hand, sharing a moment of unspoken understanding. Shortly thereafter, Ning Xiaoxue committed to memory the alchemical materials that Yi Changtian had informed her about, bidding farewell to the two and returning to her family, intending to have them pay attention to the relevant herbs without disclosing the purpose. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyue and Yi Changtian made their way once again to the cave in Nanshan. "Changtian, this time you need not participate in the competition. I will ensure Xiaoxue secures the title of best student," Lin Qingyue expressed with a hint of concern. "No, I must go. I cannot allow you to face this alone," Yi Changtian replied after tidying up the cave, settling down to speak. "But that area is rife with 1st and 2nd-tier magical beasts." Lin Qingyue began to voice her worries, only to be interrupted by Yi Changtian's reassuring gesture. "Do not fret. Look at this." He produced a jade vial from his robe, and as Lin Qingyue observed with curiosity, he uncorked it and poured out a perfectly round, pale yellow pill. "What is this pill?" Lin Qingyue inquired, her knowledge of such elixirs being quite limited. "This is a Xingyuan Dan, a 1st-grade pill. The dean instructed me to participate in the competition and prepared this to enhance my strength," Yi Changtian elucidated. "The dean?" Lin Qingyue, not entirely familiar with the situation, nodded without further questions. The prospect of Yi Changtian's cultivation improving offered her some solace regarding his safety. "Then you should consume it now. I will provide protection," she urged, positioning herself at the entrance of the cave in a meditative posture. Yi Changtian nodded, first calming his mind, regulating his breath, and circulating his energy 3 times before swallowing the Xingyuan Dan. This pill allows the user to enhance their cultivation. However, its effects are most pronounced for those at the qi refining stage. As the pill took effect, Yi Chantian felt a rush of warmth as the medicinal power surged through his meridians. With a focused intent, he began to refine the medicinal energy using the Taisu Xianjue. As time passed, under the influence of the elixir, Yi Chantian's cultivation finally broke through to the 5th layer of qi refining. Yet, the medicinal energy remained unrefined, prompting him to repeatedly circulate his technique, gradually converting the energy into true essence flowing into his meridians and dantian. Lin Xingyue, observing the commotion outside the cave, frequently glanced back at Yi Chantian in meditation. She could distinctly sense his cultivation steadily rising. Noticing a fleeting expression of pain on his face as he confronted the challenge of breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refining. As night descended, silence enveloped the forest, and within the dim cave, Yi Chantian relentlessly pursued the 6th layer of qi refining. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei, positioned outside the cave, felt a slight stir. As if sensing something, turning to look, she beheld a sudden burst of flames illuminating the dark cave. Yi Chantian smiled faintly, gazing at Lin Xingyue, who was bathed in the moonlight not far away. Have you succeeded in your breakthrough? Lin Xingyue approached, gently inquiring. Indeed, it was somewhat fortuitous, but I have succeeded. Yi Chantian responded, marveling at the newfound fullness of true essence within him. He had not anticipated that a mere pill could elevate his cultivation to the 6th layer of qi refining. Unbeknownst to him, the Xingyuan Dan typically only enhances cultivation by 1 layer, but the advantage of his technique allowed him to fully refine the medicinal energy, resulting in this remarkable outcome. Let us return, Yi Chantian said, taking Lin Xingyue's hand as they exited the cave. He escorted her home, parting ways amidst her reluctant gaze. That night, some individuals went about their lives as usual, while others faced critical decisions. As Yi Chantian strolled through the moonlit night, the intermittent brightness of the moon cast playful shadows among the trees, offering a refreshing sensation. Upon returning home, he found his parents, Yi Yiming and his mother, still awake, waiting for him. Mom, Dad, I am back, Yi Chantian announced, taking note of their somewhat aged faces, despite being in their 40s. Years of labor in the mines had taken a toll on them, leaving them weary. The fatigue had etched lines upon their faces, weaving a tapestry of hardship. Welcome home, my child, his mother said with a loving smile, hastily bringing out a few dishes from the kitchen, the food still warm, indicating it had been kept on the stove. Yi Chantian observed his parents, sensing something special about today, as the meal appeared particularly sumptuous. You have excelled, so eat well today, Yi Yiming declared, pouring 3 cups of wine. Yi Chantian looked on in confusion, unsure why his parents were so cheerful. He was still young and had never been allowed to touch alcohol. Yet they offered him a small cup. What is the occasion, Mom and Dad? Yi Chantian asked. What is the occasion? Haha. Yi Yiming laughed heartily, downing a cup of wine before refilling it, then continued. This afternoon, a teacher from the academy visited the mine and informed me that you have advanced to a level 5 student, allowing us to relocate to the herbal garden, freeing us from further toil in the mines. What? Level 5 student? This afternoon? Yi Chantian exclaimed, astonished. He had only just completed the competition that very day. Could the academy have dispatched a teacher so swiftly? At that moment, he had merely been a level 4 student. Was this all part of the dean's plan? Had he anticipated that Yi Chantian would participate in the competition and consume the Xingyuan Dan, thus orchestrating everything in advance? That cunning old fox, Yi Chantian thought to himself, though he felt gratitude for the dean's actions. Indeed, it was unexpected. The academy even sent us 200 medium-quality spirit stones, 1,000 low-quality spirit stones, along with some medicinal supplies, and they provided us with a plaque for the herbal garden, designating our residence. His mother continued, producing the plaque for Yi Chantian to see. The plaque bore the inscription Herbal Garden, with smaller text indicating Linha. Such plaques were rare, but Yi Chantian had seen them before, as Lin Xingyue's family possessed one. Does that mean we will be very close to Uncle Lin? Yi Chantian inquired with a smile. Indeed. We can visit Uncle Lin for a drink whenever we have the chance, Yi Yiming replied jovially. Speaking of which, 3 years ago when your sister was accepted into Qingshan Academy, the academy offered us this plaque, but we declined, his mother reminisced. Yi Chantian was aware of these events. While working in the academy's herbal garden was considerably easier, the remuneration was quite modest, as it was funded by the academy. Conversely, the mines, though arduous and perilous, offered greater financial rewards. If his parents had not been concerned about his lack of progress and the potential for a bleak future, they would not have insisted on remaining in the mines to save more spirit stones. Now that they saw their child making strides, they felt reassured that even if things were less than ideal, he could survive on his cultivation and abilities, allowing them to finally set aside their worries and choose a path of nurturing in the herbal garden. Additionally, here is your spirit stone pouch. I have placed 100 medium-quality spirit stones and 100 low-quality spirit stones inside. Be sure to spend them wisely. His mother handed the pouch to Yi Changtian, who smiled brightly, gazing at his parents' joyful expressions. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and stability. That night, Yi Yiming became quite inebriated. Chapter 13. Practicing talismans. Protecting oneself is the most fundamental instinct, while sacrificing for the protection of others signifies maturity. The following day, Yi Yiming spent 10 low-quality spirit stones to hire several carts, transporting all their belongings to a residence near the herbal garden, which brought great joy to Lin Qingyue's father, Lin Teng. The two families were now just a few courtyards apart, making visits more convenient. Lin Teng felt gratified by Yi Changtian's accomplishments, insisting on celebrating with Yi Yiming in a grand manner. That morning, the Lin family gathered in Yi Changtian's new home to drink. Lin Qingyue was also elated. Although the families had lived nearby for years, they had not shared such closeness in a long time. Yi Changtian and Lin Qingyue had always maintained a close relationship, well understood by both families. Although Lin Teng had once been concerned about Yi Changtian's reputation as a waste, Yi Yiming had saved his life and had never held any resentment towards him. Instead, he treated Yi Changtian with kindness and did not oppose his closeness with his daughter. It now appears that my daughter's discerning insight may surpass that of her father. Observing the lively exchange between the two families, Lin Qingyue greeted her family and stepped outside with Yi Changtian. Today, her parents seemed genuinely joyful, a rare occurrence in many years. As she walked gently, she kicked a small stone and spoke to Yi Changtian beside her. Their happiness was likely due to having set aside their worries. Yi Changtian turned to look at Lin Qingyue, and she understood the unspoken words, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Have you mentioned the competition to your family? Lin Qingyue shifted the topic. Not yet. I do not wish to burden them with excessive concern, Yi Changtian replied, gazing towards Fong Street as they strolled slowly. I feel the same. The risks associated with this competition are indeed considerable, Lin Qingyue stated calmly, matching his pace. Indeed, thus we must take some action, Yi Changtian said with a hint of a smile. What action? Lin Qingyue inquired, but he offered no response, instead leading her into Fong Street. Fong Street was bustling, filled with vendors, shops, and even some large trading associations. Yi Changtian led Lin Qingyue to a shop named Shangxianfu and halted at its entrance. Confused, Lin Qingyue was pulled inside by Yi Changtian. Welcome, please come in. At Shangxianfu, we offer a variety of talismans and materials for their creation. How may I assist you? A merchant greeted them with a warm smile. We require some materials for crafting talismans. Could you kindly provide some recommendations? Yi Changtian asked, eyeing the assortment of talismans and writing materials hanging within the shop. Certainly, esteemed guests, please take a seat. I shall fetch some items for your perusal, the merchant replied, guiding them to sit before going to gather the materials. Changtian, why are we buying talisman materials? We can't create talismans, Lin Qingyue whispered, feeling a bit restless. It's fine. We can learn, Yi Changtian reassured her. Lin Qingyue shot him a skeptical glance, questioning the ease of learning such a skill without a teacher. Esteemed guest, here are 5 talisman brushes, 5 types of ink, and high-quality talisman paper. These brushes are made from special materials. The brush tips are crafted from the hair of a second-tier magical beast, the Qihao Zhu, and another from the Jifeng Long. Each ink has its unique properties, containing fine powders such as cinnabar and infused with energy from magical cores, significantly enhancing the success rate of talisman crafting. The paper is of the finest quality. The merchant elaborated. Casually, Yi Changtian selected 2 brushes, 3 types of ink, and 300 sheets of talisman paper. The brushes cost 200 low-grade spirit stones, the inks 300, and the paper 100, totaling 600 low-grade spirit stones. You have reached the esteemed guest threshold, so I shall present you with a small spatial ring. Please sign here, the merchant announced. Yi Changtian's face twitched slightly at the mention of the expense. Realizing why there was no talisman instruction at the junior academy, such costs were beyond the means of an average household. Reluctantly, he extracted 60 mid-grade spirit stones from his pouch, donned the spatial ring, and stored their purchases within. Alas, I'm broke again, Yi Changtian lamented as they left the Shangxianfu store. He then took Lin Qingyue to buy a Dan furnace and some basic herbs, before exchanging a medium-sized spatial ring for both of them. Finally, he touched his now light spirit stone pouch, hesitating before heading home. Changtian, Are you planning to create talismans yourself? There are no talismans masters around here, Lin Qingyue asked once more on their way back. Qingyue, let's clarify. It is not just I who will create talismans. It will be us, Yi Changtian replied, raising his eyebrows. What? Us? I can do it too? Lin Qingyue exclaimed in surprise, realizing that his purchases were not solely for his own benefit, but for her as well. Of course, I cannot guarantee success, but if we practice together, having one of us able to craft talismans would be beneficial. This is also to prepare for the upcoming competition in a few days. After all, improving our cultivation in such a short time is arduous. We must explore alternative methods, Yi Changtian explained while fiddling with the ring on his hand. Changtian, do you have a mysterious master? Is he a talisman master? Lin Qingyue asked nervously, voicing her lingering curiosity. Yi Changtian paused, turned to her, and said earnestly, Qingyue, I do not wish to put you in danger. When we become great cultivators, I will reveal the truth to you, all right? Lin Qingyue gazed into Yi Changtian's clear eyes and nodded in satisfaction, taking his hand and saying, I am willing to wait until you are ready to tell me. Yi Changtian looked at Lin Qingyue and gently embraced her. In the distance, a series of coughs interrupted them, and they looked up to see Lin Teng and Yi Yiming watching from afar. Lin Qingyue's face flushed as she covered her face and hurried back home, while Yi Changtian called after her that he would visit her later. After greeting his father and Uncle Lin, Yi Changtian returned to his room, focusing his mind as he entered the Fusa Shin tree, heading towards the gateway of talisman mastery. He immersed himself in study, perusing and contemplating, selecting talisman techniques suitable for his cultivation level, and transcribing them onto paper. Outside, Yi Yiming and Lin Teng were conversing. Old Yi, you must keep an eye on your son. At this rate, the two of them may encounter issues before they even cultivate the great path, Lin Teng remarked sadly. Old Lin, you saw it. Your daughter was the one who took my son's hand first. It is quite common for young ones to experience such feelings. Perhaps we should formalize this, Yi Yiming replied, disregarding Lin Teng's displeased expression. Isn't it a bit too early for that? Knowing that Yi Changtian qualifies for Qingshan Academy has made me quite satisfied with their relationship, but I am reluctant to lose face, especially since my daughter is so lovely. I wish to keep her around for a few more years. The path of cultivation is not for us. The future belongs to them, and they will have their own fortune, Yi Yiming said with a sense of acceptance. Very well, I will follow your lead. Before they head to Qingshan Academy, we can solidify this matter, Lin Teng agreed. After organizing his notes on talisman cultivation methods, Yi Changtian finally selected several talismans suitable for the Qi refinement stage: the Concealment Talisman, the Diamond Talisman, the Swift Wind Talisman, the Great Fireball Talisman, and the Poison Dispelling Talisman. The variety and quantity of talismans were extensive, yet most required foundation-building cultivation or higher. For Yi Changtian, it was akin to possessing a treasure trove while lamenting its inaccessibility. After informing his family, he headed to the Lin residence, where Lin Qingyue was recuperating in her room. Upon hearing that Yi Changtian had arrived, she invited him in. They soon entered the study, where Yi Changtian retrieved the talisman brushes, inks, and papers from his spatial ring. Presenting Lin Qingyue with the astonishing methods and key points for talisman cultivation he had transcribed. Why are you dazed? Quickly take a look so we can try together. Yi Changtian playfully poked Lin Qingyue's nose. Is this for real? Lin Qingyue was incredulous about how he had acquired such knowledge, especially since it included several crafting methods that would be beyond the reach of an ordinary talisman master. Of course it is real. Let us examine it together, Yi Changtian suggested, and they both reviewed the material thoroughly to ensure a firm grasp of the talisman crafting techniques. As a prodigious talent, Lin Qingyue's memory was exceptional. The talismans are categorized into Fa Fu, Bao Fu, Ling Fu, Xian Fu, and Shin Fu, each of which is further divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. The selection made by Yi Changtian consists solely of middle-grade Fa Fu, as the Dessous de Dian lacks comprehensive records on Fa Fu, primarily documenting Bao Fu, Ling Fu, and even Shin Fu. However, in the realm of mortals, only Fa Fu, Bao Fu, and Ling Fu are typically present. The lower, middle, and upper grades of Fa Fu correspond to 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade talismans respectively, while the grades for Bao Fu correspond to the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade talismans. And the same applies to Ling Fu and the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade talismans. The process of creating talismans is primarily divided into 4 steps: opening the talisman eye, clarifying the talisman's purpose, embedding the talisman's spirit, and finalizing the talisman incantation. The opening of the talisman eye marks the initial stroke. The momentum of this stroke is crucial, akin to the eye of the talisman. Once the talisman eye is opened, one must swiftly and fluidly draw the runes and symbols, clearly defining the specific function and efficacy of the talisman, which is the clarifying step. Subsequently, the talisman master must utilize their spiritual power to channel elemental forces, imbuing the talisman with a soul, a pivotal step known as embedding the talisman's spirit. The final step involves establishing the talisman incantation, typically a command for the talisman's application, such as Ji Ji Ru Lu Ling, Kai, or simple commands like Pu, to draw forth the energy contained within the talisman for its intended use. After adjusting their breathing, the two first practiced the intricate runes and strokes of the talisman using regular brushes and paper, mastering the specific crafting techniques. They then stood before the table, prepared the talisman ink, dipped their brushes, circulated their true energy, and proceeded to open the talisman eye, clarify its purpose, embed its spirit, and finalize the incantation in one fluid motion. A dazzling array of complex runes flashed across the talisman paper, and Yi Chantian, upon finishing, exclaimed, "Enan I Fu, rise." The talisman paper trembled slightly, only to tear apart, an utter failure. In truth, success does not come easily to anyone. Failure should have been anticipated. Yet, the resilient nature of both individuals kept their spirits unyielded through each setback. Impatience and unease were emotions best avoided. As the afternoon waned, over 30 sheets of talisman paper had been destroyed. During the talisman crafting process, Yi Changtian and Lin Qingyue felt a twinge of fatigue, as though they had endured numerous battles, their true energy being continuously consumed and replenished. Despite the weariness, they both sensed a gradual increase in their true energy. Particularly Lin Qingyue, who felt that this brief afternoon was akin to the results of a month's worth of cultivation. With the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage seemingly within reach, Yi Changtian, however, remained largely unaffected, engrossed in the fervent creation of talismans. The atmosphere was tranquil, ethereal, and silent, as though entering a state of profound mystery. Yi Changtian lifted his brush, the ink flowing in swift yet deliberate motions, the talisman ink shimmering with unique brilliance. With a soft utterance, "Rise," the Enan I Fu suddenly sprang to life, vibrating and gracefully tracing an elegant arc through the air before settling perfectly onto the table. Had he succeeded? Yi Changtian gazed at the talisman before him, his heart swelling with excitement. Lin Qingyue witnessed this enchanting moment, cautiously lifting the talisman and smiling radiantly at Yi Changtian as she declared, "We have succeeded." Yi Changtian accepted the Enan I Fu from Lin Qingyue's hands, glanced at her, and then affixed the talisman to himself, reciting the incantation. Lin Qingyue observed intently as, in an instant, Yi Changtian appeared to vanish, his form imperceptible to the naked eye. Closing her eyes and relying on her breath, she found herself unable to sense him. He had even concealed his presence in the surrounding space. "Can you see me?" Yi Changtian inquired, witnessing Lin Qingyue's perplexed expression. Just as he was about to say more, he realized the Enan I Fu had begun to crumble, revealing his form once again. Although the Enan I Fu was remarkable, their cultivation levels were too shallow, allowing them only to produce basic talismans. These talismans often have time constraints. For instance, the Enan I Fu could be used for approximately the duration of half a stick of incense, and were also one-time use talismans, incapable of casting spells while in a concealed state. Yi Changtian lamented, "The Enan I Fu proves effective against enemies and magical beasts alike. In the heat of battle, countless things can transpire in the blink of an eye. Having half a stick of incense to conceal one's form and breath exceeds my expectations." Lin Qingyue reassured him, acknowledging the truth in his words, "You should not be overly ambitious." Thus, Yi Changtian shared his insights from successfully crafting the Enan I Fu with Lin Qingyue, and they both dove back into the art of talisman creation. "I did it. I finally succeeded." Lin Qingyue's joyous voice pierced through Yi Changtian's ears, and he beamed at her as she waved the Enan I Fu in her hand. "Does that not make me a first-grade talisman master?" She laughed heartily, bringing a sense of relief and ease to her parents below. Their daughter's happiness was the greatest solace. "Presenting myself as a first-grade talisman master, I humbly invite the esteemed talisman master to take a seat and rest," Yi Changtian said with a respectful gesture. "Please, no need for formalities. Take a seat," Lin Qingyue replied, and they both burst into laughter together. Although they had successfully crafted the Enan I Fu, they were still unfamiliar with the process, resulting in a certain failure rate. In their subsequent attempts to create more Enan I Fu, they managed to produce a total of 36. Having consumed 100 sheets of talisman paper, with a success rate of merely 30%. These novice talisman masters were unaware of how rare this achievement was, still lamenting the difficulty of mastering talisman crafting. As their skills in talisman creation grew more proficient, they gradually mastered the techniques, refining their control over spiritual awareness and true energy. Their success rate in crafting talismans significantly improved, leading to the completion of the Jifeng Fu, Dahuoqiu Fu, and Baidu Fu. However, they encountered substantial difficulties when attempting to create the Jingang Fu, the Yinan Fu, Jingang Fu, Jifeng Fu, Dahuoqiu Fu, and Baidu Fu. Among these, the Yinan Fu, Jifeng Fu, and Baidu Fu were merely low-grade talismans, while the Dahuoqiu Fu, though a middle-grade talisman, was easily mastered by both due to their adeptness with fire elements. After numerous failures, they successfully sealed some fire elements within the Dahuoqiu Fu, achieving a higher success rate. Yet, the Jingang Fu completely stumped them. After shattering dozens of sheets of talisman paper, they still could not succeed. The Jingang Fu, a middle-grade defensive talisman, could withstand the full force of an early-stage foundation establishment strike, but only for the span of a single breath. The extreme defensive capability of the Jingang Fu greatly intrigued Yi Changtian. If successful, it would grant both him and Qingyue significant escape abilities when facing second-tier magical beasts, even if they were not victorious. Changtian, let us take a break, Lin Qingyue said, wiping the slight sweat from her brow and offering a warm towel to Yi Changtian. It seems this second-grade talisman is indeed challenging. I have been too eager for success, Yi Changtian remarked, gazing at the scattered talisman paper with a hint of remorse. Do not worry. I can always use my pocket money to buy more talisman paper. Lin Qingyue replied cheerfully, showing little concern for their failures, valuing instead the experience gained. Yi Changtian nodded, noting the late hour, and bid farewell to the Lin family before returning home. After dinner, he spent an hour in his room cultivating before retrieving an ancient alchemy furnace from his spatial ring, along with various herbs. These were the materials required for crafting the first-grade Danyao, Hui Yuan Dan. Hui Yuan Dan, as its name suggests, is designed to rapidly restore a cultivator's spiritual energy and true essence. In confrontations with magical beasts, cultivators often face dire situations. After exhausting their spiritual energy from casting powerful spells, they may be countered by magical beasts, leading to their demise. However, Hui Yuan Dan, a first-grade elixir, is only effective for those in the Qi refinement stage. Cultivators at the foundation establishment stage require Zhu Yuan Dan and Sheng Yuan Dan, which are second-grade elixirs. Typically, cultivators reserve these elixirs as precious resources, seldom using them lightly, for not everyone possesses the qualifications to be an alchemist, and each elixir is a treasure of great worth. Alchemists, talismans masters, and formation masters are exceedingly rare professions among cultivators in the mortal realm. Among them, alchemists are particularly formidable, as they are often backed by powerful factions. To oppose an alchemist is to challenge the influence that supports them. This results in some second-tier alchemists, despite their relatively low cultivation levels, instilling fear in foundation establishment and even golden core cultivators who dare not provoke them lightly. Certain alchemists possess the capacity to command numerous individuals of greater strength as their subordinates, fulfilling their requirements. Yi Changtian, within the confines of the Fusang space, perused the prerequisites for becoming an alchemist. The conditions for aspiring to this title are stringent, yet not insurmountably so. However, to truly attain the status of a distinguished alchemist presents considerable challenges. There are 3 core prerequisites. First, one must possess the ability to ignite and control fire. The principle without fire, there is no alchemy underscores this necessity. The fire referred to here can be derived from the alchemical flames of foundation establishment or higher, the earth flames, or the extraordinary fires of heaven and earth. Naturally, it also includes flames conjured from elemental fire. Second, one must wield formidable spiritual power, specifically the capacity for mental control. This is essential during the alchemical process, where various herbs must be harmoniously fused. A certain level of spiritual acuity is required to seize the opportune moment and orchestrate the orderly amalgamation of the herbs. A deficiency in spiritual power would hinder timely awareness of the alchemical progression and its state, thus compromising the chances of success. Third, aspiring alchemists should ideally possess wood and fire spiritual roots. It is important to note that this is not an absolute requirement. Yet an alchemist with a wood spiritual root can better imbue their elixirs with vitality, significantly enhancing their success rate, while one with a fire spiritual root would find their alchemical endeavors comparatively easier. However, Yi Changtian discovered that within the entirety of Linha Academy and the surrounding noble clans, there was no mention of any alchemists. This may be attributed to the high demands placed upon potential alchemists, but more significantly, it relates to economic capabilities. Alchemists require vast amounts of precious herbs for their craft. While the materials for first-tier elixirs may be manageable, those required for second-tier, third-tier, and higher-grade elixirs are invariably rare and difficult to procure. Relying solely on spirit stones to purchase these materials is beyond the means of most families. Even with sufficient resources, acquiring the alchemical formulas presents another considerable obstacle. Even if an alchemist possesses a formula, the likelihood of successfully concocting the elixir remains uncertain. After all, every alchemist must undergo countless trials to gradually hone their skills. From the perspective of modern investment, becoming an alchemist is undoubtedly a high-risk, high-investment, and high-reward endeavor. Even with significant resources and herbs invested, the outcome remains unpredictable. However, should a family manage to produce a third or even fourth-tier alchemist, they would undoubtedly become the object of contention among various powerful factions, leading the family to ascend to a position of prominence. The Huiyuan is merely a restorative elixir intended for the qi refining stage, and its ingredients are relatively easy to procure, having already been acquired in Feng Street. Following the alchemical techniques recorded in the alchemical texts, Yi Changtian stabilized his breathing and gently placed his hand over the fire mouth of the cauldron. As he channeled his spiritual energy, a flicker of flame appeared from his palm, entering the cauldron through the fire mouth, causing the flames to surge and the temperature within the cauldron to gradually rise. However, at this stage, the flames are typically unsuitable for alchemical processes, as their ferocity can extinguish all vitality. Thus, Yi Changtian meticulously practiced his methods, simultaneously manipulating the fire elements while diverting his focus to the wood elements. With his eyes closed, Yi Changtian sought tranquility, striving to harmonize his spiritual energy to wield both elements concurrently. The synergistic output of fire and wood elements is a critical component in the alchemical process. They must coexist, intertwining without diminishing the potency of the fire or the life force of the wood. This seemingly simple step posed a considerable challenge for Yi Changtian. Alchemy proved far more arduous than anticipated. Although wood can generate fire, an excess of wood can stifle flames, while an abundance of fire can consume wood. Consequently, Yi Changtian had no choice but to continuously exert his spiritual power to balance the two elements. As night descended into silence, while others slumbered, Yi Changtian remained engrossed in the control of the symbiotic relationship between the fire and wood elements. Lacking a mentor's guidance necessitated greater effort on his part. Yet his resilience and perseverance compensated for this shortcoming. Chapter 15. Mingyu Auction House. Not every path is accompanied by guidance. Some journeys are solitary, laden with burdens. And in such moments, one must rely solely on oneself. As dawn's light began to filter through, Yi Changtian, still in a meditative posture, remained entranced in the state of the previous night. Within the cauldron, a flickering display of extraordinary flames emerged, shifting between dark red and brownish hues, each color exuding an indescribable essence, as if the flames themselves pulsated with life. Outside the cauldron, a box contained 7 or 8 different granules, along with several jade vials filled with vibrant liquids. These were the result of Yi Changtian's efforts in refining herbs. In contrast, another side displayed a considerable amount of charred remnants, clearly the result of improper flame control that had incinerated the herbs. Refining herbs is the first step in alchemy. Through continuous experimentation and exploration, Yi Changtian began to master the art of temperature control, learning to identify the optimal temperatures for various herbs. Alchemy is a demanding endeavor that exhausts both mind and spirit, with constant application of mental acuity leading to significant fatigue. Prolonged elemental manipulation severely depletes spiritual energy. Whenever his spiritual energy waned, Yi Changtian would execute his techniques to absorb the ambient spiritual energy and extract it from spirit stones, continuously replenishing his exhausted reserves. After half an hour of cultivation, he sensed a renewed flow of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, an improvement from his initial state. It was this very fortitude that enabled him to persevere until dawn. At this moment, Yi Changtian's complexion appeared somewhat pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he deftly maneuvered his fingers, placing the refined granules into the cauldron. This moment was crucial, the fusion of herbs. Yi Changtian employed the gentle flames to heat the herbs, perceiving their gradual integration within the cauldron, before adding the extracted liquid. Upon entering the cauldron, the liquid merged seamlessly with the granules. Yi Changtian cautiously controlled the process with his mental acuity. Different herbs required varying temperatures, Some might only necessitate a few hundred degrees Celsius, while others required significantly higher temperatures. This demanded Yi Changtian's precise manipulation of the flame's intensity within the cauldron, testing his spiritual prowess. Herbs requiring lower temperatures necessitated a deliberate suppression of the flames, whereas those requiring higher temperatures called for an intensification of the fire. As dawn approached, Yi Changtian steadily combined the various granules and liquids within the cauldron. Was this the moment of alchemical success? Yi Changtian murmured, sensing that the herbs had fully merged. Within the cauldron, a dozen dark red elixirs hovered in suspension, gradually withdrawing the harmonious flames of wood and fire. He opened the cauldron's lid and tapped its base. The dark red elixirs soared out, suspended in the air of the room. Without pausing to revel in his triumph, he deftly summoned the elixirs back, carefully placing them into jade vials, leaving only one behind. Holding the solitary dark red elixir in his palm, Yi Changtian pondered for a moment before raising it to his mouth. As the elixir entered, a warm sensation coursed through his meridians, and the dwindling spiritual energy within him surged, restoring at least 30% of his reserves. Indeed, it was the Huiyuan Dan. Elated by the efficacy of the elixir, Yi Changtian stored the cauldron and the remaining herbs within his spatial ring, cradling the jade vials close to his chest. Exhausted, he lay down to rest, surrendering to slumber as the morning light began to break. After resting for 2 hours, Yi Changtian finally awoke. His spirit and complexion had improved significantly. As he stepped out of his room, he discovered Lin Qingyue sitting serenely in the courtyard, engrossed in her cultivation. It turned out that Lin Qingyue had arrived early in the morning, but upon seeing Yi Changtian still resting, she refrained from disturbing him. "You are awake." Before leaving, Uncle Yi and Auntie Yi prepared some meals for you. "Eat first, then we shall continue," Lin Qingyue said, her eyes brightening as she stood up, adjusting her attire before approaching him. Yi Changtian nodded and, after a simple meal, the two resumed their efforts in crafting the King Kong talismans. As the talisman paper gradually diminished, their skills in talisman production also advanced. Several times, the King Kong talismans shattered just as success seemed imminent. However, success was indeed within reach. Sure enough, during one of Lin Qingyue's attempts, the talisman paper radiated a blinding golden light, which then converged, landing perfectly intact on the table. "Changtian, we finally succeeded," Lin Qingyue exclaimed joyfully, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. The energy consumed in crafting a mid-grade talisman was immense. Observing her fatigue, Yi Changtian approached, holding the precious King Kong talisman with a smile. Noticing Lin Qingyue's significant energy depletion, he retrieved a medicinal vial from his pocket, pouring out a recovery pill for her to ingest. "This is a recovery pill. It can swiftly restore your internal energy," Yi Changtian explained. Lin Qingyue nodded, accepting the pill without hesitation, and felt her energy rapidly replenishing, astonished at the efficacy of such a remarkable elixir. "Don't you want to ask where this pill came from?" Yi Changtian inquired, a hint of amusement in his voice as he observed Lin Qingyue's complexion gradually returning to a healthy hue. "What is there to ask? You provided the pill, and I willingly consumed it. Why complicate things?" Lin Qingyue retorted with an eye roll, having grown accustomed to Yi Changtian's air of mystery. Hearing this, Yi Changtian laughed heartily, and the pair once again immersed themselves in talisman crafting. After numerous failures, Yi Changtian finally succeeded in creating his own King Kong talisman. With the aid of the recovery pills, they worked tirelessly from morning until afternoon, ultimately exhausting their supply of talisman paper. Upon counting, they found they had produced 36 concealment talismans, 14 gale talismans, and 10 detoxification talismans in the low-grade category, along with 12 fireball talismans and 6 King Kong talismans in the mid-grade category, a total of merely 78 talismans. This was a disappointing yield from 300 pieces of talisman paper, yielding a success rate of less than 30%. If they were to divide their results, each would only possess 39 talismans. Such a quantity left Yi Changtian feeling somewhat dissatisfied, especially considering the 60 mid-grade spirit stones it had cost them. "By the way, do you think these talismans could be auctioned at the Mingyu auction house?" Yi Changtian pondered, realizing that his supply of spirit stones had nearly dwindled, making it necessary to acquire materials and medicinal herbs for talisman crafting, which required a substantial amount of spirit stones. "If you need money, I can lend you some." Lin Qingyue protested against Yi Changtian's reluctance to borrow from her. "Fool, we will need a considerable amount of spirit stones in the future. Your pocket money will only suffice for a couple of indulgences. We need to find a sustainable source of spirit stones," Yi Changtian explained, gently tapping her forehead. "All right. I have heard from my father that the Mingyu auction house regularly auctions techniques, medicinal pills, herbs, and rare metals. However, talismans seem to be less frequently auctioned since there are no talismans masters in Linha. We might want to give it a try, Lin Xingwei recalled her father's words thoughtfully. Indeed. But before that, we need to make ourselves presentable, Yi Changtian said with a mischievous grin. The Mingyu auction house is backed by the Danming, a coalition formed by alchemists across the Xianling continent, establishing auction houses and herbal shops to gather spirit stones and collect herbs. Any alchemist may apply to join the Danming by passing an alchemy assessment, thus enjoying the benefits and privileges of membership, albeit with a requirement to contribute a certain percentage of their produced pills to support the operation of the Danming. A portion of the pills crafted by these alchemists flows into the auction houses, exchanged for spirit stones to procure more herbs and resources. Within the Mingyu auction house, an elderly man in plain attire reprimanded 3 individuals before him. Afterward, the 3 left, somewhat dejected. Just then, a little girl in a red dress dashed in, exclaiming, "Grandpa Su, alchemy is so boring. Can we go out to play, please? Just for an hour. You have only practiced for 3 hours today. You must exercise patience." "My dearling, you cannot rush this," Su Bing said, affectionately patting the girl's head. Linger pouted but eventually exited. "Sigh, will this year's tasks go unfulfilled? It seems I shall soon be out of a job as the chief officer of this auction house." Su Bing lamented as he tidied up and prepared to step outside for a stroll. Chapter 16. Chief Officer Su Bing competition is the law of the world, and no one is exempt from its reach. "My lords, may I inquire if you are here to auction items? Please, come in, shortly. An appraiser will arrive to assess the value of your auctioned items." A staff member gently closed the door, preparing to summon the appraiser. Su Bing had intended to go out but felt an inexplicable urge to ask the departing staff member, "What items are the guests here to auction?" Upon recognizing Su Bing, the staff member bowed respectfully before replying, "2 guests in black cloaks just arrived, intending to auction talismans. I was about to consult Chief Chao." Su Bing, a second-grade alchemist, though not well-versed in talismans, had heard of them as a chief officer dispatched from elsewhere. He stopped the staff member, saying, "There's no need to consult Chief Chao. I shall take a look myself." In the staff member's astonished gaze, Su Bing pushed open the door to the reception room and strode in. "Do you wish to auction talismans? May I inquire how I should address you?" Su Bing approached the 2 guests, who appeared slender and not particularly tall, their identities concealed by their veils, remaining unfazed as many individuals prefer to keep their names and identities private in such settings. "We are of the Lin family, and we have a few talismans here. We would like to know if your auction house can facilitate their auction," Yi Changtian said, adopting a hoarse voice as he borrowed Lin Xingyue's surname to inquire directly. The art of talismans is said to possess the ability to command spirits and channel the energies of heaven and earth into the talisman paper. Different talismans have varying effects. "May I ask what functions your talismans possess? Could I have a look?" Su Bing scrutinized the 2 closely but found no identifiable features, only sensing they were quite young. These are 5 concealment talismans, designed to hide one's form and aura. Unless one's cultivation is significantly superior, it is difficult to detect the presence of the bearer. However, this type of talisman can only last for half a stick of incense and is single use. These 5 gale talismans enhance speed, allowing one to travel at 3 times their original velocity. They last for the duration of 1 stick of incense and are also single use. Yi Changtian replied in a calm and measured tone. 10 in total? Su Bing was taken aback. It was not merely 1 or 2, presenting 2 types of talismans, each with 5 pieces, suggested that the individuals before him were likely talisman masters. Moreover, these concealment talismans not only obscured form, but also masked one's aura. This was an exceedingly precious asset for those engaged in combat, though their duration was limited and they were single use. Possessing even 1 concealment talisman provided an additional layer of security. The Gale talismans, while seemingly less significant, could enable cultivators in perilous situations to swiftly retreat or launch an attack, affording them sufficient distance to escape during 1 stick of incense. Each type greatly enhances the chances of survival. As he gazed at the ethereal glow subtly pulsating within the talisman paper, Su Bing's formidable soul perception allowed him to sense the extraordinary energy encapsulated within the talisman. He recognized that this talisman was genuine. Such a precious artifact must be auctioned at our Mingyu auction house. With this thought in mind, Su Bing spoke, "Esteemed gentlemen, this talisman can be auctioned at our Mingyu auction house. However, it is imperative to note that the auction house will retain 8% of the final sale price as a handling fee." "That poses no issue," Yi Changtian replied nonchalantly. Before inquiring, "When can we proceed with the auction?" Su Bing pondered for a moment and replied, "If you are not in a hurry, we can hold the auction the day after tomorrow." Yi Chantian and Lin Qingyuan nodded in agreement, then produced a piece of paper from their robes, which detailed various medicinal herbs required for the foundation establishment pill and other ingredients. If your auction house possesses these herbs, I can exchange them for the talisman or purchase them with the spirit stones obtained from the auction. Su Bing lifted his gaze, astonished. As a second-tier alchemist, he was well acquainted with the materials needed for the foundation establishment pill, having successfully crafted it before, albeit with a low success rate. The list not only enumerated the primary materials necessary for the foundation establishment pill, but also included many other herbs. Could it be that the other party is backed by an alchemist? Su Bing refrained from further inquiries, as the masked visitors had already revealed much through their presence. After nodding in agreement and issuing the auction receipt, the two departed from the auction house. After circling a few times to ensure they were not being followed, Yi Chantian and Lin Qingyue changed their attire and blended into the crowd of Fang Street. Within the auction house, Su Bing summoned the appraiser and 3 other officials. After the appraiser meticulously examined the talismans, he remarked, "These talismans indeed align with the chief official's assessment. They are undoubtedly low-grade magical talismans." Given that Master Wang and the chief official had both authenticated them as genuine, there was no room for doubt regarding their authenticity. However, it had been noted that there had been no reports of talisman masters in Linha, and such practitioners were often shrouded in mystery. Even the Alchemist Alliance knew little about them. Now that they had suddenly appeared in Linha, should an investigation be conducted? Chief Chao contemplated as he scrutinized the talismans. That would not be wise. Observe this. Su Bing presented the list of herbs provided by Yi Chantian. As the officials gathered to inspect it, expressions of astonishment appeared on their faces. Su Bing noted their reactions and continued, "If I am not mistaken, the other party is not only accompanied by a talisman master, but also backed by an alchemist. Moreover, the alchemist's rank is likely to be second tier." Second tier? Does that not place them on par with you? Chief Wang exclaimed in astonishment. Examining this list, the soul condensation grass, second-tier elemental cores, frost dew, and netherroot are indeed the primary materials for the foundation establishment pill, a fact known to all present. To craft a foundation establishment pill, or even a second-tier elixir, at least a second-tier alchemist or higher is required. Chief Chao remarked, noticing the nods of agreement from others, and continued. Such a person may be a wandering recluse from a hidden family or a sect, possibly even someone unknown within our Alchemist Alliance. Therefore, it is crucial to avoid alarming them and to foster a good relationship. Chief Chao is absolutely correct. Whether it is the enigmatic second-tier alchemist or the even more mysterious talisman master, both warrant our utmost attention. Cultivating a favorable rapport is indeed our most prudent course of action. Let us examine our inventory and prepare the herbs listed. Additionally, I have heard that the competition among 5th-tier students at the Junior Academy has moved to the outskirts of Qin Mountain, which is a trial of life and death. Surely, these prominent families will invest in greater protections for their prodigies. We shall inform the major families and factions about the upcoming talisman auction, scheduled for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow at Auction Hall 1, which I will personally oversee. After Su Bing concluded, the others nodded in agreement and proceeded to make preparations. Yi Chantian and Lin Qingyue returned to procure additional talisman paper, ink, brushes, and some medicinal herbs for the Guiyuan Dan. Naturally, Lin Qingyue financed these expenses. Upon returning home, Lin Qingyue focused on crafting the talismans, while Yi Chantian dedicated his time to alchemy. One skillfully wielded a brush, and the other expertly controlled the flame to refine the elixirs, though separated by a distance. Both were diligently striving toward their goals. In stark contrast to their tranquil endeavors, the entire Linha was abuzz with sensational news, emanating from the Mingyu auction house. In the Ning family, Ning Yi furrowed his brows as he perused the auction list sent by the Mingyu auction house. Aside from some low-tier martial arts, spiritual herbs, and elixirs, the presence of talismans stood out, particularly as the specific effects of the talismans were detailed. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Ning Yi. He was acutely aware of his daughter Ning Xiaoxue's participation in the Qin Mountain competition, and he harbored persistent concerns for her safety. Although her ice attributes combined with her martial arts provided ample self-defense against first-tier magical beasts, the prospect of encountering a second-tier beast was daunting. If he could procure the Gale Talisman and the Concealment Talisman, would that not be fortuitous? With this thought, Ning Yi summoned the family's key members for discussion. In the Xiao family, Xiao Mo also scrutinized the auction list, resolute in his determination to secure these talismans to ensure Xiao Ziliyang's safety during the competition. The Du family, Song family, Su family, Wang family, and others had also received the auction list. Even the junior academy in Linha received it, leaving director Meng Yang and the other instructors somewhat astonished, leading them to decide to attend the auction the following day. Moreover, the Yi and Lin families also received the auction list. However, due to the limited financial resources of Yi Yiming and Lin Ting's households, they did not place much importance on the auction and merely set the list aside on their desks. As evening descended once more, Lin Qinghua successfully crafted several talismans. Throughout the repeated process of talisman creation, her cultivation advanced steadily, with a breakthrough imminent. Concurrently, Yi Changtian's alchemical practices significantly enhanced his application of spiritual awareness. His ability to control flames in harmony with wood, and his capacity to extract and fuse medicinal materials. The spiritual energy he consumed during the alchemical process was continually cycled, growing more robust and profound. On the following morning, Yi Changtian and Lin Qinghua headed to the academy together. Today, the director needed to finalize the list of participants and conduct closed training sessions to better prepare for the magical beasts. In Director Meng Yang's office, all fifth-tier students reported in. Compared to previous days, the group exhibited a newfound calmness, having matured through their choices in the face of adversity. This competition is exceptionally perilous, so I urge you to be cautious with your forthcoming decisions. Now please share your choices. Meng Yang's commanding presence radiated a palpable pressure upon the students. I will participate, Xiao Ziliang declared confidently, having recently advanced from the 5th to the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage. I shall also participate. Do me step forward. Count me in. Participating. I forfeit. I too forfeit. Several students, somewhat embarrassed, quietly voiced their decisions. I will participate, Ning Xiaoxua stated, clad in her pristine white attire, her gaze growing ever colder. Yi Changtian, having observed a marked increase in his mental acuity through his recent alchemical practice, could distinctly sense that Ning Xiaoxua had made significant strides, likely reaching the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Yi Changtian and Lin Qinghua also expressed their intent to participate. While everyone was unaware of the rapid ascent of Yi Changtian to 5th-tier status and his advancement to the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage, his swift growth left Xiao Ziliang feeling a sense of inadequacy. He had hoped to find an opportunity to teach Yi Changtian a lesson post his own advancement to the 6th layer, but upon seeing him now, it became clear that he stood no chance against him. This realization was deeply disheartening for Xiao Ziliang, as he understood that Yi Changtian was no longer the initial underdog. Director Meng Yang nodded in satisfaction and cleared his throat, stating, now, excluding the students who have forfeited, we have a total of 10 participants in the competition. Regardless of whether one chooses to abstain or to participate, I extend my unwavering support, for this is a matter of life and death. Naturally, those who opt to abstain need not feel remorse. You remain a source of pride for our academy. After the abstaining students departed, Meng Yang addressed the 10 remaining students. In the path of cultivation, there are no shortcuts. Only through trials of blood and fire can you hope to progress and evolve. To become a great cultivator, one must not only exert effort beyond the imagination of ordinary beings, but also embrace risk and opportunity. Danger often coexists with opportunity. My dear students, I am proud of your choices. With 11 days remaining until the competition, tomorrow evening, I shall take you to the back mountain of the academy for a week of intensive training. Your adversaries will be the 10 mentors concealed in the shadows. Chapter 17. Fierce bidding life resembles an auction. Some can afford the price yet have no need, while others, driven by desire, cannot meet the cost. Upon returning to the academy, Yi Changtian immersed himself in alchemy once more. The growth of his spiritual energy sharpened his perception, allowing him to sense movements from 20 meters away. This revelation filled him with delight, prompting him to delve deeper into alchemical practices. However, the toll on his spiritual energy was immense. After refining several batches of Huiyuan Dan, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Throughout the long night, Lin Qinghua persevered in crafting talismans, her heart resolute in the belief that more talismans would enhance their future safety, not only for herself, but for him as well. As the sun rose on the second day, the two gathered their respective achievements. In addition to 1 vial of Huiyuan Dan each, they possessed 10 vials, each containing 20 pills, totaling 200. Yi Changtian proposed they each take 5 vials, storing them in their spatial rings. As for the talismans, after several days of Lin Qinghua's diligent creation, excluding the 10 designated for auction, they counted 70 hidden talismans, 30 gale talismans, 20 detox talismans, 36 medium-grade fireball talismans, and 14 diamond talismans, culminating in a total of 178 talismans. They divided the talismans equally, each carrying a share. as Yi Chantian considered the possibility of encountering danger that could separate them, necessitating talismans for their defense. Having organized their belongings, they ventured to Mingyu Auction House in the afternoon, where 100 guests arrived in succession. Meanwhile, Su Bing awaited something in his chamber. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the door. "Come in," he called, and in walked Chief Steward Chao. The Chief Steward, the major families of Linha, and the principal of Linha Primary Academy, Meng Yang, along with the teachers, have entered as per your instructions, without private rooms being arranged. However, there is still no news from the two, Chief Steward Chao reported. "Very well, it is not yet time. Let us wait a moment longer," Su Bing replied. Just then, another knock resounded, and it was Steward Wang, his face aglow with excitement. Noticing Wang's demeanor, Su Bing inquired, "Have they arrived?" "Yes, Chief Steward, they are here." Resting in the VIP room, Wang confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Su Bing's gaunt visage. He rose and clapped his hands, saying, "Steward Wang, please ensure they are well treated and escort them to the number 1 VIP room. Chief Steward Chao, you are responsible for maintaining order in the auction hall. I shall oversee the proceedings." Both Chief Steward Chao and Steward Wang nodded in acknowledgement before hastily departing. "Grandfather, who has come to bring you such joy?" Su Ling, donned in red, appeared at the door. "Ah, little Linger, come here." Su Bing laughed heartily, gazing affectionately at her. "Today, I shall host the auction. You may frolic in the number 2 VIP room, but do not cause too much commotion. Take Xiaoqing with you." All right, little Linger exclaimed, bouncing off to find Xiaoqing. In the auction hall, various families exchanged pleasantries, their faces adorned with smiles, yet the thoughts concealed within remained a mystery. As speculation arose about when the auction would commence and the starting prices, Su Bing emerged from a side passage, making his way to the stage. "Ah, it is indeed Su Daju, personally presiding over the auction." Some recognized Su Bing and gasped in astonishment, acknowledging the murmurs from the audience with a wave of his hand. Su Bing glanced toward the number 1 VIP room, then rapped his gavel, declaring, "I am Su Bing, today's auction host. Some esteemed guests may still recognize me. Thank you all for attending and for your support of Mingyu Auction House. Without further ado, let us begin the auction." Up for bid is a century-old Qingling grass, renowned for its ability to maintain mental clarity and serve as a primary ingredient in the refining of Mingxin Dan. Long-term use can enhance alertness and prevent one from falling into madness. The starting bid is 200 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 100 spirit stones. As Su Bing introduced the herb presented by the staff, the bidding commenced. 300. I bid 400. As soon as Su Bing's declaration fell, various families began to place their bids. Yi Chantian and Lin Qingyue sat comfortably in their VIP room, positioned directly opposite the auction stage, elevated enough to observe both the bidders in the front row and the happenings on stage clearly. The room was adorned with fresh flowers, and a cashmere carpet graced the floor, offering a soft touch. Tea had been prepared, and the staff soon exited, closing the door behind them. "I did not expect the treatment at this auction house to be so splendid," Yi Chantian remarked, shedding his hoarse tone and speaking in his original voice. "Indeed, this is my first visit as well. Look at these flowers, they are in full bloom," Lin Qingyue replied, delightedly inhaling their fragrance. Next up for sale is an array formation disc known as the Mijin formation. Each activation requires 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Once activated, it envelopes an area of 10 meters, creating a mist that disorients anyone or magical beasts that step within, rendering them incapable of harming those inside. The starting bid is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Bing announced, holding the formation disc in his hand. "I bid 1,200 low-grade spirit stones." Ning Yi raised her hand to declare. 1,500. Xiaomo sampled his tea before calling out. 1,700. "Chantian, look. Ning Xiaoxue is here too," Lin Qingyue exclaimed with joy, pointing to the figure beside Ning Yi. "Indeed," Yi Chantian responded, noticing Ning Xiaoxue near Ning Yi. He observed the people bidding below and remarked, "This formation disc is quite impressive. In the forest, it would provide peace of mind during nighttime rest." "Never mind. I believe we can manage this," Lin Qingyue reassured him, her heart steady with confidence in the upcoming competition. Ultimately, the Mijin formation disc was acquired by Xiao Mo for 2,300 low-grade spirit stones. Now being auctioned was a low-grade magical artifact known as the Gathering Spirit Bow. This bow is equipped with a miniature gathering spirit formation, utilizing elemental energy to shoot arrows that transform elemental power into formidable projectiles. The starting bid is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is a magical artifact? Lin Qingyue gazed down at the half-meter-long bow, intrigued by the chief steward's explanation about its ability to transform elemental energy into arrows. It is a low-grade magical artifact, quite a unique type. As you know, most non-cultivators wield weapons, while cultivators typically employ magical artifacts. Artificers create equipment that can be categorized into weapons, magical artifacts, treasures, and spiritual artifacts. Beyond spiritual artifacts lies the legendary celestial artifacts, divine artifacts, and innate treasures. Cultivators can enhance their spell potency through magical artifacts, the higher the grade. The greater the assistance to the cultivator. Yi Changtian had perused some materials on the mastery of artifact forging and gained a certain understanding of magical instruments. However, due to his inability to clone himself and the necessity of specialized metals and comprehension of certain formations for forging, he had yet to attempt the craft. Lin Qingyuan nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze fixed on the increasingly lively auction below. Magical instruments were rare, even among prominent clans. The number of such artifacts often amounted to only a few, typically regarded as treasured heirlooms and seldom used. Some great clans might not possess a single magical instrument at all. At this moment, Yi Changtian's brow twitched slightly as he sensed an inexplicable feeling of being observed within the empty room, but this sensation vanished as suddenly as it had come. He refrained from speaking, choosing instead to accompany Lin Qingyuan in observing the auction. With a subtle flicker of his consciousness, he penetrated the wall and glimpsed a beautiful woman and a charming young girl in a red dress in the adjacent room. The girl was playing and laughing, while the woman appeared relaxed. Seeing no abnormalities, Yi Changtian withdrew his awareness. Amidst the clamor, the gathering spirit bow was ultimately auctioned off for an astonishing 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, successfully claimed by Ning Yi. It seemed this bow was intended for Ning Xiaoxue. Yi Changtian nodded in silent approval. With her ice affinity and the bow's icy arrows combined, her power would undoubtedly be formidable. Ladies and gentlemen, our auction house has recently acquired several rare talismans. Each talisman is a hard-won, consumable item. Once used, it is gone. If you wish to obtain one, do so swiftly. The concealment talisman not only obscures one's form, but also masks one's aura, lasting for the duration of a half-incense stick. In the midst of combat and perilous circumstances, a moment's concealment can be crucial for survival. There are 5 concealment talismans in total, which will be auctioned off separately. The starting bid for each concealment talisman is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Bing announced, casting a glance toward Yi Changtian's location. A starting bid of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single talisman? Lin Qingyuan upstairs felt somewhat dizzy, astonished by the talisman's high value. Yi Changtian was equally taken aback. The cost he had incurred for his talismans was merely 600 low-grade spirit stones. The current worth of a single talisman had far exceeded that expenditure. I bid 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Mo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. For 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. The Song family also joined in. As the price continued to rise, the first concealment talisman was ultimately secured by Xiao Mo for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The subsequent talismans were claimed by the Ning family, the Su family, and the Song family for the same price of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The 5th concealment talisman, however, was escalated to 6,000 low-grade spirit stones and was eventually acquired by the Wang family. Su Bing licked his lips in excitement, observing the transactions with a beaming smile. Once the concealment talismans were auctioned off, he called out again, "Next, we have the Swift Wind talisman, which enhances speed, allowing one to move at 3 times their original velocity for the duration of an incense stick. When faced with danger, this talisman can swiftly create distance or increase one's agility." Without further ado, the starting bid for each Swift Wind talisman is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Undoubtedly, among all the auctioned items, the concealment and Swift Wind talismans were exceptionally precious. With the imminent competition among academies, every prominent family sought to ensure the safety of their young prodigies to the greatest extent possible, making these talismans highly coveted auction items. Ultimately, the Ning family and the Xiao family each acquired 1 Swift Wind talisman for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, while the Dean, Meng Yang, obtained another for 5,500 low-grade spirit stones. The remaining 2 talismans were bid up to 7,000 low-grade spirit stones, ultimately captured by the Du and Huang families. Such a staggering number? Both Yi Changtian and Lin Qingyuan were taken aback. Yet, the two quickly regained their composure, though the flush on their faces beneath their black cloaks betrayed their immense excitement and exhilaration. After a considerable time, the two finally calmed their racing hearts. Shortly thereafter, the auction formally concluded, and the attendees began to depart. Su Bing, with a radiant smile, reviewed the transaction records before hastily making his way to the VIP room. After knocking, he entered room 1 and cheerfully addressed Yi Changtian. The talismans entrusted to our auction house have all been sold. We garnered a total of 55,500 low-grade spirit stones, with an 8% commission deducted, leaving 51,060 low-grade spirit stones, which converts to 5,106 medium-grade spirit stones. Do you have any concerns? No issues. I merely wish to inquire about the status of the medicinal herb list, Yi Changtian rasped. As per the list you provided, I have mostly prepared everything. However, I only have fire attribute, water attribute, and earth attribute second-tier magic cores, and I have yet to locate the frost dew. Nonetheless, most of the other herbs have been secured, Su Bing replied earnestly. Chapter 18. The hunt begins. What lurks in the darkness evokes fear and unease. The answer lies in the unknown. Chief, have they departed? Chief Chow appeared behind Su Bing. Yes, Chief Chow. This auction has yielded significant profits, Su Bing remarked, shaking his beard and humming a tune as he stepped outside. Chief Chow laughed heartily, following closely behind. Indeed, just the commission from this auction alone has brought in 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. Adding in the 2 sets of medicinal herbs and the alchemical cauldron that were sold, we earned over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although we did not demand exorbitant prices, we established good rapport with those two, and it can be considered a successful transaction. Quite so. I have provided them with VIP gold cards. Henceforth, the chief will be responsible for their reception. However, he inquired about the whereabouts of the frost dew, which surprised me. Let us go and see if Xiao Ling has made any discoveries. Su Bing said with a smile. Grandfather, I can sense that the 2 individuals are quite young, seemingly only in their teens, likely not exceeding 20. Additionally, I detected a fiery aura. Both seem to possess fire affinity. One appears to be an alchemist with formidable soul perception. I merely glanced at them, and they sensed my presence. Thankfully, Aunt Qing reacted promptly and did not raise their suspicions, Su Ling said, clutching a small rabbit, accompanied by a beautiful girl named Xiao Qing. Upon hearing this, Su Bing was somewhat astonished. Su Ling's soul perception was exceptionally remarkable, being a rare wood-fire affinity with outstanding cultivation talent. At merely 8 years of age, she had already become a first-tier alchemist, her cultivation reaching the 6th level of qi refinement. The fact that the other party could detect Su Ling's scrutiny indicated their soul perception was also quite formidable. After closing his eyes and pondering for a prolonged moment, he sighed. Perhaps our previous conjectures were erroneous. Chief Chow, Xiao Qing, and Su Ling stared wide-eyed, uncertain of Su Bing's meaning. We have long speculated whether there is a powerful talisman master or alchemist behind the two, but it now seems that one of them may very well be a talisman master while the other is an alchemist. Su Bing articulated a surprising notion that left everyone astonished. After circling for a while, Yi Changtian and Lin Qinghua ultimately vanished into the crowd, finally returning home. Their expressions filled with exhilaration. Typically, an expenditure of 100 or 200 medium-grade spirit stones was already a considerable amount. Now, merely 10 low-grade talismans had exchanged for such an abundance of spirit stones. 4,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Lin Qinghua joyfully reflected on the heap of stones within her spatial ring. Indeed, I never anticipated the allure of talismans to be so immense. Yi Changtian exhaled. Qinghua, there is one thing you must remember. If you encounter danger and someone inquires about the origin of the talismans, you must assert that I discovered them and attribute everything to me, Yi Changtian said with a serious demeanor. Why? Lin Qinghua momentarily struggled to comprehend his intent, but quickly grasped it, replying, No, I cannot allow you to be put in danger. Qinghua, I am speaking hypothetically. You must promise me, Yi Changtian insisted. Yi Changtian grasped Lin Qinghua's hand and earnestly beseeched her. However, there was no however. Yi Changtian interrupted Lin Qinghua's words, and upon seeing her obedient nod, he felt reassured. He said, Do not worry. You will likely achieve a breakthrough soon, when the time comes. With the aid of talismans and our cooperation, even if we encounter someone at the initial stage of foundation establishment, we should be able to contend with them. At the very least, we can make our escape. At the Xiao family, Xiao Mo summoned Xiao Ziliang to his side and handed him one each of the concealment and gale talismans acquired at the auction, as well as the maze array disc. Given that each talisman was singular, Xiao Ziliang could only use them in times of peril. As for the maze array, he needed to familiarize himself with it as swiftly as possible. Additionally, Xiao Mo presented a precious Xingyuan Dan to Xiao Ziliang, allowing him to elevate his cultivation from the 6th layer of qi refinement to the peak of the 7th layer, and during the special training, he continued to absorb the medicinal effects, ultimately reaching the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The special training took place on the back mountain of the academy, where instructors could launch attacks from various angles at any time, leaving the 10 fifth-tier students utterly exhausted. The initial training was arduous, but as they adapted to the environment, they eventually learned to navigate the forest and acquired several survival skills. After a week of intensive training, the 10 fifth-tier students made further advancements. Lin Qingwei reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Xiao Ziliang also attained the 8th layer. Ning Xiaoxue reached the peak of the 7th layer. Yi Changtian, Su Zhao, and Du Mi, Su Wu, Wang Wen, Song Tianxing, and Huang Zhan all ascended to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. With Lin Qingwei and Xiao Ziliang as the team leaders, Lin Qingwei, Yi Changtian, Ning Xiaoxue, Su Wu, and Song Tianxing formed one group, while Xiao Ziliang, Su Zhao, Du Mi, Wang Wen, and Huang Zhan formed another. Under the leadership of Dean Ming Yang and instructor Su Qianma, they descended along the river and were met by designated personnel. After a day's journey, they arrived at the competition venue. "Ah, you are here, Meishan Academy's team leader, Morong Xian. May I ask your name?" A voice called out from not far from Yi Changtian. "Lin Qingwei," she replied. "Hello, Miss Qingwei. It appears you have just arrived. Have you yet collected the hunting ground map?" Morong Xian inquired amiably. Lin Qingwei glanced around at the other students, noticing their confusion, and asked, "What is the hunting ground map?" "The hunting ground map is the layout of the trial area. Here it is," Morong Xian said, producing the map from his pocket. Yi Changtian and the others gathered around as Morong Xian displayed the map with poise. It was a beautifully crafted depiction, inscribed with the words hunting ground map, illustrating a stretch of 100 miles into the periphery of Qin Mountain. Red lines distortedly divided the map into 4 areas, resembling the shape of an opened fan. The outermost layer indicated a general level of danger. The next layer marked as quite dangerous, followed by a layer labeled extremely dangerous, and the innermost layer, though the narrowest, was denoted as exceedingly perilous. This map was the result of expert reconnaissance conducted over a month to ensure safety during the competition. While magical beasts roamed frequently, most had their own territories. However, this was merely a reference. It did not guarantee that the outermost areas posed the least danger. It served as a warning, guiding participants to select appropriate zones for hunting magical cores and gathering herbs based on their cultivation levels. Naturally, the more hazardous locations held richer supplies of cores and herbs, with higher quality and significance. "And what do these 2 symbols denote?" Xiao Ziliang asked, pointing at various triangular and pentagonal symbols scattered across the map. The triangular symbols represent micro-teleportation points, with a total of 6 arranged. Over there, you can see a large platform where a teleportation array is being set up. Once activated, the 6 micro-teleportation points located within the Qin Mountain periphery will be triggered. If we find ourselves in danger, we can rush to the nearest micro-teleportation array and activate it with spirit stones to be transported to this platform. However, using the teleportation array signifies the end of the competition and re-entry is not permitted. "Such a formidable formation exists?" Xiao Ziliang exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. It is said to have been crafted by a master array artist from Qin Mountain Academy," Morong Xian replied, adding that each micro-teleportation array could only transport one person at a time, requiring a delay before another could be sent through. Furthermore, while the arrays were placed in relatively concealed locations, their safety from magical beasts could not be guaranteed. If damaged, they would become inoperative, necessitating a swift retreat. "And what do the pentagonal stars signify?" Dumi inquired. "There are 4 pentagonal stars, each representing a person: Fenghua, Shuangling, Yuning, and Xueqing, who are also advanced students of Qin Mountain Academy. Rumor has it that they each possess a cultivation level above the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Should the teleportation array become unusable, one can signal these 4 for assistance. However, requesting aid also signifies the conclusion of the competition," Morong Xian elaborated, and the group grasped the information. After expressing her gratitude, Lin Qingwei asked where to collect the hunting ground maps and subsequently acquired 10 copies, distributing them among the group. Morong Xian, ever courteous, retreated to his academy's designated area, though his gaze occasionally drifted towards them. After a night of rest, as dawn broke the following day, all participants gathered in their respective school areas. The deans of the various academies stood upon a wooden platform, with Elder Huang at the center. Casting a keen gaze over all the students gathered below, the elite nurtured by these 16 junior academies. "Cough. I am Huang Qiu, the head of this competition. This contest will assess your comprehensive abilities, hone your combat skills, and cultivate your survival capabilities. It is an essential trial on the path of cultivation. The outcome of the competition will be determined solely by the magical cores and herbs you collect. Before the contest begins, each of you will receive a spatial ring specifically for storing herbs and magical cores. Remember, do not attempt to cheat by placing previously acquired items within. We will verify the timing of your collection. Only magical cores and herbs obtained within these 10 days will be considered valid. The competition will consist of 2 simultaneous events, one for the collective honor of the Academy and the other for individual merit. Exceptional performance will yield abundant rewards for both the best academy and the best student. We will also rank participants based on individual achievements, with varying quantities of foundation establishment pills as rewards. You may enter the mountain alone or in groups. It is imperative to clarify that within the same academy, the plundering of herbs and magic cores is strictly prohibited. Should such an incident occur, the offender will be stripped of their eligibility to enter Qinshan Academy, and their family will also lose the privileges of a 5th-level student. However, between different academies, the mutual seizure of magic cores and herbs is permissible, contingent upon one's strength. It is crucial to note that during the process of seizing magic cores and herbs, the killing or abandonment of fellow students is absolutely forbidden. Should any academy encounter such a situation, it will face disbandment. In the event of danger, one may retreat to the locations marked by pentagram personnel and triangular teleportation arrays on the hunting ground map. It is essential for everyone to understand that there are only 10 pentagrams and triangles, dispersed across a vast area of 100 miles. Therefore, whether one can reach the designated location or wait for the pentagram personnel depends on your capabilities. Once a teleportation array is activated or a distress signal is sent, it is regarded as the conclusion of the contest and participants will be returned to this location. Elder Huang Qiu surveyed the crowd, inquiring if there were any questions, to which a profound silence ensued. This is excellent. The teachers will distribute the hunting ground maps, distress signal flares, and spatial rings. Subsequently, students will determine their own routes. The contest will last for 10 days, and all must return by dusk on the 10th day. Now, I declare the contest officially commenced. Chapter 19. Heimu Xiezi. Though there may be stumbling blocks along the journey, there will undoubtedly be gains. As groups of students ventured into the mountains, the arena gradually emptied. With a command from Elder Huang, the teleportation arrays were activated, and simultaneously, subtle energy fluctuations appeared in some concealed locations at the periphery of Qinshan Forest, where 6 miniature teleportation arrays had already been initiated. 160 individuals dispersed into the depths of Nanshan Forest, akin to a droplet of water merging into the ocean. As students from various academies advanced and scattered, the presence of students from different institutions became nearly imperceptible. Everyone must remain vigilant and maintain formation as they proceed. Lin Xingyue led the group at the forefront, calling out to the others. Captain Lin, I propose we split into 2 groups to advance. Only in this manner can we cast a wider net and catch more fish. Xiao Ziliang expressed his dissatisfaction with Lin Xingyue's insistence on a 10-person team. I am considering everyone's safety. In the event of danger, having more people will allow us to look out for one another, Lin Xingyue retorted without hesitation. However, our objective is not safety, but the acquisition of magic cores and herbs. If we capture any while in a group of 10, will it belong to you or to the collective? Xiao Ziliang said begrudgingly. Xiao, I maintain my stance on forming a group of 10. The magic cores and herbs we capture will naturally be shared among us. If you have any objections, you are free to make your own decisions. Do not forget, you are also a team leader, Lin Xingyue replied, a hint of frustration evident in her tone. Shu, everyone be quiet. Ye Changtian sensed something amiss and hurriedly urged silence. Xu Zhao behind you, Ye Changtian shouted. And Xu Zhao felt a rush of wind behind him, an aura surging forth, and with a fist shimmering with golden light, he struck out forcefully. The sound of a dull thud echoed as Xu Zhao was sent tumbling over 2 zhang away. It was then that everyone discerned the approach of a spiny red wild boar. This is a Qi Hao Zhu, a first-tier fire attribute magical beast, with short tusks and a long snout, possessing tremendous force when it charges. Song Tianqing quickly explained upon seeing the wild boar. Xu Zhao was unharmed, merely knocked back by the sheer strength of the Qi Hao Zhu, and fortunately, the accumulation of leaves and the soft soil in the forest prevented any injury. I'm going to roast that wild boar, Xu Zhao exclaimed as he stood up and charged again. Roar! The Qi Hao Zhu glared with its bloodshot eyes, and Xu Zhao's powerful punch momentarily dazed it. Yet, in an instant, it regained its composure and charged again. Metal spike. A peculiar light flickered upon Xu Zhao's fist. Sharp metal spikes protruding fiercely as they collided with the Qi Hao Zhu's head. The boar let out a wretched cry, exhaling a blast of scorching flames. But Xu Zhao deftly evaded, summoning a burst of fierce fire with a swing of his fist. "Stop!" Xiao Ziliang urgently called out. Xu Zhao halted, watching Xiao Ziliang expectantly for an explanation. Xiao Ziliang retrieved a sharp sword from his spatial ring, and with the enhancement of its metallic properties, easily cleaved open the chest of the Qi Hao Zhu, extracting a dark red magic core. Addressing Xu Zhao and the others, he proclaimed, "This is a first-tier magic core." As he spoke, he tossed the magic core to Xu Zhao, who caught it and stored it within his ring. "Everyone can see that we are more than capable of handling first-tier magical beasts. Therefore, I propose we split up and hunt as many magical beasts as possible in the shortest time, while also seeking out spiritual herbs," Xiao Ziliang declared from atop a rock. Assuming the role of leader, I wish to accompany Xiao. Dumi stepped forward, and after exchanging glances, Wang Wen, Huang Zhan, and Xu Zhao also joined him. After a moment of hesitation, Su Wu chose to follow suit, leaving only Lin Xingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, Ye Changtian, and Song Tianqing in their original group. "You four take care. Retreat at the first sign of danger. We will certainly acquire more magic cores and herbs, for our highest collective honor." Xiao Ziliang laughed heartily as he led his companions away. Subsequently, Xiao Ziliang opted for a two-person team approach, advancing in synchronization while spaced 100 meters apart, hunting magical beasts and gathering herbs along the way. "Now, only the four of us remain. Let us proceed swiftly," Ye Changtian suggested. Having learned of Song Tianqing's water spiritual route, he patted her shoulder and continued onward with Ning Xiaoxue and Lin Xingyue. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the cooler it became. Towering trees and lush canopies nearly shrouded the sky, allowing only slender beams of sunlight to filter through to the forest floor. After 2 hours of travel, the quartet had traversed the outermost layer marked on the hunting ground map and began to enter the second layer. Along the way, they successfully hunted several weaker magical beasts, acquiring a few magic cores and collecting over a dozen herbs. After another half-hour of walking, the group arrived at a sloped area where the sunlight was just right and shielded from the wind. After surveying the surroundings, Ye Changtian instructed Lin Xingyue to position herself at the bottom of the slope, while Ning Xiaoxue took a place atop a solid rock on the upper side. He stood in the middle of the slope, safeguarding Song Tianqing. "Yada, why are you suddenly so tense?" Song Tianqing, having adjusted to the dynamics of the team over the past few hours, recognized Ye Changtian as the one whose words held weight. Though puzzled, observing that both Ning Xiaoxue and Lin Xingyue followed his lead, she addressed him as Yada. To hunt magic cores and seek herbs individually would be cumbersome. Instead of that, it is better to let the magical beasts come to us, Ye Changtian explained, prompting Song Tianqing to water the entire slope. Despite her confusion, Song Tianqing invoked her powers, summoning a stream of water that she continuously poured over the slope, particularly soaking the stones and crevices within the rock face. As the water seeped into the fissures, Ye Changtian's acute spiritual perception detected a rustling sound. Soon after, numerous pitch-black scorpions began to emerge from the gaps between the stones. Their numbers swelled to over 500. The scorpions varied in size, some as small as a palm, while others were as large as a forearm. Their cephalothorax and abdomen were tightly fused, their backs adorned with what appeared to be an exceedingly hard exoskeleton. Curiously, at the center of their backs lay a pair of central eyes, while 3 lateral eyes were positioned on either side of their front. The appendages consist of 6 pairs. The first pair serves a dual purpose as feeding limbs, while the second pair, resembling long and robust crab pincers, is responsible for predation, tactile sensation, and defense. The remaining 4 pairs are walking legs. The mouth is located at the bottom of the ventral cavity. This is a first-tier, wood poison attribute black wood scorpion. Song Tianqing was taken aback as a large swarm of blackwood scorpions gradually emerged, prompting him to retract his spell. The blackwood scorpions also noticed Ye Changtian and Song Tianqing, with dozens of them scuttling rapidly, poised to ensnare the two. Ye Changtian pulled Song Tianqing behind him and shouted, "Fair ladies, are you waiting for us to be devoured?" Lin Xingyue and Ning Xiaoxue, upon hearing this, felt a mix of anger and amusement. Gazing at the terrifying multitude of blackwood scorpions, they felt a twinge of trepidation, yet they could not succumb to fear. With a wave of her hand, Lin Xingyue conjured several firewalls to prevent the blackwood scorpions from escaping down the slope, followed by a barrage of fire lotuses that fell continuously into the mass of scorpions. The scorpions scorched by the flames of the fire lotuses left behind only charred remains. Tianqing, do you know that blackwood scorpions, as magical beasts, are exceedingly sensitive to temperature? If it rises too high, the moisture within their bodies evaporates. And unless they can cool down and replenish their moisture in time, they will perish swiftly. Look, Qingyue is controlling the temperature of the fire lotuses. Those previous lotuses were too hot and turned to ashes in an instant. Of course, if the temperature drops below freezing, these magical beasts will also struggle to move. Yi Changtian refrained from attacking, instead using wood elements to bind the encroaching black wood scorpions and hurling them down the slope toward Lin Qingyue or Ning Xiaoxue, while chiding the dazed Song Tianqing. Indeed, Ning Xiaoxue descended gracefully from above. As she shifted her feet on the recently drenched slope, ice spikes emerged, rapidly expanding towards Yi Changtian's position, leaving the blackwood scorpions caught atop them as innocent ice sculptures. Simultaneously, Lin Qingyue's fiery curtain surged forward, colliding with Ning Xiaoxue's expanding ice spikes at Yi Changtian's feet, igniting a mist of steam from the clash of fire and ice. I say, are you two doing this on purpose? Yi Changtian exclaimed as he dragged Song Tianqing away. Once the mist dissipated, the four of them observed the slope, their faces alight with joy. What a pity, the larger blackwood scorpions have mostly escaped, Yi Changtian remarked, gazing at the bloodied path beside the rubble. It seems the blackwood scorpions understand the necessity of sacrifice for survival. Stop dawdling. We'll handle the rest. Yi Changtian and Song Tianqing continued to harvest the magical cores from the blackwood scorpions. Be cautious of the hooked stinger at the scorpion's abdomen. It contains venom that, once it pierces the skin, can incapacitate you, Yi Changtian warned. Through this battle, they amassed over 200 rare wood poison magical cores, after each had claimed over 60. Yi Changtian scoured the crevices and cliffs for a dozen stalks of Shawenko before tidying the area and departing. Before long, new scorpions would inhabit and flourish in this locale. The dangers within the forest were ever present, especially for scattered students, who faced even greater risks. Chapter 20. Three-headed ferocious serpent. As night fell, an unsettling calm enveloped the surroundings. After a day filled with tension and combat, Yi Changtian, Lin Qingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianqing, though weary, did not appear excessively fatigued. This was attributed to the strategy employed by Yi Changtian. Throughout the day's hunts, three of them consistently engaged in the pursuit, while one remained vigilant and rotated for rest. Thus, despite significant spiritual energy expenditure, they maintained their combat readiness. Unfortunately, few were willing to adopt such tactics, most members of the academy, perceiving first-tier and second-tier magical beasts as easily hunted, boldly ventured alone or in pairs, intending to regroup at a specified location on the map. They underestimated the dangers posed by the Qingshan forest. Under the shroud of night, peril drew near, and those who roamed alone or in pairs suffered greatly. One needed to be wary of beasts leaping from the treetops, stealthy serpents slithering through the underbrush, and various creatures dropping from branches. Not to mention the countless bloodthirsty ants lurking beneath the soil. It seemed there was no safe haven, no moment free from danger. In truth, the nocturnal predators far outnumbered those that roamed during the day. Deep within the forest, obscured from sight and difficult to guard against, anguished cries echoed, followed by distant flares of crimson signaling for help. At Huangqiu, where the academy's leaders and instructors gathered, many sat around a campfire, discussing the students while remaining alert to the activity around the teleportation array. Indeed, shortly after nightfall, the array began to hum, and a student suddenly appeared on the massive platform. The student, still shaken from their previous moment, cried out for help before collapsing onto the ground. The onlookers could only shake their heads in dismay. A middle-aged man walked over, his expression grim, and inquired, "Feng Shi, what happened?" The student named Feng Shi, a fifth-level member of the Yinshi Academy, replied nervously, "Principal, there was a giant monkey, immensely strong. My earth spells had no effect on it. I fled to the teleportation point in desperation." "Why were you not with the others?" the principal pressed. Most had dispersed during the day. Hunting magical beasts was relatively simple and posed little danger. Everyone hoped to spread out to increase their efficiency. The night fell too swiftly, and some were too far apart to reach the assembly point before encountering the giant monkey, Feng Shi explained, calming himself with water offered by others. The principal sighed in lament as their conversation concluded. Feng Shi surrendered his spatial ring, which contained only 7 magical cores and 5 spiritual herbs. With the first incident, the second followed suit. Merely 3 hours into the night, the teleportation array transported 17 students, some of whom bore injuries, and there were even reports of poisoning. Fortunately, due to timely aid, most were not in mortal danger. In addition to the teleportation array, the night sky intermittently blazed with bright lights, signaling distress flares. Those rescued would be retrieved by others on the morrow. "Xiao Xiao, today's harvest has been abundant," Su Zhao exclaimed with excitement. I never expected to collect 12 magical cores and 10 herbs in just a single day. Indeed, it's excellent to be with Xiao Xiao, Dumi chimed in. Haha. Nighttime is indeed unsuitable for action. Let us rest here and seek magical beasts and herbs nearby tomorrow, Xiao Xiao replied, delighted by the day's bountiful yield. Xiao Xiao. This place seems rather unsafe, Wang Wen remarked, observing the rustling trees and shrubs, feeling a sudden chill. Indeed, it is quite perilous. However, I wish to discuss a proposition with everyone, Xiao Ziliang said with a sly grin. What proposition? Dumi inquired, as others gathered around. I can guarantee everyone a safe night's rest, but the condition is 3 magical cores and 3 herbs per night, Xiao Ziliang revealed, baring his fangs to his companions. As you can see, the forest at night is exceedingly dangerous. Surely you have noticed the numerous distress signals rising from afar. You can either risk not making it to dawn or make a minor sacrifice for ample rest and safety. What do you all think? The expressions of the group turned grim, even Dumi appearing somewhat awkward. Xiao Ziliang retrieved the Mijin formation disc from the ring, followed by 5 medium great spirit stones, which he meticulously placed into the grooves of the disc. He then activated the formation, causing a resonant hum as brilliant lights flickered from the disc, only to abruptly vanish. Within a radius of over 10 meters, a small misty domain materialized. Strangely, those standing within could still perceive the outside world, akin to a one-way mirror. What is this? The onlookers expressed their astonishment. Xiao Ziliang, with a hint of satisfaction, explained, this is a formation particularly suitable for resting during the night. Each activation requires the consumption of 5 medium-grade spirit stones, making it quite costly. Therefore, if anyone wishes to leave the formation, now is the time. If no one departs, then please make yourselves comfortable. A moment later, a smile spread across Xiao Ziliang's face. He had already acquired 15 magic cores and 10 medicinal herbs in one day. Now, merely through a formation, his gains equaled that of an entire day of combat. Thus, on the first day, he amassed 30 magic cores and 25 medicinal herbs. While rules prohibit the seizure of items from fellow students of the same academy, these were willingly surrendered, not taken by force. The thought of such a substantial gain filled Xiao Ziliang with a sense of pleasure. The title of best student undoubtedly belonged to him, especially the Foundation Establishment Pill. He must obtain it, as it was crucial for his timely advancement to Foundation Establishment. Inside the Mijin formation, although the others reluctantly surrendered some magic cores and herbs, they observed that the formation posed little danger. The passing magical beasts seemed oblivious to their presence, merely gliding past. Consequently, they set about finding a secure spot to meditate and restore their depleting spiritual energy and mental fatigue. Meanwhile, over 10 miles away, in a dense forest, Yi Changtian and his companions continued their journey. Although the night obscured their vision, making it challenging to contend with the exceptionally agile magical beasts, Yi Changtian's remarkable perceptive abilities allowed him to be acutely aware of movements within a 20-meter radius. Nevertheless, the multitude of unknown entities and swift magical beasts posed significant challenges, leaving the group somewhat fatigued despite sustaining no injuries. Changtian, we need to find a place to rest, Lin Qingwei remarked, glancing at her weary companions. Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianxing, her heart heavy with concern. All right, according to the map, there's a small hill 2 miles ahead where we can take a break, replied Yi Changtian. The group had grown accustomed to the dim night, and although they could not clearly discern one another's features, they could still roughly identify each other as silhouettes. A sudden rustle echoed past Yi Changtian, prompting Lin Qingwei and Ning Xiaoxue to position the weakest Song Tianxing in the center. Something's moving, everyone be cautious. Yi Changtian sensed a faint rustling around them, but could not ascertain its source. Another rustling startled the four. Yi Changtian, Lin Qingwei, and Ning Xiaoxue formed a triangle, with Song Tianxing at the center. Qingwei assessed the situation. Yi Changtian felt a twinge of unease and danger. Lin Qingwei nodded and swiftly waved her hand, sending 5 sparks from her palm to scatter in all directions. Illuminated by the sparks, they beheld a horrific sight. Surrounding them, 5 meters away, a multitude of snakes surged forth. Strangely, these were not ordinary snakes, but 3-headed serpents. Upon seeing this, Song Tianxing's face turned pale as he stammered. This is a first-tier 3-headed venomous snake. It carries potent poison. Everyone must not get bitten. The 3-headed venomous snake reigned as a dominant force in the depths of the forest, often lurking in shaded, damp, and rarely trodden areas overgrown with weeds and dense trees. These serpents possessed lethal venom that could kill any creature bitten within mere moments. My heavens, we haven't stumbled into a snake's den, have we? Yi Changtian's heart raced. The sheer number of three-headed serpents far exceeded that of the blackwood scorpions, each covered in scales, their necks raised high, twisting menacingly. Their eyes, obscured beneath scales, flickered as the three heads continuously flicked their tongues, creating an eerie sight in the dim night. What should we do? There are too many snakes. We might not be able to handle them. Ning Xiaoshue's face turned ashen, for girls often harbor an innate fear of snakes. As the three-headed serpents drew closer, the expressions of the four became increasingly grave. Yi Changtian retrieved 4 detoxification talismans from his spatial ring, distributing one to each person. Lin Qingwen nodded in acknowledgement, while Song Tianqing and Ning Xiaoxue exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming in unison, "Talismans!" Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing were unfamiliar with talismans. But after the auction, they had acquired concealment and swift talismans, which were gifted to Ning Xiaoxue. Song Tianqing's family had only procured concealment talismans, also bestowed upon him. Thus, they had gained a rudimentary understanding of talismans. However, witnessing Yi Changtian applying a talisman to them suddenly left them in shock. This is a detoxification talisman. Hopefully, it will counter the snake's poison. Since we are surrounded, we have no choice but to fight our way forward while defending ourselves. Try not to let the snakes get too close. Tianqing, you handle the water. Qingyue, you clear the path and provide illumination. Xiaoxue, you watch the rear. I will cover the flanks. They understood that there was no time to waste. The three-headed serpents were now initiating their attack. Dozens of three-headed serpents soared from all directions. Advancing towards the four, Song Tianqing gritted his teeth, shouting, "Water strike!" A water sphere, the size of a fist, surged towards the attacking serpents. Some of the three-headed serpents were struck by the water sphere, hissing as they tumbled aside. Ning Xiaoxue quickly followed up with an ice spell, freezing the three-headed serpents that had been hit by the water flow. However, it was evident that the instant freeze did not kill the serpents. It merely immobilized them temporarily. The other three-headed serpents, as if organized, relentlessly slammed against their frozen brethren, soon shattering the ice due to the brief duration of the freeze, resulting in minimal casualties. Chapter 21. Nightfall in the mountains. Suffering often does not come alone. It tends to arrive in waves. Realizing that the ice spell was not very effective, Ning Xiaoxue felt a twinge of surprise. The power of ice magic was formidable, yet it could not withstand such a multitude of three-headed serpents. Meanwhile, Lin Qingwe, tasked with clearing the path, felt the pressure mounting, as fire elements inflicted tremendous damage on the three-headed serpents. Many would flee at the sight of flames, and those ensnared by the sparks often met their demise in flames. Consequently, more frantic three-headed serpents surged toward Lin Qingwe. Lin Qingwe continuously unleashed fireballs, creating 2 curtains of fire around the group, leaving only a narrow opening for passage. Although the majority of the three-headed serpents were incinerated, dozens still managed to breach the fire barriers, charging toward Ning Xiaoxue. At that moment, she was attempting to freeze the three-headed serpents that were flying over the fire curtain. The instant freeze would cause the serpents to momentarily halt above the flames, but in that fleeting moment, they would be consumed by the fire, leaving behind only remnants. As Yi Changtian contended with the three-headed serpents encroaching from either side, he remained vigilant about the safety of his companions. Noticing several serpents breach the defenses, he retrieved thorny branches from his ring, channeling wood elemental energy that caused the thorns to writhe and ensnare the surrounding three-headed serpents. With a flick of his hand, he hurled them into the fire curtain. However, as the serpents spewed venom, the detoxification talismans on the group glimmered to life, forming a gentle barrier that shielded them from the poison. Upon witnessing this, the group felt a surge of relief. As long as the three-headed serpents could not approach, they would remain safe from bites. I'm struggling to hold on. Song Tianqing, after all, was merely at the 6th level of the qi refining stage. After enduring a fierce battle for half an hour, his face was drenched in sweat, his breathing was somewhat erratic, and the spiritual energy within him had nearly dissipated. Although Ning Xiaoxue was still able to hold on, if this continued for much longer, she would likely struggle as well. Meanwhile, Yi Changtian and Lin Qingwe were also not faring well. Breaking free from their encirclement was no easy feat in half an hour. They had traversed less than a mile, with each step requiring a significant expenditure of spiritual power. You all must break through quickly, Song Tianqing said with a hint of sadness. Seeing that all four were firmly held back, even seeking help at this moment seemed futile, and he feared they might not be able to persist until the end. With your cultivation, breaking free should be quite simple. Let me go. I cannot be a burden to you. Do not speak nonsense, Lin Qingwe retorted without looking back. We will not abandon anyone. Yi Changtian added hastily after slaying several three-headed fierce birds. But if this continues, when your spiritual energy runs out, you will eventually be harmed by the three-headed fierce birds. Even if I die, I do not wish to drag you down. I still possess a wind talisman. Obtained by my father at the Mingyu auction house. You should keep it for use. Even if I use it, I will not last through the darkness. As he spoke, Song Tianqing gasped for breath, but his tone remained resolute. Stop saying such things. Focus on defense, Ning Xiaoxue urged anxiously, continually freezing the three-headed fierce birds that surged toward them. Do not worry, our spiritual energy is inexhaustible, Yi Changtian reassured her, instructing Lin Xingyue to prepare for defense while he produced 2 recovery pills, distributing them to Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing. These are recovery pills, capable of restoring 30% of your spiritual energy. Quickly consume one. There are 20 in total, so do not use them all at once, Yi Changtian explained. Without time for further contemplation, they hurriedly ingested a pill. In an instant, a glimmer of vitality shone in their eyes, and their spirits soared with the renewed flow of spiritual energy, rendering their attacks more formidable. With the hope of survival ignited, none wished for any misfortune to befall them. This way, we can hold out until we reach the ravine ahead. Once there, we will have ample means to counteract. Yi Changtian observed their hesitant expressions but chose not to elaborate. He invoked the wood element again, conjuring a tangle of thorns to ensnare, bind, and hinder the advance of the three-headed fierce birds. Suddenly, a three-headed fierce bird, over a meter long, lunged towards Lin Xingyue's back. Yi Changtian was taken aback. With no time to maneuver the thorns, he thrust his left hand forward, seizing the bird by its neck. The fierce bird's forked tongue shot forth, aiming to pierce Yi Changtian's delicate skin. Yet, in that fleeting moment, flames erupted from his hand, and the bird was reduced to ashes above its neck. Fire element. This marked Yi Changtian's first use of the fire element since entering the forest. Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing were astonished. While they knew he had awakened the wood and earth elements, they had not expected him to possess the fire element as well. However, there was no time for further thoughts. Yi Changtian replaced the soaked Lin Xingyue at the front of the group and unleashed a fiery assault. A more vigorous wall of flames erupted, causing the three-headed fierce birds that attempted to leap over it to fall lifelessly to the ground, having been scorched in midair. Yi Changtian launched several fire rings, distinct from Lin Xingyue's fire lotus, yet even more radiant, inflicting significant damage upon the three-headed fierce birds. Lin Xingyue took charge of the rear, while Ning Xiaoxue positioned herself centrally to alleviate pressure from both sides. After consuming 5 recovery pills, the group finally arrived at a small hill. Rising about 5 to 6 meters above the ground, Yi Changtian instructed Lin Xingyue to scout for danger. Upon discovering no threats within the hill, he directed everyone to ascend while expending immense spiritual energy to erect a thick earthen wall beneath the hill, towering 2 zhang high, sealing off the path into the hill. Subsequently, Song Tianqing employed the water element to moisten the wall further, while Ning Xiaoxue exerted all her strength to freeze the moisture, solidifying the earthen wall into a robust ice barrier. After some time of futile attempts, the three-headed fierce birds retreated into the forest, unable to scale or breach the ice wall. The 4 collapsed on the hill, panting heavily. That was too perilous. I thought we wouldn't make it, Song Tianqing gasped, lying on the ground. Indeed, it was exceedingly dangerous, Yi Changtian remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. After resting for a few minutes, he checked for injuries among them. Relieved to find none, though they were utterly exhausted from the prolonged battle. These three-headed fierce birds are too bizarre. Why do they attack us so ferociously? They seem relentless in their pursuit, Ning Xiaoxue observed wearily from her spot. Who knows? Fortunately, we found this hill. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits, Lin Xingyue noted, glancing at Yi Changtian with concern, recognizing that the heavy earthen wall had nearly depleted his spiritual energy. In the forest, with his current cultivation, he would have been unable to conjure a surrounding wall. The abundance of trees would have allowed the fierce birds to leap in from above, rendering any obstruction ineffective. Yes, we have truly survived a calamity, Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing gazed at the sturdy ice wall, feeling a sense of security wash over them. As the 4 took a moment to recover, a peculiar large bird flew overhead in the Qinshan forest. Upon the bird sat a young girl clad in purple, appearing no older than 18 or 19, exuding an aura of gentle grace. She turned her head slightly, glancing back at the distant flames, yet her expression remained unchanged. With a delicate flick of her hand, 3 dragon rare flowers materialized in her palm. Her lips parted slightly, releasing a melodic whisper. I never expected to find 3 dragon rare flowers in such a low-level, 3-headed fierce bird's lair. The bird soared away, leaving no trace but the sound of its jubilant flapping wings. The night felt interminable. After the tense battle, Ning Xiaoxue re-entered a meditative state, gaining deeper insight into her ice-based spells. Perhaps the abundance of spiritual energy in the forest allowed her, at the peak of the 7th level of Qi refining, to finally break through to the 8th level amidst the restless night. With her increased strength, the quartet felt more secure. In the distance, occasional distress flares shot into the sky, accompanied by barely perceptible fluctuations of teleportation energy. After meditating for 2 hours, Yi Chantian took over for Ning Xiaoxue, urging her to rest. However, she shook her head. Today has been perilous. It is thanks to you that we can all retreat unharmed. I am also grateful for your talismans and pills, which have brought us this far, she expressed, gazing towards the distant mountains and forests with gratitude. Yi Chantian shook his head, replying, reaching this point is the result of our collective efforts. Without your pills and talismans, it would not have been easy for us to escape smoothly. You must have a powerful talisman master or alchemist behind you, right? Rest assured, neither I nor Tianxing will divulge anything, Ning Xiaoxue assured him. Yi Chantian merely smiled without responding. The events of the day were indeed peculiar. Typically, 3-headed fierce birds would not attack with such ferocity. It was as if they had burned their nest. He scrutinized the ice wall, seemingly trying to discern the situation beyond it. Ning Xiaoxue nodded in agreement, but could not fathom the reason behind it. The night in the mountains was enveloped in serene stillness, occasionally disrupted by the fleeting presence of birds and beasts. Yet it did not disturb the 3 weary souls who had succumbed to slumber. Yi Chantian gazed at his companions curled up upon the stone slab and retrieved several garments from his spatial ring to drape over them. He then settled upon a nearby hill, gazing into the profound mountain hues, and closed his eyes. Chapter 22. Rescuing. No matter how prolonged and dark the night may be, dawn will inevitably break. As the first light of day began to emerge, Huang Qiu and the heads of various academies wore expressions of fatigue. The torment of worry was not easily endured. Throughout the night, 37 students were transported through the teleportation array, while those who had signaled for rescue also numbered 15. Thus, a total of 52 had been eliminated. Furthermore, some students were unable to endure until rescue arrived, meeting their demise at the hands of magical beasts in close proximity to the teleportation array, resulting in 4 casualties. In total, of the 16 teams comprising 160 students, only 104 remained. Huang Lao, what shall we do next? One headmaster asked, a hint of sorrow in his voice, seeking guidance. Director Wang, your students were harmed by a spider-like creature, and the poison rendered timely assistance impossible. I deeply regret this. Huang Lao replied, his countenance reflecting profound sadness. However, the decisions ahead must be theirs to make. If they cannot surmount this trial, it is far better to perish here than in that other place. With a heavy heart, Huang Lao retreated into a tent, his solitary demeanor evoking sympathy. Throughout the night, Headmaster Meng Yang and teacher Su Qianma were equally anxious, fearing for the safety of their students. As of now, none of their 10 students had been transported or had sent out distress signals. This outcome provided Meng Yang with some solace. The competition continued into the second day. Xiao Ziliang observed the 5 spirited individuals within the array, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Though 5 mid-grade spirit stones had been expended, the Mi-Jin array had indeed allowed everyone to rest peacefully through the night. The group set forth once more, maintaining a pair-up strategy to hunt magical beasts and gather spiritual herbs. As the cool morning breeze brushed against the freshly awakened Ning Xiaoxue, Lin Xingyue, and Song Tianxing, the trio gratefully returned the garments that had been lent to them by Yi Chantian. Positioned for battle, Ning Xiaoxue, Lin Xingyue, and Song Tianxing prepared themselves, while Yi Chantian dismantled the ice wall. Upon looking ahead, they beheld a landscape strewn with the remains of 3 ferocious avian serpents. The battle from the previous night had lasted nearly an hour, resulting in the slaughter of an incalculable number of these beasts. Both Song Tianxing and Ning Xiaoxue exchanged glances, a shared sense of trepidation evident in their eyes. The previous day's clash had been far more intense than they had recalled. Qingyue, Xiaoxue, you go hunt some wild rabbits and chickens. Do not stray too far. Tianxing and I will collect the magical cores. Yi Chantian, wishing to spare the 2 girls from the gruesome sight of the slain serpents, took the initiative in delegating tasks. Although Song Tianxing's complexion was somewhat pale, the prospect of gathering magical cores spurred him to follow Yi Chantian. Together, Yi Chantian and Song Tianxing scoured the remains of the ferocious avian serpents for magical cores, a task that took them the better part of an hour to complete. Upon returning to Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue, they found that the two had already roasted some wild rabbits. This haul is substantial, Song Tianqing exclaimed as he enjoyed the rabbit. How many magical cores did we acquire? Ning Xiaoxue inquired eagerly. Song Tianqing replied, his mouth full. Hey, why are you hitting my head? He protested, feigning indignation. Wow, that's a lot. Lin Qingyue marveled. 535 cores. My heavens, that's incredible. Ning Xiaoxue laughed, her face alight with excitement. Indeed, many more cores from the avian serpents were incinerated. Otherwise, we could have gathered even more, Yi Changtian noted. Each person received 130 cores, with a few extras allocated to Ning Xiaoxue. Understanding Yi Changtian's intent, she accepted them graciously. After their meal, Yi Changtian pointed to a location on the hunting ground map and said, we are currently here. And it is 20 miles to the entrance of the third layer. I suggest we refrain from entering the third layer for the next 2 days. Instead, hunting for magical cores and seeking spiritual herbs in the periphery. We should enter the third layer on the 4th day. What do you all think? Boss, just tell us what to do. I will follow your lead, Song Tianqing replied, having gained a direct understanding of Yi Changtian's combat prowess after a night of battle. Although he too was at the 6th level of qi refinement, he recognized that in direct confrontation, Yi Changtian could easily overpower him. Yi Changtian turned to Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue, both of whom readily agreed with his plan. Satisfied that there were no objections, Yi Changtian folded the hunting ground map and pointed to a nearby peak, saying, once we surpass that peak, we will enter the third layer. For the next 2 days, we will head towards the peak and remain in the periphery. Once preparations were finalized, the four set off again, following a stream into the depths of the dense forest. A sharp cry startled the group. Yi Changtian raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt. The sound seems to be about a mile away. Let us investigate, he suggested. Leading the way, with the others closely behind. Wang Lu, I can barely hold on. We should retreat, a wood element youth exclaimed, ensnaring a massive bloodthirsty mantis. Over a meter long, with vines. However, the mantis's forelimbs resembled enormous, serrated blades, glinting ominously. In a swift motion, the jagged limbs severed the vines with ease. Hold on. Sudan, die beast. Earth shatter. A youth clad in green, perched high in a tree, plummeted downward while wielding a massive clump of earth. The projectile descended with tremendous force, aimed at the mantis that had just freed itself from the vines. Yet, in that instant, a fierce gust of wind surged forward, and a gigantic serrated blade hurtled toward the youth. Wang Lu, be careful. The boy below yelled, his voice laced with panic. Ah no. Wang Lu felt a shadow approaching from behind as he suspended in midair, unable to change his trajectory. In desperation, he activated his gold element, covering his body with a layer of metallic sheen just as the figure reached him. The colossal serrated blade swept across Wang Lu's back, producing a piercing sound as he coughed up blood and fell helplessly. The figure effortlessly leaped to another tree. Seeing Wang Lu gravely injured, Sudan quickly bound him with vines. After several rotations, Wang Lu landed on the ground. Wang Lu, please wake up, Sudan pleaded, feeling the unbearable weight of a horrific wound on Wang Li's back as blood began to flow profusely. A shrill cry echoed as another bloodthirsty mantis leaped from the trees, joining its companion. The two mantises eyed Sudan and Wang Lu hungrily, shifting positions restlessly. Would spirit arise? Sudan laid the unconscious Wang Lu on the ground, fixating on the two magical beasts, then unleashed his final move. The surrounding trees swayed momentarily before they began to shift. Ah, trees, come forth. Sudan shouted fiercely as several trees rapidly moved into position, forming a wooden barrier to block the two bloodthirsty mantises. With most of his spiritual energy depleted, Sudan hoisted Wang Lu onto his back and sprinted westwards. The sound of cracking branches reached Sudan's ears as he refrained from looking back. Fully aware that the trees could not hold back the mantises, this was merely a bid for time. Yet, it seemed even that brief moment would not suffice. Two bloodthirsty mantises merely swung their limbs with force, cleaving the trees asunder. The mantises leaped forward, their crystalline wings shimmering, enabling each jump to carry them farther, rapidly closing the distance to Sudan. Sudan waved his hand, sending several branches to entangle and strike, yet they were deftly evaded by the bloodthirsty mantises. With a resounding crash, dust and withered leaves were sent spiraling into the air. Sudan hastily shielded his eyes with a hand, peering through the gaps between his fingers. He caught sight of one of the mantises attacking Wang Lu. Behind him, another mantis halted, mockingly observing its prey. Wang Lu, I'm afraid I cannot reach the teleportation array, Su Dan resignedly placed the unconscious Wang Lu on the ground. The distance to the 5-star point on the map was considerable, yet the teleportation array was only 3 miles away. However, it now seemed that even this short distance could not be traversed. Come at me. Su Dan brandished 2 wooden sticks, which began to grow and strengthen rapidly. His defiance thoroughly enraged the bloodthirsty mantises. The one in front soared into the air, skillfully wielding its massive serrated limbs to completely sever Su Dan's stout wooden stick into pieces. Su Dan slumped to the ground, helplessly bowing his head. Addressing the unconscious Wang Lu beside him, he declared, "Wang Lu, even in hell, I shall accompany you. We brothers shall fight anew." The bloodthirsty mantis stood tall, its sharp limbs emitting a metallic clanging sound as they descended with the rush of wind. The frantic flapping of wings filled the air with urgency. In an instant, the massive serrated limb of the mantis struck down fiercely, yet it missed Su Dan by mere inches. As Su Dan raised his gaze, he noticed that the back leg of this mantis was ensnared by a thorny vine, and at the other end of the vine, a young boy was tugging at it fiercely, forcing the mantis to retreat just in time. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and finish it off. Can't you see he's injured?" Yi Chantian shouted to the others. Chapter 23. The fury of combat. As time flowed on, not only memories were ground to dust, but countless lives as well, flowers, beasts, and humans alike. Hearing Yi Changtian's relaxed tone, Lin Qinghua leaped down from a nearby tree not far behind Su Dan, exclaiming, "You're quite the talker." A ball of fire met the other bloodthirsty mantis that sought to ambush Su Dan from behind. The mantis could not withstand such high temperatures, attempting to evade as it leaped, but Lin Qinghua threw 3 more red lotuses. Each lotus was enough to bring about its demise. With nowhere to flee, the bloodthirsty mantis was ultimately vanquished by the flames. Meanwhile, the mantis entangled by the thorns quickly regained its composure, turning to sever the vine. Just as it was about to advance, it was struck by a torrent of water, leaving it dazed. Ning Xiaoxua floated down beside the mantis. The mantis swung its drenched serrated limb at her, but Ning Xiaoxua elegantly dodged, then grasped one of the serrated limbs, which began to freeze, spreading the frost throughout its body, transforming it into a sculpture of ice. Song Tianxing emerged from the side, and Yi Changtian approached to examine Wang Lu, tearing open his shirt to reveal grave injuries, startling him. Immediate treatment was required, or there would be a threat to life. Yi Changtian utilized wood elemental magic to temporarily stabilize Wang Lu's injuries. However, the wounds were severe. With Yi Changtian's current cultivation, the wood element could only heal superficial injuries, unable to mend the loss of blood or the grievous wounds that reached the bone. "Who are you?" Su Dan inquired, feeling a sense of reassurance as the newcomers quickly dispatched the 2 bloodthirsty mantises and aided in rescuing Wang Lu. "We are from Linhe Junior Academy. What about you? Why are there only 2 of you?" Yi Changtian replied while stabilizing Wang Lu's condition. "We are from Sanjiang Junior Academy. My name is Su Dan, and this is Wang Lu. The others in our team were scattered by the wolf pack, and we have no knowledge of their well-being," Su Dan said, a hint of sadness crossing his face. "What are your plans?" Lin Qinghua approached, inquiring. I wish to reach the teleportation array 3 miles away," Su Dan responded. Then recollecting something, added, "If you are willing to escort us to the teleportation array, I would gladly offer you the magic cores and herbs I obtained over the past 2 days. Haha, this kid is quite amusing. Even at a time like this. He's discussing trade," Song Tianxing remarked, receiving an admonishing glare from Yi Changtian. "You 2 traveling alone is indeed perilous. We shall escort you to the teleportation array," Yi Changtian said, glancing at Lin Qinghua, Ning Xiaoxua, and Song Tianxing, who nodded in agreement. "Wonderful. Thank you, thank you." Su Dan expressed his joy, feeling grateful for such formidable allies. As they proceeded, Lin Qinghua led the way, Ning Xiaoxua followed at the rear, Su Dan carried Wang Lu, while Yi Changtian and Song Tianxing flanked them for protection. Although they encountered several magical beasts along the way, most were weak first-tier creatures that posed little threat. Yet, no one noticed the blood from Wang Li's back dripping down his body. When they were within 100 meters of the teleportation array, Yi Changtian and the others finally spotted it. However, surrounding the array were 6 or 7 students, the array flickering with a faint glow, indicating it was not in use. Upon reaching the teleportation array, they intended to send the critically injured Wang Lu through first. Yet as Su Dan approached with Wang Lu on his back, the seated students rose, the leader among them a bald-headed youth. "Hey, can't you see us? To use the teleportation array, you must surrender all your magic cores and herbs, or no one shall pass," the bald youth said, scratching his head and blocking Su Dan's path. "What are you doing? Can't you see he is gravely injured?" Are you robbing us at a time like this? Su Dan exclaimed angrily. Gravely injured? Is he dead? If he is not dead, hand over your rings. Otherwise, no one will use the teleportation array. The bald youth disregarded Su Dan's fury, tapping the unconscious Wang Lu's head. Step aside. Ning Xiaoxue stepped forward, the surrounding temperature plummeting. The bald youth was startled, retreating 2 steps, saying, "Eighth layer of qi refining? Ice element. So what?" As he finished speaking, the others stood behind him, totaling 7 individuals, including the bald youth. We have 2 at the 8th layer of qi refining, 3 at the 7th layer, and 2 at the 6th layer. Do you think we fear you? The bald youth grew bold, continuing, no magic cores or herbs, and no one will use the teleportation array. Keep talking back, and don't blame me for being rude. Yi Laoda, he's telling you not to be polite, Song Tianxing remarked, undeterred by their numbers. After all, one wouldn't die from a fight. It was just youthful bravado. Hu and Ti engaged in a brawl. Yi Changtian shook his head slightly, approaching the bald youth, then produced 20 magic cores and 20 herbs from his ring, coldly stating, "Will this suffice for their use of the teleportation array?" "My word, Tian Laoda, so many." One of the bald youth's subordinates exclaimed. "Boss, these magic cores and herbs are quite good. It seems these cores are from the 3-headed fierce serpent, of fine quality," another subordinate remarked as he examined the items. "Is this enough?" Yi Changtian's tone grew even colder. "Haha, since you are so knowledgeable, I will allow him to use the teleportation array." The bald youth laughed heartily, sweeping the 20 magic cores and 20 herbs into his spatial ring. Upon hearing the news, Su Dan glanced gratefully at Yi Changtian, then placed the severely injured Wang Lu onto the teleportation array. He retrieved a spirit stone from his pocket and activated the array. The teleportation array could only transport 1 person at a time, and the next transport required a brief interval. Watching Wang Lu vanish in a burst of light, Su Dan felt a sense of relief, confident that someone would be waiting outside to assist and heal him. Tian Guang, too, waved his hand, and someone approached to shove Su Dan away from the teleportation array. Tian Guang, too, addressed Su Dan nonchalantly. "Do you wish to use the teleportation array?" Su Dan's heart trembled at his words. In contrast, Yi Changtian did not show anger. Instead, a smile graced his face, albeit one that concealed a profound coldness. "You are just like the previous one, demanding 20 magic cores and 20 medicinal herbs. Hand them over, and you may leave soon." As his words fell, laughter erupted among those surrounding them. Lin Qingyu, Ning Xiaoshui, and Song Tianxing grew furious. How absurd. The 20 magic cores and 20 medicinal herbs offered by Yi Laodao were meant for 2 individuals. How can you be so shameless? Song Tianxing exclaimed, wishing to strike Tian Guang too. "Haha, why are you laughing?" One of Tian Guang Tu's subordinates pointed at Yi Changtian. "I laugh at you for not hunting magical beasts and instead guarding the teleportation array to prey on students. Lacking the courage to fight. Why enter this forest of magical beasts? Bullying the disheartened and injured is no different from picking on the defenseless. Such actions are despicable." Yi Changtian's voice rang with disdain. "Are you so thick-skinned that nothing can penetrate your facade? What are you? The law of the jungle prevails. And we have done nothing wrong." Tian Guang too glared furiously at Yi Changtian. "Heh, you speak of the law of the jungle." Yi Changtian took a step toward Tian Guang too, who felt the pressure of his presence and instinctively stepped back, only to realize his mistake and advance again. The 2 locked eyes, and Yi Changtian's dark gaze revealed no hint of emotion. "How dare you treat my boss this way? Step aside." Wang Jia, at the 6th level of qi refinement behind Tian Guang too, could hardly tolerate it and launched an attack. Yi Changtian remained unmoved, while Song Tianxing behind him countered with a similar strike, forcefully deflecting Wang Jia's watery assault. The water splashed all over Wang Jia's face, soaking him thoroughly. Stinging fist. Wang Mo, at the 6th level of qi refinement, aimed to strike Yi Changtian away, but was intercepted by a delicate hand shimmering with flames. Wang Mo's metallic punch, under the searing heat, inflicted excruciating pain, prompting a cry of agony. Tian Guang too and his companions were taken aback, realizing that 2 6th-level qi refinement fighters were unable to contend against the opponent. What does it matter if you possess some skill? Prepare to face my attack. Pan Shou, at the 8th level of qi refinement with fire attributes, stepped forward to rescue the wailing Wang Mo fire fist. Pan Shou was confident in his fiery strike, as his technique was a high-level yellow-grade skill, surpassing the basic yellow-grade techniques taught in most academies, granting him an advantage in battle. Lin Qingyu did not evade. Instead, she met his punch head-on. In Pan Shou's mocking gaze, their fire fists collided, flames soaring. Pan Shou intended to absorb the flames. a tactic he consistently employed against fire attribute students, and he had never failed before. However, as he observed the flames on Lin Qing's fist gradually diminish, transforming into a delicate red lotus, his expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction. But just then, Lin Qingyu withdrew her hand, and the small red lotus attached itself to Pan Shou's fist. As Pan Shou laughed, his amusement turned into a scream as he swung his arm back, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. Unable to quell the fire, he bore the agonizing pain and plunged his fist into the ground. When he pulled it out, his hand was bloodied, with skin charred away. Chapter 24. I will also snatch a turn. Do you believe in the concept of retribution? Who can accurately predict the arrangements of fate? You. It hurts so much. Pan Shou pointed at Lin Qingyu with his other hand, intending to say something, but the searing pain was unbearable. You wield such ruthless tactics. Tianguang too observed Pan Shou, who had always been at the forefront, now severely injured, and stomped his foot, unleashing an earth-type attack, earth spikes. Yichang Tian sensed the tremors beneath his feet and declared, weak prey for the strong. As you said, he stepped forward, causing the earth element to surge. Although Yichang Tian's cultivation was slightly lower than Tianguang Tu's, his technique and spell levels were significantly superior. In an instant, the surrounding earth elements fell under his control. Tianguang Tu exerted his earth spikes, but saw no results. Thinking he had failed to cast it, he attempted again, yet still met with failure, leaving him bewildered. Are you looking for this? Yichang Tian exclaimed. Stepping forward as dust rose, and earth spikes erupted beneath Tianguang Tu and his companions. Some were caught off guard and injured, while others, sensing the disturbance, tried to evade, but spikes shot up everywhere they turned. In desperation, they leapt into the air, seeking a safe landing. Just then, Ning Xiaoshui, filled with rage, shouted, Song Tianxing, and jumped high. Upon hearing her, Song Tianxing reacted immediately, unleashing a series of water orbs at the airborne individuals. Though individually weak, their sheer number was enough to drench everyone. Before they could land, they heard Ning Xiaoshui's voice resonating from her crimson lips. Frozen moment. In midair, the water vapor instantaneously transformed into icy mist, and those enveloped in it felt an intense chill. As they touched down, they found themselves encased in ice. Two fire attribute students attempted to break free from the ice, but were swiftly doused by Song Tianxing's water orb. And Ning Xiaoshui wasted no time in reapplying the ice seal. After being encased a second time, the two fire attribute students learned their lesson and refrained from taking action. Are you Foundation Establishment cultivators? Tianguang Tu watched in disbelief as 6 individuals were defeated in such a short span. Pan Shou, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, nearly lost his hand to the strongest fire element. Others were either injured by earth spikes or frozen. Though their lives were not in jeopardy, they felt utterly helpless, like fish on a chopping board. How is this possible? Only Foundation Establishment cultivators could defeat them so swiftly. Hey, wasn't this bald guy just acting all high and mighty? Song Tianxing approached the terrified Tianguang Tu, patting his sweaty bald head. You showed disrespect to my boss. With a sharp slap, Song Tianxing struck Tianguang Tu's forehead, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. A cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement dared not retaliate. Meanwhile, Sudan, who had been observing the battle, was utterly astonished. Though the 4 were not highly cultivated, their techniques were remarkably cunning, battle experience rich, and their coordination impeccable, far beyond the abilities of those nurtured in a sheltered environment. Sudan stepped forward, sighing, Thank you all, I truly appreciate it. Yichang Tian waved his hand and instructed Song Tianxing, remove all their rings and throw them into the teleportation array one by one. Upon hearing this, Song Tianxing's eyes lit up, and with remarkable efficiency, he quickly stripped Tianguang Tu and his companions of their space rings. Although some individuals harbored dissatisfaction, they found themselves trapped in a frozen state, and even if they were to shatter this freeze, they would still be unable to resist. Thus, they refrained from rebellion, accepting their fate with grim faces. After Song Tianxing delivered a kick to Tianguang Tu, the latter willingly surrendered the rings. Boss, all the rings are here, he said. Song Tianxing's eyes sparkled with joy as he gazed upon the 7 rings before him. This group had previously robbed countless individuals, yet now they found themselves on the receiving end of such misfortune. Truly, the wheel of fate turns. Yichang Tian casually picked up a ring and tossed it to Sudan, saying, You should return now and check on your friend. I hope he recovers soon. Sudan received the ring, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Yichang Tian and the others. After expressing her gratitude, she activated the teleportation array and vanished from sight. Song Tianqing was filled with admiration for Yi Chantian, feeling proud of his decision to remain in this team. Boss said we should send everyone through the teleportation array. No, it's not about throwing them. They must be carried over. I must throw them again. No, they have to crawl on themselves. I must follow the boss's instructions. Will you let me throw them or not? Half an hour later, Song Tianqing finally sent everyone into the teleportation array. During this time, Lin Xingyue and Ning Xiaoxue had counted the remaining 6 spatial rings, excluding the 20 magic cores and 20 herbs that belonged to Yi Chantian. They had discovered a total of 370 magic cores and 246 herbs. No wonder this group chose to hunt here instead of pursuing magic cores. This method is far more relaxed and, importantly, safer. If danger arises, they can retreat swiftly, Ning Xiaoxue analyzed. Of course, the plan is well thought out. But such clever schemes will ultimately not lead to great accomplishments, Lin Xingyue remarked, dividing the magic cores and herbs into 4 portions. Yi Chantian, Lin Xingyue, and Song Tianqing each received 90 magic cores and 50 herbs, while the remainder was given to Ning Xiaoxue. At the main teleportation array of the camp, the severely injured Wang Lu was swiftly treated. Fortunately, he returned in time, sparing his life. Shortly thereafter, Su Dan also returned. Upon seeing Wang Li's condition stabilize, Su Dan was asked about the events that transpired. She recounted the incident involving the bloodthirsty mantis, which left her dean, Wang Mengxing, visibly shaken. That horrifying wound could not have been inflicted by an ordinary first-tier magical beast. How did you bring Wang Lu back? Wang Mengxing inquired further. The dean was well aware of the bloodthirsty mantis's tenacity. It would not relent until it achieved its goal, making it improbable for the two to escape unscathed. Fortunately, we encountered Yi Chantian and his companions. They saved both Wang Lu and me, Su Dan explained. At this moment, Meng Yang, who had overheard Yi Chantian's name, approached with concern and asked, "Are Yi Chantian and the others all right?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Meng Yang, the dean of Linhe Junior Academy. And Yi Chantian is one of my students." Su Dan turned to the worried Meng Yang and replied with a hint of a smile. "The 4 of them are fine and in good spirits." Meng Yang had more questions, but at that moment, the teleportation array hummed ominously, and Pan Shou, shrieking, was transported in. Tian Buyu, the dean of Minghu Junior Academy, had a dark expression as he seized Pan Shou, and immediately, someone began to treat him. Once bandaged, Tian Buyu coldly questioned, "Pan Shou, what happened?" "Dean," Pan Shou whimpered upon seeing his superior, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Someone bullied us." The leader, named Yi Chantian, was exceptionally ruthless. Upon hearing Yi Chantian's name again, Tian Buyu frowned, casting a glance at Meng Yang a few meters away, and then angrily demanded, "Be specific, what transpired?" Before Pan Shou could explain, the teleportation array buzzed once more, continuously bringing in individuals who appeared utterly dejected, like defeated roosters, heads hung low. Strangely, all these individuals belonged to the same academy. When Tian Hongdao was finally transported in, Tian Buyu's face was filled with fury. Your Linhe Academy students are truly remarkable. They don't even regard us from Minghu Academy. Our remaining 7 students have all been returned one by you. Old Meng, will you not provide me with an explanation?" Tian Buyu's anger was palpable as he confronted Meng Yang. "Tian Buyu, if you continue to be so rude, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson in manners," Meng Yang replied, feeling rather pleased with himself. 10 of his students had yet to be transported back. Hearing Su Dan mention that Yi Chantian and the others were well, he felt elated. Yet, unexpectedly, someone emerged to accuse him. "Our students from Minghu Academy were not only injured by yours, but also had all their spatial rings stolen. Will you not provide me with an account?" Tian Buyu's suppressed fury was evident as he gritted his teeth. Are you not aware of the rules of competition? Is it only permissible for you to rob other students while others cannot rob you? What kind of logic is that?" Meng Yang retorted, stepping forward. He then pointed at Su Dan and said, "You, explain to everyone exactly what happened." Faced with this, Su Dan had no choice but to recount how Yi Chantian saved them, exchanging 20 magic cores and herbs to ensure Wang Li's teleportation, followed by Tian Hongdao demanding her magic cores and herbs, threatening not to allow them to use the teleportation array unless she complied. She then described the encounter of 4 against 7, and thus it transpired. All the deans and teachers present were astute individuals. Upon hearing Su Dan's account, combined with the states of Tian Hongdao, Pan Shou, and others, they grasped the entirety of the situation. Realizing the facts, Tian Buyu cursed Tian Hongdao's incompetence in his heart. 7 individuals could not defeat 4. Yet, observing the circumstances, he could only kick Tian Hongdao and the others away in frustration. returning to his tent with a heart full of resentment. Before long, the dean and teachers of Minghu Academy led their students away in disgrace. After all, they had lost their magic cores and herbs, and with all personnel eliminated, remaining here served no purpose other than to be the subject of ridicule. However, the grudge lingered in Tian Buyu's heart. Chapter 25. The most powerful first tier. The blaze demon ape. Some individuals rejoiced while others lamented. Joy or sorrow often belonged to you or me. Upon hearing about Yi Chantian and his companions, everyone congratulated Dean Mingyang. He was genuinely pleased but repeatedly downplayed the accolades, for they had only entered the second day of the competition. Who could say who would endure until the end? Yi Chantian and his companions, unaware of the events outside, now faced their gravest peril. Changtian, I wonder how they will report about us upon returning. Lin Qingwei remarked with a smile. Who cares what they say? This has been thrilling, Song Tianqing interjected. Rest assured, with Su Dan around. And our dean is no fool. He is quite the cunning fox. We should focus on our own tasks. Yi Chantian replied nonchalantly, not concerning himself with such matters. Boss, look quickly. What is that? Song Tianqing exclaimed, pointing behind Yi Chantian with terror in his voice. As Yi Chantian turned, he felt a wave of heat accompanied by a fierce wind sweep towards him. Yi Chantian immediately raised 3 earthen walls, kicking Song Tianqing aside, while simultaneously lunging towards the unprepared Lin Qingwei and Ning Xiaoxue. After tackling Lin Qingwei and Ning Xiaoxue, he rolled away several meters just in time to look back. The 3 earthen walls Yi Chantian had erected failed to hold for even a moment before being shattered by a black iron rod. Beyond the walls stood a colossal ape, wreathed in flames. The roar of the giant ape was deafening, echoing far and wide, causing nearby wildlife to flee in panic. Its body was covered in fur, its chest a deep crimson, streaked with blood. Whether from human or magical beast was unclear. Standing at a height of at least 3 meters, it was a formidable sight. The robust arms exude an endless reservoir of strength, and in the hands of the giant ape lies an enigmatic iron staff seemingly conjured from thin air. It is this very staff that threatens Yi Chantian and his companions. A formidable pressure mounts in the hearts of the four, as Song Tianqing glances at Yi Chantian to his right, and then at the imposing giant ape before him, swallowing hard in trepidation. What manner of beast is this? Lin Qingwei inquired in a hushed tone, still shaken. It is an adult Luyan Mojing, the most formidable first-tier magical beast of the forest. Yi Chantian too felt the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the Luyan Mojing, undeterred, swung its iron staff, targeting Song Tianqing. Seeing this, Yi Chantian acted swiftly, launching a thorny vine that ensnared the right arm of the giant ape, attempting to hinder its assault. However, he gravely underestimated the giant ape's might, as the force of the vine sent him soaring into the air. The iron staff, unaffected, came crashing down towards Song Tianqing. In a rush, Lin Qingwei summoned a crimson lotus, hurling it at the left side of the giant ape's body. Yet the creature paid it no mind, merely swatting the lotus aside, the ensuing flames causing it to stagger slightly. Seizing this moment, Song Tianqing managed to escape from his position. Yi Chantian was yanked into the air, heading towards the back of the giant ape's head. A thought sparked within him, and he conjured 2 flames that danced between his hands, ready to engulf the beast in fire. But the giant ape, with its heightened reflexes, detected the commotion and immediately retaliated with a powerful punch. The collision between the ape's fist and Yi Changtian's fire wheel felt akin to being struck by a mountain, sending him hurtling away. Ning Xiaoxue, witnessing this, leapt to catch Yi Chantian, but the giant ape's strength was overwhelming, propelling them both over 20 meters, crashing through branches before landing heavily on the ground. Lin Qingwei, seeing the chaos unfold, stepped forward to confront the giant ape, urging Song Tianqing to check on the two. The giant ape's fists were still ablaze with heat. Although Yi Changtian's fire will had inflicted some minor wounds, they were superficial. Lin Qingwei invoked the fire element to create a ring of flames, encircling the giant ape. Yet, the creature remained unfazed, pounding its chest before leaping out of the inferno, singeing some of its fur, which it promptly extinguished with its hands. A punch was thrown towards Lin Qingwei, and from a distance, Yi Changtian's anxious voice rang out, warning her not to take it head-on. Heeding his words, Lin Qingwei swiftly dodged aside, causing the giant ape's fist to miss, only for it to erupt in flames. This was a Luyan Mojing capable of wielding fire elements. Yi Chantian was taken aback. The 4 of them, witnessing the formidable Luyan Mojing, positioned themselves in 4 directions. Yi Chantian launched the first assault, entwining the beast with wooden thorns. To prevent the Luyan Mojing from lifting him again, he secured one end of the thorns to a massive tree, capable of being embraced by 3 people, and wrapped the other end around one of the giant ape's arms. At the same time, Song Tianqing unleashed a ferocious water element attack, summoning 4 water dragons that surged from the ground, crashing into the Luyin Mojing with immense force. The giant ape, realizing one arm was ensnared, attempted to break the thorns but found them immovable. Frantic, it yanked with all its might, causing the tree to tremble violently. Roots thrusting above ground. Yi Changtian remained calm, swiftly entwining 4 more thorns, each anchored to the roots of various trees. The Luyin Mojing howled, trying to use brute strength to snap the thorns, but found itself unable to do so. While the beast lacked intelligence, it possessed instinct. Unable to pull free, it turned its focus towards Yi Changtian. However, at that moment, Song Tianqing's water currents struck the giant ape's head, chest, and body, prompting the creature to frantically wave its free arm in an attempt to shield itself from the relentless water. For the fire element Luyin Mojing, water inflicted greater damage than fire, and ice would be even more devastating. At this juncture, Ning Xiaoxue launched her attack. Ice feathers, vast and boundless, she declared, slamming her hand onto the ground, sending forth a wave of ice. This was just the beginning. With the Luyin Mojing momentarily restrained, she soared forward, grasping the creature's fur. The ice elements surged powerfully, and in tandem with the water elements, Ning Xiaoxue's freezing force reached its zenith. The giant ape's abdomen became encased in ice, swiftly spreading to its limbs and eventually enveloping its head and iron staff. Panting heavily, Ning Xiaoxue was soon joined by the others who gathered around the encased giant ape, their hearts filled with dread. How formidable it is! Song Tianqing, weary, slumped down. Yi Changtian glanced at Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue, shaking his head with a wry smile. If such a giant ape proves this difficult, we should flee at the first sign of a second-tier magical beast. The others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Ning Xiaoxue seemed to hear something, uncertainly remarking, "Do you hear that sound?" The group turned abruptly to the ice-encased giant ape, which was now riddled with cracks, the fissures continuously extending like spider silk. "This is bad. Retreat quickly," Yi Changtian shouted, erecting several thick earthen walls before them. Heeding his command, the group hastily withdrew. Just then, a deafening roar erupted. Ice shards scattered across the sky. In an instant, the heavy earthen walls were kicked aside. The giant ape, with its eyes ablaze, fixated on Yi Changtian and his companions. Unleashing another thunderous roar, Yi Changtian, astonished that the giant ape had sustained no serious injuries, pondered its immense defensive capabilities. The fire element itself was resistant to both ice and water, and the thick fur provided excellent insulation. Coupled with the fire element's limited efficacy, it left them perplexed on how to proceed. "Boss, what should we do?" Song Tianqing inquired, uncertainty clouding his mind. "The giant ape was exceptionally agile, and our speed cannot keep up. Utilize the wind speed talismans," Yi Changtian instructed, retrieving one from his ring, with Lin Qingyue doing the same. Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing were taken aback, but recalling the previous detoxification talismans, they each produced their own wind speed talisman. Remember, the wind speed talisman lasts only for the duration of an incense stick. Stay nimble. After applying the talisman and channeling spiritual energy, Yi Changtian soared forward, with Lin Qingyue following closely. Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing, no longer hesitating, understood that overcoming the immediate crisis was paramount, despite the talismans being precious. With the enhancement of the wind speed talismans, the 4 gained a significant advantage in speed, launching attacks from different angles to disrupt the giant ape's movements. Song Tianqing focused on using water dragons to obscure the giant ape's vision, while Ning Xiaoxue targeted its lower body with ice to restrict its movement. Lin Qingyue aimed for the giant ape's chest and back, and Yi Changtian primarily focused on restraining its formidable arms. Their coordinated movements greatly improved, and their attacks became increasingly fierce. The giant ape's feet were continuously encased in ice, only to shatter and then be encased again. Thorns emerged more abundantly from its arms, culminating in a vast circular net of thorns extending to several trees. Lin Qingyue persistently attacked the giant ape's chest and back with her fiery lotus, moving with grace like a celestial fire lotus. The howls of the Luyin Mojing filled the air with anxiety and unease, and after a mighty roar, it unleashed a torrent of flames towards the entangled thorns. The inferno swiftly severed the thorns. Just as the giant ape intended to move, it discovered that its waist was also becoming ensnared. The furious giant ape swung its iron rod, yet it repeatedly missed, unable to keep pace with the swiftly moving crowd. Chapter 26, Medium-Grade Magical Artifact, Qingzhao sword. Each step forward signifies a venture into peril. Without the spirit of adventure, one cannot possess the resolve to bear failure and suffering. One will merely stagnate, achieving nothing. As the four continued their assault, a piercing scream echoed. Lin Xingyue's flames of the fire lotus finally inflicted a wound on the chest of the fiery demon ape, exposing its vibrant red flesh. Lin Xingyue was drenched in sweat. Despite the formidable power of her frequent attacks, the energy expenditure was immense. Even with the aid of a recovery pill, she struggled to persevere. As time passed, the effects of the wind talisman finally waned, prompting Yi Changtian and the others to retreat in haste. At that moment, the giant ape howled, raising its dark iron rod high and slamming it down toward Yi Changtian. However, Yi Changtian found himself nearly depleted of strength, panting as he gazed at the impending impact of the raised rod. Changtian, Ning Xiaoxue, and Lin Qingyue cried out urgently. Boss, Song Tianxing, disregarding his own drained energy, unleashed a rushing water dragon in hopes of diverting the giant ape's attention, only to have it swatted away effortlessly. As the iron rod drew nearer, the group braced themselves for the sight they dreaded most. Yet, at that critical moment, the rod descended with a thunderous crash, only to recoil as if striking an unyielding rock. The giant ape let out a howl as the iron rod was flung from its grasp, causing its massive form to stagger backward. Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianxing looked on in astonishment, witnessing a yellow protective circle suddenly manifest around Yi Changtian. The circle radiated energy, creating ripples where the iron rod had struck, and it was this seemingly fragile barrier that shielded Yi Changtian while repelling the giant ape. At that moment, the protective circle trembled violently, fading from view in an instant. Lin Xingyue recognized this as the formidable medium-grade talisman, the King Kong talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a foundational stage cultivator. Yi Changtian had activated it at the last possible moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xingyue exerted her final strength, leaping into the air with two talismans in hand, slamming them onto the wound on the giant ape's chest. Simultaneously, she stomped down on the ape's belly and propelled herself outward. The two fireball talismans detonated upon contact with the giant ape's chest, striking its most vulnerable point, devoid of flesh protection. Moreover, Lin Xingyue had activated both fireball talismans at once to ensure their effectiveness. With one final mournful cry, the fiery demon ape collapsed, its limp arms trembling slightly before it fell silent. Did we succeed? Song Tianxing's hands trembled as Ning Xiaoxue, drained of nearly all her energy, assisted the fallen Lin Xingyue to a seated position. We did. Yi Changtian sighed with relief, reflecting on the perilous nature of the battle. Had it been just one or two individuals facing the fiery demon ape, the best outcome would have been the demise of one. We truly defeated the fiery demon ape, the mightiest of first-tier magical beasts. Song Tianxing exclaimed, gazing at the now cooling form of the beast, filled with emotion. Ning Xiaoxue retrieved a recovery pill from her pocket and consumed it, then instructed Yi Changtian, Lin Xingyue, and Song Tianxing to rest and restore their spiritual energy, emphasizing that they should not linger in such a place. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the group promptly entered a meditative state. The recent battles, particularly against the three-headed ferocious serpent and the fiery demon ape, had imparted profound insights to Yi Changtian and his companions, gradually enhancing their cultivation levels. After an hour of meditation, Song Tianxing was the first to break through, finally reaching the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xingyue also made significant progress, her cultivation soaring to the 9th layer of Qi refinement under the influence of the Honglian Wuxin technique. A further advancement would lead her to the foundational stage, marking the beginning of her journey toward immortality. Once the two had achieved their breakthroughs and stabilized for another hour, they took over the protective watch for Ning Xiaoxue, who swiftly entered a state of cultivation. The recent battles had far exceeded her expectations, and even as a recognized prodigy, she understood the perilous nature of the magical beast forest, where one could easily meet their end. What did cultivation mean to her? Was it not about ascending to the heavens? Since Changtian had mentioned the necessity of reaching the 9th layer of foundation to address her spiritual root issues, how could she afford to lag behind? She needed to elevate her strength more swiftly to assist her comrades. Furthermore, to obtain the 7-colored lotus and the title of best student, she had to exert herself even more. With these thoughts, Ning Xiaoxue's cultivation grew increasingly urgent and fervent. In the tranquil environment, a few magical beasts occasionally passed by, but upon sighting the colossal fiery demon ape lying beside the group, they swiftly fled, instinctively aware of the danger posed by these individuals. Suddenly, Lin Qingyue and Song Tianqing felt a gentle breeze stirring the air, swirling above Yi Changtian's head in a funnel-like vortex, imbued with a hint of sharpness. At that moment, Yi Changtian was immersed in his cultivation, awakening the wood, fire, and earth elements, and achieving another breakthrough as he finally sensed the metal element. Earth begets metal, he thought. Gold resides in the mountain stones, nourished by the essence of the earth. As mountains form from soil, stones must arise. Thus, earth generates gold. With his eyes gently closed, he waved his hand, causing a mound of earth to abruptly materialize beneath his palm. The soil contained trace amounts of metallic elements, connected to the vast mountain stones and ranges. Yi Changtian operated the Taisu Immortal technique, allowing his spiritual energy to penetrate the soil layers, feeling the faint metallic presence within. He activated his technique to mobilize and gather the stable metal elements. As his power permeated and transmitted, he sensed the rich metal elements hidden deep within the mountain stones below. Yi Changtian accelerated the operation of his technique, drawing forth the metal elements from the subterranean stones into the soil, which then coalesced into the mound. Gently lifting his hand, he watched as several metallic threads rose slowly beneath his palm, some gleaming gold, others silver gray, as well as silver white and blue gray. Memories of refining techniques flooded his mind, and with a surge of inspiration, he sought to enhance the metal elements further. The silver-white threads represented titanium, the bluish-silver threads glimmered with chromium, the golden threads signified gold, and the silver-gray threads indicated iron. Yi Changtian meticulously distinguished and categorized the metals. In refining, the most crucial factors are the materials, the flames, and the soul's perceptive power. The materials form the foundation, flames are key to fusing them, while the soul's perceptive power governs the control of the metal elements amalgamation. Refiners and alchemists share commonalities. One is grounded in metallic materials, while the other relies on herbs and magical cores. However, the distinction lies in the higher requirements placed on refiners, as they necessitate flames of greater intensity and more potent spiritual perception. After all, refining herbs may only require temperatures of several hundred degrees, while metals might demand temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees or more. Following the introductory refining methods detailed in the Compendium of Successful Refining, Yi Changtian extracted a series of metallic materials. Although these materials were not rare or precious, they sufficed for honing his skills. As the fire element surged, some metals rapidly melted under its heat, while others remained unaffected. Yi Changtian, akin to an alchemist, meticulously orchestrated various metals, manipulating their positions with precision. Some temperatures were deliberately lowered, while others surged dramatically. As he channeled the fire element with utmost intensity, the flames soared above 1800 degrees Celsius, causing certain metals to gradually melt. Observing the molten state of the metals, Yi Changtian commenced the process of fusion. He was acutely aware that the introduction of certain metals could render the entire amalgamation brittle, whereas others could significantly enhance its strength. This knowledge was well documented in the ancient texts on crafting, which facilitated his endeavors. For instance, the addition of chromium could vastly improve the strength and performance of metals, but would compromise their plasticity. Thus, incorporating titanium became necessary to ameliorate this issue. Employing his soul perception, Yi Changtian attuned himself to the melding of the metals, then altered his hand seals, allowing a spark of vitality to erupt from the fire element. This was the harmonious flame of fire and wood. This crucial step endowed the metals with a semblance of spirit. As the metals fused under the intense heat, the appearance of the artifact began to take shape. At that moment, he inscribed several small formations upon the object, in accordance with the crafting diagrams. With the passage of time, the artifact gradually materialized into a sword, its hilt entwined with intricate patterns, resembling two azure dragons reaching outward. The blade, entirely emerald, measured merely half a meter in length, yet it gleamed with a chilling light, exuding an intimidating sharpness. Yi Changtian, witnessing the sword's completion, felt an inexplicable connection to it. He pierced the tip of his finger with the blade, and a drop of blood, almost mysteriously, flowed forth and seeped into the sword's body. Concurrently, he sensed a bond forming between the sword and his spirit. Could this signify the sword recognizing its master? Astonished, he pondered whether this was indeed a magical artifact, perhaps even a mid-grade one. Upon a fleeting thought, the sword darted from his grasp, soaring past several trees before returning to hover steadily before him. Elated, Yi Changtian realized that possessing such a magical weapon granted him an additional layer of security. He extended his hand, and the sword gently landed within his palm. Bathed in the tender embrace of sunlight, he murmured, "Thus, I shall name you Qing Zhao. He crafted a sheath for the sword and stored Qing Zhao within his spatial ring, then turned to Lin Qingwei and Song Tianqing. Both were wide-eyed in astonishment. Who could fathom that one could forge a weapon while experiencing a breakthrough, and that the first attempt would yield such a formidable magical artifact? How did you accomplish this? Song Tianqing stammered, his mind momentarily befuddled. Lin Qingwei was equally astonished, having initially assumed that a powerful and mysterious master guided Yi Changtian, yet his performance now suggested otherwise. Chapter 27. Adventurous breakthrough. Some individuals serve as obstacles to your progress, while others are mentors and friends along your journey. Discernment and trust are of utmost importance. Initially, Lin Qingyue speculated that a mysterious and powerful master stood behind Yi Changtian, but his recent accomplishments led her to a deeper understanding. Yi Changtian harbored countless mysteries, eluding her comprehension. The elusive fire technique, Honglian Wenxian, the strange talismans, and even the elixirs were rare treasures, and now, he had mastered the art of crafting. At this moment, Yi Changtian embodied the identities of an alchemist, a talisman maker, and a craftsman simultaneously. A smile crept upon Lin Qingyue's lips, regardless of his formidable prowess. He remained by her side. Had he not generously shared that invaluable technique with her? Had he not imparted the methods of talisman creation without reservation? What more could she desire? Though she felt somewhat inferior, she vowed to strive to keep pace with him. I shall accompany you towards the pinnacle of strength. Yi Laoda, I implore you, please help me forge a magical artifact as well. Song Tianqing grasped Yi Changtian's arm in urgency. Haha, this time was sheer luck. However, if you perform admirably, I might consider it, Yi Changtian replied with a hearty laugh. Have you broken through to the 8th level of the qi refinement stage? Lin Qingwei gently wiped the sweat from Yi Changtian's forehead, speaking softly. Indeed, the rewards this time were substantial. If it weren't for a lack of a particular herb, I would have contemplated further cultivating to challenge the 9th level of the qi refinement stage and subsequently attempt foundation establishment. However, the current environment and conditions are not conducive. Moreover, we must acquire the 7-colored lotus. Yi Changtian grasped Lin Qingyue's small hand, noticing her relaxed demeanor, and inquired, have you broken through? Yes. I have finally reached the 9th level of the qi refinement stage, Lin Qingyue replied. Unable to fathom that a girl not yet 12 years old had achieved such a remarkable cultivation level. Though there were records of others in the Linhe Junior Academy reaching similar heights, they were exceedingly rare. Haha, splendid. Tianqing, you two have broken through? Upon hearing this, Song Tianqing nodded vigorously. Now, we must focus on obtaining the 7-colored lotus and the Han Shuang Lu. Yi Changtian clenched his fists, gazing towards the distant mountains, beyond which lay the 3rd level of the hunting grounds, marked as a perilous zone. According to Su Bing, the head of the auction house, Han Shuang Lu was likely located in the 3rd or 4th level of the hunting grounds. Changtian, what has happened to Ning Xiaoxue? Lin Qingyue's voice broke through Yi Changtian's contemplation. Turning his gaze, he noticed Ning Xiaoxue's once rosy complexion had turned increasingly pale, her body trembling as cold air emanated from her, and the ground within a meter of her was already encased in ice. She is forcibly attempting a breakthrough. Yi Changtian was taken aback. Cultivation should occur naturally. Even when relying on elixirs, sufficient medicinal power was essential. Yet, Ning Xiaoxue appeared to be only at the mid-level of the 8th stage of qi refinement, recklessly challenging the 9th stage after accumulating a certain amount of spiritual energy. A breakthrough? If successful, she could advance directly, but failure would lightly injure her meridians and severely risk her health, potentially jeopardizing future cultivation. Why would she choose to force a breakthrough at this moment, when she is usually so prudent? Yi Changtian pondered in confusion. What should we do? You must think of a solution, Changtian. Lin Qingyue's expression was filled with anxiety as she looked at Yi Changtian and then at the trembling Ning Xiaoxue, hoping he could devise a plan. You two protect her. I will give it a try. Yi Changtian observed Ning Xiaoxue's intense trembling and realized that failing to guide her could lead to severe consequences. However, lacking ice element power, he questioned whether his intervention could indeed resolve the situation. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Approaching Ning Xiaoxue, he sat cross-legged behind her, entering a meditative state. His consciousness swiftly entered the Fusang Divine Tree, leaping past numerous doors in the realm of immortality, ultimately halting before the door near the Tai Su Xianju chamber. The inscription above read, Ice Immortal Sovereign, with an introduction below, Zhu Ran, one of the 5 immortal maidens. She mastered the ice seal of the 8 wastelands under the guidance of the Tai Su Immortal Emperor, leaving her name resounding across the cosmos after 5 days of contest. After a deep breath, Yi Chantian chose to enter the ice immortal sovereign's chamber. He had no time to examine the room's decor and directly sought out the ice seal of the 8 wastelands technique, committing its operation method to memory. With his eyes wide open, Yi Chantian slowly extended his hands and pressed them against Ning Xiaoshua's delicate back. He felt her shiver slightly as a layer of frost began to creep over his palms. Gradually, he activated the fire attribute technique, melting the frost, causing water to slide down from his hands. Do not be anxious, it is I. Now, focus intently and memorize the technique's meridian flow, and follow my lead to untangle your meridians. Yi Chantian gently closed his eyes, summoning the essence of the wood element into his palms. As the energy flowed into Ning Xiaoshua's body, Yi Chantian, with his formidable spiritual perception, distinctly sensed the chaotic energy coursing through her meridians, akin to a wild horse galloping unchecked. With the infusion of his wood attribute energy, Yi Chantian commenced a cycle of cultivation as delineated in the Bingfeng Baoangju, guiding the energy within Ning Xiaoshua's body. After a complete circulation, Ning Xiaoshua's body stabilized, ceasing its tremors, fully cooperating with the operation of the Bingfeng Baoangju. The intervention of the wood element adeptly repaired the subtle injuries within her meridians. As Ning Xiaoshua gradually acclimatized to the meridian operation of the Bingfeng Baoangju, the scattered energy within her body began to coalesce and strengthen. After half an hour, the energy within her reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage, rendering subsequent breakthroughs effortless. The 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage lay within her grasp. After another half hour of calming her breath, Ning Xiaoshua slowly opened her eyes. Feeling the warmth of the gaze behind her, her cheeks flushed crimson. Clearing his throat, Yi Chantian withdrew his hand and inquired hastily, Xiaoshua, how do you feel? Yes. How are you? Lin Qingyue and Song Tianxing also gathered around, expressing their concern. I am fine now. Thank you all, Ning Xiaoshua replied. Her face slightly flushed. As long as you're all right, please refrain from such reckless actions in the future. If it weren't for Chantian, you might have suffered a backlash. What would I do if something happened to you? Lin Qingyue said, embracing Ning Xiaoshua with a hint of anger. Thank you, Chantian. I will not be reckless again. Ning Xiaoshua said obediently, casting a glance at Yi Chantian before lowering her head. It is good that you are fine. The sky is darkening. We should find a suitable place to rest soon, Yi Chantian remarked, rising and observing the weather. The team was no longer the same as when they first entered the forest, although only 4 members remained. 2 were practitioners at the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Yi Chantian had also reached the 8th layer, while the weakest among them, Song Tianxing, had attained the 7th layer. Such a team would find it difficult to be threatened by ordinary first-tier beasts, provided they did not encounter a formidable creature like the fire-flamed demon ape. After acquiring the demon core of the fire-flamed demon ape, the 4 continued onward, and upon noticing the darkening sky, they found a concealed cave to rest. The cave bore no signs of prior habitation, and from its entrance, one could glimpse a crescent moon. Although the moonlight was dim, it stirred boundless imagination. That night, several distress signal flares were launched, and fluctuations from the teleportation array deep within the forest occasionally echoed. For Su Zhao, the day's harvest was bountiful. Not only did he join forces with Su Wu to eliminate dozens of first-tier tongue snakes, but he also gathered numerous medicinal herbs in a hidden location. In stark contrast to Su Zhao's fortune, Wang Wen and Huang Zhan faced misfortune. Wang Wen suffered a bite to his calf from a gale wolf, while Huang Zhan was stung by a hidden man-eating bee among the flowers. Ultimately, the 2 were compelled to use the teleportation array to return to the starting point. Thus, Xiao Ziliang's team was left with only Du Mi, Su Zhao, and Su Wu. Fortunately, after 2 days of combat, Su Wu and Du Mi successfully advanced to the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage, led by the 8th layer practitioner Xiao Ziliang. The 3 7th layer cultivators carved a bloody path through the monster beast forest, collecting numerous demon cores and medicinal herbs. Xiao, I wonder how Lin Qingyue and the others are faring. Su Zhao mused as he sat serenely within the maze array after submitting a portion of the demon cores and spirit stones. Them? They may have already exited the monster beast forest. You must remember, they do not possess Xiao's maze array. Surviving the night is a question in itself. Su Wu commented. We must not underestimate them. After all, Lin Qingyue is also at the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage. If we can endure, they may have their own ways, especially with the exceptional ice attribute Ning Xiaoshua among them. They are not easily dealt with, Xiao replied wearily. In a certain part of the monster beast forest, Morong, what should we do now? Wang De asked, eyeing the oncoming crack mountain ants with trepidation. Form teams. Retreat towards the water flow. Fengzi, Jingzi, you two guard the sides. Xiaotu, you clear the path, and I will cover the rear. Everyone stay alert and ensure no one is left behind. Murongxian quickly orchestrated their tactics, and they plunged into a battle of retreat. After a brief half-hour, Murongxian and his companions reached the riverbank, felled a tree to create a wooden bridge, and swiftly retreated to the opposite bank. However, during the retreat, Jingzi was ensnared by a hidden giant python in the river, and despite their searches, he vanished without a trace. Furious, Murongxian attempted to leap into the river to search, but was restrained by his companions. After severing the tree, Xiaotu noticed that the crack mountain ants were obstructed on the opposite bank, and immediately launched a distress signal flare. The group stood frozen, gazing at the flowing water in the deep night, uncertain of what to do. Chapter 28. Crossing the mountain shortly after the signal flare was launched. A sound of slicing through the air filled the sky, and after a flash of golden light, a figure descended on a celestial sword. In an icy voice, they inquired, "Who fired the signal flare?" "It is Senior Yuning. Senior Yuning. One of our students was just swept away by a giant python while crossing the river and is missing. We request your assistance." Murongxian bowed respectfully. Humph. Yuning did not elaborate further, soaring into the air, chanting incantations. The sword beneath her flew into the riverbed, and immediately, a roar echoed as the giant python emerged. With a swift motion of her sword, Yuning severed the beast's head, then a rope shot forth, casting the python's remains onto the bank. The flying sword, like a spiritual artifact, cleaved open the python's belly, revealing a human form alongside half a carcass. The human form was none other than Jingzi, who had been swallowed not long before. Seeing this, Murongxian and the others rushed to rescue him, and Jingzi gradually regained consciousness, sobbing softly. After all, he was merely a boy just over 10 years old. Observing the half-carcass, Yuning felt a twinge of sadness but concealed it well. After ensuring Jingzi was cleaned up, she took him into the air. Was that a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? Flying on a sword? Surely that was a magical artifact. Indeed. It was impressively sharp. After Yuning departed, Murongxian lingered, reflecting on that exceedingly simple battle. Jingzi was fortunate. The route chosen by Murongxian to enter the mountains was relatively safe, as it was not far from the rescue point and teleportation array, allowing for swift assistance while safeguarding his companions. However, some were less fortunate, lacking even the opportunity to signal for help. Even if they did, they might not survive long enough for rescue to arrive. Throughout that night, many felt uneasy. The gentle breeze rustled through the forest, the whispering leaves imparting an eerie stillness. A crescent moon hung in the night sky, its faint glow providing a sense of comfort. At this moment, Yi Changtian sat at the cave's entrance, his consciousness extending outward, vigilant of the surrounding movements. Soon, soft footsteps echoed from within, and Ning Xiaoxue emerged, settling beside Yi Changtian. "Why aren't you sleeping more? Tomorrow may be tiring." Yi Changtian observed Ning Xiaoxue, who had changed into a clean pink outfit, draped in a sheer purple veil, her hair elegantly arranged with a decorative hairpin, looking exquisite. "I find it difficult to sleep," Ning Xiaoxue said, her heart fluttering slightly, tinged with nervousness. "Then let us converse," Yi Changtian suggested, noticing her wakefulness, and began to engage in dialogue. "I truly appreciate what you did during the day," Ning Xiaoxue reiterated her gratitude. "It is no trouble at all. But why the sudden anxiety? It seems unlike your usual demeanor." Yi Changtian gazed at the night sky and softly inquired, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, wishing he could offer more assistance. "I do not wish to be a burden to you all. Thus, I have become somewhat anxious," expressed Ning Xiaoxue, sharing her thoughts. "Indeed, the path of cultivation offers few shortcuts. We must always progress step by step. Trust in your innate talent. You shall surely succeed," Yi Changtian reassured her. Ning Xiaoxue nodded, her gaze following the moonlight reflecting off Yi Changtian's features, her heart brimming with gratitude. This gratitude, deeply anchored in her soul during her most helpless moments, resonated profoundly within her. "By the way, what cultivation method did you teach me?" she asked. "The method I originally practiced was a secret technique from my family. The only initial level Xiantier cultivation method, yet it was solely suited for ice attribute cultivation. Because of this, I became a vessel for spiritual roots. And it also led to my mother's early departure," Ning Xiaoxue responded with a sorrowful expression. "So it is an initial level Xiantier technique. No wonder your ice attack seems significantly more powerful," Yi Changtian remarked, then shifted his posture and continued, "Truth be told, you should not blame yourself for this matter. Your mother sacrificed herself so that you could become a great cultivator. She was a remarkable woman. Any mother would willingly give everything, even her life, for her child. Ning Xiaoxue listened quietly, refraining from speaking. The past cannot be changed, but we must always remember that to honor their sacrifices, we need to strive for excellence. Yi Changtian concluded. A flicker of light appeared in Ning Xiaoxue's eyes, as if her heart had been opened, allowing a ray of brightness to penetrate her previously gloomy thoughts. Xiaoxue, Yi Changtian called softly. She quietly replied. Abandon your original initial level Xiantir technique and try the method I have taught you. Now, I need you to listen carefully and remember the subsequent key points of the technique. Yi Changtian declared with determination. I will follow your guidance, Ning Xiaoxue whispered. For the next half hour, Yi Changtian imparted the techniques of the Bingfeng Ba Huang Ju from the Qi refining stage to the 9th level of foundational establishment to Ning Xiaoxue. The more she listened, the more she felt the profound depth of the Bingfeng Ba Huang Ju. Most importantly, this technique was ideally suited for her ice attribute spiritual root. You must engrave these techniques in your heart. They are sufficient to support you to the 9th level of foundational establishment, Yi Changtian advised, speaking at length while Ning Xiaoxue attentively absorbed and memorized every word. What tier of technique is this? Ning Xiaoxue asked, acutely aware that after practicing the Bingfeng Ba Huang Ju, the ice attribute's spiritual energy within her was more concentrated and abundant than before. She picked up a stone, encased it in ice, and with a gentle flick, the stone shattered. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary technique. Could this be the legendary celestial tier cultivation method? With this technique in her possession, Ning Xiaoxue felt immensely confident that if she were to encase the fiery magic ape in ice again, it would undoubtedly suffer substantial damage. The upcoming battle would be considerably easier. What tier? Yi Changtian shook his head and replied, that is something you must explore on your own. Such a precious technique. How could you possibly give it to me? Ning Xiaoxue inquired, perplexed, her eyes fixed on Yi Changtian, awaiting his response. Are we not friends? Yi Changtian replied with a smile, scratching his head. Ning Xiaoxue shared a knowing smile, observing as Yi Changtian turned his attention back to the crescent moon. Feeling a surge of emotion, she leaned forward and planted a gentle kiss near his ear. Before Yi Changtian could react, she hastily retreated into the dark cave. Yi Changtian felt a tumult of emotions, touching the spot where she had kissed him, gazing uncertainly into the cave. Although he could not see inside, he understood that at this moment, Ning Xiaoxue could certainly see him. His mind wandered back to the earlier moment when he had helped her with her meridians. Recalling her petite figure, faintly imbued with a delicate fragrance. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts. His heart belonged to Lin Qingyue. If she were to learn of this incident, it would surely spell disaster. He glanced at the cave, feeling somewhat bashful, akin to a thief caught in the act. The competition entered its 3rd day. After a night of eliminations, the number of participants in the forest had diminished once more. From the 104 participants at dawn on the 2nd day, the number had sharply decreased to 73. As dawn broke, Yi Changtian and the others commenced their battles for the 3rd day. In the morning, a pack of first-tier Gale wolves attacked the quartet. The group, having broken through, found it easy to deal with them, effortlessly slaying over 200 Gale wolves and even managing to infiltrate their lair, where they gathered over 100 medicinal herbs. In the afternoon, as they traversed a river, a giant crocodile attempted to ambush them, but Ning Xiaoxue swiftly encased it in ice, rendering it a frozen statue. When Song Tianqing attempted to shatter the ice to obtain the magic core, he discovered that even the core had frozen solid, turning to dust with the slightest effort. Lin Qingyue, having heard Yi Changtian mention Ning Xiaoxue's evolving powers, was well aware of her capabilities. However, Song Tianqing, unaware, thought he had somehow offended the young lady. Provoking her wrath, Xiaoxue, you must control the power of your spells. Otherwise, it will be a waste of effort, Yi Changtian remarked, observing Song Tianqing's helpless expression. Say that again, and I shall freeze you too. Ning Xiaoxue retorted, her demeanor slightly altered, raising her fist in mock intimidation. Yi Changtian quickly waved his hands in surrender, narrowly escaping her wrath. Haha, Xiaoxue, you are truly amusing. How about we team up to tease Changtian? You freeze him, and I will burn him. Let him experience our might. Lin Qingyue chimed in, delighted by Xiaoxue's playful banter. I beseech you, fair maidens, spare me. I have not wronged you. Yi Changtian exclaimed. Feeling wronged. Look at all these magic cores. It was Tianqing and I who gathered them, he lamented. Ning Xiaoxue and Lin Qingyue burst into laughter, their smiles radiating warmth. Witnessing their joy, Yi Changtian felt a wave of happiness wash over him. After traversing a bit further, they reached the mountainous path. The map indicated this mountain as Fei Du Mountain, Crossing it would lead them into a perilous area marked on the map, the third-tier region. Look, after half an afternoon of fruitful exploration, we have finally arrived at the base of Fei-Du Mountain, Yi Changtian announced. Fei-Du Mountain was notorious for its treacherous terrain, home to numerous fierce birds and high-level magical beasts. Although they were not as formidable as the fiery magic ape, they were far from the weak first-tier beasts found in the first and second tiers. Today, we have gathered over 300 magic cores and more than 200 medicinal herbs. Let us rest at the mountain's base for now and venture into the mountain tomorrow, Yi Changtian suggested, and everyone readily agreed. At the foot of the mountain, they discovered a dry cave, evidently man-made, containing a stone table and stone benches. Unfortunately, it bore no signs of recent habitation. Song Tianqing assessed the interior and concluded that it had been abandoned for at least half a year. Regardless, having a stable refuge was a commendable choice. Chapter 29. The mysterious herbal garden. The tranquil night enveloped the savage forest once more. Magical beasts hunted each other. Cultivators pursued magical beasts. Magical beasts slaughtered cultivators, creating an unsettling yet seemingly normal rule of survival. It remained uncertain how many participants still roamed this forest. Lin Xingyue crafted makeshift torches from the pine trees and hung them within the cave, while Yi Changtian arranged vines at the entrance to obscure the faint light within, preventing detection by magical beasts. There must still be quite a few, as most fifth-tier students have familial connections. Families would not idly watch their prodigies fall. They will find a way, he mused. Yi Changtian settled down, surrounded by several companions. Outside, rain began to fall, accompanied by the mournful sound of the wind. Listening to the patter of rain, Yi Changtian felt a sense of melancholy. It seemed that venturing into the mountains would not be an easy task the following day, and he hoped for the rain to cease soon. The flickering shadows of the four beneath the torch danced gently, their thoughts already swept away by the rain outside. It was getting late. Let us rest for now. I will take the first watch. Song Tianqing rose and paced to the entrance of the cave. Some fine raindrops slanted into the chamber, but most were blocked by the vines, keeping the interior mostly dry. Nobody objected, indeed. The battles of the past few days had left them weary, yet they had adapted well. Each had their own responsibilities, striving to maintain their best condition to face the unknown risks ahead. The torchlight swayed as three of them had already drifted into slumber. That night, although distress signals were still fired into the night sky, they were significantly fewer than in the previous nights. It seemed that after 3 days and 2 nights of trials, everyone was beginning to acclimate to their surroundings. After a little more than an hour, Yi Changtian took over from Song Tianqing. The rain had yet to relent, and the wind continued to moan. Even the rekindled torch within the chamber flickered slightly. Yi Changtian sat in meditation, directing his spirit into the divine tree of Fusang. After a while, he stepped out of the room where he had perfected his weapon crafting and soon entered the room of array formation mastery, followed by a visit to the room of talisman mastery. Just as he was engrossed in perusing these celestial texts, a call from Changtian startled him into opening his eyes. You may sleep a little longer. I am fine, Yi Changtian said upon noticing Ning Xiaoxue had awakened. No, you should rest as well, Ning Xiaoxue replied, unable to meet Yi Changtian's gaze. That kiss had opened her heart, yet she dared not take a further step, fully aware of the relationship between Lin Xingyue and Yi Changtian. Very well, Yi Changtian said as he prepared to rest, but suddenly, he froze, captivated by Ning Xiaoxue's swaying figure. Seeing him lost in thought, Ning Xiaoxue stamped her foot in playful annoyance. What are you staring at? Go rest now. Yi Changtian shook his shoulders, intending to turn away, but a realization struck him. He quickly approached Ning Xiaoxue, causing her to retreat in surprise. What are you thinking? Come here quickly, he urged as she stepped back. Ning Xiaoxue, noticing Yi Changtian's gaze fixed on the torch on the wall, sensed he might have discovered something and nervously approached. What is it? What's so interesting about the torch? She inquired, puzzled. Look closely, Yi Changtian pointed to the torch. Ning Xiaoxue observed that the flame was swaying back and forth, seemingly unremarkable. This torch is positioned deep within the chamber, yet if you look closely, it sways quite vigorously, mostly leaning towards the entrance, Yi Changtian explained. This indicates that there is airflow and wind within the chamber. That should be normal, Ning Xiaoxue remarked. Hearing the wind outside wail, Yi Changtian shook his head. Everyone checked both inside and outside when we entered the chamber, and since this is an artificially created space, there shouldn't be any other wind inlet aside from the entrance. If there is, it must be exceedingly concealed. Go wake everyone. I have a strong feeling this chamber is not simple, Yi Changtian said, sending his spiritual energy outward. However, due to the surrounding stone walls, His spiritual force found it nearly impossible to penetrate. Undeterred, he utilized his spiritual power to sense the flow of air, detecting a faint breeze from the torch's position. Following this subtle current, Yi Chantian traced it to a stone wall. At that moment, Lin Qingyue and Song Tianqing were also awakened. The group gathered around Yi Chantian, quickly coming to attention upon hearing his explanation. Yi Chantian instructed Song Tianqing to bring over a torch. As the torch neared the wall, the flame flickered gently, and Yi Chantian placed his hand upon a barely noticeable crack in the stone, feeling a faint breeze. "This wall is rather peculiar. You all should step back," he said. Then summoned the Qingzhao sword from his spatial ring. With a thought, the sword flew forth, slicing through the stone wall, which opened up a passage. "This is a magical artifact?" Ning Xiaoxue exclaimed in astonishment. "You didn't know?" "Indeed, it was crafted by Yi Laoda on the day of your breakthrough. Impressive, isn't it?" Song Tianqing chimed in, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Crafted by himself? A magical artifact?" Ning Xiaoxue was filled with disbelief. During this time, Yi Chantian had introduced her to many extraordinary things. The talisman capable of resisting the mightiest first-tier flame demon ape, the recovery elixir that rapidly restored spiritual energy, the strange yet potent techniques, and even the techniques gifted to her, of which she could not ascertain their tier. She understood well that the tier of these techniques far surpassed the Xian tier and was likely at the Tian tier level. Goodness, he is someone capable of crafting magical artifacts. If Ning Xiaoxue knew that the tier of these techniques far exceeded the Tian tier, she would be at a loss for words. The Qingzhao sword effortlessly breached the stone wall, creating an opening through which the sounds of wind grew ever clearer. Lin Qingyue noticed a passage beyond, but it was too dark, so she tossed out a few fireballs. The flames flew slowly, illuminating the interior of the passage. The passageway was a stone path, only slightly over 2 meters high and about 3 meters wide. Ancient torches and lamps hung along the walls, but there was little to discern within the passage. The four exchanged glances without uttering a word. Yi Chantian and Lin Qingyue led the way, while Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing followed closely 2 meters behind. The passage sloped downward, and after about a quarter of an hour, they began to feel a warm breeze. The passage was not straight, but meandered. After walking for approximately half an hour, the four finally emerged from the passage, their eyes widening in astonishment. What kind of realm was this? Just below the entrance of the passage lay a series of neatly divided rectangular plots, numbering over 100, appearing like a grand painting. Upon closer inspection, various herbs flourished within these plots, emanating immense spiritual energy that enveloped the surroundings. Surrounding the plots were pools of steaming water. Beside the plots stood a peculiar spirit tree, radiating clusters of shimmering fluorescence, resembling soft seeds that scattered across the plots, enhancing the tranquility, serenity, and comfort of the place. Looking up, they could vaguely see the peaks of mountains. Heavens, what place is this? Have we entered the realm of immortals? Song Tianqing inhaled deeply, feeling the spiritual energy within him stir to life. Such rich spiritual energy could only exist in the realm of immortals, perhaps. Yi Chantian looked at Lin Qingyue and the others, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Yet he was acutely aware that the more abundant the resources, the greater the danger. To reap more rewards often required commensurate sacrifices. After warning everyone to remain vigilant, Yi Chantian and his companions finally approached the plots. To Yi Chantian's astonishment, they encountered no dangers along the way. "Boss, look at what this is," Song Tianqing exclaimed, gazing at the herbs within the plots. "This is Yuling Chao." Yi Chantian observed the delicate spirit grass swaying towards the sky, its leaves crescent-shaped and its roots shimmering with a silvery luster. "My goodness, there are so many mature Yuling Chao here, each at least several hundred years old. This is Yuling Chao." Ning Xiaoxue and Lin Qingyue approached, gently touching the plants. Upon seeing Yi Chantian nod, Ning Xiaoxue exclaimed, "To find Yuling Chao here is truly wonderful. Indeed, we are exceedingly fortunate." Ning Xiaoxue required the Zhu Yin Jiuzhuan Dan, which necessitated primary materials including a third-tier fire attribute magic core, Jiuxian Jin, Yuling Chao, and Qi Lian. Now that she had acquired the Yuling Chao, how could she not feel elated? "Oh my boss, hurry and look. There are also Ling Yin Chao, Qian Yin Ling Ji, Mo Yi Lian, Shui Jing Chao, Rong Hengua, and Huan Xing Chao." Song Tianqing, possessing some knowledge of herbs, pointed out several identified plants. "Are we dreaming?" Ning Xiaoxue gazed at the plethora of herbs, experiencing a fleeting sensation of unreality. Yi Chantian, noticing her expression, could not help but chuckle, reaching out to pluck the Ling Yu Chao before saying, "See, is this not real?" Ning Xiaoxue, Lin Qingyue, and Song Tianqing were taken aback as they watched Yi Chantian pull out the Ling Yu Chao, their mouths agape in disbelief as they pointed at his hand. Yi Chantian, puzzled, looked at his hand only to discover that the Yu Ling Chao had vanished without a trace, leaving only a hint of soil behind. Startled, he felt an instant of surprise, but soon thereafter, he sensed the joy emanating from the Fusang tree in his mind, or not far away. A Yu Ling Chao was securely growing. Could it be that I have robbed myself? An absurd thought arose in Yi Chantian's mind. Yet as he felt the surge of spiritual energy in the Fusang space due to the presence of the Yu Ling Chao, he dismissed the notion, uncertain of how to explain this to the others. Chapter 30. The Severely Injured Weasel. Opportunities often arrive without forewarning, silently making their entrance and exit. Observing the bewildered trio, Yi Chantian was at a loss for words, awkwardly stating that the herbs had been absorbed into his spatial ring and suggested plucking another to test. He feared that the Fusang sacred tree might indiscriminately absorb all the herbs. However, reality proved his worries to be unfounded. After extracting another Yu Ling Chao, it did not get drawn into the Fusang space. Seeing this, everyone eagerly participated in the herb gathering. Yi Chantian noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Some herbs would be absorbed into the Fusang space after being harvested, while others would not be drawn involuntarily. This revelation left him perplexed. What he did not realize was that the Fusang space had its own criteria for entry. It disregarded first-tier herbs entirely, while selectively allowing some second-tier herbs to enter. Yet, Yi Chantian felt as if he had discovered a new continent, continuously attempting to absorb herbs into the Fusang space. After contemplating for some time, sensing the connection between himself and the Fusang sacred tree, he focused his mind, and the herbs in his hands suddenly vanished, while simultaneously another herb appeared in the Fusang space. With a mere thought, he found another herb materializing in his grasp. Elated by this newfound discovery, Yi Chantian felt as though he was carrying a vast herbal garden with him. The herb gathering lasted for more than 2 hours, and while they did not completely harvest every single plant, they selectively unearthed those that were fully matured. Even so, they collected over 1,000 herbs, most of which were over 500 years old, with some exceeding a millennium. Most of the herbs were of second-tier or even third-tier quality. If exposed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. Any single precious herb could not be measured merely in spirit stones. Some rare herbs could even be exchanged for high-tier pills or techniques. With these herbs, securing first place in the academy is undoubtedly within our grasp. Song Tianqing remarked with a smile. However, we cannot reveal all these herbs, Yi Chantian replied thoughtfully. As you all know, the value of herbs is immense. If we carelessly display such a quantity, it will surely attract attention, and we may find ourselves being pursued for the source of these herbs. Our safety could be compromised, and this herb garden would likely be destroyed. Chantian is right. These herbs should not be easily shown, Lin Xingwei concurred. Typically, such herbs exist within the domains of second-tier magical beasts, and even third or fourth-tier ones. While second-tier herbs are manageable, third-tier ones are difficult to explain. If someone discovers such a vast quantity of herbs, we would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, and it may lead to disastrous consequences for us, potentially even stirring conflict between cultivators and magical beasts. Indeed, what a pity for such an abundance of herbs. Selling them to alchemists could lead to great fortune. Song Tianqing mused, agreeing with the others. Alchemists, Ning Xiaoxue echoed, casting a skeptical glance at Yi Chantian. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Chantian rubbed his nose without elaborating. Then I shall give my share of herbs to Chantian. However, if any benefits arise in the future, do not forget about me, Ning Xiaoxue hinted, sharing her herbs with Yi Chantian. And I will also offer my share to Yi Laoda, as a reward for crafting a magical tool. What do you think? Song Tianqing, eager for his own magical tool, readily handed his herbs to Yi Chantian. I will also give you mine, Lin Xingwei added. After considering for a moment, Yi Chantian responded. Very well, let us each reserve 100 second-tier herbs and 3 third-tier herbs. I will accept the remainder. He transferred several hundred herbs into the Fusang space, where various plants began to thrive, exuding rich spiritual energy. Observing the now sparse herb garden, Yi Chantian approached an unusual tree. This peculiar tree did not bear leaves like ordinary plants. Its leaves were elliptical, adorned with numerous intricate patterns, and emitted a luminous glow. A gentle breath would cause the leaves to detach and float gracefully in the air, illuminating the garden with their soft radiance. Yi Chantian felt a surge of joy emanating from the Fusang tree within his mind, as if it were beckoning him. Extending his hand, he noticed delicate roots of the Fusang tree extending from his palm, wrapping around the peculiar tree before him. In the blink of an eye, the tree suddenly vanished, having been absorbed into the Fusang space. In the current state of his mind, beside the Fusang tree, the strange tree remained unchanged, its leaves shimmering and floating, illuminating the entire space. However, at the very moment the unusual tree was absorbed, a creature fell to the ground with a thud, startling everyone. Yi Changtian, taken by surprise, stepped back a few paces, and the others quickly shifted their attention to the noise, preparing for combat as they focused on the creature before them. What is this? Ning Xiaoxue inquired, observing the dazed creature on the ground, baring its teeth in apparent pain. Lin Xingyue conjured several fire lotuses to illuminate the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, the creature resembled a small cat, measuring less than half a meter in length, with a thick tail extending over 10 centimeters. Its body was slender, with short yet powerful limbs, and its claws were sharp and retractable. Its ears were small and pointed, triangular in shape, and its large eyes gleamed with a brownish-yellow hue. The most striking aspect of this creature was its pure white fur, reminiscent of snow, save for a small patch of black fur at the tip of its tail. Wow, what an adorable creature! Lin Xingyue exclaimed, drawn to the charming animal and reaching out to embrace it. However, the creature, still lying on the ground and baring its teeth, rolled over, glaring at the group before letting out a series of frantic chirps. It then turned to look for the large tree it had been sleeping beneath, only to find it had vanished. The distant herb garden had also been disturbed by these intruders, causing it to chirp anxiously. This must be a snow ferret. An exceptionally pure one, Yi Changtian remarked as he gazed at the creature before him. A snow ferret? What tier of magical beast is it? Ning Xiaoxue inquired. Yi Changtian shook his head, uncertain, but sensed that the snow ferret posed no threat. Why has it appeared here? Could it be a magical beast raised by a great cultivator? Yet it seems rather unimpressive. Hey, are you a magical beast? Breathe fire or spray water, anything will do. Hey, don't run away, come back. Song Tianqing also found this small, adorable creature quite intriguing. Tianqing, if you harm it, I will freeze you for 3 days. Ning Xiaoxue said anxiously as she chased after it. Perhaps the snow ferret sensed Ning Xiaoxue's goodwill, for with a leap, it landed in her arms and looked mischievously at Song Tianqing and Yi Changtian. Haha, look at it. It seems to understand us and is even upset. Song Tianqing observed this anthropomorphized snow ferret and wished to embrace it, but Ning Xiaoxue kicked him away. Changtian, would you like to hold it? Ning Xiaoxue approached Yi Changtian, bringing the snow ferret into view. Despite its reluctance, it was cradled by Yi Changtian. He stroked the ferret's head, its pure white, soft fur providing a comforting sensation. Yet the snow ferret appeared quite restless, swaying from side to side. Noticing this, Yi Changtian set it down, and after taking 2 steps, the ferret wobbled and fell to the ground. Lin Xingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and the others grew anxious, uncertain of what was happening. Yi Changtian gently picked up the ferret, channeling wood elemental spiritual energy into its body, only to be shocked to discover that the ferret's internal energy surged chaotically, like a raging wind, wildly colliding without direction, forming turbulent waves of energy that gradually consumed its vitality. What could be the matter? Yi Changtian pondered, realizing that this chaotic energy had persisted for quite some time. During this duration, the snow ferret had attempted to mend itself without success. Some of its meridians were already ruptured, with parts completely shattered. Such injuries seemed to arise from a failed forceful breakthrough or severe physical assault. However, this adorable snow ferret appeared to be barely at the first tier of magical beasts. Merely an animal. How could it sustain such immense damage? What do you think, Changtian? Is there any way to save the snow ferret? Lin Xingyue asked, her heart aching. I don't know if it will work, but I will do my best. This is a bit troublesome. It seems safe here for now. So you all should practice around, Yi Changtian replied, then sat cross-legged. He could distinctly feel the ferret's vitality dwindling as it was battered by the chaotic spiritual force. At that moment, Yi Changtian recalled the words of the Taizu Xian Emperor. The Taizu Dadayan encompasses the supreme spells and cultivation methods of the 3 realms, humans, demons, and spirits. If one encounters the right individual, they may pass it on. A snow ferret, you are the first magical beast I have taken a liking to. I wonder if you meet the criteria of that individual. Regardless, let us try. Whether you survive depends on our fate, Yi Changtian murmured softly. The last flicker of life within the ferret was faint, as it barely opened its eyes to glance at the person cradling it before closing them again, awaiting the call of death. Just then, Yi Changtian's gentle wood elemental energy began to flow in, like a babbling brook, continuously entering the ferret's body. The feeble flame that had flickered within the snow ferret began to rekindle under the infusion of Yi Changtian's spiritual energy. Yi Chantian examined the ferret's meridians, which were in utter disarray. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth, unleashing the life force of wood elements to continuously repair and reshape the damaged meridians within the ferret. Concurrently, his consciousness had already entered the realm of the great success of demon immortals, observing the astonishing scrolls of demon cultivation techniques. Yi Chantian was uncertain, but he knew that the deeper one ventured into the chambers, the higher the status of the technique's owner. Thus, he searched through the innermost rooms. The deepest chamber belonged to the dragon clan's cultivation, followed by the techniques of various divine beasts. Yi Chantian quickly perused the descriptions of the techniques, ultimately stopping at a chamber titled Wanyan Xian, which recorded, Wanyan Xian, of the purple ferret lineage, cultivates the devouring soul and swallowing clouds technique, possessing extraordinary power, relentlessly sustaining life. Acclaimed as the Wanyan Xian, upon finding the technique, Yi Chantian began to guide the spiritual energy within the purple ferret, following the operational pathway of the devouring soul and swallowing clouds technique. Throughout this process, although the purple ferret remained unconscious, the gentle wood spiritual energy combined with the celestial level demon cultivation technique slowly revived its body, gradually repairing its meridians, while its once pure white fur became even more vibrant. Chapter 31. Second-tier shadow leopard. In the journey of life, stagnation is never an option. One must always row against the current. For to cease moving forward is to fall behind. After an hour of meticulous nurturing, the purple ferret finally opened its eyes once more. Though this time they were filled with confusion. Had it not perished? How was it still alive? Glancing upward, it saw a young man infusing it with spiritual energy. And its internal true energy had ceased its chaos, transforming into a resilient and rich essence. I was saved by a human? This is truly a disgrace. With that thought, the purple ferret shut its eyes again, attentively listening to the sounds around it. After some time, Yi Chantian opened his eyes and, noticing the snow ferret, gently rubbed its adorable head, softly saying, "Little one, I know you are awake. Why not open your eyes and thank your benefactor?" The snow ferret trembled slightly, shyly opening its eyes and covering them with its paws, appearing utterly charming. Yi Chantian chuckled at the sight, realizing that the snow ferret had developed a degree of intelligence. "If you can comprehend my words, remember the following technique. I shall teach it to you in detail," Yi Chantian whispered. "Humph, what a worthless technique. I have no interest." The snow ferret thought, "Do you think I am an ordinary magical beast? I was originally a fourth-tier magical beast. Were it not for your untrustworthiness, despicable humans, would I have suffered such severe injuries and come so close to death? Humans are all vile creatures. If I were at my peak, even with just a modicum of power, I would consume you all." The snow ferret berated internally. However, Yi Chantian remained oblivious, continuing to impart the devouring soul and swallowing clouds technique. Initially, the snow ferret paid little mind to the technique, but as it listened, it began to perceive the wonder and power of the method, diligently committing it to memory. When Yi Chantian concluded his explanation of the transformation stage technique, the snow ferret was left in an overwhelming state of shock. Heavens, this is a complete demon cultivation technique, crafted specifically for the ferret lineage. A technique capable of sustaining one through to the transformation stage. Is this a dream? If it is, please do not let me awaken. The snow ferret remained frozen in astonishment. All right, if you truly can cultivate to the transformation stage, come find me, and I will provide you with subsequent techniques. What shall we name you? How about you take my surname, Yi, and become Yi Xiaobai? Haha, remember, my name is Yi Chantian. This is Lin Qingwei. She is Ning Xiaoxue, and as for him, never mind that. Have you memorized everyone? The snow ferret glanced around at the group, its eyes registering the faces of those present. Yet its paws protested against the name Yi Chantian had chosen. Lin Qingwei and Ning Xiaoxue both eagerly embraced the snow ferret, relishing its soft, delicate fur, reluctant to release their hold. Stop it. If you adore the snow ferret so much, when it grows up, I will have it provide you with a fur coat. Yi Changtian's words had barely left his lips when both Lin Qingwei and Ning Xiaoxue glared at him in outrage. Even the snow ferret itself shivered, baring its teeth in discontent. Were it not for your status as my savior, I would devour you right now. Furthermore, my medicinal herb garden has been utterly ravaged. Oh heavens, where has my divine tree vanished to? Never mind. I cannot bear to see you all any longer. If I do, I fear I might succumb to madness again. The snow ferret glared for a moment before leaping from Ning Xiaoxue's embrace, gradually hopping onto a stone platform. With a swift leap, it sprang forth, its agile form vanishing into the night sky. Remember to cultivate diligently, and be wary not to be reduced to mere fur. Yi Changtian called out from below, as a chorus of chattering echoed from the air, and a few stones tumbled down. How impolite. Yi Changtian remarked sheepishly under the ire of the three. With still 2 hours until dawn, the four chose to cultivate in this environment rich with spiritual energy. The abundant aura further stabilized their cultivation levels, adjusting their conditions to an optimal state. As the first light of dawn began to break, the four emerged from the passage. To prevent anyone from discovering the herb garden and harming the snow ferret, they blocked the exit of the tunnel and concealed their traces. Only after ensuring everything was secure did they emerge from the chamber, which was then ensconced once more by dense vines, making it nearly impossible to discern the hidden chamber nearby. Even if one stumbled upon the chamber, it had become a heap of rubble, rendering the passage almost untraceable. Shortly after the four departed from the herb garden, a snow-white snow ferret leaped down from the cliff, gazing at their retreating figures for a long while. It then caught a fish from the pond and, after devouring it, chose a spot to enter a meditative state. What Yi Changtian could not foresee was that this snow ferret he had rescued would gradually grow to become a legendary beast king. But that is a tale for another time. On the fourth day of the competition, only 54 students remained in the forest. Yet these individuals were the creme de la creme from various academies. They grew stronger through combat and progressed through trials. Some even broke through during life and death struggles within the forest, showing remarkable growth compared to when they first entered. Be cautious, the mountain is slippery. Yi Changtian advised the others behind him. After a night of wind and rain, the ground was not only damp, but also had patches of moss on the rocks, making it easy to slip. This mountain does not appear high, yet after climbing for half an hour, we have yet to reach the summit, Song Tianqing lamented. We should be nearing the top, Ning Xiaoxue replied, slightly out of breath. Not far from Yi Changtian and the others, a shadow concealed in the branches of a large tree crouched silently. The shadow's sharp fangs glistened, and with a powerful leap, it transitioned from one tree to another, moving without a sound. Do not stray too far. I feel uneasy in this dense forest. Yi Changtian and Lin Qinghua halted, addressing Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing, who were 3 to 4 meters away. Boss, with you here, what is there to fear? Whatever comes our way is merely courting death, Song Tianqing retorted, taking another step forward. Suddenly, a dark figure darted like lightning toward them, targeting the lagging Song Tianqing. Watch out! Yi Changtian and Lin Qinghua shouted. But it was too late. Song Tianqing stood momentarily stunned, witnessing the monstrous creature emerge from the shadows, its dark fur and bloodthirsty, gleaming teeth catching him off guard. Ice mirror. Ning Xiaoxue reacted instantly, conjuring a crystalline ice barrier between the shadow and Song Tianqing. A sharp crack echoed as the shadow was momentarily slowed. Yet the tremendous force shattered the ice, allowing it to lunge towards Song Tianqing. He instinctively stepped back as the shadow swiped at him, then leaped onto a stone. Turning back to glare at the group, Yi Changtian and Lin Qinghua rushed down to check on Song Tianqing, who had torn his shirt and revealed faint traces of blood on his skin. Thankfully, his instinctive evasion had spared him from graver injury. Boss, I'm fine. That was close. Song Tianqing exhaled deeply, finally taking a good look at the shadow. The shadow exceeded 1 meter in length, its fangs glinting ominously, its entire body cloaked in black fur, blending seamlessly into the darkness, making it difficult to spot if one wasn't careful. If I am not mistaken, this must be a second-tier early-stage beast, the shadow leopard. Its explosive power and speed are exceptional, making it a true king of the forest, Yi Changtian discerned as he observed the beast. The shadow leopard, displeased that its calculated attack had failed, flicked its thick tail and fixed its gaze on the four, seemingly contemplating which one to devour first. It then pounced toward Lin Qinghua. What a formidable leap and burst of power. In an instant, the shadow leopard was upon them. However, for Lin Qinghua, who was prepared, such speed, albeit impressive, was still within her capacity to evade. Yet, Lin Qinghua had no intention of dodging. Instead, she sought to test the gap between her 9th layer of chi refinement and the second-tier early-stage beast. With a sudden explosion of fire elemental energy, she called out, "Fire Phoenix!" The flame in her delicate hands transformed into a bird-like creature, trailing a long tail and flapping its wings, soaring upward with a triumphant cry. Meeting the shadow leopard head-on, armed with her celestial tier technique and her 9th layer of chi refinement, coupled with her adept manipulation of fire elements, Lin Qinghua's combat prowess surged dramatically. Indeed, the fiery creature and the shadow leopard collided fiercely, the bird-like figure passing through the beast, soaring skyward, mouth agape, before dispersing into a shower of fiery embers. Meanwhile, the shadow leopard crashed to the ground, lifeless, as intense flames engulfed its head in an instant. This was Lin Qingyue's first full-strength strike since reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement, and its power was indeed extraordinary. Beside her, Song Tianqing stood in stunned silence. Good heavens, that was a second-tier beast. An early stage one at that. How could you annihilate it in a single blow? Yi Changtian approached Lin Qingyue, patting her shoulder, and remarked, "Well done." Lin Qingyue turned to Yi Changtian, grasping his hand, and exclaimed, "Changtian, did I really do that? I actually defeated a second-tier beast in one strike?" Yi Changtian squeezed her hand and replied, "Of course. However, that spell consumes quite a bit of your energy. Do not use it lightly when alone." Lin Qingyue nodded obediently, realizing that the strike had drained nearly half of her spiritual energy. 2 more such attacks, and she might truly be unable to continue. Ning Xiaoxue watched the fallen shadow leopard and the affectionate exchange between the two, a subtle ache blossoming in her heart. "You too, do not expend your energy recklessly. We need to be in our best condition to face what lies ahead." Yi Changtian noted Ning Xiaoxue's unease, smiling at the two, and added, "Ladies, please lead the way." Chapter 32. Murong Xian encounters danger. Utilizing the advantages provided by the environment can significantly ease the path to success. After consuming a recovery pill, Lin Qingyue felt nearly restored. Seeing Yi Changtian still in a playful mood, she shot him a glance before taking Ning Xiaoxue and moving ahead. "What are you daydreaming about? Get to work." Yi Changtian playfully slapped Song Tianqing on the chest, hitting the very scar that made him wince. "Boss, do you think I can become like Sister Qingyue?" Song Tianqing produced the shadow leopard's magic core, handing it to Yi Changtian. Observing Song Tianqing's earnest expression, Yi Changtian assured him, "You definitely can." Feeling the determination in Yi Changtian's gaze, Song Tianqing clenched his fist and declared, "Boss, from this day forth, wherever I go, you will always be my leader." Yi Changtian extended his right hand, and the two exchanged a celebratory handshake, sharing a smile. At that moment, Ning Xiaoxue's voice called out from not far away, "Hey, you all hurry up." Yi Changtian and Song Tianqing hurried over, discovering 2 individuals crouched on the ground, searching for something. As Yi Changtian approached, he noticed bloodstains on some blades of grass, already congealed but undoubtedly from the early morning, as last night's rain had been considerable, making it impossible for the blood to have been left by the rain. Uncertain whether it was human or beast blood, he resolved to follow the trail. If a person was injured, it indicated danger, and perhaps they could still arrive in time. If a magical beast was wounded, it could be an opportunity to strike. This direction, Ning Xiaoxue remarked, observing the bloodstains and discovering a bloodied handprint, undoubtedly left by a human. The orientation of the handprint suggested that the individual had headed towards the mountain's summit and after traversing it, descended along a path where a miniature teleportation array was located. The 4 of them remained vigilant of their surroundings, encountering some first-tier magical beasts along the way. However, most of these creatures posed little trouble, as Song Tianqing dispatched the majority of them. As they neared the mountaintop, they found several blood spots. Just as they prepared to ascend, a ferocious ironclad vulture swooped down upon them. This was a first-tier flying magical beast, with exceptionally sharp claws capable of lifting several hundred pounds. Its aerial agility made it difficult to counter. Yet Yi Changtian was different, summoning the Qingzhao sword. A vibrant green light flashed, causing the ironclad vulture to plummet. After retrieving the magical core with thorns, they finally crossed over the Fida mountain. No sooner had they descended the mountain than they heard the sounds of battle nearby. Alarmed, Yi Changtian and his companions exchanged glances before swiftly making their way towards the source of the noise. "Morong, we might not last much longer," the thief gasped, overwhelmed by the sheer number of blood-eyed demon wolves, led by a second-tier blood-eyed demon wolf. This was the team of Murong Xian from Meishan Academy. Although they had spent 4 days in the forest, their excellent teamwork had allowed them to remain relatively intact, with only 2 lower-ranked students having retreated and the mirror inadvertently injured by a giant python, leaving a total of 7 members. Alongside Murong Xian, the thief and Wang Do were both at the 8th level of qi refinement, while the other 4 were at the 7th level. This was the foundation of Murong Xian's audacity to enter the perilous 3rd tier. During the first 3 days, Murong Xian had battled in the outer 2 layers, deciding to ascend the mountain at dawn after the rain had ceased. This timing had afforded them considerable advantage, allowing them to evade the 2nd-tier shadow leopard and the 1st-tier ironclad vulture at the summit. However, while they were stealthy, they were targeted by a pack of ravenous blood-eyed demon wolves. These wolves were social beasts, with the alpha wolf being of 2nd-tier status. If the shadow leopard was the solitary king of the mountain, When it encountered a pack of blood-eyed demon wolves, it would have no choice but to retreat. Various types of wolf-like magical beasts inhabited Fight Mountain, among which the blood-eyed demon wolves were the strongest, commanding the other species while they foraged within their territories. This time was different. The second-tier blood-eyed demon wolf, as the alpha, had developed a semblance of intelligence, comprehending the threat posed by cultivators while also sensing the delectable essence of their flesh. By devouring these cultivators, the alpha would undoubtedly enhance its strength, for the essence contained within cultivators was far beyond that of ordinary first-tier beasts. Thus, the blood-eyed demon wolf summoned 4 types of wolf packs, besides its own kind. There were the howling moon wolves, moon-worshipping wolves, earth wolves, and bloodthirsty wolves. 40 blood-eyed demon wolves were deployed, alongside 30 from each of the other packs. Under the cover of night, after wounding 2 individuals, they tracked and surrounded their prey. 160 wolves encircled Murong Xian and his companions within a relatively spacious clearing. At this moment, Murong Xian was troubled. Yu Qian and Zhang Zi were injured, leaving only himself, the thief, Wang De, the madman, and Fang Tu capable of fighting. The situation was dire, and more brutally, they found themselves trapped in a relatively stable and open area, facilitating the encirclement by the wolves. The alpha wolf howled once more, prompting the various wolves to launch a coordinated attack. Claws flashed, earthen walls rose, bursts of fire erupted, and golden elements glimmered. After repelling one wave, the wolf pack surged forward once more, offering no respite. "Boss, signal for help. I fear we cannot hold out much longer," the thief exclaimed after knocking a giant wolf aside with an earthen wall. The nearby teleportation array indicated that they were far from the rescuers at the 5-star point. "Even if they signaled now, I fear we would not endure until then." Murong Xian swung his metallic arm, fending off a wolf as he said, "Then let us withdraw with all our might. Wang De, reveal your true strength. You will lead the way. Thief, unleash your ultimate technique in tandem with Wang De. Madman and Fang Tu, guard our flanks, and I will cover our retreat. I will lead everyone back." Murong Xian spoke with resolute determination, and the others nodded in agreement. Wang De, harnessing the wood and earth elements, unleashed his spiritual energy with fervor. The wood element demonstrated a greater advantage in this forest, ensnaring and toppling the advancing wolves with vines and thorns. Meanwhile, the thief retrieved a low-grade magical artifact from his ring, known as the soul-shocking bell. Each use demanded a significant amount of spiritual energy, and typically, the thief was reluctant to deploy it until absolutely necessary. "Everyone cover your ears," the thief urgently shouted. Activating the soul-shocking bell, it ascended into the air, spinning rapidly before releasing a wave of energy-laden sound that surged outward. The sound waves rippled, traveling 3 miles. The closest wolves, overwhelmed by the sound, suddenly appeared soulless, their eyes vacant. Seizing this opportunity, they hurriedly retreated. Even the alpha wolf was momentarily disoriented, its head spinning before it let out a series of howls to rally its pack. By this time, Murong Xian and his companions had exited the clearing and were hastily descending the mountain. The alpha wolf charged ahead, quickly closing the gap to Murong Xian. He instructed his companions to fall back, remaining behind to cover their retreat. They understood the gravity of the situation. Murong Xian was no ordinary individual, having survived numerous calamities. Their confidence in him fostered their unity. Seeing the alpha wolf charge fiercely, Murong Xian's arm shimmered as golden energy surged forth, enveloping him entirely. He resembled a warrior clad in golden armor. In his hand, he wielded a sharp weapon formed from the metal element, a formidable greatsword. "Come, let us see who is truly mightier," Murong Xian roared, swinging his sword to meet the alpha's razor-sharp claws. Sparks erupted as the clash ensued. The claws of the second-tier blood-eyed demon wolf rivaled the hardness of metal, being its most lethal feature, coupled with the disparity in their cultivation levels. Murong Xian staggered back 2 steps before regaining his footing. At this moment, a multitude of blood-eyed magical wolves, including the Xiaoya wolf, the Baiwa wolf, the Tuong wolf, and the Shikshalang, surged forth. Murong Xian wielded his great sword with great skill, slaying several colossal wolves. However, the pack exhibited not only a terrifying instinct for cooperation, but also unparalleled individual prowess. Fighting was inherent to wolves, and reverence for the strong was the survival principle of the pack. From the moment these wolves could hunt, they had gradually honed countless combat techniques. Although Murong Xian managed to fend off a majority of the wolves, some inevitably lunged at him. His golden essence enveloped his entire body, seemingly rendering the wolves powerless. Yet the pack thought otherwise. With their sharp teeth and claws, they were determined to find a way to tear their prey asunder. With 10, then 11 wolves. The sound of heavy breathing grew increasingly louder. Despite Murong Xian's formidable strength, he required spiritual energy for support. Faced with such a vast horde, compounded by the looming threat of a wolf king, his great sword continued to slash, yet his strength waned. Had it not been for a second-tier magical beast draining his spiritual energy, he might have been able to slay even more creatures. However, his repeated confrontations with the second-tier beast had not only consumed a significant portion of his spiritual power, but also demanded more of his mental focus. After all, he was merely one man, with no opportunity to catch his breath or recover. The depletion of his spiritual energy accelerated, and the protective golden essence began to dissipate. Once this protection vanished, it would signify Murong Xian's demise. Despair flickered in his eyes. He had exhausted all his spiritual power and found himself utterly defenseless. Regrettably, the image of Lin Xingyue, the woman he had encountered days prior, flashed before his mind. It seemed her presence had left a profound impression on him, and he cherished her smile. Alas, he would never have the chance to confess his feelings. As the golden essence fully dissipated, Murong Xian collapsed to the ground, his arms and legs marked with wounds that were not fatal. This was due to the Alpha Wolf's command. The leader always sought to take the first bite of the prey, a right no other wolf could infringe upon. Chapter 33. Lin Xingyue's confession. It was not only his unconfessed feelings for Lin Xingyue that weighed on him. The Alpha Wolf, with nimble strides, leaped onto a rock 2 meters away from Murong Xian and let out a long howl, summoning the pack to charge down the mountainside towards Wang Da and the others. The Alpha Wolf gleamed with bloodthirsty teeth, drool dripping from its jaws. Murong Xian turned his head, observing the tumultuous waves of wolves below, seemingly stalled at a juncture. A sense of relief washed over him. He could perish, yet he hoped they would reach the teleportation array in time. He thought, surely, they could endure until the end. With a final effort, he stood unsteadily, mustering his remaining strength to confront the Alpha Wolf. Haven't you always wanted to eat me? Come then. The growl of the Alpha Wolf reverberated, its powerful hind legs poised to leap. In an instant, the Alpha Wolf sprang forward, but Murong Xian, without a second thought, summoned the last remnants of his spiritual energy for protection. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Alpha Wolf merely leapt over him, not directly attacking. Murong Xian coughed, witnessing the dimming essence in his arm completely vanish. In the end, I was outmaneuvered by a wolf. How embarrassing. He gazed weakly at the Alpha Wolf. What a pity, Lin Xingyue. If I ever see you again, I must tell you that I like you. His faint voice echoed in the forest, amidst the rustling leaves. When suddenly a sound of someone tumbling came forth, followed by a soft exclamation. Though it was not loud, it was enough for Murong Xian to notice. And the keen Alpha Wolf abruptly turned its gaze towards a dense thicket. Who is it? Both the Alpha Wolf and Murong Xian expressed their queries. At that moment, Yi Changtian, who had just stumbled and was rubbing his sore backside, had overheard someone confessing to Lin Xingyue and inadvertently been kicked, causing him to slide out. Although he reacted quickly and did not fall, the kick had still hurt. Turning to look at Lin Xingyue, he noticed her face flushed and her expression filled with indignation. Her gaze seemingly saying, someone just confessed to me, and you're sneaking a laugh? You've been waiting to confess, yet now someone else has beaten you to it. Keep laughing, and I might just throw you to the wolves next time. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing attempted to stifle their laughter, their faces contorted in awkwardness. Ahem. Brother Murong, it's me, Yi Changtian said, somewhat embarrassed, dusting off the nearly non-existent dirt as he emerged from the bushes. Who are you? Murong Xian squinted at Yi Changtian, finding him vaguely familiar but unable to recall his name. The Alpha Wolf observed their interaction, momentarily uncertain whom to pursue first. I am Yi Changtian, and I'm with Lin Xingyue, he stated, deliberately pausing at the word with. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyue's face flushed even deeper. Yet her heart swelled with sweetness. I remember now, we met that day. However, Yi, this is not the time for reminiscing. You must flee without worrying about me. Murong Xian recalled, recognizing him as the student who had stood beside Lin Xingyue during their first encounter. All right, I'll take my leave. Remember to catch up. Yi Changtian, noting the Alpha Wolf's indecision, saw the battle below intensifying and, without further ado, dashed away. The Alpha Wolf could not allow its prey to escape, especially as Murong Xian lay nearly incapacitated. With a swift leap, it pursued Yi Changtian, who, feeling a surge of joy, activated a wind speed talisman, greatly enhancing his speed. The Alpha Wolf, relying on its innate advantage, chased after him, but under the influence of the talisman, Yi Changtian swiftly outpaced the wolf, luring it down the mountain. Oh no, this is bad. Don't run away, come back. Mu Rongxian turned his head, watching the alpha wolf chase after Yi Changtian, its figure growing distant. He could only lament, I've dragged you into this mess. Just take care of yourself. Lin Qingwei approached, followed by Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing, who wished to descend quickly but were halted by Lin Qingwei's command. Song Tianqing, you carry him. Lin Qingwei, is it really you? Mu Rongxian turned his head to see the enchanting Lin Qingwei, her face flushed yet radiant, exclaiming in astonishment. Without responding, Lin Qingwei examined Mu Rongxian's injuries and administered a quick bandage. She then patted the wound on his leg, eliciting a cry from him as she warned. Next time you speak recklessly, it won't be so simple. Take this. Grimacing, Mu Rongxian swallowed a recovery pill, his eyes widening as he felt 1/3 of his spiritual energy rapidly replenish. If such a miraculous herb existed, they would surely have avoided peril. At that moment, Song Tianqing approached and hoisted Mu Rongxian onto his back, saying, Buddy, you're quite impressive to dare compete with my boss. Before he could finish, he felt a jolt in his body and glanced at Lin Qingwei, chuckling awkwardly. Sister Qingwei, I didn't mean it like that. I meant in a fluster. Song Tianqing carried the protesting Mu Rongxian as Lin Qingwei and Ning Xiaoxue wasted no time. Lin Qingwei produced 3 wind speed talismans, and they quickly made their way down the mountain. Thief, strike again. Wang De and the thief held the rear, watching as Fengzi led the injured Yu Qian and Jiang Zi down the mountain while the massive wolves surged forward once more. All right, the thief gritted his teeth in response. As the chilling bell tolled once again, the thief's complexion turned a ghastly pale. Seizing the moment while the pack of wolves was momentarily distracted, Wang De strategically laid down a series of thorns along the descent. The spiritual energy of both individuals had been severely depleted. Their ability to endure until now spoke volumes of their resilience. They exchanged a glance, unease creeping into their hearts. Betsy, do you think the boss will be all right? The thief voiced his anxiety. Thief, do not speak nonsense. The boss will undoubtedly be fine, Wang De reassured, though the growing number of colossal wolves weighed heavily on his mind. It seemed that such a multitude of giant wolves could only appear when their leader was in dire straits. While concern for Mu Rongxian lingered, the priority was to buy time for others to reach the teleportation array, while also maintaining the interval required for its operation. The relentless assault of the giant wolves, coupled with their sharp claws, continued to shred the thorns. What began as a small breach swiftly expanded into a gaping hole, allowing more wolves to surge through. Launching attacks on Wang De and the thief, the duo found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, their situation growing increasingly dire due to their significant exhaustion. Just then, a swift figure emerged from the hillside, darting forward with remarkable speed, occasionally vaulting over obstacles using a vine. Trailing behind was a formidable wolf. Upon recognizing the beast's form, Wang De and the thief felt a chill run down their spines. Heavens, it's a second-tier blood-eye demon wolf, the alpha. Could the boss already be? The wolf seemed to be pursuing someone. After all, Mu Rongxian was not adept in wood-based techniques. Yi Changtian finally caught up with the pack of wolves, leaping down from a vine, and in a flash, 2 fiery wheels appeared in his palms, their heat distorting the surrounding air. Sun and moonshine, he declared, unleashing a sweeping fire attack from the air. The fire wheels launched from his hands, multiplying from 2 to 4, then 8, 16, and 32. Before erupting in a roaring blaze amidst the wolf pack. The anguished howls of the wolves echoed as some were engulfed in flames, writhing in pain before collapsing in a chorus of wails. A charred scent filled the air, leaving Yi Changtian, Wang De, and the thief momentarily breathless. Yi Changtian landed before Wang De and the thief, hastily consuming a recovery pill. Despite the immense power of sun and moonshine, the spiritual energy it consumed was substantial, especially with a second-tier alpha wolf still looming. Who are you? Wang De and the thief asked, witnessing the sudden demise of several wolves that had previously cornered them, the remaining pack visibly shaken. The alpha wolf stood atop a rise, fixating its gaze on Yi Changtian, growling fiercely. Yi Changtian, he introduced himself, tossing 2 recovery pills to Wang De and the thief. Mu Rongxian is safe. Take the pills and restore your energy. Having witnessed Yi Changtian's awe-inspiring strike and reassured by the news of Mu Rongxian's safety, Wang De and the thief were elated and wasted no time in consuming the pills. After all, should their adversaries seek to seize their magic cores and herbs, they would be left defenseless. With the recovery pills taken, their expressions mirrored that of Mu Rongxian, astonished and exhilarated. You two head down the mountain and tend to the others. I will hold them off. Yi Changtian declared, keeping his focus on the alpha wolf. Brother Yi, we can assist. Wang De and the thief stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yi Changtian. As the alpha wolf howled once more, the assault of the pack resumed. Wang De finally realized the vast disparity between his wood-based techniques and those of Yi Changtian. Wang De's attacks primarily focused on binding and delaying, while Yi Changtian's were lethal, with hindrance as a secondary effect. Thorns sprouted like miniature wolf-fang maces, adorned with chilling wooden spikes. Under normal circumstances, the wooden spikes might not inflict significant harm on the giant wolves, but what if they were coupled with speed? Yi Changtian excelled in his wood technique, not only due to its higher tier, but also because his spiritual energy far surpassed Wang De's. Each thorn that struck would injure, incapacitate, or slay a giant wolf. The alpha wolf, incensed, seized an opportunity and charged at Yi Changtian. Though Yi Changtian believed he could delay the second-tier beast, defeating it would require extraordinary measures or the use of a magical artifact. Yi Changtian sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the alpha's razor-sharp fangs and claws. In that fleeting moment, he shot forth a thorn that ensnared the wolf's hind leg. With a faint golden light emanating from his palm, he yanked back with all his might, pulling the giant wolf towards him. However, without the protection of the golden element, he would never have dared to take such a risk. Even so, the intense force sent a warm sensation through his hand. The alpha, realizing it was bound, howled in fury while attempting to turn and bite through the thorn. Meanwhile, the pack renewed their assault on Yi Changtian. Wang De and the thief bravely moved forward to shield him from the onslaught. Observing the scene, Yi Changtian yanked on the thorn with great force, lifting the giant wolf off the ground, its eyes betraying a mocking glint. In midair, the alpha bizarrely twisted its body and lunged at Yi Changtian. Yi Changtian summoned the golden element, guarding his right fist, and struck out at the alpha's skull. The alpha, brimming with confidence, believed it could shatter Yi Changtian's fragile fist. Despite the metallic protection, the impact sent Yi Changtian staggering back several steps. The force of the collision resonated through his arm and body. The alpha wolf, too, was rattled, as if it had collided with a boulder, swaying unsteadily. Its mind momentarily clouded. To withstand the charge of a second-tier giant wolf at the 8th level of chi refinement was a feat that would surely astonish many if recounted. Yet Yi Changtian sought not acclaim. Seeing the alpha momentarily dazed, he surged forward, aiming a fiery punch at it. Suddenly, two claws swiftly struck toward his chest. Taken aback, Yi Changtian recoiled just in time, unleashing a wave of flames that forced the second-tier alpha to retreat, although the flames continued to engulf its head. The alpha then turned to a nearby wolf, tearing into it to extinguish the fire with its blood. Such a scene left Yi Changtian and his companions astounded. Had the second-tier beasts begun to exhibit such advanced intelligence? The alpha howled, fixing its gaze on Yi Changtian, its pupils shifting from pale yellow to a deep crimson, its body slightly enlarging. In a sudden burst of power, it kicked off the ground, causing cracks to form in the stone beneath. Its speed escalated to an extraordinary level, leaving Yi Changtian with no choice but to summon the Gale Talisman. With the Gale Talisman's enhancement, the speed advantage of the mutated Blood I demon wolf diminished significantly. In a whirlwind of combat, the two engaged in a fierce dance, exchanging blows in a flurry of clashes. Yi Changtian maximized the potential of the golden element, protecting his vital areas as he resorted to a primal style of fighting against the beast. The sharp fangs and claws relentlessly scraped against Yi Changtian's sturdy metallic armor, leaving behind some marks on the metal. However, Yi Changtian's assault did not cease. He fiercely attacked the joints, head, back, and abdomen of the alpha wolf. As a second-tier blood-eyed demon wolf, its defense and speed had significantly improved compared to a first-tier counterpart. Yet even so, faced with Yi Changtian under the influence of the Gale Talisman, it still found itself at a disadvantage. Yi Changtian extended his long fist, and the blood-eyed demon wolf suddenly clawed at his arm, producing a deafening sound as it scraped the metal. Simultaneously, the wolf opened its jaws wide, revealing sharp teeth, and fiercely bit down on Yi Changtian's fist. The blood-eyed demon wolf bit down hard, shifting its teeth's position, hoping to crush that accursed fist with all its might. At that moment, however, Yi Changtian's hand, clamped tightly in the wolf's jaws, emitted a sudden burst of flames, an application of the symbiotic elements of gold and fire. Flames surged forth. The giant wolf attempted to retreat violently, but it was firmly held in place by Yi Changtian. The fire erupted from the mouth of the second-tier blood-eyed demon wolf, penetrating its insides, and after a brief moment of whimpering and struggling, its claws finally slipped from Yi Changtian's arm. The wolf pack began to stir. not merely due to the demise of the Alpha, but also because four figures suddenly appeared behind them: Lin Xingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, Song Tianqing, and Murong Xian. The four had been nearby for a short while. Murong Xian wanted to rush out, but was stopped by Lin Xingyue. They all watched the battle between Yi Changtian and the second-tier blood-eyed demon wolf. Unparalleled elemental application, incredible combat judgment, astonishing calmness and composure. Yi Changtian annihilated a second-tier blood-eyed demon wolf with his strength and wisdom. Consequently, the wolf pack began to scatter. It was at this moment that Lin Xingyue and the others finally made their entrance. One froze the enemies effortlessly, while the other burned fiercely, easily dispatching the remaining first-tier wolves that had lost their will to fight, with less than 10 wolves managing to escape. Wang De and the thief spotted Murong Xian being supported by Song Tianqing and hurriedly called out, quickly approaching, "Murong, are you all right?" Seeing the two unharmed, Murong Xian felt a sense of relief. They are students from Linhao Academy. This is Lin Xingyue. This is Ning Xiaoxue. And the young man fighting alongside you is Yi Changtian, while this is Song Tianqing. They saved me, Murong Xian explained. Wang De and the thief expressed their gratitude, and then quickly descended the mountain to share the good news with everyone. Song Tianqing and Yi Changtian were engaged in conversation, likely boasting about their leader's prowess when Yi Changtian kicked him, and the two began to gather the magic cores. Ning Xiaoxue broke free from Lin Xingyue's grasp and ran to assist Yi Changtian in tidying up the aftermath. Murong Xian observed Lin Xingyue beside him, noting that her gaze was continually fixed on Yi Changtian, who was collecting magic cores while joking around. Understanding dawned upon him, prompting him to break the silence. "Xingyue, thank you. Today, I had resigned myself to death, yet I did not expect to survive. Now, I still wish to speak the words that linger in my heart." Lin Xingyue lifted her head to meet the gaze of the somewhat refined and responsible Murong Xian, feeling no longer shy or uneasy, but rather composed and tranquil. She gently interjected, "Brother Murong, we heard what you said earlier. However, your good intentions are something I cannot accept. I have already given my heart to another. I hope you will not feel troubled." Upon hearing Lin Xingyue's words, a flicker of pain crossed Murong Xian's heart, but was quickly concealed. He looked at Yi Changtian not far away and slowly nodded. "Then we remain friends, correct?" "Of course," Lin Xingyue replied candidly. Seeing the smile spread across Murong Xian's face, Lin Xingyue felt a burden lift from her heart. "Xingyue, I still want to thank you," Murong Xian said, gazing at Lin Xingyue. "What for?" "Thank you for hearing my confession. Being able to express my feelings was my greatest wish at that moment," Murong Xian concluded, as a gentle breeze brushed past. Lin Xingyue approached Yi Changtian, feeling somewhat anxious. Yi Changtian turned around, and upon seeing Lin Xingyue's demeanor, laughed heartily, then took her hand and whispered something into her ear, causing her face to flush crimson. "My dear wife, has everything been resolved?" "Who is your wife? Who agreed to that?" Lin Xingyue exclaimed, her cheeks burning. Yet her words remained playful. Yi Changtian understood her nature well. Seeing her anxiousness, he knew her thoughts. She was merely concerned about his feelings towards her confession. "Silly girl. My father told me that after we return home, the engagement will be set," Yi Changtian remarked, tapping her forehead lightly. "What? How come I didn't know?" Lin Xingyue's face flushed even more as memories of her father witnessing her embrace with Yi Changtian surfaced, stirring a mix of shyness and sweetness within her. Engagement meant they would finally be together. Although it was not marriage, it still signified a commitment to protect one another, though they were not yet 12 years old. Among cultivators, especially after establishing their foundations, a mere retreat could extend for months or even years. Engagement would fulfill their parents' wishes, but marriage would still require several more years, with uncertainties looming over where they would be in those years, as the journeys of cultivators were often unpredictable. After their conversation, the five of them descended the mountain together. Wang De and the thief, who had arrived earlier, had already shared the news of their safety, and everyone was anxiously awaiting Murong Xian's return. The two injured individuals insisted on waiting for Murong Xian before using the teleportation array to return. When Murong Xian finally appeared, Wang De, the thief, and others erupted in joy. After understanding the situation, everyone expressed their gratitude to Yi Changtian, Lin Xingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianqing, offering their magic cores and herbs as tokens of appreciation. However, Yi Changtian declined all offers. Subsequently, the two injured members of Murong Xian's team were teleported out, leaving Murong Xian, Wang De, the thief, Feng Tu, and Fengzi to debate whether to press onward or withdraw. "Boss, I will follow your lead," Wang De and the thief said. Feng Tu and Fengzi echoed the sentiment. Murong Xian gazed at Lin Xingyue and her companions gathered nearby. then looked at the determined expressions of his team. The path ahead might be fraught with danger, but who among them had not emerged from peril? If they could not overcome these challenges, it would be a disservice to their hard-earned training. My opinion is to continue forward until we reach the next teleportation point. Murong declared resolutely. Since they had ventured this far, retreating was not an option, for the sake of the Foundation establishment pill. Everyone needed to push themselves to strive harder. Have you all made your decision? Yi Changtian queried as he and his companions stood before Murong. We will continue onward. You will too, right? Murong rose to his feet and spoke. Very well. However, the journey ahead may prove even more perilous. You must remain vigilant. If danger arises, you may have to rely solely on yourselves. Yi Changtian surveyed Murong and his team, noting that none displayed fear. He could not help but silently admire Murong exceptional ability to unite his team. Chapter 35. Conversations in the Ice House. Sometimes, your assistance may seem insignificant, yet for others, it may be of utmost necessity. After the two teams parted ways, Yi Changtian and his companions chose the southeast direction, where an entrance to an extremely dangerous area awaited. Meanwhile, Murong led his group southward, planning to reach a teleportation array after traversing over 20 miles. Intending to train in that perilous zone. Boss Murong, it is truly unimaginable that such miraculous elixirs and talismans exist. With these, our safety will be further assured. Wangda expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the gifts bestowed upon him by Yi Changtian and Lin Qingyue before their departure. In this perilous forest, every day is fraught with danger, and even the most abundant spiritual energy can be depleted. However, after consuming the Huiyuan, the group felt a noticeable restoration of approximately 1/3 of their spiritual power. After meditating for an extended period, they finally resumed their journey. Indeed, we owe a significant debt of gratitude this time, not only for these 2 precious Huiyuan, but also for the 5 concealment talismans and 5 gale talismans, each of which is a matter of life and death. You must all remember their kindness. Whenever they are in need, we should extend our utmost assistance. Furthermore, the matters concerning the Huiyuan and the talismans must remain confidential. They must not be disclosed. Murong asserted solemnly. Yes, boss. The others nodded in agreement. The path of cultivation is brutally harsh, filled with countless instances of practitioners plundering and slaughtering one another. Every day, innumerable cultivators trample over their peers in pursuit of advancement. Sometimes merely for a single pill, a spirit herb, or a technique, while at other times, no reason is required at all. Yet, at a time when they could have seized from weaker students, none of them harbored such intentions. It is noteworthy that Murong and his companions persevered to the 4th day of the competition, undoubtedly reaping considerable rewards, yet they never contemplated robbery. Not only did they save themselves, but they also generously gifted invaluable pills and talismans. Murong gazed into the distant forest, realizing that their next meeting could only be as friends. At this moment, Yi Changtian and his companions began their bloody trial. Upon entering the 3rd tier, the level of danger escalated sharply. Those below the 6th layer of qi refinement found it nearly impossible to advance. Even Song Tianxing, at the 7th layer of qi refinement, found himself challenged. The number of 1st-tier magical beasts increased, and the most terrifying aspect was the occasional emergence of 1 or 2 2nd-tier junior magical beasts. Yi Changtian and his companions felt confident in dealing with the 2nd-tier juniors, but against 2nd-tier seniors, they could only flee. Faced with 5 2nd-tier junior ironback turtles, they experienced the formidable defenses of magical beasts. Even with Yi Changtian wielding the Qingzhao sword, he could only leave a faint mark on their shells. Reluctantly, they opted to encase the turtles in ice and retreat temporarily. The ice could not kill these beasts, but it could serve to hinder them. The increasing number of 2nd-tier magical beasts made Yi Changtian and his companions more cautious. After working together to defeat a 2nd-tier ironback lizard and a 2nd-tier Mongshan porcupine, they found themselves nearly surrounded. Upon obtaining the magical cores, they utilized the gale talismans to escape once more. How many gale talismans do we have left? Yi Changtian inquired of Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue counted, including the ones on Yi Changtian, revealing there were still 15 left. The total number of gale talismans was only 30, and they had already consumed half. It seems we must use them sparingly, Yi Changtian remarked, glancing at the forest in the distance. Lin Qingyue nodded, noting that daylight had faded, and she suggested finding a place to rest early. Yi Changtian examined the map. In this area, there was only an endless forest, with no advantageous terrain to rely upon. Nevertheless, this did not pose a challenge for them. After searching for a while, Yi Chantian activated the earth element in a relatively open area. Upon witnessing this, Song Tianqing and Ning Xiaoxue understood and promptly assisted in constructing an ice shelter. The ice shelter was quickly completed, and for safety, Yi Chantian adorned the surrounding area with numerous vines as concealment, unless one looked closely. It appeared merely as a thicket of vines. After a simple meal inside the ice shelter, Lin Qingyue gazed at the contemplative Yi Chantian and gently spoke. Chantian, are you pondering why I provided Morong Xian with pills and talismans? Upon hearing this, Yi Chantian withdrew his thoughts, took Lin Qingyue's hand, and replied, silly girl. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you. Besides, if you hadn't given them, I would have done so. I was merely contemplating the matter of Hanshuanglu. Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing observed Yi Chantian holding Lin Qingyue's hand. Song Tianqing had grown accustomed to it, their frequent interactions over the past few days. Combined with the widespread tales of Lin Qingyue and the seemingly inept Yi Chantian, made their relationship known, even to those who did not wish to acknowledge it. Although Ning Xiaoxue was aware of their bond, ever since Yi Chantian saved her during the forced trial and the subsequent kiss, his image had been indelibly etched in her heart. Seeing her beloved with Lin Qingyue left her in a state of confusion. What would Lin Qingyue think if they took it further? Noting Yi Chantian's mention of Hanshuanglu, she inquired, is Hanshuanglu a type of medicinal herb? Qingyue, Xiaoxue, Tianqing. Yi Chantian softly called their names, and each turned to him, awaiting his next words. We all understand that above the qi refinement stage lies the foundation establishment stage, which is the initial and most critical threshold for cultivators, as well as the most challenging one. However, the difficulties of foundation establishment are well known. Xiaoxue, in your family, there are likely very few experts at the foundation establishment stage. Tianqing, your family probably has only a handful as well. Most cultivators find themselves stuck at the 9th layer of qi refinement, unable to break through, ultimately exhausting their lifespans in despair. Yi Chantian spoke quietly. Ning Xiaoxue and Tianqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, while there were numerous cultivators at the 9th layer of qi refinement within their families, those who could advance to the foundation establishment stage were exceedingly rare. Once one did, they would become a revered member, a vital force for the family. To break through from qi refinement to foundation establishment requires a foundation establishment pill, which is the primary reason many participants are eager to join this perilous competition. After all, each foundation establishment pill is immensely precious, and some are even priceless. As Yi Chantian contemplated, he gained a deeper understanding of the immense resources available at Qingshan Academy. It seemed that within Qingshan Academy, there must be numerous second-tier or even higher alchemists. However, everyone is aware that the foundation establishment pill only increases our chances of success. In other words, even if we strive to obtain the foundation establishment pill, it does not guarantee our success, Yi Chantian continued. Indeed, my family once purchased 2 foundation establishment pills at a high price from an auction house, but both attempts ended in failure. The success rate for foundation establishment at the qi refinement stage gradually declines. The highest probability occurs within the first 3 attempts. After 3 failures, while opportunities may still exist, they become exceedingly slim, Ning Xiaoxue said softly, her hair cascading down as she spoke. Song Tianqing beside her nodded in agreement. Tianqing, your purpose in this endeavor is the foundation establishment pill, correct? Yi Chantian asked, looking at Song Tianqing, who nodded in affirmation. There is no denying it. Everyone is drawn by the allure of rewards. Our goal in this venture is not the foundation establishment pill, but rather the Qi Lian, Yi Chantian revealed, astonishing Song Tianqing. The Qi Lian is one of the rewards for the best student. Since you have already earned the title of best student, why not exchange it for a foundation establishment pill? Boss, I recall that the Qi Lian is indeed a reward for the best student, right? If one becomes the best student, would they forsake a foundation establishment pill to obtain the Qi Lian? That is equivalent to having 3 foundation establishment pills. Any one of you could confidently establish your foundation, Song Tianqing said, bewildered by the notion. Upon hearing this, Yi Chantian shook his head, casting his gaze toward Ning Xiaoxue without directly addressing the matter. Instead, he said, the foundation establishment pill is a second-tier pill. Although rare, there remains a chance of acquisition. However, the Qi Lian, a third-tier herb rivaling fourth-tier materials, is exceedingly scarce. Due to certain reasons, we must acquire the Qi Lian. Therefore, we need to devise alternative strategies for obtaining the foundation establishment pill. Alternative strategies? Boss, that is a second-tier pill that is often priceless. Even if we exhaust our family's resources, it may not be obtainable, Song Tianqing said anxiously, fervently hoping that Yi Chantian could successfully establish his foundation. Rest assured, there will be a way. Thus, our objective this time is not only the Qi Yin, but also to acquire Han Shuanglu. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Ye Changtian's eyes as he continued. Han Shuanglu is a principal ingredient in the concoction of the Foundation Establishment Pill. Alchemy, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianxing were visibly astonished. A second-tier pill necessitates at least a second-tier alchemist to forge it. Typically, even for a second-tier alchemist, the success rate in refining the Foundation Establishment Pill is lamentably low, often leading to the squander of vast quantities of herbs, resulting in no gains whatsoever. But where shall we find a second-tier alchemist? Song Tianxing pondered, considering that within the entire Linhe and surrounding areas, apart from the head of the auction house, there seemed to be no one else. Ning Xiaoxue turned to Ye Changtian, recalling the return of the Yuan Dawn, and a thought struck her. Could it be that he intends to refine the pills himself? But that is a second-tier pill. Can he truly succeed? If he does, wouldn't that imply he is a second-tier alchemist? The matter of alchemy could be discussed later, regardless of the difficulties. I trust there will be a way to enter Qishan Academy. Whether we commission an alchemist for our needs or explore other methods, we must acquire the Han Shuanglu. Ye Changtian refrained from disclosing his identity as an alchemist, recognizing the suspicion in Ning Xiaoxue's gaze. Aware that she had begun to suspect, only Lin Xingyue sat quietly beside them. Whatever you need to do, whatever you require, I shall accompany you, unwavering and steadfast. This was Lin Xingyue's silent vow. Very well, leader. We shall devote ourselves to the search for Han Shuanglu over the next few days. Song Tianxing stated earnestly. I propose we commence tomorrow and conclude on the 8th day of the competition, dedicating 4 days to search this vicinity for Han Shuanglu, while simultaneously hunting magical cores and gathering herbs. What do you all think? Ye Changtian laid out his plan. The three unanimously agreed with his proposal. A night passed without incident, and the competition entered its 5th day. At this moment, the number of students remaining in the Monster Beast Forest had dwindled to 43, of which 31 had crossed over Fei-Du Mountain into the perilous 3rd level, while the remaining 12 opted for a more cautious approach, lingering in the 2nd level. Chapter 36. Rising fame. When life settles into a repetitive rhythm, one may look back and find only emptiness. Once the parameters and direction were established, Ye Changtian and his companions engaged in intense battles and herb gathering in the 3rd level. The relentless cycle of pursuit and evasion, of hunting and being hunted, along with the bloody and brutal laws of elimination, played out continuously. Time swiftly passed, and the competition had reached its 8th day. During these 4 days, Elder Huang and numerous academy leaders had grown increasingly haggard, having not rested well. Each day witnessed students succumbing to poison or sustaining severe injuries, with even a few casualties reported. As day 8 of the competition dawned, only 32 students remained in the forest, all of whom had inevitably entered the 3rd level. Elder Huang, you should rest, a graceful woman suggested, standing beside him. Qingfeng, I wish to remain here and watch. Every student is an invaluable asset to Qishan Academy. Losing even one pains me greatly. Elder Huang waved his aged hand, reluctant to rest. I shall keep watch for you. I will notify you the moment there is news, Qingfeng assured him. No, let me sit here for a while. I heard that among the remaining 32, 6 are from Linhe Academy. Is that true? Do we have any news of them? Elder Huang inquired, settling down and gazing at Qingfeng. Last night, 2 students from Meishan Academy successfully exited the forest. According to one of the students from Fangtu, they encountered 4 students from Linhe Academy 4 days ago, but there has been no further news since. Qingfeng informed him while glancing towards the distant headmaster of Linhe Academy, Mingyang. Upon hearing this, Elder Huang nodded slowly. Have you not considered reconciling with him? It has been quite some time. Are you still angry? He did nothing wrong in that situation, Elder Huang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Qingfeng, his beard quivering as he recalled something. Elder Huang, Qingfeng replied in a somewhat playful tone, exuding charm. All right. I shall not meddle in your affairs. But I must make it clear that time waits for no one. This year you will also enter Qishan Academy to teach. So do take good care of his students. If possible, you should have a proper talk. Elder Huang observed the now middle-aged Qingfeng, then glanced at Mingyang in the distance, sighing inwardly at how they had once been such a fine pair, now reduced to strangers. I understand, Elder Huang. Qingfeng replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Following this, Elder Huang instructed Qingfeng to locate Fangtu, hoping to inquire in person about the 4 legendary students from Linhe Academy. Since Ye Changtian, Lin Xingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianxing had decisively vanquished the 7 members of Minghu Academy, who were lying in wait to extort and rob at the teleportation array, and subsequently eliminated Minghu Academy entirely, The four had become the idols of admiration among all students. Rumors even circulated that this quartet had slain the formidable first-tier magical beast, Lie Yin Ma Yuan. This revelation captured the attention of everyone. Even the higher-ups from various academies focused their gaze upon these four individuals. However, for the next few days, there was no news from the group. And just as everyone began to worry for them, the exit of two students from Meishan Academy and their recounting of events reignited the interest of all students, faculty, and heads of academies. To dare to lead away a second-tier Xue, Tong Ma Long alone, and to shatter the wolf pack with a single blow not only demonstrated a spirit of chivalry, but also showcased formidable combat skills. Coupled with outstanding teamwork, the four managed to slay a significant portion of the wolf pack while exterminating the second-tier Xue Tong Ma Long. For a cultivator to be capable of slaying a second-tier Xue Tong Ma Long, in the eyes of the average person, this was an undeniable testament to their prowess. Generally, cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refining may engage or delay a second-tier magical beast, but they could never hope to kill one. Conversely, prolonged skirmishes would inevitably lead to the cultivator's demise. Yet, this quartet achieved the impossible. With their Qi refining cultivation, they wielded their elemental application with exceptional strength, successfully slaying the second-tier magical beast. From that moment on, every student who exited the forest regarded the members of this quartet as idols, especially the female cultivators, who saw in Yichang Tian not only strength and capability, but also a spirit akin to a heroic figure. Such a person perfectly embodied the hidden image they longed for. Meanwhile, male cultivators viewed Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue as the ultimate celestial companions. Consequently, students who exited from Linhao Academy found themselves surrounded, eager to hear tales of Yichang Tian, Lin Qingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianxing. Among those besieged with inquiries were the earliest to exit, Wang Wen, Huang Zhan, and the recently returned Du Mi and Su Wu. Especially Du Mi and Su Wu, who had just exited, were hounded daily by students seeking more stories from within the academy. Subsequently, Yichang Tian's reputation as both a waste and a prodigy, Lin Qingyue's nurturing and companionship, Ning Xiaoxue's icy demeanor, and Song Tianxing's whimsical lifestyle were all thoroughly scrutinized. Thus, the phrase waste prodigy, laden with contradiction, was coined. The waste prodigy group became synonymous with the four. Some even began to place bets, speculating on how many days the waste prodigy could endure and whether he could earn the title of the best student. Meanwhile, those who had declined to team up with Yichang Tian, like Su Wu and Du Mi, found themselves feeling rather discontented. Although Xiao Ziliang was a commendable leader and ensured everyone's safety at night, the team had successfully hunted numerous magical beasts and gathered ample herbs. The need to surrender certain magical cores and herbs upon entering the maze every day left them feeling somewhat disheartened. If only they could have made a choice like Song Tianxing's, perhaps they too would have become legends. It will surely be etched in everyone's memory. The thoughts of youth are often enigmatic. However, within the depths of their hearts, Su Wu and Du Mi have come to realize that Xiao Ziliang is not a partner for long-term collaboration, even though they belong to different academies. The deans and instructors frequently engage in conversations with Meng Yang, inquiring about teaching secrets and subtly probing for information regarding the four individuals. Meng Yang can only smile wryly, as he himself is unaware of how those four have achieved their feats. Reflecting on that afternoon when he bestowed the precious Zheng Yuan Dan upon Yichang Tian, it was his exceptional high-tier cultivation technique that garnered Meng Yang's attention. Although Yichang Tian appeared nonchalant during the competition, he demonstrated elemental prowess that evidently surpassed his opponents, resulting in the phenomenon of elemental devouring. While Meng Yang is uncertain of the opportunities Yichang Tian has encountered, it is undeniable that his cultivation technique transcends the Huang tier, verging on the Xian tier, or perhaps even higher. Among the 5th-tier students, only Ning Xiaoxue possesses a Xian tier technique, with perhaps Lin Qingyu also qualifying. Even Xiao Ziliang's technique is merely of high Huang tier, and the distinction between Huang and Xian tiers is stark. Moreover, Yichang Tian's mastery of wood, earth, and fire elements compelled Meng Yang to place his bets on this rising star. Although Meng Yang had harbored hopes for Yichang Tian to achieve greater success, he primarily regarded him as an auxiliary to Ning Xiaoxue, believing that two youths with Xian tier techniques would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage in the competition. However, what he did not anticipate was that Yichang Tian would offer him far more than he had imagined. It seems his decision was indeed a sound one. As Meng Yang contemplated this, he glanced back at Qing Feng, and a pang of sorrow began to stir within him. Is Yichang Tian a hero? At this moment, Yichang Tian does not share this sentiment, for the four of them are fleeing for their lives. As they traversed a marsh, Ning Xiao Shui froze the mire to clear a path for them, inadvertently awakening the beasts lurking nearby. Suddenly, hundreds of Huolin Jinmang appeared. More alarmingly, among these fire-scaled golden pythons, over 20 were second-tier magical beasts. Such an overwhelming number of second-tier beasts was entirely unforeseen and difficult for Yichang Tian and his companions to handle. In this critical moment, disregarding the consumption of talismans, the four of them utilized 16 concealment talismans in quick succession to narrowly evade the onslaught of numerous second-tier beasts. Boss, there's no Han Shuang Lu here either. Song Tian Xing gasped in fear. Yichang Tian felt a bitter pang in his heart. Han Shuang Lu is one of the primary medicinal materials for refining the foundation establishment Dan, although he has gathered other necessary materials. And over the course of these 4 days, he has amassed a considerable quantity of other components such as Ning Hun Chao, second-tier magical cores of various attributes, and Yu Ming Jin, sufficient for dozens of refining attempts. Han Shuang Lu remains elusive. Must one truly venture into the most perilous areas? The third-tier region has already exhausted them, and the emergence of numerous second-tier magical beasts has further strained their resources. Without the support of talismans and recovery pills, they would have sustained injuries long ago. Over these 4 days, their harvest has been substantial. 260 first-tier magical cores, 35 second-tier magical cores, and over 300 medicinal plants. The quantity of magical cores obtained has significantly dwindled compared to the outer regions, primarily due to the interference and ambushes from second-tier beasts, preventing them from engaging in prolonged battles. Even when they manage to slay first-tier beasts, they often lack the time and opportunity to retrieve the cores. Meanwhile, the consumption of talismans has been immense. Now, only 37 concealment talismans remain, 7 Gale talismans, 8 Detox talismans, 18 Fireball talismans, and 7 Diamond talismans. They possess just over 3 vials of recovery pills, totaling less than 70. Lin Qingyu and Ning Xiao Shui now look to Yichang Tian, their rigorous battles and training having solidified their cultivation at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Once they acquire the foundation establishment Dan, they can enter seclusion and attempt to establish their foundations. Yichang Tian has also broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, while Song Tian Xing has advanced to the 8th level. The life and death confrontations have bestowed upon them immense gains, not merely in cultivation but also in their understanding of life and the Dao. Although their strengths have further augmented, they remain at the Qi refinement level. To contend with second-tier magical beasts, they can only resort to highly energy-consuming techniques or engage in coordinated attacks, leaving them utterly fatigued after each skirmish. In this forest teeming with countless magical beasts, they expend not only physical strength and spiritual energy, but also a significant amount of their mental faculties, remaining ever vigilant against lurking dangers. Chapter 37, Xiao Family, Xiao Sui. After striving hard, the target remains elusive. Do you choose to steadfastly forge ahead, or opt for a retreat in search of lesser goals? There are no right or wrong choices. The trajectory has irrevocably altered. Observing the weary faces of Lin Qingyu, Ning Xiao Shui, and Song Tian Xing, Yichang Tian feels a twinge of discomfort in his heart. His decisions have repeatedly led the three to accompany him into peril. Yet, the significance of Han Shuang Lu for their future foundation establishment path makes it exceedingly difficult for Yichang Tian to relinquish this quest. At the very moment Yichang Tian is caught in this dilemma, Xiao Zi Liang, having advanced to the 9th level of Qi refinement, and Su Zhao, now at the 8th level, are locked in a life-and-death struggle with a second-tier dragon lion. Su Zhao, you go ahead. I will hold it off. Xiao Ziliang, clad in golden armor, wields his spear with extraordinary finesse, while Su Zhao, wielding a massive axe, displays tremendous might. However, both are increasingly fatigued. The agility and ferocity of the second-tier dragon lion are formidable, and the golden armor bears several claw marks. Young master, I will stay. You go first. Su Zhao suddenly swings his massive axe, cleaving towards the dragon lion. As others are injured and forced to withdraw, only the two of them remain in the third-tier region, managing to survive. Yet, they do not venture deeper into the forest. Although they occasionally encounter and successfully hunt second-tier magical beasts, they often find themselves in perilous situations. Curiously, whenever they are on the verge of being overwhelmed by second-tier beasts, these creatures are inexplicably vanquished with ease, causing Su Zhao to question whether his latent potential has indeed surged to such formidable heights. Once could be dismissed as coincidence. But after witnessing this bizarre occurrence over a dozen times, even the most oblivious Su Zhao realizes that a powerful ally must be present nearby. This ally is likely a foundation establishment cultivator, perhaps even one at the mid or late stage, capable of effortlessly slaying second-tier beasts without their notice. Such a realization fills Su Zhao with unease. It is evident that his own family does not possess such formidable foundation establishment cultivators. Yet in the Xiao family, there are 3 foundation establishment cultivators, 2 of whom have reached the mid-stage. The Xiao family, in their pursuit of the best students, or rather, the foundation establishment Dan, dares to flout the rules and limits of the competition. Even hiding within the forest where 4 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, dispatched by Qinshan Academy, are present. Should Elder Huang and the others learn of this, not only would Xiao Ziliang's achievements be nullified, but he would also be disqualified from entering Qinshan Academy. Furthermore, the entire Xiao family could be barred from all academies. With the power of any academy, it would be exceedingly simple to bring about the decline or disappearance of a mere family. Su Zhao is acutely aware that his safety during this period is due to Xiao Ziliang still needing him as cover. For no one would believe that a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator could independently hunt a significant number of magical beasts, especially the gregarious second-tier ones. Indeed, even Yichang Tian and his companions can manage solitary second-tier beasts but struggle against 2. Once they encounter more than 3 second-tier beasts, their only recourse is to flee. Su Zhao watches as the competition stretches on, and he realizes that his danger is escalating. Xiao Ziliang would never allow himself to discover his secret, nor would he permit this secret to be leaked, whether for his own sake or for the entire Xiao family. It was precisely this apprehension that compelled Su Zhao to exert every effort in his performance, never alluding to the bizarre occurrences that randomly emerged, feigning delight as if it were entirely the merit of Xiao Xiao and himself. After a fierce struggle, Su Zhao, through a moment of carelessness, was struck by the sweeping tail of a second-tier dragon lion, sending him flying 5 meters away, his golden armor shattering in an instant, and he promptly fell into unconsciousness. Seeing this, Xiao Ziliang was filled with urgency and rushed to save him. Yet with his solitary strength, he could only engage in guerrilla tactics against the dragon lion. As he maneuvered slowly, his gaze frequently darted towards the unconscious Su Zhao. Noticing the pallor of Su Zhao's face and the considerable flow of blood, he began to feel reassured and softly called out, "Ershu." A cold gleam flashed, and the head of the second-tier dragon lion was pierced through, meeting its demise. This was a magical artifact. With the second-tier dragon lion slain, Xiao Ziliang hurried to check on Su Zhao's condition, only to find him in deep unconsciousness, his gaze chilling, and a dagger now ominously resting in his palm. "Su brother, awaken, for I have discerned your facade," Xiao Ziliang declared, pressing the dagger against Su Zhao's neck. However, Su Zhao remained utterly still, not even a tremor. Observing this, Xiao Ziliang withdrew the dagger and addressed the figure that had materialized behind him, Ershu. "It seems he truly has succumbed into unconsciousness. Ziliang, this man cannot leave this forest. Do you comprehend my intent?" A middle-aged man clad in black, his dark face revealing a hint of ferocity, toyed with a small bronze sword in his hand. This man was Xiao Sui, the younger brother of the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Mo. "Ershu, I understand. What of his magic core and medicinal herbs?" Xiao Ziliang inquired with a fierce gleam in his eyes. "Those trifling materials are of little consequence. The ring must remain in his possession. The ring we seek is in the hands of Yi Changtian, Lin Qingyue, and their companions, who have certainly reaped considerable rewards during this time. As for Su Zhao, let him naturally perish among the magical beasts," Xiao Sui stated, tossing the magic core of the second-tier dragon lion to Xiao Ziliang. "Ershu, I shall ensure Yi Changtian meets his end here, and I desire Lin Qingyue to remain with me forever." Xiao Ziliang gritted his teeth, harboring boundless hatred. Casting a glance at the motionless Su Zhao, he viciously remarked, "It is merely your misfortune. This opportunity was meant for Dumi." Xiao Sui produced a verdant vial from his robe, approached the unconscious Su Zhao, and very cautiously removed the cap, letting a drop of an unknown solution fall onto Su Zhao's garments. He then swiftly recapped the vial and retreated alongside Xiao Ziliang. "Ershu, what is this?" Xiao Ziliang asked, puzzled. Xiao Sui merely hushed him with a finger to his lips, urging silence. Xiao Ziliang listened intently, and after a brief moment, he heard a buzzing sound approaching from a distance. Looking up, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. A swarm of Yulua bees appeared nearby, hastily advancing. "We must leave," Xiao Sui urged, taking Xiao Ziliang with him as they swiftly retreated, glancing back occasionally. "These are Yulua bees, though merely first-tier magical beasts. Such a vast number would pose a considerable threat even to the mightiest second-tier giant ape." Xiao Ziliang observed the encircling Yulua bees that had enveloped Su Zhao. It seemed the liquid dropped by air Shu emitted a scent highly sensitive to the Yulua bees. Su Zhao, your demise is of no concern to me. Xiao Ziliang cast one last glance before resolutely forging ahead. The Yulua bees swarmed, drawn by the scent to the unmoving Su Zhao, swiftly covering him completely. Meanwhile, Xiao Sui and Xiao Ziliang, having distanced themselves, remained oblivious to the subtle movement of Su Zhao's fingers as he vanished from sight. A gust of wind carrying him swiftly towards the periphery of the forest. Captain Sun, we cannot advance any further. The second-tier magical beasts are rampant here. And delving deeper may prevent our return, Wang Shi urged Sun Yu, who was extracting magic cores. Very well, we shall endure in this vicinity for 2 days. Few have made it this far, Sun Yu replied. In another location, a graceful figure lurked among the trees, observing a second-tier magical beast, the split earth tiger, leisurely strolling after its recent meal. Suddenly, the figure descended swiftly, a long sword aimed at the split earth tiger, which narrowly evaded the attack, only to find another figure lying in ambush. The two figures, displaying exceptional prowess, quickly dispatched the second-tier magical beast. Sister Yunjin, this area harbors danger. We must exercise caution. One figure warned. Kuinyue, swiftly retrieve the magic core. The scent of blood will soon attract other magical beasts, and we lack time to waste, Yunjin replied, hurriedly searching for herbs before the two quickly retreated. 10 miles from Yunjin and Kuinyue's escape route, a boy and girl supported each other. Jianghua. This adventure has proven worthwhile. These dozen second-tier herbs will substantially enhance our odds. Enough of that. You nearly became a meal for the magical beasts for these herbs. I believe we cannot proceed any further. If we lose our lives, the foundation-building pill will be useless, Jianghua scolded, glaring at Wu Ping in annoyance. Among the 16 participating academies, aside from Minghu Academy, which had been eliminated early, by the 8th day, all members of Xinguang Academy had also exited the forest, albeit with a considerable haul of magic cores and herbs. 14 academies remained within the forest, with 11 having only 2 members each, 1 academy with a single member, and 1 with 3 members, which was led by Murong Xian, while Linhe Junior Academy, including Yi Changtian, Lin Qingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, Song Tianxing, Xiao Ziliang, and Su Zhao, boasted the largest remaining group. Upon entering the 3rd tier, everyone instinctively paused, neither daring to venture deeper nor retreat. They aimed to endure until the end. Changtian, a mere 10 miles forward, crossing a stream, leads to the 4th tier. It is said that the 4th tier is teeming with second-tier magical beasts, with second-tier advanced beasts in abundance. Given our current strength, it would indeed be perilous, Lin Qingyue remarked, gently wiping the blood from Yi Changtian's forehead with a handkerchief. Indeed, the risks are considerable. Even our combined strength may struggle against a single second-tier advanced beast. Yi Changtian sighed deeply, acknowledging their insufficient power. Surviving multiple assaults from second-tier magical beasts was already a remarkable feat. Further demands were impractical, especially as their talismans had been heavily depleted. Should they encounter further dangers, escaping unscathed would be exceedingly difficult. Let us remain here for now. The teleportation array is only 6 or 7 miles ahead. If any unexpected events arise, we can still exit from there, Yi Changtian suggested, though reluctantly, understanding the necessity of sacrifice for the group's safety. Lin Qingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Had Yi Changtian insisted on advancing, they would have refused to abandon him. But this outcome was indeed the best possible. Chapter 38. The news of Su Zhao hidden in the shadows. One is always observed at their most relaxed moments, such as in moments of greed. Within the magical beast forest, a figure raced forward, panic-stricken, their complexion ashen, stopping intermittently to listen for sounds behind them. Their pallor deepened as they continued sprinting towards the teleportation array. Xiao Ziliang, you are ruthless. Your family must perish. Su Zhao ground his teeth, filled with indignation. Had it not been for the concealment talisman given by his father prior to the competition, he might have already fallen victim to the Yulua bees. All of this is attributed to Xiao Ziliang and Xiao Sui contributions. As for the safety of Yi Changtian and his companions, I can hardly spare a thought for them now. There is truly no way to inform them. I can only hope that Yi Changtian finds his own fortune. The concealment talisman can obscure one's form and presence, yet the body does not cease to exist. Additionally, the duration of the talisman's effect is limited. To escape from the swarm of Yuluo bees, Su Zhao had no choice but to exert himself to the utmost in flight. However, the liquid that dripped onto his garments had already seeped through to his skin. to prevent the scent from spreading and luring the Yuluo bees back. He had to change his clothes and envelop his scent with metal elements. This method, however, consumed a great deal of energy, and coupled with the need to guard against attacks from magical beasts, he was left utterly exhausted. "Help me, please. Someone, save me." Su Zhao called out urgently upon seeing three figures not far away. "Murong, look over there." The thief heard the voice, and Murong Xian and Wang De also noticed Su Zhao drawing near. The three immediately dispersed to take their positions, ready to face any unforeseen circumstances. Su Zhao halted Tu Zhang away from Murong Xian, begging for assistance. "I am a student of Linhao Academy. I hope you can help me reach the teleportation array 10 miles away. I am willing to give you all my magic cores and herbs. Please save me. My life is in danger." Murong Xian looked at the weary and anxious Su Zhao, and upon hearing that he was from Linhao Academy, he was momentarily taken aback. Even Wang De and the thief exchanged glances. Murong Xian stepped forward and asked, "Linhao Academy? Which students from your academy participated in the competition?" Su Zhao did not understand why he was being asked this, but answered honestly. Upon hearing the names of Yi Changtian and the others, Murong Xian no longer harbored any doubts. Since Yi Changtian was from the same academy and had greatly aided Murong Xian and his companions, it was only natural that he would help a friend of Yi Changtian. Murong Xian agreed to assist, as the three were also preparing to retreat. Considering the increasing danger ahead, they had only 3 members left and felt it prudent to remain in a relatively safe area. Along the way, Murong Xian inquired about what had happened to Su Zhao. Su Zhao refrained from divulging the presence of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator lurking nearby, fearing that the three might refuse to escort him, thus jeopardizing his safety. He could only state that he had inadvertently stumbled into the swarm of Yuluo bees and was being pursued by them, temporarily sealing his aura with fire elements. Daring not to delay. Understanding this, Murong Xian chuckled. "You have a fortunate fate. Escaping from such a fearsome swarm of Yuluo bees is no small feat. By the way, you know of Yi Changtian from your academy, right?" Su Zhao was momentarily stunned by Murong Xian's words before hurriedly responding. "Everyone in our academy knows of him. Yi Changtian was once the most notorious good-for-nothing, but he has now reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Why do you ask? Have you encountered him? Did you save him from a magical beast? I truly thank you for that." Wang De and the thief, upon hearing this, thought to themselves, "A good-for-nothing? Have you ever seen such an impressive good-for-nothing? If given the chance, I would also like to be such a good-for-nothing." In reaching the 7th level of qi refinement, when Yi Changtian rescued us, he must have already been at the 8th level, strong enough to slay low-tier magical beasts. Although we have not heard from them in recent days, they must have only grown stronger. Moreover, with 2 even more formidable companions by his side, how could we have had the opportunity to save them? Quite the opposite, they saved us. Murong Xian's expression reflected surprise. Not having anticipated Yi Changtian's past to be so remarkable, he spoke with some delight. "It is not we who saved him, but rather they who saved us. Yi Changtian, Lin Qingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianxing are our friends. Without them, we would have long since exited the forest." "What? They saved you?" Su Zhao looked at the three beside him, noting that Murong Xian's aura clearly surpassed his, likely at the 9th level of qi refinement, while the thief and Wang De matched his own. Such a formidable team had still encountered danger, and Yi Changtian and the others had saved them? Indeed, they saved us. If they find themselves in peril, we would certainly rush to their aid, Murong Xian stated flatly, yet Su Zhao perceived the unwavering conviction in his tone, stirring something within his heart. As they journeyed, Murong Xian and his companions recounted the deeds of Yi Changtian and his companions, leaving Su Zhao with a bittersweet feeling. He recalled that when he first entered the forest, it was Yi Changtian who had warned him, not Xiao Ziliang. Because he looked down upon the so-called good-for-nothing, he had chosen to follow Xiao Ziliang instead. Little did he expect that the latter's strength had clearly surpassed his own, and uttering the words good-for-nothing now left his face burning with shame. Ahead lay the teleportation array. The journey had not been fraught with great danger, yet they had encountered some first-tier magical beasts. After dealing with them, considerable time had elapsed. As nightfall approached, the four selected a location to construct a small wooden and vine shelter, resting for the night. Throughout the night, Su Zhao found it impossible to rest. Aware of the dangers that lurked in the forest at night, he could not urge the others to leave and could only endure the torment of waiting for dawn. The competition entered its 9th day. In the dim light of dawn, Murong Xian, his 3 companions, and Su Zhao set off once more. They encountered little resistance and soon reached the teleportation array. Upon seeing the intact array, Su Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to Murong Xian, he expressed, "I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Here is my ring. containing the magic cores and herbs I collected over the past 8 days. I have erased my soul imprint. You may take what you wish. Murong Xian observed Su Zhao's pale visage, stepped forward, and returned the ring to him, saying, "When Yi Changtian saved us, we too wished to express our gratitude with magic cores and herbs. Yet, none of them desired anything in return. To them, it was a gesture of friendship, not a transaction. I feel the same. Keep your magic cores and herbs. Let us simply be friends. There is no need for formality between friends." Su Zhao's gaze warmed as he looked at Murong Xian, the thief, and Wang De. He stepped forward to embrace each of them, then retrieved a spirit stone to activate the teleportation array. His expression fluctuated between joy and concern, and he finally said to Murong Xian, "Brother Murong, there is something I must tell you." Shortly after, Su Zhao vanished into the teleportation array. Meanwhile, Murong Xian, the thief, and Wang De wore expressions as pale as Su Zhao's. At the teleportation platform at the starting point, Su Zhao's figure gradually materialized. After checking, he confirmed he had sustained no injuries. The teachers administered some potions to cleanse the residue from his skin. Su Zhao soon spotted Du Mi and others who had exited earlier, but did not see Yi Changtian and his companions. He understood that the four must still be in the forest, unaware that they had been targeted by a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Su Zhao dared not disclose this matter publicly, knowing that if it were to become common knowledge, it would deal a devastating blow to the reputation of the entire Linhe Junior Academy. He could only seek out the principal or perhaps teacher Su Qianma for resolution. Hastily, Su Zhao approached Du Mi, inquiring about the principal's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Mingyang was currently attending to the weary Huang Lao. Given Huang Lao's advanced age and the toll of sleepless nights, he had succumbed to fatigue and fallen into a deep sleep just outside the teleportation array, later being carried to a tent to rest. At this moment, only Mingyang and Qing Feng remained to watch over Huang Lao, unable to locate teacher Su Qianma. Su Zhao passed by Huang Lao's tent several times, but did not dare enter. In his anxiety, he could only pace nearby, within the magical beast forest. Yi Changtian and his 3 companions finally emerged from the woods, standing atop a high ridge, astonished as they gazed into the distance. Before them, several dozen miles away, rose a mountain range that undulated like a dragon. The distant mountains, veiled in a gossamer mist, appear hazy and elusive, shifting in and out of focus amidst the ethereal clouds. Above these mountains, it seems that birds are soaring. The majestic peaks rise high, layered and craggy, with isolated summits jutting up in some areas, while in others, sheer cliffs plunge downwards. "This must be the legendary Qin Shan," Song Tianxing murmured, gazing at the distant range. The 3 major mountain ranges, Qin Shan, Zushun Shan, and Digong Shan, collectively known as the Mo-Jia mountain range, are indeed awe-inspiring. What lies beyond Qin Shan is said to be Zushun Shan, and beyond that, Digong Shan. Ning Xiaoxue, observing the lofty heights, was equally astonished. "I had thought that the forest we currently inhabit was vast, but it turns out we were merely looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Just this one Qin Shan must encompass thousands of such forests." Lin Qingyue stepped forward, gazing at the towering mountains, and remarked, "If I had not seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that such a continuous range of mountains stretches for thousands of miles." Yi Changtian also expressed his admiration. Surely, within such a colossal mountain range, countless magical beasts must reside. It is said that even powerful cultivators would not dare to venture alone into the depths of Qin Shan, and the area around Zushin Shan is nearly devoid of human traces. "Changtian, do you see what is over there?" Lin Qingyue turned her head and noticed. In the northwestern forest, a high tower standing conspicuously, albeit too far to discern clearly. "If I am not mistaken, that should be Qin Shan Academy." Yi Changtian squinted as he speculated. "Is that truly Qin Shan Academy, the place we are soon to visit?" Song Tianxing and Ning Xiaoxue also gazed in that direction, envisioning a legendary and passionate place that would soon be their haven for growth. As the 4 of them beheld the mountains, a figure sat silently atop a large tree, shrouded by the dense branches and leaves of the forest, providing excellent concealment. This figure remained silent, merely observing the 4 with a cold gaze. Chapter 39. The crisis of death. Crises often arrive silently, and by the time one becomes aware, it is already upon them. Before them lay a narrow stream, which had become the most distinct red line on the hunting map, signifying that crossing it was strictly prohibited. The area beyond the red line was perilously dangerous, while this side remained relatively safe. "Changtian, let us find another way regarding Han Shuanglu, shall we?" Lin Qingyue stood beside Yi Changtian, aware of his contemplation as he stared at the stream. Yi Changtian gently extended his hand, wrapping it around Lin Qingyue, causing her cheeks to flush. Yet she did not pull away. He whispered softly in her ear, "Do not worry, we are not yet wed. Should I be devoured by a magical beast, I would indeed suffer a great loss." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyue felt a warmth spread through her, her gaze upon Yi Chantian growing increasingly dreamy. Yi Chantian embraced Lin Xingyue, savoring the gentle breeze and the presence of the woman beside him. Yi Chantian was only a month older than Lin Xingyue, and they had grown up together, playing side by side. As they matured, they both entered the academy to cultivate, one being a genius, the other a mere waste. Yet, Lin Xingyue had never looked down upon him, always standing by his side. Unbeknownst to them, this companionship gradually blossomed into a tender affection, an obscure feeling. When she witnessed Yi Chantian being beaten, her heart ached. When she saw him retreating nonchalantly, she felt sadness and frustration. When she watched him grow stronger, her heart swelled with joy. He gifted her with techniques, practiced talismans together, and stood in front of her time and again during life and death encounters. These moments became indelible marks on her heart, deepening into a pathway of love, etching their souls together. As the two reveled in their shared moment, a chilling scream pierced the tranquil forest, startling the birds above. Yi Chantian, Lin Xingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianxing quickly turned to see a figure emerging from the forest, rushing towards them while shouting, "Help! Save me!" Following closely behind was a second-tier purple-eyed demon bull, towering at 2 meters and stretching over 3 meters in length. Its purple eyes gleamed ominously, its massive body thundering against the earth, leaving a trail of hoof prints. Its powerful legs contained immense strength, and the horns atop its head shone with a menacing brilliance. "Is that Xiao Ziliang? How did he end up here?" Lin Xingyue recognized him as he drew near, the one who had entered the mountains alongside her. Xiao Ziliang appeared frantic, his clothes tattered, and he bore visible injuries, with bloodstains marring his body. "What should we do, boss?" Song Tianxing asked, glancing back at the approaching Xiao Ziliang and the purple-eyed demon bull. "What else can we do? We must save him first. Everyone, be cautious. The purple-eyed demon bull possesses immense strength and cannot be confronted head-on." As he spoke, Yi Chantian leaped down from a height, followed by Lin Xingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianxing. "Run! That is a second-tier purple-eyed demon bull." Xiao Ziliang gasped as he passed Yi Chantian, urging everyone to flee. Seeing the enraged beast charge, Yi Chantian swiftly dodged to the side, summoning thorns that struck the bull's leg while one end coiled around a massive rock. However, the power of the second-tier purple-eyed demon bull far surpassed that of a first-tier beast. The bull charged forward, snapping the thorns as if they were mere twigs, shaking the rock in the process. Yi Chantian did not expect the thorns to halt the beast. Rather, he needed them to slow it down, providing an opportunity for the others. As the beast's speed decreased, Song Tianxing unleashed torrents of water, while Ning Xiaoxue gracefully leaped, summoning her hands to freeze the water into arrows of ice that shot towards the bull. Lin Xingyue, not idly standing by, swiftly maneuvered beneath the bull's chest, launching 2 fiery petals at its vulnerable underbelly before rolling away. The purple-eyed demon bull, wounded by the flames, toppled over in an attempt to extinguish the fire. But at that moment, a volley of ice arrows pierced its abdomen. The bull bellowed in agony as Yi Chantian delivered a powerful blow to its head. The weight of his strike gradually diminished, and soon, the purple-eyed demon bull lay lifeless. The battle concluded in an instant, leaving Xiao Ziliang astonished at their growth and harmonious cooperation. But what of it? After today, you, Yi Chantian, shall vanish completely. Lin Xingyue will be mine. And as for the other 2, I have my means to silence them. If all else fails, the magical beasts here are not merely herbivorous. Oh, I am so fortunate to have encountered you. Otherwise, I fear I would have perished. Xiao Ziliang approached, expressing his gratitude for their assistance. "How did you end up here alone? Where are the others?" Lin Xingyue inquired. "The others were injured and withdrew from the forest." Su Zhao. He was harmed by a magical beast." Xiao Ziliang choked on his words. "What? Su Zhao is dead?" Yi Chantian gasped in shock upon hearing the news, while Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianxing gathered around, urging Xiao Ziliang to recount the events that had transpired. It was like this. Just yesterday, Xiao Ziliang had encountered a dragon lion and engaged in a fierce battle, during which Su Zhao was grievously injured. Afterward, a multitude of Yulua bees emerged, leading to Su Zhao's demise beneath their onslaught. Upon Xiao Ziliang's conclusion, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Just days prior, they had been companions, and now one had met his end in the forest. Death, in truth, lurks perilously close to us. I was utterly helpless. I yearned to reach the teleportation array alone, yet encountered the Zitong demon ox along the way, fleeing desperately to arrive here. Had it not been for your presence, I too would have perished in this place. Xiao Ziliang sobbed, his anguish palpable, invoking a reluctance in others to inquire further. Given the circumstances, there was little that could be done. There was no need for sorrow. Yi Changtian, somewhat disheartened, reflected on the brilliance of Su Zhao, now forever lost to them. Brother Yi, I have wronged you in the past. I beg your forgiveness. I only wish for you to escort me to the teleportation array so that I may return home sooner. Is that acceptable? Xiao Ziliang wiped his tears and furtively gauged the reactions of Yi Changtian and the others. Let bygones be bygones, Yi Changtian replied. Still weighed down by the news of Su Zhao's passing, yet he acquiesced to Xiao Ziliang's request. Thank you. Thank you all, Xiao Ziliang expressed gratitude, feeling reassured by their agreement, and refrained from further comments. As they traversed the path, silence reigned among them, or perhaps sorrow would be a more fitting descriptor. To regard life and death with indifference is no simple matter, especially when it unfolds so close at hand. Even Lin Qingyue wore a frown, as one of the leaders. She felt the burden of responsibility. Although Su Zhao had chosen to remain with Xiao Ziliang, had she acted more decisively from the outset to keep everyone together, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. The teleportation array lay 5 miles to the southwest. Lin Qingyue and Yi Changtian walked side by side at the forefront, forging a path, while Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing followed closely behind, providing protection. Xiao Ziliang positioned himself in the middle, forming a tight formation with only 2 meters between each row, within arm's reach. You need not blame yourself. This is not your fault, Yi Changtian reassured Lin Qingyue, gently patting her back. If I had been more resolute, perhaps this outcome could have been avoided. Lin Qingyue bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. Do not fault yourself. Everyone has their choices to make. We cannot decide for them, Yi Changtian said, slowing his pace and tenderly brushing away Lin Qingyue's tears. Once a choice is made, one must bear the consequences. He is gone, and we must be stronger, all right? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyue slowly nodded. The sight of this exchange deepened the coldness in Xiao Ziliang's gaze. As they passed through a dense thicket, Yi Changtian suddenly raised his right hand, causing Xiao Ziliang, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianqing to pause in confusion. Yi Changtian had heard hurried footsteps approaching from nearby, chaotic and heavy. To the east, let us investigate, he gestured, altering their course as the others followed suit. What shall we do? We cannot find them, a voice lamented. Indeed, we have searched all night without a trace. Is that fellow even heading in this direction? Another responded. Regardless, we must locate them. The speaker's face darkened, filled with fury. As Yi Changtian and his companions concealed themselves nearby, they surveyed the surroundings, their expressions brightening with recognition. They had encountered familiar faces, a rare occurrence indeed. As they had not yet exited the forest, Yi Changtian and Lin Qingyue stepped forward, gradually closing the distance to Morongxian. Once they could see clearly, Yi Changtian called out, Brother Morong, it has been many days. How do you fare? Morongxian, Wang Da, and the thief abruptly turned, startled to see Yi Changtian and Lin Qingyue, along with Xiao Ziliang, and shouted in alarm, Be careful! Be careful! They rushed towards them. Yi Changtian and Lin Qingyue were taken aback, uncertain of Morongxian's urgency, but their anxious expressions suggested an imminent threat. Just as they were left bewildered by Morongxian's demeanor, Yi Changtian's spirit jolted with an unsettling dread, a harbinger of death. Reminiscent of countless times he had found himself in dire straits. Chapter 40. The Formidable Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Humans possess an innate sense of vigilance, capable of discerning goodness from malevolence, tranquility from peril. When a heart-stopping sensation enveloped him, Yi Changtian acted without hesitation, lunging to the right, pushing Lin Qingyue away, hoping to extricate her from danger. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a pitch-black sword pierced through his shoulder, its tip emerging before him. Lin Qingyue's face blanched in horror as she witnessed Yi Changtian's injury while being propelled away by him. Lin Qingyue cried out, Changtian. Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing stood stunned, gazing at Xiao Ziliang's sinister grin, fixated on the dark blade that had impaled Yi Changtian. They were at a loss for what had transpired. In that moment, Xiao Ziliang showed no sign of hesitation. He relinquished the sword and swiftly retreated, revealing 3 elongated metallic spikes on his fists, which he aimed at Song Tianqing. Ning Xiaoxue, realizing the threat, hurriedly conjured an ice mirror to shield Song Tianqing, but her hurried preparation could not hope to match Xiao Ziliang's premeditated attack. The metallic spikes shattered the ice barrier in an instant, crashing into Song Tianqing's left chest. The spikes penetrated deeply. Song Tianqing, taken by surprise, spat blood. never having fathomed that Xiao Ziliang would turn against him, although he narrowly evaded a fatal blow to his heart. The damage inflicted by the 3 spikes left him utterly incapacitated and in grave danger. Tianqing, Ning Xiaoxue cried out in fury, launching an ice arrow forward. But Xiao Ziliang leisurely retreated, extracting the spikes from Song Tianqing's chest, causing a fresh torrent of blood to flow. Why? Ning Xiaoxue pressed her hands against Song Tianqing's wound, the blood staining her palms. At that moment, Lin Qingwei rushed tearfully to Yi Changtian's side, her heart aching at the sight of his pale face. She cradled him in her arms, her hands trembling. "Changtian, please wake up, please." Tears streamed down her cheeks as Yi Changtian gradually opened his eyes, feeling the searing pain in his shoulder. Thanks to Murong Xian's warning and his own heightened awareness, he realized that had he not shifted in that critical moment, the sword would have pierced his heart. "I am fine. First, let us see how Tianqing fares," Yi Changtian managed to say, struggling to rise. Lin Qingyue supported him, noticing the blood-soaked form of Song Tianqing lying in Ning Xiaoxue's arms, uncertain of his fate. "Tianqing!" Ning Xiaoxue cried, while Lin Qingyue approached, her expression dark and filled with rage. "Xiaoxue, you guard us. I will tend to the wound," Lin Qingyue instructed, urging Ning Xiaoxue to lay Song Tianqing down. Aware of the imminent danger, Ning Xiaoxue gazed coldly at Xiao Ziliang, who continued to retreat. Meanwhile, Murong Xian and his companions finally arrived. "Brother Yi, are you all right?" Murong Xian quickly supported Yi Changtian, concern etched across his face. "Brother Murong, thank you." Yi Changtian expressed his gratitude, recognizing that without his warning, he or others might have suffered grievous injuries from Xiao Ziliang's sudden assault. "Let us set aside such matters for now. How are you? What must I do?" Murong Xian fretted, wanting to cover Yi Changtian's wound, but unsure how. "Wang Gu, you are of the wood element, right? Please assist Tianqing first," Murong Xian urged. "Brother Murong, help me remove the sword, and do it swiftly," Yi Changtian instructed. Wang De hurried towards Song Tianqing. Seeing Yi Changtian's resolve, Murong Xian stepped forward, grasped the dark sword, and said, "Brother Yi, I am commencing." As his words fell, he yanked out the sword with great force, and Yi Changtian gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As the long sword was unsheathed, Yi Changtian swiftly summoned the wood element to mend the injured meridians and muscles within his body. His remarkable restoration ability, attributed to the divine power of the Fusang Shinmu, enabled him to heal. However, such recovery could not negate the inflicted damage. It merely served to patch the wounds. Yi Changtian gasped for breath. Although the injury was not fatal, it had significantly drained his mental and spiritual energy. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Wang De and Lin Qingyue, Song Tianqing's wounds finally ceased to bleed, yet he remained exceedingly weak, fluctuating between consciousness and oblivion. Yi Changtian approached Song Tianqing, allowing the wood element to surge into his body for inspection. Fortunately, the situation was manageable. With Wang De's aid, while Song Tianqing's internal injuries were far from healed, they were no longer at risk of worsening. Although Song Tianqing's breath was faint, he was no longer in danger of losing his life. Observing this, Yi Changtian rose to his feet, and as Murong Xian spoke, he handed a few items to him, entrusting Murong Xian and the others to expedite Song Tianqing's transport to the teleportation array. Murong Xian wished to stay and fight, fully aware of the formidable foes they faced. "Brother Yi, please be cautious. According to the last message from Su Zhao, Xiao Ziliang's target is you, and that Foundation Establishment cultivator is exceptionally powerful. Exercise utmost vigilance." He cast a glance towards the distant Xiao Ziliang, then at Yi Changtian and the others, his demeanor resolute. He instructed the thief to carry Song Tianqing. And with the activation of their concealment talismans, the four vanished from their position. Since learning of the Foundation Establishment cultivator's existence, Yi Changtian had resolutely mandated the use of concealment talismans for their escape, providing each of the four with 12 talismans. Upon witnessing Song Tianqing and Murong Xian's disappearance, Yi Changtian turned to glare coldly at the nearby Xiao Ziliang, stepping forward with determination. At this moment, Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue stood beside him, and the three advanced towards Xiao Ziliang. However, Xiao Ziliang did not retreat. Instead, he regarded Yi Changtian with a smirk. "Why?" Yi Changtian gritted his teeth, demanding an answer. "Haha, why? Simply because I find you insufferable. You, a useless wretch, how dare you win her favor? What makes you worthy of her? Only by killing you can I claim her. Is that reason sufficient?" Xiao Ziliang bellowed, pointing at Lin Qingyue. "You're dreaming." Lin Qingyue conjured flickering flames in her palm. "Dreaming? That matters not, for you shall become my servant, obeying my every command for eternity." Xiao Ziliang's gaze turned frigid as he glared at the distant Murong Xian and the others, then shifted his attention back to Ning Xiaoxue and Yi Changtian, frenziedly declaring, "No one shall survive." Unable to endure any longer, Lin Qingyue unleashed her flaming red lotus, striking fiercely at Xiao Ziliang. The searing fire lotus erupted around him. Yet no sound accompanied the explosion. As Yi Changtian pondered this strange silence, two figures leapt forth from the flames. One figure lunged towards Yi Changtian, delivering a powerful punch before he could even discern their identity. Yi Changtian hastily summoned the gold element to shield his arms, but in an instant, he was sent flying. His body hurled several meters away, nearly suffocating under the immense force. A sharp pain gripped his chest as he coughed up blood. "A mid-foundation establishment cultivator," Yi Changtian exclaimed. After sending Yi Changtian sprawling, that figure charged towards Ning Xiaoxue. Prepared for the assault, she swiftly encased her surroundings in ice. The assailant merely raised an eyebrow, relaxed their fist, and then clenched it once more. The frozen figure effortlessly shattered the ice, sending Ning Xiaoxue flying with a single punch. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyue found herself entangled with Xiao Ziliang, unable to turn back for help. Dizzy and disoriented, Yi Changtian saw Ning Xiaoxue being knocked away and instantly rushed to catch her, unleashing several thorny vines to absorb the overwhelming impact. "Xiaoxue, are you all right?" Yi Changtian asked, noticing the faint bloodstains on her once pristine white garment. Ning Xiaoxue's face paled as she gazed up at Yi Changtian, her cheeks flushing crimson as she replied, "I'm fine." "Who are they?" "A mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Their cultivation level is likely at mid-foundation establishment." Yi Changtian grimaced. Despite Murong Xian's warnings, he had not anticipated that a mid-foundation establishment cultivator would be beyond his capacity to contend with, far surpassing any ordinary second-tier, low-level magical beast. Lin Qingyue seized the opportunity to retreat beside Yi Changtian and Ning Xiaoxue, observing Xiao Ziliang and the figure beside him. The latter moved with a grace that felt as though it tread upon the very hearts of the three. In a mere moment of confrontation, they had sent both Yi Changtian and Ning Xiaoxue flying. Such formidable prowess. "Who are you?" Lin Qingyue inquired, addressing the figure and Xiao Ziliang, who stood 5 meters away. "Xiao Sui of the Xiao family. If you come with him, they may leave your corpse intact," Xiao Sui replied, his dark eyes gleaming with a murderous light as he addressed Lin Qingyue. Simultaneously, Xiao Ziliang retreated to the periphery, refraining from engaging in combat, merely cautioning his uncle not to harm Lin Qingyue. "Not a chance," Lin Qingyue snapped, gritting her teeth. "Then I shall have to kill them all and refine you into a puppet, destined to accompany Ziliang for all eternity." Xiao Sui cackled, his chilling tone sending shivers down the spine. The golden fist reappeared, crashing down towards Yi Changtian. Yi Changtian swiftly rolled away and simultaneously launched the thorny vines towards Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui sidestepped slightly, producing a long sword from seemingly thin air, then floated backward as the sword darted towards Yi Changtian like a venomous serpent. "Beware, that is a magical artifact," Yi Changtian warned, desperately trying to evade the approaching blade. Yet, under Xiao Sui's mental control, the sword danced unpredictably, following Yi Changtian relentlessly. Realizing he could not escape, Yi Changtian retrieved the Qingzhao sword from his ring. The sword's body was entirely emerald, its blade glinting with a chilling light, exuding an aura of sharpness. Chapter 41. The most brutal battle to survive. One must first possess the resolve to die. Yi Changtian's consciousness surged, and the Qingzhao sword clashed with Xiao Sui's long sword in a resounding collision. In that instant, Yi Changtian staggered, feeling lightheaded, while Xiao Sui too was taken aback. His opponent possessed a magical artifact, and remarkably, one of a higher grade than his own. Yi Changtian wielded a medium-grade magical artifact, the Qingzhao sword, but his cultivation and consciousness were merely at the qi refinement stage. In contrast, Xiao Sui's artifact, though only of low grade, was wielded by a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. The clash of swords saw the lower-grade artifact clearly at a disadvantage, as the outcome of such confrontations largely depended on the practitioner's consciousness strength and cultivation level. Yi Changtian's rigorous alchemical training had significantly enhanced his consciousness, even reaching the level of foundation establishment. However, the divide between the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages was vast, an abyss that could not be easily bridged. The two swords clashed and whirled, while Lin Qingyue summoned a firebird, its long tail trailing behind as it flapped its wings, soaring into the sky with a piercing cry, transforming into Lin Qingyue's strongest phoenix of flames. The fire phoenix lunged at Xiao Sui, who dismissed it, focusing instead on Yi Changtian's magical artifact. Carelessly, he erected a protective metallic shield. Yet, Xiao Sui drastically underestimated the Fire Phoenix's might. The Fire Phoenix, having merely been momentarily hindered by the metal shield, burst through, charging toward Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the opponent's fire element could penetrate a metal shield fortified by mid-foundation establishment cultivation. In an instant, a layer of metallic armor enveloped his body. The Firebird collided with the armor, erupting violently, and a sea of flames engulfed the surroundings. Lin Qingyue hurriedly consumed a recovery pill. The Fire Phoenix's technique had drained her spiritual energy excessively. In the midst of the flickering flames, a shadow suddenly darted forth. At that moment, a graceful figure stealthily approached, and the surrounding temperature plummeted instantaneously. Even while still in motion, the figure's surface began to crystallize with ice. Ice crystals began to creep up the figure's head, but just then, a beam of cold light shot toward Ning Xiaoxue. Yi Chantian swiftly ensnared Ning Xiaoxue's waist with a wooden vine and pulled her back. Lin Qingyue leaped forward to catch Ning Xiaoxue, while Yi Chantian hurled the wooden vine again, hoping to bind Xiao Sui. The vine wrapped around Xiao Sui, yet in a flash, the cold light sliced through it, severing the vine completely. Xiao Sui's low-tier magical artifact flew back, and at that moment, he forcefully broke free from the ice encasement. Yi Chantian's consciousness stirred, and the Qingzhao sword appeared before Xiao Sui in an instant. What a formidable opponent Xiao Sui was. He rolled backward, evading the lethal strike. In that fleeting moment, he activated his own low-tier magical artifact to strike at Yi Chantian's weapon. Yi Chantian dared not confront it directly, allowing his weapon to return once more. At this point, Xiao Sui had entirely lost his initial composure. The golden armor that had once covered him so perfectly now bore signs of damage. Though his body remained unscathed, he was nonetheless astonished. This series of attacks had nearly inflicted harm upon him, especially that fiery spell, which wielded extraordinary power. A high-level Shintier technique? Xiao Sui retracted his sword, casting a glance at Lin Qingyue, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. A mere 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator had nearly pierced through the defenses of a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Only techniques of Shintier or even higher could accomplish such a feat. You are indeed formidable. To have survived in the monster beast forest until now, it seems luck is not on your side. But alas, no matter how talented you are, you shall be buried here. Xiao Sui glanced at his somewhat damaged armor. His fingers stirred slightly, and the armor shimmered, restoring itself. As a frog at the bottom of a well, allow you to witness the might of a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Xiao Sui advanced again, retracting his magical artifact, revealing 2 large blades in his hands, which he swung at the 3. Yi Chantian, controlling the Qingzhao sword with his consciousness, met Xiao Sui's assault. The Qingzhao sword let out a mournful cry as it was knocked away. Xiao Sui's strength and prowess were beyond what Yi Chantian could contend with at this moment. With no other choice, Yi Chantian had to withdraw the Qingzhao sword and engage in close combat. Ning Xiaoxue and Lin Qingyue joined the fray, encircling Xiao Sui and launching continuous attacks. One unleashed the relentless Red Lotus, another summoned the icy grip of the frozen sky, while the last, ever versatile, Yi Chantian, contributed to the onslaught. Xiao Sui fought against 3 9th-level Qi refinement practitioners and still had the upper hand. Were it not for the remarkable rank of their techniques and their seamless coordination, Xiao Sui could have concluded the battle long ago. Yet even with their combined efforts, they could not harm Xiao Sui. To him, the most challenging adversary was Yi Chantian, especially when his golden element collided with Yi's. It felt as though his own element was momentarily halted, as if it sought to devour his golden essence. Had his cultivation not reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he would have surely faced grave consequences. Flying slash. Xiao Sui abruptly changed position, his long blade spinning toward the trio. Just then, a wooden vine suddenly wrapped around Xiao Sui's wrist, forcibly diminishing the power and speed of his strike. Momentarily stunned, he received a blow from Lin Qingyue's Red Lotus to his chest. Following the Red Lotus, a massive palm strike from Yi Chantian surged through Xiao Sui's defenses, landing squarely on his chest. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxue, with her delicate hand, pressed against Xiao Sui's left forearm. Witnessing Yi Chantian being pierced by Xiao Ziliang, Ning Xiaoxue felt a pain that no one could comprehend. Then, she saw Song Tianxing, right before her eyes, being instantaneously penetrated, with their lives hanging in the balance. Was she truly so powerless? Could she not protect her beloved with all her might? Those who harmed you shall certainly vanish from this world. Frozen duality. Ning Xiaoxue grasped Xiao Sui's arm, unleashing a torrent of ice elements from within. An intense chill enveloped the air, as if they had arrived in a realm of extreme frost. Xiao Sui's arm began to freeze, but this freezing was unlike any ordinary encasement. Though slow, it severed his very life force. This was the first time Ning Xiaoxue had expended such a significant amount of spiritual energy to execute this grand technique since cultivating the Bingfeng Bahuangju. A glimmer of panic and fear finally crossed Xiao Sui's gaze. Lin Qingyue's red lotus was already taxing enough for him, and Yi Changtian's fiery wheel seemed to gain the upper hand. His golden essence merely resisted for an instant before being pierced, the overwhelming flames scorching his chest. Yet, this was not what terrified him most. He suddenly discovered that his arm had lost all sensation. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Sui could no longer afford to delay. Unleashing a surge of spiritual energy, his entire being gleamed with golden light as he kicked Lin Qingyue away, forcing Yi Changtian back with a palm strike, and swinging his long blade to fend off Ning Xiaoxue. Yi Changtian, Lin Qingyue, and Ning Xiaoxue's faces turned pale. Their energy reserves were critically depleted. They hastily retrieved recovery pills to replenish their spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Xiao Sui gazed down at his chest, where a searing fire wheel had embedded itself deep within his flesh. Looking at his arm, it had become translucent and devoid of feeling. The pain in his chest became unbearable. Xiao Sui let out a wretched scream. In his over 10 years of foundation establishment, he had endured countless battles, yet never had he suffered such a grievous injury. Staring at his chest and left arm, he could no longer feel the nerves in his left arm, nor the pulsing of life from it. The chill emanating from his left arm continued to encroach upon his body. In a fit of rage, Xiao Sui struck his left arm, and a crisp sound of ice shattering echoed as it fell to the ground. On that severed arm, there was not a trace of blood. Instead, it was enveloped in a thin layer of frost and ice mist. No one had anticipated the immense power of Ning Xiaoxue's frozen duality. The trio had finally delivered a crippling blow to their opponent. Second uncle. Upon witnessing his uncle grievously injured, Xiao Ziliang attempted to move forward, but was met with a fierce glare from Xiao Sui, rendering him unable to advance. You are excellent, truly excellent. Xiao Sui coldly regarded Yi Changtian and the others, his golden armor slowly dissipating. He discarded his long blade and grasped a magical artifact in his right hand. His gaze filled with malice as he declared, "Prepare to meet your demise." The magical artifact shot forth, aiming directly for Ning Xiaoxue's brow. She sidestepped, while Yi Changtian propelled his artifact to intercept. Unexpectedly, the opponent's artifact veered, thrusting toward Lin Qingyue from behind. Lin Qingyue, unable to evade in time, was struck in the thigh by a sword, blood gushing forth. "Do not worry about me," Lin Qingyue cried out, as Yi Changtian and Ning Xiaoxue rushed forward to restrain Xiao Sui. Yet in that moment, Xiao Sui fully revealed the formidable prowess of a foundation establishment practitioner. After only a few exchanges, Yi Changtian and Ning Xiaoxue found themselves thoroughly suppressed. Die, Blade of the Reaper. Observing Yi Changtian and Ning Xiaoxue rendered utterly powerless, Xiao Sui's metallic fist transformed into a blade of metal. He ruthlessly swung it toward Yi Changtian. In that moment, Yi Changtian sought to evade, but suddenly a vine ensnared him. Dealing with the vine would take a moment. However, Xiao Sui was not inclined to grant him that time. Ning Xiaoxue, seeing Yi Changtian, understood clearly that he could not withstand this blow. "If you are to die, I shall protect you until the very end." In a fleeting thought, Ning Xiaoxue lunged toward Yi Changtian's body, closing her eyes in satisfaction as she beheld the fear and confusion in his gaze. The Blade of the Reaper did not falter in the slightest because of Ning Xiaoxue's intervention. It came crashing down mercilessly. Suddenly, a yellow halo appeared before Yi Changtian and Ning Xiaoxue. The Blade of the Reaper struck the halo, causing ripples to form. The halo dissipated much of the attack's power, yet not entirely. The Vajra talisman flickered and vanished with a faint sound. At this critical moment, Yi Changtian summoned the Jin Gang Fu to shield himself and Ning Xiaoxue. Gazing at Ning Xiaoxue's gentle visage, Yi Changtian's heart trembled. It dawned on him that she was willing to sacrifice herself for him. However, he had no time to ponder further. Seizing the fleeting instant, he unleashed the fire element, breaking free from the vines, and swiftly embraced Ning Xiaoxue, dodging to the side. At that moment, the Death Goddess blade struck fiercely at the very spot Yi Changtian had just occupied, splitting the earth apart instantly. The Jin Gang Fu was sufficient to withstand the full force of a foundational stage cultivator's initial strike, but after that single blow, it was rendered completely useless. It was evident that Xiao Sui was a mid-foundational stage cultivator, possessing formidable strength that even the Jin Gang Fu could not fully defend against. The emergence of the Jin Gang Fu astonished Xiao Sui, who was bewildered by what could withstand his full-force attack. What kind of talisman is this? Xiao Sui inquired. In the moment of Xiao Sui's distraction, another talisman was unleashed, exploding into a brilliant fireball. Xiao Sui was jolted back by the impact, filled with dread. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Changtian rose, and upon seeing that Ning Xiaoxue was unharmed, he turned his attention back to Xiao Sui's disarray. Damn you all! Xiao Sui bellowed, observing his injured body. As the vines in the forest writhed like serpents, launching an assault towards the trio. Unexpectedly, Xiao Sui was revealed to possess dual elemental roots of gold and wood. A hidden truth of great depth. As the vines spiraled toward them, Ning Xiaoxue deftly evaded them and retrieved the Zhu Ling bow from her ring, an artifact acquired by the Ning family at an auction. With the bow in hand, ice manifested, and a crystalline ice arrow shimmered atop the longbow. Observing the swirling vines, Ning Xiaoxue commanded, Ice World. Chapter 42. The battle and desperation. Even if death is inevitable, one must stand to meet it. Never shall one accept a life of shameful survival. Qi surged as Ning Xiaoxue infused the longbow, and the ice arrow shot forth with great force. The arrow did not target any specific vine, yet the immense freezing power it contained was formidable. Coupled with the enhancements of the Zhu Ling bow, upon striking the ground, within an instant, trees, vines, and blades of grass within dozens of meters transformed into ice sculptures. The once flailing vines now became a picturesque scene of frosty beauty. As dawn approached, Su Zhao finally saw Meng Yang emerge from Huang Lao's tent. Yet he noticed Meng Yang was accompanied by Qing Feng, unsure how to approach. Observing the sky, Su Zhao could no longer afford to delay and called out, Dean, I urgently need to speak with you. Meng Yang turned to Su Zhao, exchanged a few words with Qing Feng, and then approached Su Zhao with concern. When did you return? Are you uninjured? Dean, I am fine. There is something I must clarify with you, Su Zhao replied, staring intently at Meng Yang. Meng Yang looked back at Su Zhao and asked, What has happened? What? Upon hearing this, Meng Yang's face turned ashen, and the air around him stirred without wind. Is everything you said true? Su Zhao felt the weight of Meng Yang's aura pressing down on him, but still nodded resolutely. Such an important matter. Why did you not inform me sooner? Meng Yang was exceedingly anxious, glancing at the brightening sky, hoping fervently that Yi Changtian and the others had not yet encountered Xiao Ziliang. After listening to Su Zhao's explanation and concerns, Meng Yang found himself at a loss for words. The honor of the academy was indeed vital to him, as he regarded it as a lifeline. If this matter were to spread, would the deaths of the fallen students not be laid at the feet of Linhar Academy? To openly defy the rules of competition. Did such an academy even have a reason to exist? Yet, could he forsake the lives of his students for the sake of reputation? Meng Yang instructed Su Zhao to step back and hurriedly sought out Qing Feng and Huang Lao. Upon hearing the news, both were taken aback. Huang Lao, seated at the edge of the bed, commanded, Xiaoyang, you must go find them immediately. Once located, bring that foundational stage cultivator to me. Qing Feng, relay a message to Feng Hua, Shuang Lung, Yuning, and Xueqing in the forest to conduct a thorough search in the third layer. If any foundational stage cultivators are discovered, capture them at once, and if necessary, do not hesitate to eliminate them. Furthermore, a meticulous search must be conducted to ensure the whereabouts of Yi Changtian and the others. As Huang Lao assigned tasks, the transport array stirred slightly, bringing in the gravely injured and unconscious Song Tianqing. Shortly after, Wang De was also transported. Observing the surroundings, Wang De saw few students. And since Song Tianqing had already been treated by the teachers, he hurried off to find Meng Yang. Upon learning that Meng Yang was with Huang Lao, he rushed over. Dean, I am Wang De from Meishan Academy. Yi Changtian once saved us. They are in grave danger. Please rescue them at once. Wang De reported to Meng Yang, Qing Feng, and Huang Lao without reservation. Following Huang Lao's careful inquiries, he swiftly altered their plans, instructing Meng Yang to set off immediately to the location provided by Wang De for rescue. Concurrently, Qing Feng conveyed messages to Feng Hua, Shuang Lung, Yuning, and Xueqing in the forest, instructing them to completely surround the area and detain any unfamiliar foundational stage cultivators encountered. Understanding the urgency, Meng Yang mounted his sword and surged into the depths of the forest while most students remained in slumber during the early morning. Xiao Ziliang, your Xiao family is quite audacious. Meng Yang gritted his teeth, the sword beneath him soaring like a shooting star across the sky. Shortly thereafter, Feng Hua, Shuang Lung, Yuning, and Xueqing in the forest swiftly received the transmission, grasping the severity of the situation. The four of them departed from different directions, racing toward the boundary between the third and fourth layers. Near one of the transport arrays in the forest, Murong Xian and the thief watched as two individuals were transported away one after the other, feeling reassured that the message would surely be conveyed. Yet, would there be enough time? Thief, you should return as well. I wish to assist them. Facing foundational stage cultivators, I have no reason to risk your safety alongside mine. Murong Xian gazed into the forest, pondering whether they were still alive, whether they could endure until rescue arrived. Regardless, he resolved to help them, even if only to buy them a second. Boss, what are you saying? Yi Changtian is my friend too. The thief, steadfastly by Murong Xian's side, pressed onward. Hearing this, Murong Xian followed suit. Then let us fight until the very last moment. Murong Xian made a fatalistic resolution. Though my strength is weak, though I possess little ability, I must go save you. Even if it means my own demise, I shall die before you do. The image of Lin Qinghua flashed before Murong Xian's eyes. Yet this vision was overshadowed by a bond of friendship. In stark contrast to the tragic determination of Murong Xian and the thief, Xiao Sui was engulfed in dread and unease. He had questioned repeatedly how it was possible that the opponents were merely qi refining stage cultivators. The fierce techniques and lethal strikes capable of penetrating the defenses of foundational stage cultivators, the Red Lotus and Fire Wheel, along with that overwhelming ice sealing ability, were powerful enough to rival a foundational stage cultivator's initial prowess. Could it be that the three of them had all advanced to the foundational stage? But how could that be? The cultivation levels of the three were clearly visible to Xiao Sui. However, how could a qi refining stage cultivator at the 9th level wield power comparable to that of a foundational stage cultivator? And what of that talisman capable of withstanding a foundational stage cultivator's strike? The fireball talisman that had severely wounded him was something he had never encountered before. At this moment, Xiao Sui had also sustained serious injuries, with his internal spiritual energy severely depleted. Particularly, the two grave wounds had diminished his combat effectiveness by no less than 30%. It seems our attacks were not without effect, Yi Changtian observed, glancing at the beleaguered Xiao Sui, and spoke to his companions. The two wished to laugh, but found it difficult. The trio was indeed drained of spiritual energy. And although they had the support of recovery pills, the fatigue and injuries to their bodies could not simply vanish. Xiao Sui glared at the three before him, his eyes ablaze with fury, unable to fathom that what he deemed to be mere ants had dealt him such significant harm. If this were to be spread, no one would believe it. Xiao Sui once again summoned his magical artifact, the long sword slicing through the frozen realm, charging towards Yi Changtian and his companions. Yi Changtian coldly regarded Xiao Sui, and with a flicker of his form, the trio vanished from sight. The concealment talisman. Xiao Sui was taken aback upon witnessing this, hastily retracting his magical artifact and scanning his surroundings intently. Suddenly, he noticed a disturbance in one area and immediately launched his sword, but it proved ineffective. A patch of frozen grass was trampled, and the sword darted around, circling multiple times without inflicting harm on anyone. Come out, you. Xiao Sui was aware that the three were nearby, yet he could not pinpoint their aura. The concealment talisman not only obscured their forms, but also perfectly concealed their presence. If Xiao Sui's cultivation level were slightly higher, he might have been able to detect their faint essence. However, at this moment, he began to feel a rising panic. In an instant, Yi Changtian's figure appeared before Xiao Sui, the Qingzhao sword suddenly flying out. Xiao Sui hurriedly raised his artifact to block. But Yi Changtian abruptly retracted the sword and vanished again in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Xiao Sui was still directing his sword towards the spot where Yi Changtian had just been, only to find it piercing through empty space. At this juncture, Lin Qinghua's fire phoenix soared into the air, violently crashing into Xiao Sui's already injured chest. Upon seeing this, Xiao Sui's face turned pale, and he hastily set up several layers of metallic shields at his chest while using his divine consciousness to command his artifact to strike Lin Qinghua. However, after unleashing the fire phoenix, Lin Qinghua vanished like a specter once more. The fire phoenix collided with Xiao Sui's shield, penetrating layer after layer. Xiao Sui continuously infused spiritual energy to sustain the metallic shield, ultimately managing to halt the fire phoenix at the last layer. Yet at that moment, Yi Changtian's figure reappeared, a brilliant fire wheel crashing into that final metallic shield. You dare! Xiao Sui bellowed, striking Yi Changtian away with a palm. But the radiant fire wheel had already arrived. The fire phoenix had drained most of Xiao Sui's defenses and spirit. Just as he relaxed, a fire wheel struck again in an instant, leaving him no time to respond. The fire wheel passed directly through Xiao Sui's body, leaving a horrifying circular wound on his chest. Severely injured, Xiao Sui staggered backward, spitting out blood. Just as he reached to touch his chest, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. The last time he heard this voice, he had lost an arm. Ice field Wushuan. Ning Xiaoxue suddenly appeared beside Xiao Sui, grasping his arm as the icy elements surged forth. Under Xiao Sui's terrified gaze, his right arm began to freeze. The flow of spiritual power slowing to a crawl. Xiao Sui realized that if this continued, his arm would be rendered lifeless. With a flicker of his consciousness, the long sword flew towards Ning Xiaoxue. The flying sword accelerated, yet Ning Xiaoxue did not flinch or evade. She merely channeled all her icy energy into the ice field Wushuan. The sword flew swiftly, reaching its target in an instant. Seeing the sword approach, a smile faintly crossed Xiao Sui's face. If he could slay Ning Xiaoxue, his recently frozen arm would surely recover. But Xiao Sui was destined to be disappointed. The sword, infused with lethal intent, lunged at Ning Xiaoxue, only to be met by a sudden emergence of a yellow circle of light beside her. The golden light talisman appeared again, and this time, two were summoned. The sword struck the first circle, causing it to wobble and ripple, but ultimately breaking through, while the second circle wholly negated the sword's power. Meanwhile, Yi Chantian seized Xiao Sui's magical sword, a massive fireball rising in his hand, causing the low-grade artifact to gradually melt into a spherical liquid. Xiao Sui felt the connection to his low-grade artifact severed. Most unsettling was the fact that his right arm had begun to lose sensation. No longer daring to hesitate, Xiao Sui kicked Ning Xiaoxue away, and Yi Chantian swiftly moved to catch the exhausted Ning Xiaoxue, rolling them both several meters away. In the face of overwhelming adversity, the strength displayed can often exceed expectations. Although Yi Chantian was disoriented from the fall, he remained vigilant. Observing the incapacitated Ning Xiaoxue, he nodded and sent the Qingzhao sword flying once more. At that moment, Xiao Sui had no desire to retain the trio. He simply wished to escape. Their extraordinary techniques and mysterious talismans had proven to be a formidable challenge. And having sustained heavy injuries, he feared he would not be able to flee if he lingered any longer. With this thought, Xiao Sui resolved to retreat. As he shifted to flee into the nearby forest, a glimmering flying sword appeared before him. It was Yi Changtian's Qingzhao sword. Xiao Sui could no longer counterattack. His left arm was severed, and while his right arm remained intact, it was mostly frozen, preventing any circulation of spiritual energy. Facing the flying sword, Xiao Sui could only use his spiritual energy to conjure a golden shield in front of himself. Yet Xiao Sui had forgotten about the threat behind him. Lin Xingyue stood at his back, gracefully releasing 3 talismans. 3 great fireball talismans. Immediately upon activation, the 3 talismans ignited. Their combined might equated to the full force of 3 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. A massive energy circle formed deep within the forest, expanding outward. Both Mingyang, soaring above the forest, and Fenghua, Shuanglong, Yuning, and Xueqing were astonished by the tremendous commotion rising from the distance. Their expressions shifted. Such power could not possibly be wielded by an ordinary mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, possibly even a late-stage practitioner. But everyone knew that this was their target. All at once, they urged their flying swords beneath them and sped towards the source. The power of the 3 great fireball talismans was overwhelming, and Xiao Sui, caught directly in the center, was in a pitiful state. His right arm was shattered, his legs battered, and his body charred and unrecognizable, lying quietly within a massive crater. Is he dead? Lin Xingyue struggled to approach, her face pale from severe depletion of spiritual energy, leaving her unable to endure any longer. He is dead. Yi Chantian supported Lin Xingyue as she sat down, and upon gazing at the lifeless Xiao Sui, she could no longer withstand her fatigue and pain, collapsing into Yi Changtian's embrace, slipping into unconsciousness. At that moment, a voice echoed from nearby, "Hand over your talismans, techniques, magic cores, and herbs. Otherwise, I shall kill her." Hearing this, Yi Chantian abruptly looked up, spotting Xiao Ziliang brandishing a dagger against the defenseless Ning Xiaoxue's neck. Yi Chantian gently laid Lin Xingyue on the ground and stood up, advancing step by step towards Xiao Ziliang. "Do not come any closer. Do not come any closer. Take one more step, and I will kill her." Xiao Ziliang had initially hoped to rely on his uncle to eliminate Yi Chantian in this contest. But he never anticipated that Yi Chantian, Lin Xingyue, and Ning Xiaoxue had become so formidable, coupled with the bizarre and powerful talismans. They had severely injured his uncle and ultimately slain him. Xiao Ziliang was acutely aware of the trio's terrifying prowess. Yet he also understood that they were on the brink of exhaustion. As Yi Changtian focused on checking Xiao's sway, Xiao Ziliang stealthily approached the weakened Ning Xiaoxue, seizing her. Ning Xiaoxue was dragged up by Xiao Ziliang, the gleaming dagger pressed against her delicate neck. As she opened her eyes and saw Yi Changtian approaching, she mustered the strength to speak. "Changtian, don't worry about me. You all must flee." Her voice was laden with fatigue and weakness. "Shut your mouth," Xiao Ziliang threatened, pressing the dagger closer to Ning Xiaoxue's face. "Xiao, you can leave now, and I shall not pursue you. If you dare harm Ning Xiaoxue in the slightest, your fate will be no better than your uncle's." Yi Changtian halted 3 meters away, his gaze icy as it fixated on Xiao Xiao. "Yi Changtian, everything is your doing. If it weren't for you, my second uncle would not have come, and I would have surely won Qingyue's heart. Now, everything has been ruined by you. You are the root of all this chaos. Only your death will restore order." Xiao Ziliang shouted frantically. Ning Xiaoxue gazed at Yi Changtian, who was so near yet so far, her eyes glistening with tears as a single drop cascaded down her fair, snow-like cheek. "Xiao Xiao, what must you do to release Xiaoxue?" At that moment, Yi Changtian observed the madness in Xiao Ziliang's eyes, hesitating to act for fear of harming Ning Xiaoxue. "Huh, I want you dead. Do you agree?" "Ha ha." Xiao Ziliang laughed maniacally. "Kneel before me and beg, and I shall set her free." Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxue trembled, desperate to escape Xiao Ziliang's grasp, but he pressed his dagger against her throat, causing a warm, crimson stream of blood to flow forth. "Fine, do not harm her," Yi Changtian said, witnessing the gentle trickle of blood and the anguish in Ning Xiaoxue's eyes. He shook his head slightly and addressed Xiao Ziliang. "I agree to your terms." "Haha, I want to see you kneel before me. Hurry." Xiao Ziliang's derangement had rendered him somewhat incoherent. Yi Changtian shifted his gaze from Xiao Ziliang and instead looked at Ning Xiaoxue with tenderness, softly saying, "Xiaoxue, you are so foolish, sacrificing yourself for me. Do you not understand that if you die and I survive, how shall I face the future?" As Yi Changtian spoke gently, tears streamed down Ning Xiaoxue's face like a string of pearls. He did not look at the raving Xiao Ziliang, but knelt on one knee, gazing up at Ning Xiaoxue. His voice the softest whisper, "I have seen and cherished all your sacrifices. From this day forth, even if I endure countless wounds, I would not wish for you to suffer even a fraction." Changtian. Ning Xiaoxue, moved by his words, wished to speak, but could only call his name. "Even if I endure countless wounds, I would not wish for you to suffer even a fraction." This phrase resonated deeply within her. "Yi Changtian, kneel down." Xiao Ziliang pressed again. Yi Changtian did not spare him a glance, placing his hands over his ears, looking at Ning Xiaoxue, and saying, "You are weary. Let us return today, shall we?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Changtian shouted, "Attack!" Both Xiao Ziliang and Ning Xiaoxue were momentarily stunned when an energetic wave of sound suddenly surged outward. The sound wave swept through the surroundings, jolting Xiao Ziliang and Ning Xiaoxue into silence. In that instant, Yi Changtian lunged forward, sending Xiao Ziliang flying with a single strike, then retreating while holding Ning Xiaoxue. After a brief moment, Ning Xiaoxue regained consciousness, gazing at Yi Changtian, unsure of whether this was reality or a dream. As Yi Changtian held her hand, the warmth stirred her heart, and she looked up at him, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. Overwhelmed by emotion, she embraced Yi Changtian and kissed his lips. "Yi Laoda, how did you find us?" Murong Xian took advantage of Xiao Ziliang's disorientation to knock him unconscious and approached, witnessing the scene between Yi Changtian and Ning Xiaoxue. He quickly turned away, kicking the thief who was busy collecting the remnants of the sound wave. Upon hearing the commotion, Ning Xiaoxue's face flushed crimson. She pushed Yi Changtian away and ran to Lin Qingyue, who was still in a deep slumber, her heart torn with uncertainty on how to face her friend. Yi Changtian watched as Ning Xiaoxue fled, feeling a wave of emotion. Though he had been derided as useless for years, his thick skin was not enough to alleviate the embarrassment of being caught in such a moment, and he awkwardly expressed gratitude to Murong Xian and the thief. "Yi Laoda, let us set aside that for now. Where are the Foundation establishment practitioners? We are here to fight alongside you. Where are the others?" Murong Xian scanned the surroundings warily, but found no strangers, only the subdued Xiao Ziliang. "Murong brother, let us not dwell on that. Help me over there. I need to rest for a moment," Yi Changtian said, feeling weak as his internal energy had been depleted, and his perseverance was all that kept him standing. Murong Xian and the thief assisted Yi Changtian to sit beside Ning Xiaoxue and Lin Qingyue. At that moment, Ning Xiaoxue dared not look at Yi Changtian. Her head bowed in silence. Morong Xian and the thief eventually noticed the enormous pit before them. They circled the edge, peering inside to discover a dismembered corpse, devoid of arms and covered in wounds, with a gaping, horrifying hole in its chest. Morong Xian pointed to the pit, glancing at Yi Changtian, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Finally stammering, "Yi, brother Yi, is this the Foundation establishment practitioner from the Shao family?" Yi Changtian consumed a recovery pill, feeling his energy gradually replenish. Noticing Morong Xian's query, he nodded slightly, his hand moving slightly to guide a vine deep into the pit, retrieving the remains of Xiao Sui. "My goodness, is this real?" Morong Xian exclaimed, astonished. "This is a mid-Foundation establishment practitioner. Boss, are you really my boss? Quickly explain how you accomplished this," Morong Xian urged, gripping Yi Changtian enthusiastically. Yi Changtian, feeling dizzy from the shaking, replied, "Morong Lauda, if you keep shaking me, I might pass out. Can you let me rest for a moment?" All right, you rest. Hey, thief, have you ever heard of a Qi refinement practitioner defeating a Foundation establishment practitioner?" Morong Xian paced beside Xiao Sui's remains, excitement radiating from him. This was a Foundation establishment practitioner capable of flying with a sword. Legends spoke of celestial beings starting from Foundation establishment practitioners. How could this be possible? Morong Xian, observing the astonished and admiring look on the thief's face, understood the magnitude of shock this victory had imparted. Chapter 44. The mysterious map. Just as stones thrown into a lake create ripples, so too do events resonate outward. "Oh, Yi Laoda, look." Xiao Sui's ring remains intact. While pacing, Morong Xian noticed the severed finger, realizing that a spatial ring still adorned it. He removed the ring and handed it to Yi Changtian. The ring was a spatial one, originally containing Xiao Sui's soul imprint, but with his death, those imprints dissipated under Yi Changtian's mental influence. As Yi Changtian rummaged through the spatial ring, he was astonished to find it devoid of any first-tier magic cores, filled instead with second-tier magic cores, over 170 of them. Additionally, there was a plethora of medicinal herbs. While surveying the herbs, Yi Changtian's expression turned from surprise to delight as he spotted the coveted Han Shuang Lu. He had not anticipated finding the frost dew he had sought for days here, and the quantity was significant. This discovery relieved him greatly, as it meant he now had all the materials needed for the Foundation establishment pill. Unbeknownst to Yi Changtian, Xiao Sui had infiltrated the forest right behind Xiao Ziliang, but on the first day, he had ventured alone into the third layer, remaining in the fourth layer for several days, which allowed him to obtain the Han Shuang Lu. He had planned to join Xiao Ziliang again closer to the end of the competition to provide him with magic cores and herbs, but fate had favored Yi Changtian instead. As he scanned the other contents of the ring, Yi Changtian discovered not only various metals, but also a substantial number of mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones, even uncovering 3 premium spirit stones. Moreover, several tomes were discovered, containing accounts of spells and techniques, though Yi Changtian paid them little heed. After all, with his multitude of techniques, the methods of the Shao family hardly commanded his attention. What was this? Yi Changtian extracted an ancient piece of rice paper from Xiao Sui's ring. Upon unfurling it, he discerned a depiction resembling a tortoise shell. The term tortoise shell seemed somewhat inadequate, as the creature's 4 limbs were evident, yet its head remained concealed. On the shell itself, various lines and strokes were inscribed, resembling rivers and mountains, and at the center of the shell, a crescent-shaped pool of water was visible. In the very center of the pool lay a black dot, with a straight line traversing the entire shell and passing through the dot. Yi Changtian was unaware of the location represented, but on the left side of the paper were 5 prominent characters, Wu Ling Cha Yu Tu. Accompanying this were smaller annotations, which Yi Changtian did not examine further before stowing it away. Obtaining Han Shuang Lu was indeed the most favorable outcome. A sudden sound of rushing air pierced the sky. A figure abruptly materialized beside Yi Changtian and his companions. Morong Xian and the thief quickly shielded Yi Changtian and the others, demanding, "Who goes there?" The young man present did not respond to Morong Xian. He merely surveyed the scene before inquiring, "Who is Yi Changtian?" "It is I," Yi Changtian replied as he rose to his feet, at which point Ning Xiaoxua also stood, gradually leaning towards him, a chill beginning to entwine her delicate fingers. "It is nothing. They are likely guardians," Yi Changtian reassured the anxious Ning Xiaoxua and the others. "I am the guardian Fenghua. Are you all unharmed? Where are the Foundation establishment cultivators?" Fenghua stepped forward, urgently asking. "Well, this is..." Morong Xian interjected. Fenghua's gaze fell upon the battered and lifeless Xiao Sui, astonishment washing over him. Turning sharply, his piercing eyes scanned the group before he questioned, Is it true that a foundation establishment cultivator attacked you? Yi Changtian and Ning Xiaoxue nodded in affirmation. Feng Hua gazed incredulously at them. He was the closest to the scene, yet upon receiving the news, he had been left in shock while mentally envisioning the outcome. What fate could possibly await 3 Qi refinement cultivators when faced with a single foundation establishment practitioner? The only conceivable result was complete annihilation. Yet the reality before him was staggering. How could it be that a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator fell to the hands of mere Qi refinement cultivators? However, judging by their exhausted appearances, it was evident they had endured a fierce battle, particularly the deep pit before them, clearly the result of the immense strike he had observed from the air. Just as Feng Hua struggled to comprehend the situation, 3 figures streaked through the sky. Shuanglong, Yuning, and Xueqing soon arrived. Upon hearing Feng Hua's explanation, the trio found it hard to accept the astonishing truth. After exchanging glances, a round of questioning ensued. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. Shao family, whoever dares to harm my students shall face the annihilation of your clan. Following this proclamation, a figure descended upon a flying sword, landing before Yi Changtian and his companions. Yi Changtian, Ning Xiaoxue, are you both well? What of Qingwei? Is she harmed? Meng Yang, having sheathed his sword, rushed forward to assess Yi Changtian and Ning Xiaoxue's injuries. Noticing the considerable bloodstains on Lin Qingyue, who lay on the ground, he feared the worst and grew frantic. Dean, Qingyue is unharmed. She has merely fainted from exhaustion. Yi Changtian clarified, feeling a sense of relief upon the dean's arrival. Changtian, what of the Shao family members? Meng Yang inquired, his beard trembling with fury. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will not allow them to harm you. Dean Meng, you have arrived. The guardians Shuanglong, Yuning, Xueqing, and Feng Hua approached and paid their respects. Seeing them all present, Meng Yang began to question further. Upon viewing Xiao Sui's mangled remains, Meng Yang gritted his teeth and spat. Xiao Sui of the Shao family, you truly possess a remarkable ability. Fortuitously, you perished early, otherwise, you would witness the complete destruction of your clan. Listening to Yi Changtian recount the battle's harrowing details was indeed a testament to their miraculous survival. At that moment, Xiao Ziliang regained consciousness. Upon seeing the dean, he was taken aback, his face paling dramatically. Meng Yang seized Xiao Ziliang, removing the spatial ring from his finger, and coldly declared, Xiao Ziliang, your intention to harm a student violates the competition regulations. The Shao family's qualification for enrollment is hereby revoked, and you shall be stripped of your cultivation and expelled from the academy. With that, Meng Yang struck Xiao Ziliang's dantian. Xiao Ziliang flew several meters before collapsing. His dantian shattered and cultivation eradicated. He could no longer gather spiritual energy, nor could he practice or employ spells. Shuanglong, Yuning, Xueqing, Feng Hua, I am grateful for your timely arrival. This incident is a disgrace to our academy, and I shall personally seek atonement from Elder Huang. I will handle matters concerning the Shao family and provide an explanation to Qingshan Academy. Should any punishment arise, I, Meng Yang, am willing to bear the brunt. After dealing with Xiao Ziliang, Meng Yang addressed the 4 guardians. Dean, Elder Huang has instructed that your presence in the beast forest was solely at his behest, to assist us in addressing the beast tide. As for matters concerning the Shao family, we will not disclose them externally. Once the competition concludes tomorrow, we shall return directly to Qingshan Academy, Feng Hua stated, with the other 3 nodding in agreement. By the way, I recall that 3 months ago, the beast tide attacked the academy. Is everyone unharmed? Have the causes been determined? Meng Yang recalled and inquired. Yuning and the others shook their heads, while Feng Hua's expression turned somber as he responded. Although the beast tide consisted only of first and second tier beasts, it was of considerable scale, breaching the outer protective formations. Many students were injured, and we suffered the loss of over 20 students. With the assistance of our teachers, we managed to avert a greater disaster. However, we have yet to uncover the reasons behind the beast tide. Indeed, those capable of summoning a beast tide must be at least 3rd tier or higher. However, the attackers on the academy were not high-tier beasts, correct? Meng Yang pondered before asking. That is correct. Had high-tier beasts appeared, the academy would have faced even greater losses. Thus, during this period, the academy has been diligently repairing the protective formations and is requesting the deployment of more array diagrams to bolster defenses, Feng Hua replied candidly. Understood. Upon my return, please convey a message to Dean Yang. Should the need arise, I will come immediately, Meng Yang stated earnestly. Feng Hua and the others nodded, casting meaningful glances at Yi Changtian and his companions before bidding farewell to Meng Yang. as the competition was yet to conclude, and they could not stray too far from their positions. In the sky, Feng Hua addressed the others. These three individuals are remarkably formidable. It seems they are not far from the foundation establishment stage. Yu Ning responded, I can hardly believe that a foundation establishment cultivator perished at their hands. Disbelief is one thing. The injuries and conditions of these three cannot be concealed. They may have employed some clever tactics, but if they reach foundation establishment, it would be prudent for us to maintain our distance, Shuang Lung interjected. Clever tactics? Perhaps not. However, one thing is certain, once they arrive at the academy, it will indeed become lively. I wonder who will attempt to seize their tower energy. Let us pray for those individuals, Xueqing added with a hint of amusement. Yet have you noticed? That Yi Chantian appears somewhat familiar. It seems I have encountered him before, Yu Ning remarked, puzzled. As one would expect a strong impression if they had met previously, yet she could not recall where. Hey, I'm not developing an interest in that lad, are you? Feng Hua laughed heartily, while the others, noticing Yu Ning's sharp gaze, discreetly dispersed to different positions on the second and third levels, preparing for the final 2 days of defense. Within the forest, Meng Yang addressed Murong Xian and the thief. You are the students of Meishan Academy, are you not? I represent Linhao Academy, and I extend my gratitude for your assistance. This ring has had its mark removed, allowing you to directly extract the magic cores and herbs. It is yours. With that, Meng Yang tossed Xiao Ziliang's ring to Murong Xian. Murong Xian watched in astonishment as the thief fumbled about, unable to fathom that an exceptionally powerful dean would express gratitude to a student. Dean Meng, there is no need for such formalities. Brother Yi is our friend, and moreover, he has saved our lives, Murong Xian remarked, gazing at Meng Yang. Upon hearing this, Meng Yang insisted that Murong Xian accept the ring. Come, I will escort you to the teleportation array. Let us withdraw from the forest today, Meng Yang said to Yi Chantian and Ning Xiaoxue. Yi Chantian did not oppose. Glancing at the unconscious Lin Xinhua and then at the exhausted Ning Xiaoxue, he too felt weary, and remaining in the forest at this point held little significance. Thus, he acquiesced to the dean's arrangement, carrying Lin Xinhua on his back, while Murong Xian and the thief followed closely behind, not once looking back as they made their way toward the teleportation array. When Xiao Ziliang awakened, it was the pain that jolted him from his slumber. Red ants were busily transporting their food, undeterred by the harshest of blows. Rain was imminent, and they needed to gather more provisions. Eventually, only 2 fragments of bones remained in that place. Chapter 45. Return to the camp. When departing, you bore a heavy burden. Upon returning, the weight remains. Yet it has transformed entirely. On the morning of the 9th day of the competition, Huang Lao and others were still awaiting news. Anxiety etched across their faces. Tinged with authority, Qing Feng stood behind Huang Lao, observing the students quietly seated beside the teleportation platform. Though they remained unaware of the events transpiring within the forest, they were acutely aware that the Waste Talent Group was in peril. Upon Song Tianxing's arrival via teleportation, he was immediately sent to the medical station for treatment. During this process, some students witnessed the arrival of injured comrades, and upon recognizing Song Tianxing as a member of the Waste Talent Group, the news of his severe injuries spread rapidly among the surrounding students and teachers. Students swiftly gathered around the teleportation platform, praying for the safe return of the Waste Talent Group. Everyone remained silent, the passage of time weighing heavily on their hearts. Song Tianxing had been gravely injured. What of the others? Why had they not yet appeared? The teleportation array stirred with activity. In the midst of the anxious waiting, a student shouted, drawing everyone's gaze to the teleportation platform. It hummed and whirred, and a flash of white light illuminated the space, revealing a girl lying peacefully atop the platform. Her complexion was pale, yet her demeanor appeared relatively composed, marred only by a few bloodstains on her garments and bandages around her legs. It was Lin Xinhua. Su Zhao, Du Mi, Su Wu, Wang Wan, Huang Zhan, Wang De, Feng Tu, and the madman recognized her, their hearts sinking. A teacher promptly approached to assess her condition, noting that while Lin Xinhua was merely unconscious, she bore injuries. Others rushed to carry her to the medical station for wound cleaning and treatment. Su Zhao regarded Lin Xinhua with overwhelming guilt. If only he had disseminated the news sooner, perhaps their fate would not have been so dire. If the most powerful among them, Lin Xinhua, bore such grave injuries, what of the others? The surrounding students, upon seeing Lin Xinhua from the Waste Talent Group in a state of unconsciousness, felt a chill of alarm. What sort of crisis had plunged them into such despair? The cheers they had intended to unleash now hung heavy in their hearts. With Song Tianxing gravely injured and Lin Xinhua unconscious, Those who remained at the rear must surely be in even greater peril. Huang Lao, witnessing Lin Qingyue's condition, felt a slight relief wash over him. Behind him, Qing Feng's voice chimed in. Dean, I have checked. The girl is not severely injured, merely exhausted from overexertion of her spiritual energy and fatigue from battle, resulting in her temporary unconsciousness. That is indeed a relief. I can only hope that the others return safely as well, Huang Lao replied. At that moment, the teleportation array activated once more, and Ning Xiaoxue appeared on the platform. She gazed around at her surroundings, spotting numerous students and teachers, and felt as if she had awoken from a long dream. Standing atop the platform, she took a gentle step forward and addressed Huang Lao, the teachers, and all the students below. I have returned. Thank goodness you are back. Thank goodness, Huang Lao beamed with pride, relieved to see that she had returned unscathed. A wave of applause erupted from the crowd, as the students' spirits lifted slightly. Ning Xiaoxue was back, and she had returned whole. Welcome back, Wei's talent group. Welcome back, Ning Xiaoxue. The students cheered, their voices echoing far and wide. Ning Xiaoxue surveyed her fellow students, offering a gentle smile. With a mere wave of her hand, she gracefully descended the steps and joined her peers. Su Zhao approached her, his eyes brimming with emotion, longing to express something. Ning Xiaoxue stepped forward and said, Thank you. Thank you for your news. Upon hearing this, Su Zhao's tears flowed more freely. What of Yi Changtian? Is he unharmed? Su Zhao asked, wiping his tears. Ning Xiaoxue shook her head and glanced back towards the teleportation array. At that moment, the array shimmered once more, and Yi Changtian, clad in green attire, emerged before all. Ah, look, it is Yi Changtian. He has returned. The crowd erupted in cheers. Welcome back, Wei's talent group. Welcome back, Yi Changtian. You are our idol. Yi Changtian, momentarily dazed by the enthusiastic reception, initially believed he had been teleported to the wrong location. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Huang Lao and Qing Feng watching him intently. He smiled reassuringly, indicating he was well. Suddenly, a student approached, the madman from Meishan Academy, known for his audacity. Everyone, quiet down, he urged, motioning for silence. Once the crowd settled, he continued, You all are undoubtedly familiar with Yi Changtian. Is there anyone here with questions for him? Now is the perfect time. I have a question. A male student called out excitedly. All right, you may ask. The madman took on the role of host. Yi Laoda, what dangers did you encounter? The sudden inquiry startled Huang Lao and Qing Feng, as they feared Yi Changtian might inadvertently reveal too much. Just as they contemplated intervening, Yi Changtian exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Lao and addressed the audience. Unfortunately, we encountered a wave of second-tier magical beasts. Our team suffered significant injuries. But with the help of the Guardians, we managed to retreat safely. Thank you all for your concern. Upon hearing this, Huang Lao and Qing Feng felt their tension ease. Yi Changtian, do you know that many here idolize you? I believe many harbor a question. How did you transform from a waste into a talent? Another student voiced their curiosity. Huang Lao, observing the lively crowd, chose not to intervene, reassured by the safe return of 4 members, albeit one injured, yet alive. Yi Changtian, feeling the eager gazes of his peers, searched the crowd until he spotted Ning Xiaoxue, watching him intently. His heart warmed, and he stepped forward, addressing all the students. I would love to answer your question right now, but my friend Song Tianxing is seriously injured, and I still have yet to learn of his condition. Lin Qingyue is also unconscious. I wish to check on them first, and we can discuss this later, if that is agreeable. Just as Yi Changtian attempted to step away, Wang De rushed onto the stage, reassuring him, Yi Laoda, rest easy. Tianxing is being well taken care of. He is out of danger. Sister Qingyue is also fine, currently under the care of a teacher. You should chat with everyone for now. Indeed, let us share our stories, for many are eager to hear of your deeds. The onlookers, including Fengzi and the students, urged him on. Yi Changtian glanced at Ning Xiaoxue, hoping for her intervention, yet she paid him no heed. Instead, she gestured towards the medical point, indicating her intention to check on the 2 individuals there, assuring him not to worry. With a resigned shrug, Yi Changtian cleared his throat and began, waste or genius? This is indeed an intriguing question. However, I believe that no one is born a genius, nor is anyone destined to be a failure. Even those lacking spiritual roots possess wisdom. The paths to greatness are manifold, and not all are paved through the cultivation of spiritual energy. Some transcend their tribulations through sheer strength, achieving immortality. Others forge their way through martial prowess, becoming sages, and some enter the path of the heart, saving countless lives, ultimately embodying both inner sanctity and external power. Even the fiercest beasts strive for survival, awakening their intellect to achieve enlightenment. On our journey of cultivation, some may progress faster than us, and others may be stronger. Do we then deem those who surpass us as geniuses? And do we consider ourselves geniuses when others lag behind? The success of any genius is often underpinned by efforts unseen, amidst countless dark nights. While some rest in leisure and others wander aimlessly, the true geniuses are often those who toil tirelessly, striving to ascend. They understand that without upward movement, it becomes increasingly difficult to safeguard themselves and those they wish to protect. None of us wish to become victims. We all aspire to protect our families, friends, and cherished ones. Thus, whether deemed a waste or a genius, it is crucial to identify one's position, strive relentlessly, and exert every ounce of effort. Ultimately, you will propel the wheels of fate and become exceptional. Upon concluding his speech, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Even the arrival of Murong Xian and the thief stirred little attention among the crowd. Yi Changtian is quite the orator, remarked old Huang outside the tent, observing him with a sense of satisfaction. Not just an orator, news has just arrived from the Guardian. In a three-man team battle against the Shao family's Xiao Sui, he suffered the loss of both arms and sustained a fatal wound to the chest. By the time the four of them arrived, Xiao Sui was already lifeless. Qing Feng, upon receiving the intelligence from the Guardian, was rendered speechless in shock. Oh, it appears he is quite an intriguing individual. The three of them seem rather extraordinary. Once they arrive at Qinshan Academy, ensure you take good care of them and avoid causing any disturbances. Old Huang expressed mild surprise, but was not overly astonished by the news. I will, Qing Feng replied quietly, observing Yi Changtian, whose countenance bore a resilience reminiscent of a young Meng Yang. Yi Changtian, do you have someone you fancy? A girl boldly inquired, prompting a stir among the surrounding male students. Upon hearing the question, Yi Changtian's face flushed slightly. Such a provocative inquiry posed in front of so many was unexpected. He glanced towards the medical point, aware that Ning Xiaoxue and Lin Qingwei were inside. I believe this question need not be answered, for soon we shall enter Qinshan Academy, at which point you shall discover the answer with your own eyes. With that, Yi Changtian descended from the stage. Behind him, other students pressed for details about his achievements and whether he was confident in securing the title of best student. Yet, he brushed them aside and made his way towards his academy's area. Chapter 46. I am great, you are small. The clamor will inevitably settle into tranquility, regardless of how intense or fierce it may be at the moment. On the 9th day of the competition, all students of Linhe Academy exited the forest, with the exception of Xiao Ziliang, who had become a mere heap of bones. As Yi Changtian approached his academy area after leaving the stage, Su Zhao, Dumi, Su Wu, Wang Wen, and Huang Zhan awaited him. Su Zhao stepped forward, but Yi Changtian waved him off, preferring to address everyone directly. I must share some tragic news. Upon hearing this, Su Zhao's expression shifted, and Du Mi and the others gathered around, eager to learn what Yi Changtian had to say. This morning, the four of us encountered a second-tier beast tide. While retreating, we crossed paths with Xiao Ziliang. Yi Changtian glanced at Su Zhao before continuing. The beast tide was too fierce for us to withstand. Song Tianxing was gravely injured, Lin Qingyue fell unconscious, and while Ning Xiaoxue and I exerted all our strength, Xiao Ziliang was ultimately overwhelmed by the tide. By the time the Guardian arrived, Xiao Ziliang was already beyond saving. What? Xiao Ziliang is dead? Dumi's face darkened, as his family had close ties to the Xiao family, and he often stood by Xiao Ziliang's side. The news struck him hard, casting a pall over his mood. The others also expressed their sorrow. The sudden loss of a comrade they had fought and lived alongside was difficult to comprehend and accept. Only Su Zhao, aware of the true circumstances, vaguely speculated on Xiao Ziliang's actual cause of death. In his wildest imagination, he had never considered that Xiao Sui would perish at the hands of the three of them. Xiao Ziliang has perished just like that, Yi Changtian said meaningfully, pausing for a moment before adding, we shall remember him. The others, sensing the gravity of the moment, fell silent and retreated to their tents, some lost in thought, others reminiscing, some anxious, and others resolute. Su Zhao understood Yi Changtian's unspoken message and nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion on the matter. Once it was just Yi Changtian and Su Zhao remaining, Yi Changtian looked at Su Zhao and remarked, when we encountered Xiao Ziliang, he mentioned that you had perished in the forest. However, upon hearing news of Murong Xian, he realized you were safe, which eased his mind. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Without your message to Murong Xian, we might have met a tragic end there. Brother Yi, it is my fault for not finding Dean Meng sooner and failing to relay the message earlier, Su Zhao lamented, feeling a deep sense of responsibility. Perhaps, had he acted sooner, they would not have suffered such severe injuries. This is already a fortunate outcome. Thank you, but do not inquire further. The dean will handle the rest. Yi Chantian expressed his gratitude to Su Zhao and urged him to keep the matter of Xiao Sui confidential. Su Zhao understood the seriousness of the situation and refrained from discussing it with others. Yi Chantian entered the medical tent, where numerous students lay in various states of consciousness. Some awake, others asleep. By one of the beds, Ning Xiaoxue sat in a daze, gazing at the slumbering Lin Qingyue, lost in thought. Yi Chantian gently patted Ning Xiaoxue's shoulder, causing her to startle and turn, her fingertips already frosted with a hint of mist. Noticing her tense demeanor, Yi Chantian pressed down her hand and softly reassured her, "We are safe now. Relax." Upon realizing it was Yi Chantian, Ning Xiaoxue felt a bit embarrassed about her anxious reaction. After all, she had remained in a heightened state of alert for days, ready to fight at the slightest disturbance. Suddenly relaxing and returning to a state of safety was somewhat challenging. "It is all right. You will feel better in time." Understanding her concerns, Yi Chantian approached the bedside and inquired about Lin Qingyue's condition. "Has she not yet awakened?" "She woke for a brief moment, seeking you, but was too exhausted and fell back asleep before saying much," Ning Xiaoxue replied, watching Lin Qingyue's delicate features, feeling uncertain about how to proceed. "I think." Ning Xiaoxue hesitated, wanting to express something. Meanwhile, Yi Chantian also inquired about Song Tianqing's injuries, and after checking, he was relieved to find that Song Tianqing was not gravely harmed. "What were you about to say?" Yi Chantian returned to Lin Qingyue's bedside and sat down. Observing the downcast Ning Xiaoxue, a strand of hair obscured her bright eyes, her ruby lips slightly parted, as if she wished to speak but remained silent. "What happened between us was merely an accident. Do not let Qingyue know," Ning Xiaoxue said, biting her lip. At that moment, Lin Qingyue stirred slightly, her eyelids fluttering open to behold the two individuals beside her. Yi Chantian also noticed Lin Qingyue had awakened and promptly grasped her hand, inquiring with concern, "Qingyue, how do you feel?" Lin Qingyue closed her eyes again, then opened them, gathering some strength to allow Ning Xiaoxue to help her sit up. Grasping Yi Chantian's hand, she spoke weakly, "Have we returned?" "Yes, we are back, and everyone is safe, including Tianqing," Ning Xiaoxue responded, smiling at Lin Qingyue, her joy evident upon seeing her awaken. Momentarily forgetting her earlier thoughts, "I am fine, just a bit fatigued. Perhaps I have simply overexerted myself these past few days. Some rest should suffice," Lin Qingyue said gently. Noticing Yi Chantian's anxious expression, Yi Chantian recounted the events that transpired during her unconsciousness. Upon hearing that Ning Xiaoxue had been kidnapped by Xiao Ziliang, he cast a fearful glance at her. After learning about the rescue by Murong Xian and others, followed by the guardians and the dean, he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing Xiao Ziliang had been left behind in the forest. Seeing Ning Xiaoxue unharmed, Lin Qingyue felt reassured. "Chantian, could you step outside for a moment? I wish to converse with Xiaoxue," Lin Qingyue requested. After hearing her words, Ning Xiaoxue glanced nervously at Lin Qingyue, then at Yi Chantian. Observing Lin Qingyue's nod, Yi Chantian exited the room. "Xiaoxue, do you harbor feelings for Yi Chantian as well?" Once Yi Chantian had departed, Lin Qingyue shifted to a more comfortable position and gazed softly into Ning Xiaoxue's eyes. I. Ning Xiaoxue stammered, suddenly overwhelmed by Lin Qingyue's question. Unsure of how to respond, her eyes cast downward. "Xiaoxue, you know that I grew up alongside Yi Chantian. I am familiar with his temperament and understand his gaze. I like him, regardless of his lack of progress or any cultivation. My affection for him is not contingent upon the future or anything else. I simply cherish the days spent with him, for his presence brings me joy." Lin Qingyue gently held Ning Xiaoxue's fragile hand, offering comfort as she spoke. "When he feels uneasy, lonely, or when he is looked down upon by others, I stand by him, unafraid of the judgments and gossip, because I enjoy being with him. I wish to share in his sorrow and weariness. When he one day told me he had mastered the wood element, I was nearly ecstatic. Later, I do not even know how he acquired the techniques for cultivation, yet he urged me to practice as well. He surged ahead, progressing from the second layer of qi refinement to the third, and then breaking through to the fourth layer, ultimately becoming a level 4 student during a sparring session at the academy. Everyone assumed his achievements were mere luck, but only I understood that, amidst daily practice, he relentlessly trained himself, even at home, tirelessly honing his skills. You are aware of the subsequent events. Yi Chantian consumed a yuan-enhancing pill and broke through to the 7th layer of qi refinement during training at school. In the monster beast forest, He fearlessly charged into the most perilous situations to protect us. He then advanced to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, and you, in a moment of desperation, were assisted by Yi Changtian to break through to the 9th layer. In the battles that followed, he broke through once more, achieving a level comparable to ours. Xiaoxue, do you realize? In the days leading up to the sparring competition, I worried that if Yi Changtian could not break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, I would have to consider attending Xinshan Academy. I did not want to leave him alone here. Yet, with astonishing willpower and talent, he continually pushed his limits, gradually advancing to his current level. Xiaoxue, you possess the ice spirit root. I have the fire spirit root, but what about him? He has an anomalous pseudo-spirit root, the type deemed the most difficult and inferior for cultivation by others. Yet, how many years did it take us to reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement? We are labeled geniuses, but do you know? Just half a year ago, Changtian was a student who could not even perform the Qi induction technique. Ning Xiaoxue listened intently. Reflecting on Yi Changtian's past, the revelation stirred a profound shock within her. One even greater than the astonishment brought by the annihilation of Xiao Sui at the foundation establishment stage. To have no cultivation half a year ago, and now reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement. What kind of prodigy is this? How is this even possible? Yet, Ning Xiaoxue knew Lin Qingyue would never lie. Xiaoxue, Lin Qingyue said earnestly, Changtian will undoubtedly become a great cultivator in the future. Qingyue, I believe that too. He will certainly become a great cultivator, Ning Xiaoxue replied, her inner astonishment still lingering, but she shared no doubts with Qingyue regarding this certainty. Therefore, it is we who must work even harder. Xiaoxue, you like Changtian, and I do as well. Let us support him together and accompany him on his journey to becoming a great cultivator, shall we? Lin Qingyue beamed, watching as Ning Xiaoxue grew flustered once more. Leaning closer to Xiaoxue, she whispered playfully, who was it that kissed Changtian in the cave at night? I saw you. Ah. Ning Xiaoxue's face flushed crimson, her shyness causing her to bow her head, clutching Lin Qingyue's hand as she nervously stammered. Qingyue, I was just impulsive at that moment. Is that so? Lin Qingyue regarded Ning Xiaoxue with skepticism. Though Ning Xiaoxue attempted to defend herself, she was soon tickled under her arm by Lin Qingyue, eliciting laughter as she instinctively recoiled. After their playful banter, Ning Xiaoxue, still blushing, earnestly confessed to Lin Qingyue, Qingyue, I admit I like him, but I do not wish to disrupt your relationship. I understand how deeply Changtian cares for you. I am willing to remain quietly by his side, simply watching over him. Please do not tell him. Let this feeling remain buried in my heart. Is that so? This seems rather unfair to you, Lin Qingyue remarked, eyeing Ning Xiaoxue with some doubt. Ning Xiaoxue appeared a bit flustered. Xiaoxue, regardless of what happens in the future, I hope the three of us can always be together. One thing you must promise me. Lin Qingyue stated, her expression serious. Seeing her earnestness, Ning Xiaoxue quickly replied, Qingyue, say whatever you wish. I will agree to it. I am the elder, and you are the younger. Ah, do you wish to murder your elder sister? After a long pause, Ning Xiaoxue finally smiled at Lin Qingyue and said, Qingyue, let things unfold naturally. I simply wish to remain peacefully by his side, without needing him to give me anything or make any sacrifices. Just like before. We can be good friends. Lin Qingyue, upon hearing this, nodded as she held Ning Xiaoxue's hand. Chapter 47. Huang Lao of the Golden Core stage. A tranquil and peaceful life is never easily attained. With a slight blush, Ning Xiaoxue emerged from the tent, gazing at Yi Changtian, who was conversing with other students not far away. Her eyes reflected a sense of relief and stability. Finally freeing herself from her inner turmoil and able to face him openly. Noticing Ning Xiaoxue's appearance, Yi Changtian greeted the others and approached her. What's wrong, Xiaoxue? Why is your face so red? Let me check, is it hot? Yi Changtian reached out to touch Ning Xiaoxue's forehead, but she shyly stepped back, saying, I'm fine. Qingyue asked you to come over. Yi Changtian didn't notice that Ning Xiaoxue had referred to her as Qingyue rather than Qingyue. Responding to her call, he promptly lifted the tent flap and walked over. Seeing that Lin Qingyue's complexion had improved slightly, he took her hand, allowing the wood element to seep into her meridians for examination, saying, Qingyue, don't move. Let me take a look. As he observed Lin Qingyue, his face filled with concern and care, Lin Qingyue felt a rush of sweetness in her heart. Yi Changtian, after thorough investigation, discovered that Lin Qingyue's injury was not severe. The wound had been treated by a teacher using wood elemental energy, and with a few days of rest, she would recover fully. I am truly sorry, Qingyue. It was my negligence that led to your injury. Yi Changtian reflected on the battle, regretting that had he been more focused, Perhaps this could have been avoided. It is but a minor injury, nothing to worry about, Lin Qingwei reassured him, gently taking Yi Changtian's hand and placing it before her, looking at him tenderly. Changtian, I have cleared things up with Xiaoxue. From now on, the three of us will stand by each other, unwaveringly, until the end. Is that agreeable? Gazing intently at Lin Qingwei, Yi Changtian replied earnestly, Qingwei, my heart belongs solely to you. As for Xiaoxue, I am aware of her feelings for you, and the fact that she saved you with her life. You know that if her spiritual root issue remains unresolved, her lifespan may be limited to 10 years or even less. Would you truly wish to see her endure such suffering? Lin Qingwei interrupted his words, sensing his guilt and unease. Gently sitting by the bed, Yi Changtian embraced Lin Qingwei, who rested her head on his shoulder, gazing softly at their intertwined hands. He inhaled her fragrant hair and slowly said, Qingwei, all I desire is for us to be together, to explore the world as great cultivators. I may face many adversaries in the future, and having you by my side already fills me with concern for your safety. Adding another person to this burden, I fear I may be unable to protect both you and Xiaoxue. I understand. But Changtian, have you considered that what I wish for is to be with you? Xiaoxue feels the same. As long as we are by your side, even if it leads to death, we would still smile in your company. Lin Qingwei softly expressed as she lay in Yi Changtian's embrace. Qingwei, he murmured, feeling a whirlwind of emotions as he looked down at her. Changtian. Lin Qingwei called his name gently, reaching out to wrap her arms around his neck. Captivated by her rosy cheeks, Yi Changtian leaned down to kiss her. From this moment on, you must not betray me, nor Xiaoxue. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences, she teased, breaking free from his embrace in a mock threat. Qingwei. Yi Changtian savored the warmth of her lips, holding her close. They sat in silence, both unwilling to speak, yet the atmosphere was far from awkward. The sweetness of their silence flowed gently between them. A deep cough abruptly startled them, bringing Yi Changtian and Lin Qingwei back to reality. They looked up to see Meng Yang, who, upon noticing them, raised an eyebrow but did not comment further. Are you all right? He asked, inspecting Lin Qingwei's injury. Thank you. Dean, I am no longer in serious danger, Lin Qingwei replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at being caught. That's good to hear. I just checked on Tianxing. And he is fine as well. He should awaken tomorrow. You should rest easy. This place is very safe, Meng Yang reassured them before glancing at Yi Changtian. You, young man, come with me. Old Huang wishes to see you. Old Huang. Yi Changtian's expression turned serious as he bid farewell to Lin Qingwei and followed the dean outside. Once they were away from prying eyes, Meng Yang turned to Yi Changtian with a grave expression. I will handle matters concerning the Xiao family. Xiao Sui's appearance exceeded my expectations and posed great danger to you. I apologize for my oversight. Dean, there is no need to concern yourself with the Xiao family matters on my behalf. If you feel compelled to compensate, perhaps you could request a few more foundational cultivation pills from Old Huang, Yi Changtian suggested, beginning to negotiate for some form of recompense. You rascal, rest assured. There will be compensation for the inadequate protection during the competition. What it entails will be revealed in due time. However, when speaking with Old Huang, maintain your respect. If you provoke him, I cannot guarantee your safety, Meng Yang warned sternly. Dean, who exactly is Old Huang? Yi Changtian inquired, puzzled. You do not know Old Huang's identity? Meng Yang was taken aback. As a 5th-level student, you should possess some basic knowledge. Then, realizing that Yi Changtian had recently risen to prominence, he continued. Qinshan Academy was founded nearly 400 years ago, specifically 367 years ago. Initially, there were only 5 foundational cultivators. However, over the centuries, Qinshan Academy has become a notable institution within the Xianling continent, particularly in the western regions where it is regarded alongside Yushan Academy and Tianwu Academy. Even various sects or organizations dare not provoke us. Old Huang is one of those original 5 foundational cultivators. So, does that mean Old Huang is nearly several hundred years old? Could it be? Yi Changtian was astonished. Indeed, he has formed a golden core, significantly extending his lifespan. You are aware that once a cultivator reaches the foundational level, their lifespan can reach 200 years. Upon forming a golden core, this can extend to 500 years. Old Huang is nearly 400 years old now, Meng Yang explained. Upon learning that Old Huang was a golden core cultivator, Yi Changtian felt a deep sense of respect. This was the legendary great cultivator, rumored to traverse the skies without the need for a flying sword, with powers capable of shaking the heavens. He had never anticipated that the seemingly frail Old Huang was indeed a legendary figure. Thus, you must show the utmost respect to your elder. If Old Huang inquiries about anything, You must answer truthfully, Mingyang advised as they arrived at Old Huang's tent. He turned to Yichantian. Old Huang wishes to see you alone. I will wait for you outside. Standing before Old Huang's tent, Yichantian was uncertain how to face this legendary figure when the entrance was suddenly drawn open by a vine. He stepped forward, seeing Old Huang seated with an air of authority. Old Huang, I am Yichantian, your disciple, he announced with a clasped fist. Old Huang regarded Yichantian, remaining silent for a moment. Yichantian, clad in simple azure robes, bore a youthful face that displayed a resilience beyond his years, his eyes bright and his brow clear, embodying the spirit of a young hero. Old Huang nodded approvingly and said, Do not be overly formal. Please take a seat. Yichantian sat casually, feeling surprisingly at ease in the presence of the golden core cultivator. Old Huang admired this composure. It was rare for a Qi refining stage cultivator to remain so calm in the presence of a golden core cultivator. Such poise alone was worthy of admiration. The purpose of inviting you here today is primarily to get to know you better, Old Huang said kindly. Yichantian looked at Old Huang's white hair, weathered face, and frail hands, struggling to reconcile these features with those of a golden core cultivator. It is truly an honor to meet you, Old Huang. To be honest, I have only recently learned of your remarkable achievements, Yichantian replied with a relaxed demeanor. Hearing this, Old Huang burst into hearty laughter, eventually saying, Others often feel intimidated in my presence, yet here you are, completely unfazed. You forego the customary flattery, and instead, you boldly admit your ignorance. Your audacity is commendable. Old Huang, you have encountered countless individuals. I thought it best to remain natural and leave a good impression, no? Yichantian countered with a smile. A fascinating young fellow. What are your thoughts on the path of cultivation? Old Huang inquired, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. 3 years ago, I believed cultivation was for improving my family's circumstances. Half a year ago, I thought it was for my own future. 10 days ago, I thought it was for longevity. Now, I believe cultivation is about having the ability to protect myself and those I love. Yichantian reflected before sharing his insights. Having the ability to protect oneself and those one loves? Old Huang mused. Huang Lao, upon hearing this response, lifted his teacup but did not drink from it. He set it down again before speaking. Do you truly believe that cultivation is not for the sake of longevity? Indeed, longevity is the aspiration of every cultivator, a pursuit most ardently sought. Yet, if one were to possess boundless life while their beloved has aged and passed away, what meaning does such longevity hold? Even if one were to live for 100 or 1,000 years, lacking the ability to share that existence with a loved one renders such cultivation rather tedious. Does it not? The path sought through cultivation is the way of the heart, a path filled with emotion, not one devoid of it, Yichantian asserted with solemnity. Is there truly a path of emotion? Huang Lao retorted, his voice steeped in skepticism. Heaven itself is indifferent. The law of nature is survival of the fittest. And that is the unvarnished truth of this world. Should you possess emotions, you risk giving rise to inner demons. Once such demons take root, attaining significant accomplishments in cultivation becomes exceedingly challenging. This you must understand. From Huang Lao's dimmed gaze emerged a glimmer of light as he regarded Yichantian. I am well aware of the law of the jungle, yet it does not preclude the way of emotion. It is through genuine emotion that one can attain understanding, comprehend the nature of the heart, and safeguard the spirit from corruption, thus paving the path toward enlightenment. An unfeeling individual, even if they were to become a great cultivator, would inevitably be either fanatical or lost, Yichantian continued, observing as Huang Lao took a sip of tea. He then rose to pour another cup, adding, It is indeed true. Huang Lao remained silent, gazing contemplatively at the tea in his hands. Chapter 48. Secrets of the Academy from a Vantage Point. One could behold expansive forests and endless mountains, a sight both beautiful and perilous. Why must Huang Lao inquire of me? Are you not also a practitioner of the way of emotion? Yichantian remarked softly. Huang Lao's fingers trembled, causing tea to spill onto them, dripping to the ground. How do you know this? Huang Lao questioned, his eyes brightening with intrigue. Because your hair has turned white, Yichantian replied, meeting Huang Lao's flickering gaze without flinching. If you were not devoted to the way of emotion, why would you forego the use of rejuvenation pills and allow time to weather your appearance? It must be that you harbor deep attachments and seek companionship, hence your choice. Huang Lao erupted into hearty laughter, stroking his white hair, a spark of memory igniting in his eyes. Young one, the way of emotion and the way of indifference are not confined solely to romantic love. Some individuals wish to escape the shackles and confusions of emotion, seeking to transcend feelings to grasp the principles of the Great Way. Others, however, immerse themselves in emotion, discovering the true essence of the great way through it. The path one chooses, whether to embrace emotion or shun it, depends entirely upon one's own decisions. Thank you for your guidance. Huang Lao. Yi Changtian felt a shift within himself, realizing his understanding of the great way had been somewhat one-sided. After conversing for half an hour, Yi Changtian rose to take his leave. Huang Lao produced a golden token from his robe, tossing it to Yi Changtian and saying, "This token is for you. Keep it safe. When you arrive at Qinshan Academy, should you encounter insurmountable challenges, present this token to the dean, and he will know how to assist you." Yi Changtian caught the token, which, though small, was crafted from pure gold and adorned with unfamiliar runes, depicting a magnificent golden dragon in a coiled posture. Exuding an air of majesty, he accepted the token without hesitation, for it was a gift from an elder. Watching Yi Changtian depart, Huang Lao murmured to himself, "The way of emotion, is it? How long has it been since I last dreamt of you, Xian?" Following his conversation with Huang Lao, Yi Changtian returned to visit Lin Qingyue and Song Tianxing, discovering both had succumbed to slumber. Noticing Ning Xiaoxue keeping vigil nearby, he urged, "Let us depart. There is no need for concern here. The teachers are watching over us. We should rest as well. You must be quite weary." Ning Xiaoxue, her heart racing, lowered her head and replied softly, "All right." As night fell on the 9th day, only 21 students remained in the forest. The night was calm, devoid of the tremors of teleportation arrays or distress signals. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, refreshing and pleasant. Most of the students in the camp had fallen asleep, with only a few teachers and students on guard. When the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, illuminating the dawn, Yi Changtian stretched, feeling an overwhelming fatigue despite having spent less than 10 days in the forest. However, after a restful night, he had nearly restored his vigor. As he sensed the surging spiritual energy within him, confidence and composure adorned his face. "Good morning," Yi Changtian greeted as he stepped out of the tent. Encountering Su Zhao and others, he first checked on Lin Qingyue and Song Tianxing, only to find Lin Qingyue absent from her tent, and Ning Xiaoxue was nowhere to be seen. However, Song Tianxing had awakened. "Tianxing, how do you feel?" Yi Changtian inquired, handing him the breakfast he had brought. "Bossy, I am fine now. I feel ashamed for not being able to help and for causing trouble." Song Tianxing accepted the meal, guilt evident in his gaze. Though severely injured, Song Tianxing had heard Murong Xian's words before falling into a brief unconsciousness, and later, he was taken to the camp. Upon awakening, he noticed Lin Qingyue resting on a nearby cot, and reassured by her condition, he remained until dawn when Lin Qingyue awoke, prompting him to inquire about subsequent events. "It is in the past now. If I had not been careless, you would not have been injured. The best result is that we have all returned safely." Yi Changtian consoled with a smile. "Yes, I am fine. This injury is nothing," Song Tianxing replied as he began to eat. After a brief conversation, Yi Changtian stepped outside. Surveying the surroundings, he spotted Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue, engaged in light-hearted banter atop a small mound. After a night of recuperation, both appeared considerably improved. Yi Changtian chose not to approach, but observed quietly. "Bossy, over here." A familiar voice called from a distance. Turning, Yi Changtian saw Wang Da, the thief, and Murong Xian waving to him. He smiled and walked over. "Boss Yi, we are discussing matters regarding our entry into Qinshan Academy. Would you care to join us?" Wang Da began as Yi Changtian sat down. Yi Changtian regarded Wang Da, Murong Xian, and the thief with curiosity, asking, "What matters could there be to discuss regarding entering the academy?" "Boss Yi, you still do not know much about Qinshan Academy, do you?" "My brother is at Qinshan Academy. When my father fell ill, he returned home and shared some insights about the academy. I believe we need to prepare in advance," Murong Xian explained. "Oh, then I should listen closely." Yi Changtian thought of his sister Yuan, who had been at Qinshan Academy for 3 years. Each time she returned, she lamented her dwindling visits, never mentioning matters concerning the academy. It had been over a year since he last saw her. Would her heart lighten if she saw him at the academy? Qinshan Academy, firmly rooted in Xianling Dadi and unafraid to establish its location near one of the Demon Realm's mountains, was guided by its principle of survival of the fittest from its inception. In essence, the academy encourages competition and conflict among students. However, it prohibits severe injuries or fatalities. Nonetheless, it is quite common for students to emerge bruised and battered, requiring days of recovery, Murong Xian elaborated. "Is it really that harsh?" Wang Da gasped, feeling a twinge of apprehension about their future at the academy. "Indeed. According to my brother, the academy has established a 5-color ranking. By engaging in continuous competitions, one can earn tower energy. Once a certain threshold is reached, students gain access to high-grade elixirs, techniques, and formations provided by the Academy, including those that can aid in breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Morong Xian continued. The Golden Core stage? Such precious resources are available? The thief interjected. The more valuable the item, the fiercer the competition for it. This also means that our days in the Academy will be increasingly challenging, Wang De remarked, a hint of resignation in his tone. Your implication is that once we enter the Academy, there will indeed be individuals seeking to seize our tower energy, correct? Yi Changtian appeared to grasp this notion and inquired. Precisely, therein lies the issue. Many newly admitted students, lacking support, may be bullied by others within the Academy, leading to the theft of their tower energy. Therefore, we hope to have Yi Laodao lead us in forming a small group, united in our efforts to safeguard our tower energy. Morong Xian articulated his thoughts, as the others turned to Yi Changtian, awaiting his response. Yi Changtian regarded the group. Acknowledging Morong Xian's admirable qualities, his formidable cohesion and organizational skills, coupled with his kindness, it was evident that he was willing to risk his life to relay information, even knowing the danger posed by foundational stage cultivators. This demonstrated that he was indeed trustworthy. However, was it not somewhat premature to contemplate establishing a small organization before officially enrolling? To be candid, I am not yet familiar with the Academy's affairs, and I cannot commit to anything at this moment, Yi Changtian pondered before speaking, observing the disappointment on their faces. Nevertheless, we are friends bound by life and death. Should you encounter trouble, we will undoubtedly assist you. Upon hearing these words, Morong Xian, Wang De, and the thief became quite exhilarated. The other students were unaware of the incident involving the annihilation of foundational stage cultivators by Yi Changtian and his companions. Yet having a friend at the 9th layer of Qi refinement was certainly a source of joy. What are you discussing? You all seem quite cheerful. Lin Qinghue approached, pulling Ning Xiaoxue along with her. Qinghue, Xiaoxue, come and sit with us. Yi Changtian beckoned the two, then added, we were just discussing the competition, speculating on who might emerge as the best student. Who do you think it will be? Ning Xiaoxue smiled at the others. Of course, it will be you too. Morong Xian interjected eagerly. I believe Sun Yu and Wang Shi are also quite formidable. Fang Tu countered Morong Xian's assertion. Indeed, the duo of Shang Yunjin and Kuan Yu is also a formidable alliance. They have yet to return, perhaps having gathered significant rewards, Madman remarked. They are expected back at dusk today. I heard that Huang Lao will venture into the forest after dusk to rescue any remaining students, Wang De stated. Let us await the results. The competition concludes today, and the evaluation will take place tomorrow morning. At that time, the best academy and best student will surely be revealed. Lin Qinghue addressed the surrounding students, as others in the distance engaged in similar discussions. After some deliberation, Yi Changtian, Lin Qinghue, and Ning Xiaoxue retreated to a shaded area. Sitting peacefully, Changtian, do you think we can obtain the 7-colored lotus? Ning Xiaoxue inquired uncertainly. Rest assured, Xiaoxue, Yi Changtian replied briefly, his tone exuding confidence. The pressing concern now is the foundational issue. We should be able to acquire some foundational pills. Yet their scarcity raises the question of whether we can truly establish a foundation. Thus, the matter of alchemy must be prioritized. Chapter 49. Validation of results. Every sacrifice is an investment of vitality in life. The harvest is the outcome of the cycle of energy. As dusk fell on the 10th day, the remaining students in the forest began to exit, drawing the attention and support of many onlookers. Subsequently, Huang Lao, accompanied by several teachers, ventured deeper into the competition area, meticulously searching for any remaining participants. The vast consciousness of the Golden Core cultivator swept through the forest, hoping to locate those who had yet to withdraw. Regrettably, some students had already perished, their remains nearly untraceable. At midnight, Huang Lao confirmed the absence of students within the forest and instructed the guardians Feng Hua, Shuang Long, Yuning, and Xueqing to return to the academy, while he led others back to the camp. Meng Yang and Qing Feng approached with inquiries, but Huang Lao merely shook his head, displaying a sense of disappointment. Gather the teachers, but do not disturb the students, Huang Lao announced before retreating to his tent. Shortly thereafter, the deans and teachers from various academies convened, awaiting Huang Lao's return. As he emerged from the tent, he gazed upon the gathered deans and teachers, and, with evident fatigue, stated, in this competition, 16 academies participated, totaling 160 students. The competition has now concluded, and according to our statistics, 97 students sustained minor injuries. 16 suffered severe injuries, and 9 are either missing or confirmed deceased. I regret to inform you that the results of this competition are indeed harsh. Upon hearing this, some teachers displayed troubled expressions. The loss of 9 students represents a significant detriment to both the academy and the families of those students. The Qinshan Academy will personally extend condolences and compensation to the families of the deceased. However, I urge you to remember that moving forward, we must emphasize the cultivation of students' combat abilities and their capacity to face danger. I do not wish for any student to lose their life due to inadequate training. Huang Lao spoke sternly, a formidable aura pressing upon the deans and teachers below. Regarding future teaching and training methods, I expect you to devise a comprehensive plan. Competitions will henceforth be held in hazardous areas annually. I hope that next time, I will not receive any lists of deceased or missing individuals. Huang Lao's bright gaze swept across the assembly. Tomorrow morning, we will evaluate the competition results. To prevent any instances of cheating, I will personally oversee the proceedings. Should anyone attempt to substitute previously acquired herbs or magical cores as competition gains, that student will no longer be welcome at Qinshan Academy. As for the deans and teachers, you must publicly apologize to all students. If you lack the fortitude to do so, be diligent in overseeing your students upon returning. Do not put yourselves at risk. Moreover, due to the Academy's recent improvements to the grand formation, the start of the school year will be postponed. Utilize this time wisely to plan the teaching arrangements for the upcoming year. That is all. You may disperse, Huang Lao concluded, waving his hand to dismiss the assembly. The deans and teachers, having heard such a stern admonition, understood the gravity of the situation. Although they were unaware of the incident involving Xiao Sui, they recognized that any instance of cheating would likely incite Huang Lao's wrath, which would be disastrous. For the sake of their own reputations, they needed to thoroughly question their students to avoid any errors, as he was a formidable golden core cultivator who could easily discern deceit. Regarding the delayed start of the school year, while such occurrences were rare, they had happened before, and the leaders of the various academies were not particularly concerned. Thus, early the next morning, the deans and teachers gathered their students for a small meeting, cautioning them to be wise and not to jeopardize their opportunity to advance in Qinshan Academy due to momentary impulses. Consequently, some students appeared pallid, and following the meeting, many began to discard the magical cores and herbs gifted to them by their families, retaining only those obtained from the forest. At the camp that morning, aside from the Minghu Junior Academy, which had been eliminated early by Yi Changtian and his companions, the remaining 15 academies had a total of 141 students. Excluding the deceased, teachers were responsible for leading, while deans oversaw the supervision and assessment of the results. Huang Lao sat at the center, with Meng Yang to his left and Qing Feng to his right, while the other deans took their seats. Our dean is quite remarkable, isn't he? Yi Changtian remarked to Lin Qingyue as he noted Meng Yang sitting next to Huang Lao. Keep your voice down. Su Laoshi is present, Lin Qingyue cautioned softly. Turning her head slightly, Ning Xiaoxue, seated beside Lin Qingyue, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Is it not permissible to say this? Su Xiong, you must be privy to some information. Why not share a hint? Yi Changtian, noticing Lin Qingyue's indifference, turned to Su Zhao beside him. Su Zhao glanced at Su Qianma in the front row and shook his head, refraining from speaking. At that moment, Qing Feng stood up from his seat, surveying all the students below, and spoke in a gentle yet clear voice. Esteemed deans, teachers, and students, through this competition, I trust everyone has made progress and comprehended the challenges inherent in the path of cultivation. Some students have remarked that this competition was indeed brutal. What I wish to convey to everyone is that the intensity of this competition can only be deemed as the mildest. As you may have observed, even in the outermost forest, cultivators at the 5th and 6th levels of the Qi refinement stage can effortlessly slay first-tier magical beasts. In fact, when several individuals join forces, they are capable of exterminating second-tier magical beasts. Some of you may have already sensed the underlying issue. Why are first-tier magical beasts so feeble? I must clarify that this is merely the weakest sector at the southwestern edge of the Qinshan mountain range. In the central region of Qinshan, or in other directions, the strength of first and second-tier magical beasts exceeds that of those in this area by over 1/3. It is not uncommon for second-tier magical beasts to hunt down foundation establishment stage cultivators. Once you arrive at the Qinshan Academy, you will realize that encountering a first-tier magical beast should never be taken lightly. Although the duration of this competition is a mere 10 days, it has yielded substantial gains for everyone. I possess a list documenting the students who have achieved breakthroughs during this period, which is quite remarkable. Among the 141 students present, many have made significant progress in their cultivation within the forest, with some experiencing consecutive breakthroughs. This indicates that the trials amidst danger greatly aid in enhancing both cultivation and character. Qing Feng produced a list and remarked, prior to the competition. There were 10 students at the 5th level of Qi refinement, 45 at the 6th level, 57 at the 7th level, and 29 at the 8th level. However, there were none at the 9th level. Following the competition, this data has undergone significant changes. Currently, there are no students left at the 5th level, 10 at the 6th level, 70 at the 7th level, and 50 at the 8th level. Remarkably, 11 students have now reached the 9th level. Of course, this does not account for those who have withdrawn from the competition, such as Minghu Academy. Wow, so many at the 9th level? Who might they be? Has anyone from our academy made a breakthrough? One student queried. I only advanced one level to the 8th level. There are indeed many prodigies. Observing the students whispering below, Qing Feng remained unfazed and placed the list down. He gestured, and 2 students brought forth 2 long tables, upon which various devices were arranged. The results of this competition will be determined by the quantity and tier of magical cores harvested, as well as the quantity and tier of medicinal herbs collected. The specific tiers will be ascertained not only by these devices, but also by the deans of each academy, with Elder Huang overseeing the process personally. Thus, you may rest assured that there will be no favoritism or injustice in this competition. As Qing Feng approached the long table with 2 magical cores in hand, he addressed the students. Please observe as I place these 2 magical cores into this device. The apparatus resembled a large storage box with a black lid. Inside, a small formation was arranged, powered by several spirit stones. When Qifeng placed the magical cores inside, the device indicated 1 second-tier magical core and 1 first-tier magical core. This device is designed to test the tier of magical cores in medicinal herbs, and it is more accurately described as a formation. It identifies the energy of the magical cores and the quality of the herbs to determine their respective tiers. If anyone has questions regarding the assessed tiers or quantities of magical cores and herbs, feel free to voice them. The teachers from various academies will collectively ensure fairness and provide a just outcome. As Qing Feng retrieved the magical cores from the device, he reiterated, I must emphasize once more that the essence of this competition lies in fairness and equity. Each of you must ensure that the magical cores and medicinal herbs you present were solely acquired during these 10 days of competition. Do not, in a moment of folly, submit those that you had prepared beforehand at home. The consequences of such actions could be severe. Moreover, I highly doubt you would be able to evade Elder Huang's scrutiny. Therefore, if there are no further questions, let us commence the submission of your magical cores and herbs, starting with Yunfu Academy. Upon concluding, Qing Feng returned to his position. Next to the platform stood a dirt wall adorned with a large red paper that covered its entirety. This red paper was divided into 15 sections, each representing a different academy, with the names of all participating students inscribed within these sections. Beneath each name were listed the quantities of first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier magical cores, as well as first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier medicinal herbs. As each student's magical cores and herbs were tallied, the results would be displayed here for all to see. Yunfu Academy, Wang Kuan, 74 first-tier magical cores, 0 second-tier magical cores, 87 first-tier herbs, 0 second-tier herbs. Yunfu Academy, Jiang Tong, 65 first-tier magical cores, 0 second-tier magical cores, 64 first-tier herbs, 0 second-tier herbs. Yunfu Academy, Zhou 130 first-tier magical cores, 3 second-tier magical cores, 177 first-tier herbs, 1 second-tier herb. Wow! Zhou performed admirably, securing 3 second-tier magical cores, remarked one teacher. Indeed, he is quite a promising individual, another teacher concurred. Yunfu Academy, Deng Fei, 239 first-tier magical cores, 7 second-tier magical cores, 201 first-tier herbs, 9 second-tier herbs. Indeed, Deng Fei's performance is exceptional. This should be the best showing from Yunfu Academy, one teacher acknowledged. Chapter 50, Dazzling Achievements. As the ink flowed, the written content grew richer, proportionately reducing the blank spaces. The students from Yunfu Academy took turns showcasing their accomplishments during the competition, culminating in Deng Fei achieving first place in the academy with 239 first-tier magical cores, 7 second-tier magical cores, 201 first-tier herbs, and 9 second-tier herbs. Next up was Sanjiang Academy. Sanjiang Academy, Wang Lu, 67 first-tier magical cores, 0 second-tier magical cores, 27 first-tier herbs, 0 second-tier herbs. Sanjiang Academy, Su Dan, 77 first-tier magical cores, 0 second-tier magical cores, 30 first-tier herbs, 0 second-tier herbs. Surprised by Wang Lu and Su Dan's early withdrawal, Yi Chantian recognized that this was likely due to Su Dan distributing a ring from Minghu Academy. As each student took the stage, The vacancies on the Sanjiang Academy section gradually diminished. Ultimately, Wang Shan from this academy secured first place with 240 first-tier magical cores, 9 second-tier magical cores, 211 first-tier herbs, and 10 second-tier herbs. As the various academies presented their results, some astonishing achievements emerged. Shieling Academy. Sun Yu, 317 first-tier magical cores, 24 second-tier magical cores, 275 first-tier herbs, 21 second-tier herbs. Shieling Academy. Wang Shi, 317 first-tier magical cores, 23 second-tier magical cores, 280 first-tier herbs, 24 second-tier herbs. Everyone, look at the results for Sun Yu and Wang Shi. One student exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, over 300 first-tier cores and 24 second-tier cores. This is incredibly impressive. Many students were left incredulous. Those who managed to endure until the 10th day before exiting the forest must possess considerable prowess. They are likely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Such results could easily place them within the top 10, speculated one teacher inwardly. Shiri Academy, Wu Ping. 337 first-tier magical cores, 27 second-tier magical cores, 290 first-tier herbs, 27 second-tier herbs. Shiri Academy, Jianghua, 331 first-tier magical cores, 25 second-tier magical cores, 281 first-tier herbs, 25 second-tier herbs. Witnessing such high achievements, the students below began to stir with excitement. The Shiri Xiaozu has achieved such remarkable results that even the president of Shiri Academy, standing on stage, was beaming with joy. At Meishan Academy, Wangda recorded 227 first-tier magic cores, 11 second-tier magic cores, 203 first-tier herbs, and 14 second-tier herbs. Murong Xian from Meishan Academy achieved 387 first-tier magic cores, 29 second-tier magic cores, 305 first-tier herbs, and 30 second-tier herbs. Some were astonished by Murong Xian's impressive results, especially since he had withdrawn from the competition on the 9th day. Yet his score surpassed that of the Shiri Xiaozu by a single point. Yi Changtian, Lin Qingwei, and Ning Xiaoxue understood that all of Xiao Ziliang's gains were in Murong Xian's hands. Although Murong Xian wished to share with Wang Da and others, they all declined, recognizing that having one person achieve a high score was more beneficial than spreading the rewards among them. Old Mei, your student is exceptionally talented, remarked the president of Jinggu Academy, Feng Chao, sitting next to Mei Kun. Oh, it is all his hard work, Mei Kun replied, secretly astonished by Murong Xian's achievements, which were indeed a pleasant surprise. Huang Lao turned to Meng Yang and said, I hope you are confident in those youngsters. If you fail to secure the top honor again this year, it will be quite the embarrassment. Meng Yang replied somewhat defensively. If it weren't for Qing Feng personally mentoring a group of students in previous years, I might have secured first place myself. Huang Lao continued. Qing Feng has been appointed as a first-tier instructor at Qingshan Academy due to her outstanding teaching. She insisted on finishing this batch of students before transferring last year. Though she is perfectly capable of being a 5-star instructor, she settled for a first-tier role. Huang Lao smiled, contentedly observing the students passing by, adding, her 2 girls, Yunjin and Kuan Yu, are indeed exceptionally gifted, having reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Meng Yang, undeterred, replied, you might be right about Yunjin and Kuan Yu, but I also have 2 talented girls here. It's uncertain who will triumph. Huang Lao, noticing Meng Yang's confidence, teased, oh, it appears you are quite self-assured. Perhaps I should transfer you back. It is a waste to have a 5-star instructor teaching here. With a sigh, he glanced at Qing Feng, who seemed oblivious to his gaze, and sighed again. I prefer to stay outside for now. If the academy needs me, I will return. Meng Yang said, his eyes drifting past Huang Lao to Qing Feng's profile, feeling a pang of sorrow and longing. As the results continued to be announced, the audience was astounded by the impressive scores. The performance of Yunjin and Kuan Yu from Longmen Academy was particularly formidable. Yunjin, with 415 first-tier magic cores, 37 second-tier magic cores, 340 first-tier herbs, and 46 second-tier herbs. Kuan Yu with 411 first-tier magic cores, 34 second-tier magic cores, 321 first-tier herbs, and 41 second-tier herbs. The astonishment rippled through the audience, including the academy heads and instructors. Even Meng Yang, who had previously felt confident, began to doubt himself. Qing Feng, reveling in her triumph, looked at Huang Lao and then at Meng Yang, secretly amused. Such astonishing results, Murong Xian thought, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The strength of Yunjin and Kuan Yu was undeniably greater than it appeared. He wondered if Yi Changtian and the others would yield even greater surprises. This score is likely the best we can achieve. Surpassing it will be quite challenging, he mused, while Su Dan, glancing at the leaderboard, shared in the shock. These scores are truly remarkable, Yi Changtian remarked, equally surprised. He hadn't anticipated such formidable competitors, realizing the legendary reputation of the Longmen twin heroines was well-deserved. With only the results from Liha Academy remaining, Huang Lao observed the students who had yet to submit their scores, noting, "Now it's your turn, don't disappoint." From Liha Academy, Dumi reported 180 first-tier magic cores, 3 second-tier magic cores, 104 first-tier herbs, and 4 second-tier herbs. Su Zhao followed with 202 first-tier magic cores, 7 second-tier magic cores, 173 first-tier herbs, and 5 second-tier herbs. Shall we proceed according to plan? Yi Laoda? Song Tianxing inquired, approaching Yi Changtian as others submitted their scores. Certainly, let them tackle the tough challenges. Now that we know the highest score, we cannot let the materials go to waste, Yi Changtian replied, prompting Lin Qingyue to nod in agreement, while Ning Xiaoxue looked at him gratefully. Then, from Liho Academy, Song Tianxing announced 416 first-tier magic cores, 38 second-tier magic cores, 341 first-tier herbs, and 47 second-tier herbs. Look, Song Tianxing from the so-called useless genius group of Liho Academy has outperformed even the Longmen heroines, and by exactly one more, exclaimed a student, noticing the remarkable coincidence. Huang Lao, upon hearing this score, laughed so hard he nearly spluttered his tea. This score is clearly suspicious. Winning by just 1 point. How convenient. Whose idea was this? He glared at Meng Yang, who innocently shrugged, denying responsibility for the results. Soon after, Lin Qingyue presented her results. 416 first-tier magic cores, 38 second-tier magic cores, 341 first-tier herbs, and 47 second-tier herbs. What is happening? How could her score match Song Tianxing's exactly? Many students were bewildered. Qingfeng, observing the scores, maintained a stoic expression, while Huang Lao murmured, "These guys can't be that ruthless, can they?" Finally, Yi Changtian declared his results. 416 first-tier magic cores, 38 second-tier magic cores, 341 first-tier herbs, and 47 second-tier herbs. I'm going mad. How can they have amassed such a bounty? This is inconceivable, exclaimed a bewildered student. The scores had left everyone in shock, including Murong Xian and his companions, who exchanged astonished glances. Chapter 51. Rewards in hand. Those who care deeply about the outcome are driven to achieve it. As the impressive scores were revealed, all students were left in awe. Sister Yun, are these individuals truly so powerful? I thought my score would dominate the leaderboard, but it was snatched away, remarked the elegant Kuan Yu to Yunjin. Before our departure, teacher Qingfeng informed us to pay attention to Ning Xiaoxue and Lin Qingyue. However, we did not anticipate that, in addition to these two, there were 2 other individuals of remarkable caliber. The combination of 4 exceptional talents rendered our defeat quite justifiable. Yunjin gazed at the results, feeling a subtle shock within. The scores were evidently preserved results, and they were ruthlessly impressive. Murong Xian and the others exchanged glances, unable to conceal their astonishment. At Linhe Academy, Ning Xiaoxue achieved a staggering 416 first-tier magic cores, 38 second-tier magic cores, 341 first-tier herbs, and 47 second-tier herbs. The audience was utterly astounded by these achievements. The legendary Underachievers group had amassed such a substantial number of magic cores and herbs, particularly the impressive quantities of second-tier materials, leaving everyone speechless. Moreover, it was evident to discerning observers that the 4 individuals had evenly distributed their achievements, indicating a collaborative effort. This also suggested that they must possess additional unsubmitted magic cores and herbs. Heavens, how could these youngsters have accomplished this? Old Huang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. This formidable group had caused him unnecessary worry. Meng Yang glanced at his students, then at the astonished Old Huang, feeling a surge of delight. What should we do, Old Huang? Qingfeng, having regained his composure from the initial shock, inquired. What should we do, Xiaoming? Go back and give these rascals a good beating. Old Huang replied, his voice tinged with frustration. They've deliberately vexed me. With no clear distinctions to be made, we can only declare a tie for first place. These brats are truly ambitious. Wait until we return to the academy. I will deal with you all. For first places? Qingfeng mused, resigned to the situation. Upon receiving the finalized statistics, he handed the score sheets of the top 10 students to Old Huang. As Old Huang glanced down, a vague sense of being deceived washed over him. He stepped onto the stage, surveying the deans of each academy before addressing the participating students with a voice that, though quiet, was clear enough for all to hear. The results of this competition are now revealed. First, I would like to ask if anyone doubts these results or suspects any cheating. Very well. I have scrutinized the magic cores and herbs from this competition, and there were no fraudulent actions. Each student, regardless of their performance, displayed genuine emotions, tension, relaxation, concern, but there was no pretense, hesitation, or cheating. This is commendable. Therefore, I shall announce the results of the competition. According to the rankings, the top 10 students will receive varying rewards, and those who performed excellently will be granted enhanced rewards. Old Huang scanned the crowd and then produced a list, declaring, according to the reward rules, those ranked 6th to 10th will receive 1 foundation establishment pill and 1 yuan enhancement pill. Now, I invite the 10th place student, Deng Fei from Yunfu Academy, to come forth and collect his reward. Hearing the mention of the yuan enhancement pill, Yi Changtian was suddenly startled. This pill could directly enhance one's cultivation, though it was only effective for those in the qi refinement stage, while he no longer needed it. It was an excellent choice for those at the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement. Upon hearing about such substantial rewards, students who did not secure good rankings felt a wave of regret for not having trained harder and progressed further. Next was Wang Shan from Sanjiang Academy, followed by Sun Yu, Wang Shi, and Jiang Hua, who each came forward to claim their foundation establishment pill and yuan enhancement pill. According to the reward rules, those ranked 2nd to 5th would receive 2 foundation establishment pills and 2 yuan enhancement pills. 5th place, Wu Ping from Shiri Academy, and 4th place, Morong Xian from Meishan Academy, were called forward. Then came the highly anticipated Dragon Gate duo, Kunyu and Yunjin, who also received their respective rewards. What are you looking at? Are you so proud just because you won once? I've beaten you 5 times, and you still rank 4 tiers below me, Qingfeng remarked quietly. Noticing Meng Yang's gaze. Haha, I'm lower than you, and I shouldn't be inferior to you. Alas, I lost for 5 years, and yet, I managed to secure 4 first places this time. How delightful. Meng Yang replied with a proud smile. You feel delightful? Qingfeng extended his hand, a flicker of fiery energy dancing at his fingertips. Let's focus on the awards, Meng Yang quickly conceded, swallowing hard. According to the initial competition rules, the best student could choose one from a bottle of foundation establishment pills, a spirit gathering array, or the 7-colored lotus herb. However, this competition was truly remarkable. As Old Huang spoke, he cast a pointed glance at Yi Changtian, silently accusing him of orchestrating such clever schemes. Evidence. Nonsense. Old Huang doubted he needed any. It was clear that Yi Changtian would eventually fall into his hands, and he would see how to handle him. This exceptional competition left a lasting impression on everyone. Now, let us invite Linhar Academy, known as the Underachievers Genius Group, to take the stage, Old Huang humorously announced, prompting the students in the audience to erupt in cheers. Underachievers Genius Group. Underachievers Genius Group. Yi Changtian extended his hand courteously, inviting the 3 to proceed. Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue stepped forward, while Song Tianqing attempted to follow but was unceremoniously kicked aside by Yi Changtian, forced to lag behind. The audience was undoubtedly astonished by the accomplishments of the 4. Upon reflection, a combination of 3 cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement and 1 at the 8th level, employing agile tactics to achieve such wealth in the forest, was not entirely implausible. This underscored the importance of teamwork. An individual's strength is often insufficient to rival that of a collective. This lesson would be particularly profound upon entering Qinshan Academy. Profound? Yi Changtian muttered. Indeed, entering Qinshan Academy meant engaging in chaotic battles. Eventually, unity would be essential. For those who strayed alone would face dire consequences. I hereby declare that the best students of this competition are Lin Qingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, Yi Changtian, and Song Tianqing. All 4 shall simultaneously receive the title of Best Student. Old Huang's resounding voice echoed, resonating in every heart. Lin Qingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, Yi Changtian, and Song Tianqing exchanged smiles. Especially Song Tianqing, who never expected that his singular choice could lead him to the pinnacle of honor, setting the record as the only best student at the 8th level of qi refinement. Initially, the rewards included a bottle of foundation establishment pills, a spirit gathering array, and the 7-colored lotus herb. Yet now, with 4 best students emerging, Old Huang began to worry about the sufficiency of the rewards. He laughed heartily, eliciting laughter from the others. Let us begin with Lin Qingyue, who may select her desired reward, Old Huang said with a smile. Lin Qingyue glanced at Yi Changtian, who nodded and approached the foundation establishment pills, selecting a bottle. Old Huang nodded approvingly, recognizing that for Lin Qingyue at the 9th level of qi refinement, the foundation establishment was of utmost importance. Subsequently, 3 more bottles of foundation establishment pills were placed before them. Old Huang called for Ning Xiaoxue to choose. Without hesitation, Ning Xiaoxue claimed the seven-colored lotus herb. Oh, are you certain about choosing the seven-colored lotus? Old Huang inquired, surprised by her choice. Yes, Old Huang. I need the seven-colored lotus, Ning Xiaoxue affirmed, gazing steadfastly at Old Huang. Old Huang nodded, refraining from interfering with their selections. Kid, once we reach the academy, you'll see. You've truly given me a dilemma, Old Huang whispered menacingly as Yi Changtian approached. Yi Changtian looked at Old Huang, who resembled a rogue, unsure of how to respond. Behold this young man, who has earned the esteemed title of best student, now seemingly lost in joy, even dazed at the prospect of selecting his reward. Huang Lao addressed the students below, prompting a chorus of laughter among them. Yi Changtian cast a sidelong glance at Huang Lao, casually stowing the formation, the gathering spirit array, into his robes. Ah, you choose not to take the foundation establishment pill? What are you up to, young man? Huang Lao queried, puzzled. As he turned his gaze to Meng Yang not far away, his eyes silently asking, Little Meng, have you truly conveyed the significance and rarity of the foundation establishment pill to them? What kind of students are these, one opting for the seven-colored lotus, another for the gathering spirit array? Are they truly forsaking a splendid opportunity to establish their foundations? What a nonsensical choice. Meng Yang was equally perplexed, given Yi Changtian's astuteness. Such a decision seemed out of character. Yet, since he had made his choice, there was no recourse. Fortunately, Song Tianqing did not hesitate and chose a vial of foundation establishment pills. The best student had just selected his desired reward, and each of them would also receive 3 Xingyuan pills. As for the title of Best Academy, it was undoubtedly claimed by Linha Academy. Huang Lao announced the final results. The heads of various academies extended their congratulations to Meng Yang. Now that the competition had concluded, the rewards from their respective academies would be arranged by the heads. Qinshan Academy would also manage matters related to your entrance based on your performance in this competition, regardless of whether the 5th-level students from each academy participated in the contest. They would all be admitted to Qinshan Academy. This year's school term would begin slightly later, allowing you a 3-month vacation. After 3 months, you will depart from your homeland, leaving your parents and the comforts of home behind. Therefore, boys, cherish these last 3 months of tranquility, for once you enter the academy, you shall face trials and tribulations. Huang Lao warned. Nevertheless, the students were elated to hear of the 3-month holiday. Chapter 52. The treatment of Return the Journey Home was one to anticipate, light and easy. For every step forward was a step toward homecoming. After Huang Lao's speech, the students, guided by their teachers, prepared to depart. Huang Lao convened a brief meeting with the heads of the academies. Half of the magical cores and medicinal herbs submitted by all students would be allocated to Qinshan Academy, while the remainder would be distributed among all academies based on their competition results. Some academy heads presented their treasured materials, magical cores, and herbs to Huang Lao in exchange for the necessary pills like Xingyuan pills, foundation establishment pills, and barrier-breaking pills. Others sought Huang Lao's insights on issues they faced in their cultivation, effectively hosting a mini-trade conference at the headmaster level. Once all the heads were satisfied, Huang Lao arranged for everyone to exit the forest. Observing the departing groups, the headmaster smiled at the 10 or so teachers from Qinshan Academy, along with Qing Feng and Meng Yang, and said, Little Meng, lead your team away. Qing Feng, once you return, promptly transition into your role as headmaster. In 3 months, you will each bring your 5th-level students to report to Qinshan Academy. Yes, Huang Lao, please take care of yourself. Meng Yang felt a pang in his heart as he looked at the increasingly frail Huang Lao. He merely waved his hand and led everyone out of the forest. I, too, shall take my leave. We shall meet again in 3 months. Qing Feng bid farewell, leading the students from Longmen Academy away. Once everyone had safely departed, Huang Lao glanced at the teachers from Qinshan Academy behind him and softly said, Let us also be on our way. The group mounted their flying swords, following Huang Lao as he soared towards Qinshan Academy. After a day's journey back, they finally returned to the borders of Linha the following morning. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings and the bustling crowds, excitement lit up the faces of every student. This time, Linha Junior Academy not only secured 4 best students, but also claimed the title of Best Academy overall. Each student would receive considerable rewards. Upon returning to Linha Junior Academy, Su Qianma gathered all teachers and students to announce this exhilarating news. The results of the competition spread like wildfire, reaching various families and factions in the shortest time possible. The 4 co-best students set a new record for Linha since its founding. After announcing the news to all current students, a reward ceremony was held at the academy level. Yi Changtian, Lin Xingwei, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianqing personally presented the rewards, Each received 22nd tier magical cores, 22nd tier herbs, and 1,000 mid-level spirit stones. Participants like Du Mi and Su Zhao also received varying amounts of magical cores, herbs, and spirit stones, leading to universal delight. Following this, Meng Yang convened the 9 students for a brief, confidential meeting, during which they looked at Yi Changtian, Ning Xiaoxue, and Lin Qingyue with a mix of curiosity and concern. Meng Yang disclosed the situation regarding the Xiao family, but refrained from detailing that Xiao Sui had met his end at the hands of the 3. He merely indicated that they had sustained severe injuries from Xiao Sui's attack, and it was fortunate that a guardian had intervened to save them. He warned all students with ties to the Xiao family to sever those connections upon returning and to choose their allegiances wisely. Subsequently, a 3-month-long vacation commenced, allowing everyone to arrange their time as they pleased. After other students departed, Meng Yang looked at Yi Changtian, Lin Qingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianqing, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. All of you performed exceptionally well this time." The group exchanged smiles. Despite the competition's dangers, the rewards were indeed bountiful. Yet, Meng Yang could not help but inquire, "Are you both made of wood? To forego such a precious foundation establishment pill for the 7-colored lotus, and you, opting for the gathering spirit array. While both are rare, you are already at the 9th level of qi refinement, and Tianqing holds Xingyuan pills. How can you establish your foundation without the foundation establishment pill? Tell me, what will you use to establish your foundation?" Meng Yang glared at Yi Changtian, frustration bubbling within him. "Headmaster, 3 foundation establishment pills might allow them to attempt foundation establishment, but you know my qualifications. The difficulty for me is several times greater than theirs. 3 pills would have little effect on me. Instead, it would be more practical to exchange for the gathering spirit array to assist them in establishing their foundations," Yi Changtian replied, half in jest. "Humph, I care not for such reasoning. I merely hope you all establish your foundations soon. Once you reach Qinshan Academy, life will be somewhat easier for you," Meng Yang declared. "Since this is the case, you may return now. Later, the Academy will arrange for teachers to convey the news to your parents and distribute additional rewards." Meng Yang waved his hand, dismissing the 4. Once they had left, his stern expression softened into a smile. Yet, the smile quickly faded, and he exited the office to discuss matters with senior teachers. "Big Brother Yi, I truly thank you this time. Without you, I would never have achieved the title of best student or reaped such rewards," Song Tianqing said earnestly to Yi Changtian. "No need for thanks. Once you return, use the Xingyuan pills to reach the 9th level of qi refinement as soon as possible. Then, seek out Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, you must refine Tianqing and help him stabilize and elevate to the pinnacle of the 9th level within a week. Use any means necessary, as long as he survives." Yi Changtian instructed Song Tianqing and Ning Xiaoxue. "Ah, big brother, are you trying to kill me?" Song Tianqing exclaimed, a pained expression on his face. With Ning Xiaoxue in charge, surviving would be a stroke of luck. Dying seemed inevitable. Yet, with no other option, it appeared this vacation would be endured amidst suffering. "Qingyue, Xiaoxue, take a week to reflect on your recent gains and adjust your states. After a week, we will head to Nanshan to set up the gathering spirit array and attempt foundation establishment," Yi Changtian said to Qingyue and the others. "But big brother, what about you?" Song Tianqing nervously asked. Song Tianqing and Lin Qingyue each possessed 3 foundation establishment pills, thereby significantly increasing their chances of successfully establishing their foundations. However, Ning Xiaoxue and Yi Changtian lacked such pills. How could they possibly establish their foundations? Do not worry about that. Your primary focus now is to break through your cultivation level. By the way, abandon that ineffective technique of yours and cultivate this one instead. Yi Changtian produced a tome from his pocket, inscribed with the title Huan Hai Chao Sheng, and handed it to Song Tianqing. Huan Hai Chao Sheng is a celestial classic from the realm of Fusa, suitable for water attribute cultivation. Though it may not be the finest, it is ideally suited for Song Tianqing, specifically prepared by Yi Changtian. Albeit it only documents techniques from the qi refinement stage to the 9th turn of the foundation establishment stage. Song Tianqing was deeply touched by the emergence of Huan Hai Chao Sheng, especially after perusing a few pages and realizing the technique's grade far exceeded his own, its power approaching the legendary celestial grade. After expressing his profound gratitude, Song Tianqing accepted the technique and solemnly declared to Yi Changtian, "Brother Yi, I shall forever be your loyal subordinate, ready to traverse fire and water for your commands. I will never betray you." Stop. I already have someone I cherish. Do not profess your feelings any further," Yi Changtian chuckled, but was unexpectedly met with a sharp kick from Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue. Song Tianqing stood there in confusion. pondering the meaning of being kicked by both Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue. Hey, didn't you just say you'd go through fire and water for me? Now that I'm being bullied, why aren't you helping me? He exclaimed as he dashed away, calling back, I saw nothing. In such a bizarre scene, ignorance seemed blissful. How inconsiderate, Yi Changtian thought, gazing at the eager expressions of Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue. What do you two want? He stammered. What do we want? You tell us how many techniques you possess. Are our techniques not the best? Be forthright. Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue pressed him insistently. After a thorough beating, Yi Changtian found himself seated between Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue, speaking softly. Qingyue, Xiaoxue, as for where these techniques come from, I will tell you when the time is right. Just know that the techniques I provide are the pinnacle of what I know. They are not merely suited for the golden core stage. In fact, they are complete techniques. What does complete mean? Xiaoxue inquired, puzzled. Qingyue listened attentively. There is more. Yi Changtian gestured toward the heavens. Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue were utterly astonished. In their wildest imaginations, techniques could only extend to the nascent soul stage. In this realm of cultivation, or indeed across the entire Xianling continent, how many complete techniques could there possibly be? Even if they existed, most were held by formidable powers. Sects, organizations, and clans. Unless one was exceptionally gifted or a key training target, encountering such techniques was nearly impossible. Yet, Yi Changtian claimed that the techniques he offered extended beyond the golden core stage, encompassing those required for tribulations in the mortal realm, and even techniques for when one ascends to the immortal realm. How could this be possible? Was he not dreaming? Changtian, are you saying that our techniques will suffice for us to reach the Mahayana and tribulation stages? Even if we truly ascend to the immortal realm, we need not worry about techniques? Lin Qingyue gazed at Yi Changtian, her heart filled with trepidation. The hierarchy of techniques is generally divided into Huang, Xin, Di, and Tian grades, with spirit, divine, celestial, and saint grades beyond Tian. Our techniques are of the celestial grade, second only to the most mysterious saint grade techniques. Yi Changtian revealed, meeting their expectant gazes. Goodness, is it true? Celestial grade techniques? Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue exchanged glances. Both having first-hand experience of the power of their techniques, Honglian Wenxian and Bingfeng Bahuangju, respectively, with the annihilation of Xiao Sui serving as the greatest testament. The techniques are thus described. However, our current cultivation is too low to fully unleash their potential. Yi Changtian reassured them, patting their shoulders to calm their excited and trembling forms. On the path of cultivation, what is most precious? The answer is techniques. In countless auctions and transactions, high-grade techniques rarely appear, like fleeting glimpses of a swan, quickly snatched away to become the most treasured possessions of families, reserved only for the most core members. Now, the issue of techniques for both of them was entirely resolved. At the very least, they need not struggle for techniques anymore. What remained was earnest cultivation, continuously enhancing their levels and realms. Chapter 53. A simple engagement in a brief span of time, many events can transpire, some of which can alter the course of one's life. Lin Jia's Lin Teng and Yi Jia's Yi Yiming once again convened, the table laden with food and drink, accompanied by several old friends from the spirit herb garden. Meanwhile, Yi Changtian and Lin Qingyue's mothers busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous feast for 3 tables. Brother Yi, let us drink until we are intoxicated. It is a day of celebration. Lin Teng exclaimed joyfully, raising his cup to toast Yi Yiming and the others. Just 2 hours prior, emissaries from Linha Academy had visited both families, announcing that Yi Changtian and Lin Qingyue had gained admission to Qingshan Academy, along with the news of their recognition as the best students. The academy's teachers had even specially sent over some fine wine brewed from spirit herbs, as well as longevity elixirs and a substantial amount of spirit stones, intending to showcase this news to Brother Yi. Lin Teng was taken aback to discover that Yi Changtian was equally as exceptional as his own daughter, both being recognized as the best students. Thus, in preparation for a grand celebration, Lin Teng decided to host the festivities at Ye's residence. When Yi Changtian returned Lin Qingyue home, he found no one present. They then proceeded to Yi Changtian's home, where upon entering, they were enveloped by the aroma of alcohol. My son has returned. Come here, both of you. Yi Yiming called out upon their arrival, introducing them to various relatives, saying, this is Uncle Wang, and that is your granduncle, ensuring they met everyone in turn. Many of these children had once been 5th grade students, but had never received the title of best student. However, upon encountering these 2 exceptional youths, they could not help but express their admiration. After meeting 3 tables of guests, Lin Teng, a bit inebriated, stood up and addressed everyone. Brother Yi, esteemed guests. To be candid, little Tian and little Yu have grown up together, and they share mutual affection. Now, in this joyous occasion, we shall settle this matter. Brother Yi. Sister Yi. Hey, Sister Yi, come out for a moment. Yi Changtian's mother and Lin Qingyue's mother emerged, looking at Lin Teng. Lin Teng continued. I now entrust little Yu to little Tian. Little Tian, you must treat little Yu well, if you dare to bully her. I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyue felt a profound shyness. She never imagined being entrusted to Yi Changtian under such circumstances. Uncle Lin, rest assured, I will take good care of little Yu and ensure she suffers no grievances, Yi Changtian promised, taking Lin Qingyue's hand and addressing Lin Teng earnestly. Haha, splendid. From now on, we are family, Lin Teng exclaimed, marking their engagement. Henceforth, they would be free to explore the world, while the parents could enjoy their later years in peace. Yi Yiming patted Lin Teng on the shoulder, and the two returned to their seats. Mother. Lin Qingyue approached her mother, blushing and at a loss for words. Lin's mother gently stroked Qingyue's hair, saying, Little Tian is a good lad. I have watched him grow up. Mother wishes for your happiness. Little Lin, you couldn't have chosen a better time to do this. Look at how embarrassed my daughter is. Yi Shi approached, gently pinching Lin Qingyue's delicate face, and said, You look so enchanting. Are you hungry? Come inside and have something to eat. My dear, I sincerely hope that you and Xiao Tian can reach a lasting union. However, I must inquire about your feelings. Are you willing to accept this marriage? Do not worry. If you are hesitant or have someone else in your heart, I will speak to your parents on your behalf. Yi Shi held Lin Qingyue's hand. I am willing, Lin Qingyue replied. Her face flushed as she glanced at her mother and then at Yi Changtian, finally whispering to Yi Shi. Good, my dear child. Upon hearing this, Yi Shi was filled with joy and embraced Lin Qingyue, removing a silver hairpin from her own hair and adorning it in Lin Qingyue's. From this day forth, you shall be the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Changtian, come here and kneel, Yi Shi said. Turning to Yi Changtian while holding Lin Qingyue's hand, Yi Changtian stepped forward and knelt down. Yi Shi looked at him and declared, from now on, you must treat Xiao Yu and her parents with the same care and respect as you would your own. Any neglect will not be tolerated. Do you understand? I shall remember this well, Yi Changtian replied solemnly. Rise. Xiao Yu, in our cultivation family, we do not adhere to excessive formalities. The betrothal is simple. After your 5 years of study at Qinshan Academy, who knows where you will go? As a mother, I hope to see you both united in marriage. However, the path of a cultivator is unpredictable. If you feel the time is right, then marry. Should you ever wish to return home for your wedding, it would bring me immense joy, Yi Shi spoke gently. The future of a cultivator's partnership is the most unpredictable after establishing a foundation. A single retreat could last months or even over a year. As time passes and youth fades, settling on a betrothal is merely to ease a parent's heart, to know where one's child stands. They are still only engaged, considering their young age. In 5 years, they will only be 17. While Yi Changtian and Lin Qingyue were engaged, the Ning family was celebrating grandly, with Ning Xiaoxue's outstanding performance igniting excitement within the entire clan. The Song family also rejoiced, as Song Tianxing, with his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, received the title of Best Student, much to the delight of the Song family. In stark contrast to this joy was the Du family, specifically, Du Mi's father, Du Fa. The Du family was satisfied with Du Mi's performance. But when Du Mi privately recounted the events involving the Xiao family, Du Fa became somewhat despondent. While Du Fa felt disheartened, the Su family was filled with anger. Su Zhao's near-death experience left his father, Su Wei, filled with dread and deep dissatisfaction towards the Xiao family's actions. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo, the head of the Xiao family, was enveloped in profound fear. He was unaware of Xiao Sui's actions until it was too late. When he received the news, Xiao Sui had already entered the forest. Xiao Mo was extremely worried about his brother's recklessness, yet felt powerless to intervene. Although he considered seeking out Huang Lao and others immediately, he thought that Xiao Sui's actions might yield 3 foundation-building pills for the family, leading him to choose to remain passive. After all, a mid-foundation cultivator should be invincible in the competition area. It was this overconfidence that left Xiao Mo terrified when news of Xiao Ziliang's death reached him. The information came from the academy, but did not specify the cause of death, nor did it mention anything about Xiao Sui. The fact that only Xiao Ziliang perished in the forest spoke volumes. Xiao Mo's fears were not unfounded. After gathering his elder brother Xiao Yu to discuss strategies, the family's strength became evident, and protective measures were arranged. After decades of development, the Xiao family boasted 3 mid-foundation cultivators, 2 early foundation cultivators, and over a dozen 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators, with more than 30 at the 8th level and below. Of course, Xiao Mo had no idea where Xiao Sui was at that moment or what fate had befallen him. The following morning, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the Linha families. Xiao Mo and Xiao Yu were dead, and the majority of the family's power had been obliterated. The women and children of the Xiao family fled Linha, their whereabouts unknown. The demise of the Xiao family overshadowed the news of Linha Academy's dual honors, becoming the primary topic of discussion among the prominent families. Some families were filled with concern, but for the larger families, it was clear the Xiao family's downfall was well-deserved. No matter how powerful the Xiao family was, they could never contend with Linha Academy. It remained a mystery who had acted last night. Was it those from Qinshan Academy who served as teachers at Linha Academy? Or was it the immensely capable head of Linha Academy, Mingyang? Changtian, have you heard about the Xiao family? Qingyue sought out Yi Changtian early the next morning. What happened to the Xiao family? Yi Changtian, having not rested well the night before and immersed in alchemy, was unaware of the events. As a first-tier alchemist, he knew he needed to work harder. You truly don't know? Lin Qingyue gazed at Yi Changtian, who looked oblivious, and said, the Xiao family has perished. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this news, Yi Changtian was taken aback. It seemed the academy head had acted swiftly and decisively, without causing much commotion. Observing Lin Qingyue's sadness, Yi Changtian rose and opened the window, saying, Qingyue, if we were to die, do you think our parents would be heartbroken? We are fortunate to be alive. If I had the strength, I would personally annihilate the Xiao family, for I do not wish for you to be harmed. I want no one who would cause you pain to exist. Do you understand? Lin Qingyue looked at the fiercely protective Yi Changtian and smiled slightly. She knew full well that when Xiao Ziliang's sword pierced Yi Changtian's body, she had placed the entire Xiao family on the death list. Yet, this truth was hidden. She dared not speak it. She too wished to protect Yi Changtian and did not want to endure another painful experience. In the following 5 days, Yi Changtian devoted himself to fervent alchemy, while Lin Qingyue immersed herself in her cultivation and talisman practice. During this time, Song Tianqing successfully broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. After altering his cultivation method, his combat power surged. Unfortunately, he faced the water element's counter, finding himself repeatedly defeated by Ning Xiaoshue's ice element. Yet he rose again and again to continue fighting. Throughout these 2 days, Yi Changtian achieved the highest success rate in producing first-tier elixirs, refining 20 bottles of recovery pills and 3 bottles of body-cleansing pills. With newfound confidence, Yi Changtian began attempting to concoct second-tier elixirs, opting for the Gathering Spirit Pill and the Spirit Amplification Pill instead of the Foundation Pill. The Gathering Spirit Pill greatly restores spiritual energy for Foundation cultivators. The Spirit Amplification Pill can triple the speed of spiritual energy output and absorption. Yi Changtian marveled at the description of the Spirit Amplification Pill, hardly believing it. A user must be a Foundation cultivator to consume it, allowing them to rejuvenate and continue fighting vigorously. This is essentially an upgraded version of the Recovery Pill. However, the Spirit Amplification Pill is different. A cultivator can only take it once, as repeated consumption yields no additional effect. Yi Changtian placed great importance on the Spirit Amplification Pill, as its ability to enhance both spiritual energy output and absorption speed meant he could cultivate at triple the speed, significantly increasing the speed of spellcasting. More importantly, this pill can be used during the Qi refinement phase. Chapter 54. Refining the Foundation Pill. Focus your mind. Invest a bit more. Concentrate. It is a rare and valuable quality. In the serene confines of the chamber, the flames of the alchemical furnace danced upward, exuding an aura of spiritual mastery as they meticulously controlled the extraction and fusion of various medicinal herbs. Compared to the first-tier elixirs, the complexity of second-tier elixirs escalated exponentially. Not only was a greater quantity of herbs required, but also a more precise command of the flames and an acute sensitivity to the essence of the soul. The muffled sounds of 3 consecutive thuds echoed, prompting Yi Changtian to withdraw the flames with a sigh. Another failure. The crafting of this second-tier elixir was indeed a tormenting endeavor. This marked Yi Changtian's numerous failures, having spent 2 consecutive days attempting to concoct the Tongyuan Dan, yet perpetually faltering at the crucial moment due to an inability to accurately control the fusion of the various herbs, resulting in significant temperature disparities that thwarted the formation of the elixir. Undeterred, Yi Changtian resolved to try again. Thankfully, he had reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage and had an ample supply of recovery elixirs. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to sustain the toll of alchemical crafting. The most exhausting aspect was the depletion of mental energy. Yet Yi Chantian found joy in the fact that each substantial drain on his spiritual strength was accompanied by a slight increase in his capabilities, which was a key motivator in his relentless pursuit. Yi Chantian systematically introduced the required herbs for the Tanyuan Dan into the furnace, where the flames had bifurcated into dozens of strands, each dedicated to the extraction of a specific herb. A second-tier alchemist witnessing such a spectacle would undoubtedly be astonished. Typically, the division of flames could reach 20 strands, marking the threshold into second-tier alchemy, yet Yi Changtian's flames had astonishingly expanded to over 40 strands. However, this did not indicate that he had attained the status of a fourth-tier alchemist. It merely reflected his exceptional control over the elemental symbiosis of fire and wood, alongside a commendable mastery of spiritual control. Yet, Yi Changtian lacked the experience and accumulation necessary for true mastery. Every alchemist is a testament to decades of unwavering dedication. Even those with prodigious talent often require years of relentless practice to ascend to the level of a fourth-tier alchemist. Possessing skill and ability without experience is akin to a chef adept with a spatula and knife, yet lacking the wisdom gained from countless attempts to perfect a dish. Behind every exquisite creation lies a multitude of trials regarding temperature and seasoning. At this moment, Yi Changtian was striving to perfect his timing. The temperature here was slightly too low. It was imperative to elevate it immediately without allowing it to significantly affect the adjacent temperatures. He needed to arrange the various spirit herbs within the furnace across different levels and positions, simultaneously refining them before proceeding to the fusion stage. The process of fusion demanded intense concentration, requiring precise heating or cooling based on the temperature requirements, and then meticulously amalgamating the refined herbal solutions or powders. Fuse. Yi Changtian commanded, his mental energy surging, stabilizing the elixir that threatened to disintegrate. As the elixir gradually took shape, he employed gentle flames to repeatedly refine it before finally withdrawing the fire and lifting the furnace lid. 3 vibrant green elixirs soared forth, and Yi Changtian's heart soared with joy as he carefully stored them in a vial. Upon examining one, he noted its remarkably smooth surface. Is this the Tanyuan Dan? Without hesitation, Yi Changtian consumed the small elixir, and before he could savor its flavor, it dissolved in his mouth, releasing a rich aura of spiritual energy that surged directly to his dantian. The energy vortex within his dantian felt as though it were being drawn by a tremendous force, its rotation accelerating, with the internal spiritual energy suddenly intensifying, flooding his limbs and meridians with a lightning-like vigor. Yi Changtian was taken aback by this remarkable transformation. The potency of this elixir was astonishing. With a flick of his finger, a flicker of fire ignited at his fingertip. With a mere thought, spiritual power surged forth, now thrice as swift as before. Witnessing such miraculous effects, Yi Changtian was elated and plunged once more into the crafting of the Tanyuan Dan. With the experience of his initial success, his success rate began to gradually improve, from one successful batch out of a dozen to 1 out of 5, and eventually to 1 out of 3. After acquiring a sufficient quantity of Tanyuan Dan, Yi Changtian commenced the preparation of the Jiyuan Dan. Drawing upon the successful experience of crafting the Tanyuan Dan, the process for the Jiyuan Dan was remarkably smooth. Crafting continued, and within 3 days, Yi Changtian successfully produced 6 batches of Tanyuan Dan, totaling 18 elixirs. He also completed 7 batches of Jiyuan Dan, yielding 31 elixirs. Regrettably, Yi Changtian had yet to solidify his foundation and dared not recklessly consume the Jiyuan Dan to test its restorative effects. After a period of rest, Yi Changtian adjusted himself to peak condition before summoning his consciousness to the Fusa space. Within this realm, the spiritual energy was abundant, surrounding the Fusa tree and an unnamed tree, teeming with countless herbs he had gathered from the mysterious herbal garden in the Beast Forest. After extracting several herbs, Yi Changtian began to meticulously study the formula for the Juji Dan. The Juji Dan is a pivotal elixir for transitioning from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Its primary ingredients include second-tier magic cores, Ninghun grass, Hanzhuangdu, and Yuming roots, among others, comprising over 30 compatible herbs. Although he had surrendered the majority of what he collected from the Beast Forest, he retained a portion in the Fusa space, supplemented by materials prepared by Mingyu Auction House, sufficient for crafting 10 Juji Dan. Due to the limited availability of primary materials, particularly the Hanzhuangdu, which he had obtained from Xiao Sui's ring, Yi Changtian understood the necessity of thorough preparation before attempting to craft the Juji Dan. After immersing himself in the formula for 2 hours, Yi Yi Chantian spent an additional hour mentally rehearsing the process. Only then did he commence the extraction of the second-tier magic core, followed by the extraction of Ninghun grass, Hanshuangdu, and Yuming roots. Upon completing the extraction of all herbs, Yi Chantian let out a long sigh of relief. With spiritual energy circulating within him, the harmonious flames of wood and fire surged into the alchemical furnace. Yi Chantian continuously introduced the refined herbs and liquids into the furnace, carefully dividing the flames into dozens of strands for heating. After a span of nearly half an hour, all the herbs met the conditions for fusion. Yi Chantian meticulously controlled the flames, cautiously aligning and merging them. As the primary herbs began to amalgamate, Yi Chantian keenly sensed the resistance among the herbs. It was troubling, as some herbs were clashing with others. He swiftly enveloped the conflicting herbs with flames, finding the most suitable temperature to merge them before gradually integrating them with the primary herbs. Alchemy is a laborious and monotonous endeavor, draining both spirit and will. Yi Chantian persevered with unyielding determination. As the elixirs slowly fused, he closed his eyes, allowing his spiritual awareness to visualize every subtle change in the merging process within his mind. Yi Chantian adjusted the flames and heat based on these minute alterations. After another hour had passed, a fragrant aroma emanated from the furnace. Yi Chantian felt a surge of joy, yet he remained vigilant, cautiously reducing the heat before opening the furnace. 5 Juji Dawn lay before him. Yi Chantian retrieved the Juji Dawn, inhaling their fragrant essence with satisfaction. The aroma rivaled that of the Juji Dawn held by Qing Yue, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. Achieving success on his first attempt at crafting the Juji Dan significantly bolstered Yi Chantian's confidence. After securing these 5 Juji Dawn, he once again immersed himself in the alchemical process. On the 7th morning following the holiday, Yi Chantian finally concluded his work with the alchemical furnace. Before him on the table rested 6 vials of Juji Dan. Out of 10 attempts, he had succeeded 4 times, a commendable outcome. Each vial contained 5 Juji Dawn. With these foundational pills, Yi Chantian is confident that he can help himself, Qingyue, and Xiaoxue, along with Tianqing, all establish their foundations. If news of Yi Chantian possessing 30 foundational pills were to leak, it would undoubtedly incite the covetous desires of various prominent families, some of whom might even resort to desperate measures to seize them. After a week of alchemy, when Yi Chantian stepped out of his home once again, he felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over him. He sought out Lin Qingyue, only to discover she was not at home. Her mother informed him that Qingyue had gone to Hufang Street early that morning to procure some talismans. Yi Chantian recalled that during the competition, the talismans had played a crucial role, even saving their lives. Thus, Lin Qingyue focused on talisman crafting, dedicating her time to this pursuit in addition to her cultivation. The initial batch of talismans had dwindled significantly after a series of battles, and seeing that Yi Chantian was occupied with alchemy for the past week, she immersed herself in talisman production, yielding numerous talismans, though at the cost of consuming a considerable amount of talisman materials. As Yi Chantian ventured not far from his door, he blended into the bustling crowd of Hufang Street. Within the shop of the Immortal Talisman, a vivacious young maiden was engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper, who, with a hint of exasperation, remarked that this was already the lowest price available, and there was no possibility of a further discount. When Lin Qingyue had previously purchased 300 sheets of talisman paper, it had not been so costly. How could the prices have surged so significantly in just a few days? Lin Qingyue placed a spirit stone on the table, collected the talisman paper, and prepared to leave. Dear Fairy, is 300 sheets of talisman paper not a bit insufficient? A familiar voice, tinged with a playful tone, reached Lin Qingyue's ears. Chantian, you finally emerged. I was nearly suffocated with boredom. What have you been doing all this time, that you haven't shown yourself even to me? Without needing to glance back, Lin Qingyue recognized the voice. Upon seeing Yi Chantian approach, she joyfully bounded towards him. Apologies, I was preparing some items. We can discuss it later. Shopkeeper, please prepare another 500 sheets of talisman paper, along with some talisman ink and pens, and ensure they are of the finest quality. Yi Chantian called out to the proprietor, who promptly agreed and invited the two to sit in the back while they awaited their order. Is it possible that this place has a talisman master? A crisp yet cool voice floated from behind Yi Chantian. He and Lin Qingyue turned to see a young girl in purple robes, her long black hair cascading freely, seemingly untouched by adornment. Her complexion resembled that of a peach blossom, and her sparkling eyes radiated an ethereal spirit. She exuded an air of tranquility, surrounded by a subtle fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Standing there gracefully, she possessed an inherent nobility, appearing both serene and confident, revealing an unmistakable pride. Chapter 55. The first encounter with Zi Ling as if orchestrated by fate. Some meet, while others part, and there are those who reunite in the midst of uncertainty. Yi Changtian observed the girl at a distance, momentarily speechless, when a sudden pain shot through his waist, glancing at the beaming Lin Qinghua beside him. His fingers pinched at his waist as he flashed a radiant smile at the girl, remaining silent. Instead, he leaned towards Yi Changtian and whispered sharply, "If you dare to stare at her again, just wait and see." With that, she tugged Yi Changtian towards the inner room and they seated themselves. The girl in purple showed no concern, simply following suit and seating herself across from them. After scrutinizing Yi Changtian and Lin Qinghua, she mysteriously produced a flask of wine, pouring herself a drink without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper presented Yi Changtian with the required materials, culminating in a transaction of 300 middle-grade spirit stones. "If there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to ask. We at the Immortal Talisman will fulfill your requests. Should you successfully craft talismans, we would be willing to purchase them at a premium." The shopkeeper courteously addressed Yi Changtian and Lin Qinghua as he escorted them to the door. The proprietor then instructed his assistant to oversee the shop before promptly returning to the inner room, where he politely inquired of the girl in purple, "Might I ask what you seek? Talisman or talisman paper?" The girl remained silent, merely glancing at the shopkeeper before gracefully unfurling her sleeve with her right hand. As her sleeve billowed, her fair wrist emerged, showcasing flawless skin that captivated the beholder's attention. As the sleeve unfurled, a small avian design appeared on her snow-white forearm. It was not entirely accurate to call it a bird, for the creature depicted boasted grayish-black feathers on its upper body, white on its lower, and a light gray head crowned with two prominent black feathered crests. The unique coloration and shape exuded an indescribable aura of nobility and mystery. The design was not lifeless. It seemed to embody a living being, its dark eyes seemingly observing the world around it. Upon witnessing the design, the shopkeeper's complexion turned ashen. He was acutely aware that this was the emblem of the eagle, a symbol of the royal lineage of the Eagle clan. Realizing this, he promptly ushered the girl in purple into a private chamber. "Which clan do you belong to?" the girl in purple inquired, seated elegantly as she regarded the trembling shopkeeper before her. Responding to "My lady, I am of the Golden Eagle clan. You may call me Jean Rong," the shopkeeper stammered, not daring to raise his head. "Rise," she commanded. "I have recently entered the 4th stage of transformation. My purpose here is twofold: to travel and to gather intelligence. I have left you here for many years. It has been a hardship. Upon my return, I shall inform my father to reinstate you, and you may prepare for your own transformation." After she spoke, the shopkeeper, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply before finally standing. Recalling events from 20 years prior, he remembered when she had unexpectedly bestowed upon him a transformation pill, allowing him to assume human form. His task had been to infiltrate Linha and monitor its activities, particularly keeping an eye on Linha's Junior Academy and Mingyu Auction House, while discreetly collecting intelligence. For the past 2 decades, he had awaited someone to succeed him, yearning to return to his clan and focus on his cultivation. Hearing such news now stirred his heart. "Have there been any recent developments?" the girl in purple inquired, gesturing for the shopkeeper to take a seat. "My lady, there have been 3 significant pieces of news. Firstly, not long ago, Mingyu Auction House auctioned a number of talismans. Behold, this is one of them, known as the Concealment Talisman, capable of hiding one's form and presence for a brief period." Jean Rong retrieved a talisman from a box and handed it to the girl. "Oh, such a talisman exists? Have you discovered its owner?" The girl in purple examined the talisman, sensing the mysterious spiritual energy flowing within it. Her curiosity piqued. The image of Yi Changtian and Lin Qinghua flashed in her mind, and she shook her head slightly. "They are far too young. My lady, we have yet to identify the source of the talisman. Even those at Mingyu Auction House have not encountered their true identities. I am systematically investigating. However, no leads have emerged thus far," Jean Rong replied cautiously. "Oh, then be thorough in your investigation. The art of talismans is enigmatic and profound. It is said to harness the forces of heaven and earth, deserving of utmost respect. Unfortunately, the talismans that have circulated are of little efficacy, which is a pity. What is the next piece of news?" The girl in purple momentarily set aside the matter of the talismans and inquired. "This next piece of news is even more astonishing. A few days ago, Qinshan Academy organized a competition among various junior academies, choosing a weak area in the southwest of Qinshan as the venue. Following the competition, for students from Linha Academy astonishingly tied for first place, creating quite a stir. Jean Rong poured a cup of tea for the girl in purple before stepping aside. So that was why there were so many human cultivators present during the competition, the girl in purple mused, then remarked. I have heard they are merely at the 9th level of chi refinement, and have yet to establish their foundations, correct? Indeed, but according to my subordinate's assessment, they are on the verge of foundation establishment, likely to succeed within a year. Jean Rong detailed the academy's rewards and other matters to the girl. That is of no consequence. Mere ants do not warrant excessive attention. Is there any further news? The girl in purple dismissed the significance of the few foundation stage cultivators with indifference. After the conclusion of the competition, on the very night the disciples returned, the Shao family was annihilated. Jean Rong disclosed the final piece of news. Was this truly such a significant revelation? The destruction of a mere family hardly seemed worthy of such prominence. The girl in the purple attire cast a cold glance at Jean Rong, feeling a twinge of displeasure. My lord, the annihilation of the Shao family is indeed a trivial matter. Yet the perpetrator was none other than Meng Yang, the principal of Linha Academy. Meng Yang eradicated the main forces of the Shao family and stripped the family head, Shao Mo, of his cultivation, leaving him alive. However, my subordinates were curious as to why the Shao family had incited Meng Yang's wrath, and they seized the opportunity to control Shao Mo. In his moment of daze, they employed the soul captivation technique, only to uncover a piece of information of immense value to us. Jean Rong explained nervously. What information? The girl in purple remained unfazed. This, Jean Rong produced a rough sketch from his bosom. The sketch bore simple lines, albeit imprecise, and prominently inscribed upon it were the words, Wu Ling T map. If Yi Changtian were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for this sketch was but half of the mysterious map in his possession. Wu Ling T map. Is this truly authentic? The girl's expression shifted as she fixed her gaze intently on Jean Rong. My lord, this is merely a rough draft, drawn based on Shao Mo's recollections. According to his memories, this map was an accidental acquisition by Shao Sui, who regarded it as a treasured possession, revealing it only sparingly. Even Shao Mo has only seen a portion of it. To obtain the complete map, one must locate Shao Sui. Jean Rong contemplated the sketch deeply. In the realm of cultivation, one's level of cultivation must complement their realm. Without cultivation, one cannot discuss realms. However, if one's cultivation increases without accompanying realm progression, it can easily give rise to heart demons, leading to a perilous state where all cultivation is rendered void. Among human cultivators, only those at the golden core stage who have reached the nascent soul stage may hope for breakthroughs. Otherwise, without the appropriate realm, all efforts may prove futile, even resulting in backlash from their techniques. The girl in purple, holding the incomplete sketch, paced the room. Yet, the advancement of one's realm often varies from person to person, depending on their comprehension of the heavenly Dao, which in turn affects the rate of realm progression. Many golden core cultivators find themselves stymied at their realm, unable to break through. Among our demon race, countless third-tier magical beasts coalesce into demon cores. Yet those who successfully transform into fourth-tier beings are exceedingly rare. A primary reason for this is the inadequacy of their realms. Legend has it that atop Gui Ling Mountain, there lies a tea tree that blooms once every century. The tea from this tree harbors the essence of the heavenly Dao, significantly enhancing a cultivator's realm. The girl in purple halted, her eyes shimmering with determination. The Wu Ling tea must fall into our hands. I care not what methods you employ. You must locate Shao Sui and acquire the complete Wu Ling tea map in the shortest time possible. She flung open the window, gazing at the vast sky. Her heart tumultuous. Wu Ling tea, the legendary treasure, must be obtained at all costs. Once I possess the Wu Ling tea, I, Ziling, shall elevate my cultivation swiftly. After Jean Rong acquiesced, he retreated. The news of Shao Sui's demise remained confined to the inner circles of major families. Jean Rong had not yet learned of Shao Sui's death, but was aware that he had ventured into the beast forest. Thus, he released 3 golden eagles into the backyard, their wings flapping as they soared toward different regions. Meanwhile, as Ziling conversed with Jean Rong, Lin Qingwen nearly dragged Yi Changtian out of Fang Street, her face etched with discontent. Are you still thinking about that woman? Lin Qingwen glared at Yi Changtian, stomping her foot in frustration. How could that be? I've explained it to you repeatedly. It's just that she gives off a unique vibe, Yi Changtian replied, attempting to clarify his feelings yet to little avail. Unique? What is so unique? Just because she is somewhat pretty, you're fixated on her? Lin Qingyue's eyes began to mist over. Fool, no one can compare to your beauty. Yi Changtian gently reassured her, grasping her hand as they strolled beneath the shade of the trees. Who is your wife? Lin Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly, but her anger dissipated. Qingyue, Have you been busy crafting talismans lately? How has it been going? Yi Changtian shifted the topic. It's all your fault. Cooped up in your room and not letting anyone in. I had nothing to do, so I had to make talismans. Come, let us head to Nan Mountain. I want to show you my results. Lin Xingyue led Yi Changtian towards the familiar little mountain, to the cave that belonged to the two of them. Ever since encountering Xiao Sui, I've been pondering a crucial question. What if we encounter even more formidable foes? With our current cultivation, the only way to contend with foundational cultivators is through talismans. Thus, in just a few days, I crafted a considerable number of talismans. Here, take these. I kept half for myself. Lin Xingyue produced a thick stack of talismans and handed them to Yi Changtian. Yi Changtian accepted them, counting them briefly. Realizing there were only 4 types: concealment talismans, swift wind talismans, fireball talismans, and diamond talismans, with the latter 2 being the most abundant at 70 each. After putting away the talismans, Yi Changtian looked at Lin Xingyue with gratitude, softly saying, "Thank you, Xingyue." Lin Xingyue beamed, knowing that for the one she cherished, any sacrifice was worthwhile. "Xingyue, look at this." Yi Changtian revealed a vial of foundation establishment pills from his pocket. Lin Xingyue took the vial, pouring out a single pill with a slight motion. "Changtian, is this foundation establishment pill?" she exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 56. Prepared and ready. Fortune favors those who are well prepared. Those who rush forward may seize opportunities, yet they also face greater obstacles. Lin Xingyue gazed at the pill in her palm. Its color and fragrance were comparable to the vial of foundation establishment pills awarded by the Academy, perhaps even surpassing it. This was a second-grade pill, a coveted treasure sought after by countless cultivators. "Did you truly manage this, Changtian?" Lin Xingyue struggled to believe it. The difference between first and second-grade pills, though merely a single character, represented a vast chasm of difficulty, akin to the disparity between the Qi refinement stage and the foundation establishment stage, a gulf not easily bridged. "Of course, my dear wife. This was achieved through tremendous effort and countless tribulations. Is there no reward to comfort me?" Yi Changtian leaned closer, whispering into her ear. "Want a reward? Only if you produce another vial," Lin Xingyue teased, holding the vial of foundation establishment pills with a mischievous glint in her eye. But these are foundation establishment pills. 5 of them," Yi Changtian protested. "Humph, that is how I am. What can you do about it?" Lin Xingyue laughed as she tucked the vial away. "What will you do then? Rewards?" Lin Xingyue's eyes widened as Yi Changtian produced yet another vial of foundation establishment pills, placing it before her. "How many more do you have? Hand them over." Shocked, Lin Xingyue flared up, and the consequences were serious. With no other choice, Yi Changtian surrendered 4 vials of foundation establishment pills, finally calming Lin Xingyue's excitement. Had she known he still had 2 vials hidden away, her surprise would have surely multiplied. "For vials of foundation establishment pills? 20 pills. Changtian, you are incredible," Lin Xingyue exclaimed, unsure of where to place her hands. Overjoyed, she approached Yi Changtian and embraced him. "Changtian, thank you." Lin Xingyue held him tightly, her heart brimming with happiness. With so many foundation establishment pills, the concerns regarding the cultivation of the 4 individuals would be effortlessly resolved. As Yi Changtian felt the warmth of Xingyue in his embrace, he gazed into her eyes and gently pressed his lips against hers. This kiss, infused with deep emotion, was enough to etch itself into their souls. "What shall we do next, Changtian?" Lin Xingyue inquired, sitting beside him, her cheeks still slightly flushed. "What else can be done but to wash the marrow and establish a foundation? Xingyue, please assist me in arranging the gathering spirit array." Yi Changtian approached the entrance of the cave and retrieved the gathering spirit array he had acquired from the competition. This was a small-sized array plate. Without hesitation, Yi Changtian expended his physical strength and spiritual energy to activate the array plate. The plate ascended before him as if it were a living entity, emanating waves that penetrated deep into the cave and extended beyond its confines, forming a luminous circle with a radius of 20 zhang. However, at this moment, the gathering spirit array remained inert. Observing this, Lin Xingyue produced several medium-grade spirit stones and cast them into the array plate, while Yi Changtian positioned additional spirit stones around the perimeter in accordance with the array's requirements. Once everything was prepared, he formed hand seals and directed the gathering spirit technique towards the array plate. The plate vibrated with a low hum and instantly activated. The spiritual energy from the surrounding environment surged into the gathering spirit array as if drawn by an unseen force. Sensing the sudden influx of spiritual energy, both Yi Changtian and Lin Xingyue exchanged glances filled with joy. "Xingyue, this is a Tangyuan pill, It can enhance your cultivation speed and spiritual energy output. You should take it first. I will go find Xiaoxue and Tianqing. We will remain here for the time being to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yi Changtian, gazing at the obedient Lin Xingyue, went off to prepare. Lin Xingyue gazed at the miraculous pill before her, overwhelmed by its enchantment. After consuming the Tanyuan pill, her eyes sparkled with newfound vigor as the rotation speed of the qi in her dantian increased threefold, and her ability to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy was significantly enhanced. Even her spellcasting and output saw a marked improvement. If Yi Changtian were present, he would surely be inundated with her inquiries. With you, life is truly blissful. As she felt the spiritual energy within the gathering spirit array becoming increasingly dense, she wasted no time and commenced her cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Ning family, Ning Yi had been enjoying a period of tranquility. His daughter, Ning Xiaoxue, had claimed victory in a recent competition, earning the title of best student along with substantial rewards from the academy. Thanks to these accolades and resources, the Ning family's influence in the Linhe region had grown significantly, especially following the downfall of the Shao family, which had positioned the Ning family as a leading clan in the area. However, Ning Yi felt a twinge of frustration as his daughter had inexplicably forsaken the invaluable foundation establishment pill in favor of the seven-colored lotus. Although he understood that Ning Xiaoxue would eventually have opportunities to obtain a foundation establishment pill upon entering the Qinshan Academy, he was aware that such pills were obtained through the Tower of Power, a task fraught with difficulty. Consequently, the delay in her foundation establishment could span several years. This thought weighed heavily on Ning Yi's heart. He contemplated expressing his anger towards Ning Xiaoxue, but recalling her spirit root issues and her uncertain future left him at a loss. Had his decision years ago, which defied the natural order, ultimately condemned Xiaoxue to bear the repercussions? Was there truly no remedy for the spirit root that had been planted? Over the years, the family had consulted numerous ancient texts but had found no solution. Even Ning Yi's personal audience with the Danwang Danyang yielded only an unsatisfactory answer. Despite the years of searching, hope had never been relinquished. Yet now, as he watched Ning Xiaoxue grow older and prepare to leave home for Qinshan Academy, he wondered if she could endure. What must I do to save my daughter? Xiaofeng, what is Xiaoxue doing now? Is she competing with that lad from the Song family again? Ning Yi raised his head and inquired upon seeing Ning Feng approach. Master, Song Tianqing arrived early today, and they have been engaged in a match. Yi Changtian also came looking for the young lady and has gone to the back courtyard, Ning Feng replied. Xiaoxue has been spending a lot of time with Song Tianqing lately. Do you think there is something more between them? Ning Yi regarded Ning Feng with suspicion, hoping for a definitive answer. However, Ning Feng was uncertain how to respond. Since entering the academy, only two individuals had been able to visit Ning Xiaoxue in the inner courtyard, Song Tianqing and Lin Xingyue. It was no wonder Ning Yi's mind was racing. After all, the forest competition had just concluded, and the two had been training together almost daily. He could witness Song Tianqing's growing prowess, yet as a father, it was natural for him to ponder whether there was a budding romance. Let us go take a look, Ning Yi said, rising to head towards the back courtyard. In the back courtyard, water clone. Suddenly, three identical Song Tianxings appeared, each wielding a water spear, encircling Ning Xiaoxue. Watch out. The three figures lunged simultaneously towards Ning Xiaoxue. She remained unfazed, merely sidestepping a water spear and delivering a punch to the nearest figure, which was sent reeling, although a water shield formed to protect it. Ning Xiaoxue's light punch transformed the water shield into an icy barrier, which shattered upon impact with the ground, scattering into glistening shards of ice. Sister Xiaoxue, how about it? Have you made some progress this time? Song Tianqing dusted himself off and stood up. Indeed, there has been a slight improvement, Ning Xiaoxue replied, emphasizing the word slight with her fingers. Sister Xiaoxue, I have improved significantly. Even with the boss here, I can hold my own for a couple of moves. Song Tianqing boasted. Are you sure? Ning Xiaoxue looked at Song Tianqing and then at Yi Changtian, uncertain. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, we can challenge the boss tomorrow, Song Tianqing declared confidently. I think it's unnecessary to challenge him, Ning Xiaoxue said, glancing at Yi Changtian, who had approached Song Tianqing. Song Tianqing, noticing Yi Changtian, paused, then turned to Ning Xiaoxue. Sister Xiaoxue, our boss is truly formidable. I still remember when he single-handedly fought a second-tier giant wolf. His prowess was utterly awe-inspiring. Bossy, you've arrived, Song Tianqing exclaimed, feigning nonchalance. Whether you've made progress remains to be seen. But your bravado has certainly grown, Yi Changtian remarked, stepping past Tianqing towards Ning Xiaoxue, who smiled gently at the flustered Song Tianqing. Boss, how could I dare? I was merely expressing myself. Song Tianqing mopped the sweat from his brow, thinking, if Boss Yi catches wind of this, I'd be in for a beating. Xiaoxue, how have you been these past few days? Tianqing, come sit with us, Yi Changtian invited as the three settled around a stone table, inquiring about their recent activities. After consuming the Xingyuan pill, Song Tianqing had successfully advanced to the 9th level of qi refinement and had been coming to spar with Ning Xiaoxue daily, both enhancing their combat skills and capabilities. Now, they had both reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement, merely awaiting the right moment for foundation establishment. Listening to their accounts, Yi Changtian nodded approvingly and said, Tianqing, please inform your family that you will not be returning home for the time being. We will head to Nanshan. Xiaoye is waiting for us in the Gathering Spirit Array. Is it time already? Song Tianqing's eyes lit up. Initially, Yi Changtian had instructed him not to attempt foundation establishment independently, but to await his signal. Now, hearing Yi Changtian's words, it seemed preparations were complete. Noticing Yi Changtian's nod, Song Tianqing felt a surge of elation, but, seeing the somewhat melancholic Ning Xiaoxue, struggled to maintain his smile. After considerable thought, he resolutely stated, Boss, my foundation establishment pill should go to Sister Xiaoxue. It's alright if my own foundation establishment is delayed. Enough chatter. Quickly return and convey the good news. Then head straight to Nanshan, Yi Changtian commanded. Observing Yi Changtian's relaxed demeanor, Song Tianqing ceased his protest and exited. Xiaoxue, prepare yourself. This time, we will establish our foundations together. Yi Changtian's gentle voice, though soft, resonated heavily in Ning Xiaoxue's ears. Yet, how could the two of us establish our foundation without a foundation pill? Ning Xiaoxue's gaze flickered, for by choosing the 7-colored lotus, she had effectively relinquished the opportunity for a swift foundation establishment. The 7-colored lotus was indeed precious, but the foundation establishment itself was equally invaluable. It was a matter of doubt whether she could achieve the 9th transformation of foundation establishment and reach the pinnacle of completion within a decade. Observing Ning Xiaoxue's despondency, Yi Changtian leaned closer and whispered a few words in her ear. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with hope, and she grasped Yi Changtian's hand, shaking it fervently as she inquired, is this true? Otherwise, so, you must cultivate diligently and refrain from daydreaming. With me by your side, you will surely achieve the 9th transformation of foundation establishment. When the time comes, I, Yi Changtian, shall not fail to procure 5th-grade pills. Seeing Yi Changtian's exuberance and hearing him finally acknowledge his identity as a pill master, as well as his preparation of the foundation pill for her, Ning Xiaoxue felt a surge of emotion. He had never forgotten her spiritual root issue. Overcome with gratitude, she embraced Yi Changtian tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks. Chapter 57. The Cleansing Pill Striving for Greater Strength. Ning Yi and Ning Feng stood by the moon gate, watching as Ning Xiaoxue wept in Yi Changtian's embrace, uncertain whether to retreat or advance. Yi Changtian spotted Ning Yi, marking the first occasion he had met Ning Xiaoxue's father. Ning Yi radiated an imposing presence, yet it held no sway over Yi Changtian. With a sigh, Ning Yi approached Yi Changtian and Ning Xiaoxue. Yi Changtian gently patted Ning Xiaoxue's shoulder and murmured, your father has arrived. Upon hearing this, Ning Xiaoxue hurriedly wiped away her tears with her sleeve before turning to face him, though the traces of her sorrow were unmistakable. My daughter, if you have grievances, share them with your father. Do not keep them bottled up inside. Ning Yi glanced at Yi Changtian before taking a seat to comfort Ning Xiaoxue. She shook her head, erasing the remnants of her tears, and said, Father, this is Yi Changtian. It is thanks to him that I have become the top student. Nervously introducing him, she realized this was her father's first meeting with Yi Changtian. Ning Yi had heard the name countless times, primarily due to the boy's infamous reputation. But meeting him in person was a first. Observing him closely, Ning Yi noted the youthful vigor on Yi Changtian's face. With slightly bushy eyebrows and dark eyes that concealed their depths, the corners of his mouth curling upwards in a smile, his white robe exuding grace and confidence. Thank you, young friend, for assisting my daughter, Ning Yi said politely. There is no need for formality, Uncle Ning, Yi Changtian replied, unfazed by Ning Yi's aloofness. Father, Xiaoxue needs to step out for a while. You need not worry. With an effort to alleviate the awkwardness between the two men, Ning Xiaoxue spoke up. Why must you go out again? Did you not just have a 3-month break? Ning Yi questioned, casting a somewhat dubious glance at Yi Changtian. Pondering whether this young man had enticed his daughter away, Ning Xiaoxue looked at Yi Changtian, uncertain of how to respond to her father's inquiry. Revealing the matter of the foundation pill could jeopardize Yi Changtian for a second-grade alchemist was enough to make any family eager to form alliances. Uncle Ning, Qingyue and Tianqing are preparing to challenge the foundation stage, and Xiaoxue and I will act as their guardians. If you are concerned, you may accompany us. Yi Changtian suggested with a wink. Upon hearing this, and observing Ning Xiaoxue nodding, Ning Yi's doubts dissipated. He was familiar with Qingyue and understood her connection to his daughter. I shall refrain from joining. If they succeed in establishing their foundation, it will benefit your future in the academy. In that case, work hard during this period. Ning Yi said as he gently wiped away the tears at the corner of his daughter's eyes before turning to leave. Shortly after Yi Changtian and Ning Xiaoxue departed, Ning Yi arranged for 2 foundation stage cultivators from the family to follow discreetly, with a single command, to ensure their safety from a distance. In the small cave of Nanshan, as Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing entered the spirit gathering array, a sudden lightness enveloped their bodies, and the spiritual energy within them began to circulate autonomously, absorbing the rich essence of heaven and earth. Changtian, the effect of this spirit gathering array is astonishing. Cultivating here must be several times faster than outside, Ning Xiaoxue exclaimed, stretching her arms to savor the abundant spiritual energy. Miss, this spirit gathering array is worth a mountain of spirit stones. It cannot fail to deliver results worthy of such investment. Yi Changtian jested. Yi Changtian summoned the Qingzhao sword, expanding the cave's confines further. He crafted a stone table and 4 stone stools, setting them at the cave's 4 corners, and arranged stone platforms covered with soft cushions. Meanwhile, at Yi Changtian's request, Song Tianqing positioned 4 bathing tubs, 2 inside and 2 outside the cave. He urged Song Tianqing to generously use his spiritual power to fill the tubs with water, leaving Ning Xiaoxue and Lin Qingyue puzzled about Yi Changtian's intentions. Were they truly going to bathe here? Qingyue, do not dawdle. Come and heat the water. We will need it soon, Yi Changtian called, only to be scolded by Lin Qingyue for being a rogue, leading him to attend to the task himself. Song Tianqing, being somewhat simple-minded, could only handle the water, while Ning Xiaoxue was not much help either, as her powers turned water to ice. Once these tasks were completed, the 4 gathered around the stone table, gazing at a vial of pills, awaiting Yi Changtian's explanation. These are 4 cleansing pills. As the name implies, they cleanse the marrow and enhance one's cultivation physique, purging bodily impurities, allowing a person to undergo a transformation and achieve a purer state to better perceive elements and spiritual energy. Yi Changtian explained as he poured out the 4 pills, each taking one. You all stay in the cave. We will step outside, Yi Changtian said as he consumed a cleansing pill. Upon seeing this, Song Tianqing followed suit and went outside to sit in meditation. Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue exchanged glances, remaining silent as they each swallowed a cleansing pill. As the pills took effect, a wave of turbulent spiritual energy surged into their bodies, coursing through their meridians and bones, forcefully expelling impurities through their pores. In mere moments, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue's foreheads. The effects of the cleansing pill were unmistakable, accompanied by a lingering pain. As the impurities were relentlessly expelled, both felt their clothes dampening, and an unpleasant odor filled the air. After only half an hour, the effects of the medicine began to wane. Ah! Lin Qingyue exclaimed, gazing at the expelled black matter on her body, feeling a wave of nausea. Ning Xiaoxue felt similarly, and they hurriedly shed their garments, leaping into the prepared bathing tubs. It dawned on them that these tubs were intended for this very moment, filling their hearts with warmth for Yi Changtian's thoughtfulness. After cleansing themselves and donning fresh attire, they felt invigorated. At that moment, Yi Changtian approached after greeting Song Tianqing, and the cave's air became refreshing once more. When Yi Changtian presented the Tongyuan pills for Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing to digest, both were so elated that they found themselves at a loss for words. I have set up vines and traps outside to prevent anyone from entering. I have also replaced the spirit gathering array's core with a top-grade spirit stone. Our sole purpose this time is to establish a foundation, Yi Changtian declared. Qingyue, Tianqing originally had 3 foundation pills. Here are 2 vials, each containing 5 pills, giving you a total of 8 foundation pills. Xiaoxue, these are your 2 vials, containing 10 pills. I also possess 2 more vials, each with 10 pills. Yi Changtian informed the trio. Even for Lin Qingyue, who was already informed, the sheer quantity of foundation pills was staggering. Song Tianqing was left utterly speechless. Old boss, have you robbed the Mingyu auction house? Song Tianqing found it hard to fathom that all the disciples risked their lives merely for a meager 1 or 2 foundation establishment pills. Yet suddenly, 2 or 3 dozen foundation establishment pills had emerged. Nonsense, I usually just think about it. After Yi Changtian finished speaking, he was met with two disdainful glances from Lin Qingyue and Ning Xiaoxue. Tianqing, I am an alchemist, and the foundation establishment pills are of my own making. Yi Changtian disregarded their scorn and explained the situation to Song Tianqing, hoping to quell his wandering thoughts. Boss, these are second-grade pills. So, does that mean you are a second-grade alchemist? My heavens, Sister Xiaoxue, quick, wake me up. I feel a bit delirious. Song Tianqing was utterly astounded by this revelation. A second-grade alchemist. There were scarcely a few to be found in the entire Linhe region. It was said that alchemists were sought after by all major sects, organizations, and noble families. Yet, his boss was actually an alchemist, and a second-grade one at that. Boss, does that mean we will no longer have to worry about pills in the future? Song Tianqing finally grasped the implications and began to consider the advantages. To follow an alchemist with boundless potential, would it not mean an endless supply of pills in the future? Nonsense. Let's put that aside for now. The foundation establishment is the most critical matter at hand. Here are a few pill of absorption pills. We shall attempt to establish our foundations tomorrow. I hope that when I stand at great heights, you will still be by my side. Yi Changtian looked at Lin Qingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianqing as he spoke. The three were taken aback, each understanding Yi Changtian's sentiment, and they resolutely nodded in agreement. Thus, the future renowned four cultivators of the Xianling continent began their journey with this moment of affirmation. From the afternoon until nightfall, Yi Changtian elaborated on the various aspects to pay attention to during the foundation establishment process as recorded in the tomes of the Fusang space. Subsequently, the four settled on their respective stone platforms to meditate, calming and adjusting their mental and physical states. Foundation establishment is the foundation of the great Dao. It is also the true starting point of a cultivator's journey. Only after establishing a foundation can one wield a sword in flight and extend their lifespan, acquiring further qualifications. In the stillness of the night, Lin Qingyue was the first to enter a meditative state, concentrating on her dantian. After maintaining this for a while, she drew forth a foundation establishment pill and consumed it gently. Soon after, Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing also entered a meditative state and began to take the foundation establishment pills. After an hour had passed since the four consumed the pills, Yi Changtian finally reached his optimal state and ingested a foundation establishment pill. With the effects of the bone cleansing pill and the yuan connecting pill, their sensitivity to spiritual energy and absorption speed significantly improved. If not for the spirit gathering array that concentrated such rich celestial spiritual energy, Yi Changtian would never have dared to allow the four to establish their foundations together. This was due to the fact that foundation establishment required vast amounts of spiritual energy. But the spirit gathering array provided Yi Changtian with the confidence to proceed. The spirit gathering array began to operate slowly, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy into the formation. As the array consumed spiritual energy, its operational speed increased. Moreover, Yi Changtian utilized exceptionally precious high-grade spirit stones on the array plate, which he had found in Xiao Sui's ring, albeit only 3 in total. Chapter 58, Foundation Establishment. The principle of energy conservation is often a fundamental rule of the universe. In nature, celestial spiritual energy is dispersed, with some areas being sparse and others rich in energy. Various sects, noble families, and organizations often choose remote locations such as high mountains and dense forests as their foundational sites, where they establish vast spirit gathering arrays to enhance the richness of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy attracted by the spirit gathering array often manifests as winds and whirlwinds. At this moment, above a certain area of the Linhe southern mountains, winds and whirlwinds began to appear. Though subtle, they could be sensed by those with keen perception. Upon consuming the foundation establishment pill, a surge of medicinal power instantly coursed through Yi Changtian's meridians. He guided this immense spiritual energy to circulate through the Tai Su immortal technique. As the technique operated, the spiritual energy within him grew increasingly abundant, especially within the spirit gathering array, allowing Yi Changtian to absorb even more spiritual energy. With a focused thought, the spiritual energy in his dantian transformed into swirling currents, being absorbed into the dantian. Observing the accelerating whirlwinds, Yi Changtian commenced his first attempt at foundation establishment. He continuously directed the spiritual energy through his technique, gathering it into his dantian, hoping to fill it completely. For when the dantian is filled with spiritual energy, that signifies the commencement of foundation establishment. However, as the technique progressed, although some of the energy from the whirlwinds entered the dantian, the majority escaped like a fleeing phantom, dispersing into the surrounding meridians. Yi Changtian remained unfazed, persistently attempting to absorb the spiritual energy. After 5 days, once the medicinal power of the Foundation Establishment Pill was fully absorbed, the whirlwinds at the Dantian remained in their initial state. The first attempt at Foundation Establishment had, in fact, failed. Yet, this was within Yi Changtian's expectations. After all, his spiritual roots were subpar, a fact that could not be contested, making the process of Foundation establishment considerably more arduous compared to others. Yi Changtian, akin to a serene monk in deep meditation, re-entered a tranquil state and then consumed a second Foundation Establishment Pill. The vast medicinal power surged within him once more. Yet his Dantian remained as insatiable as an ocean. Days passed, and it continued to devour the spiritual energy of the Foundation Establishment Pill without showing any signs of Foundation establishment. The innate spiritual roots determine one's destiny. The pure are favored while the mixed are deemed useless. Compared to others, Yi Changtian required an astonishing amount of spiritual energy for Foundation establishment, several times that of others. Not feeling impatient, he ingested a third Foundation Establishment Pill. A month passed by in the blink of an eye. In a secret chamber of the Immortal Symbols shop on He Fong Street, the shopkeeper Jin Rong was reporting intelligence. News had finally emerged from the forest regarding Xiao Sui. It was confirmed that Xiao Sui had entered a second-tier beast horde and wreaked havoc, seizing numerous precious herbs. However, Xiao Sui had not perished amidst the beasts but had instead emerged unscathed. After more than half a month of thorough searching, Xiao Sui's whereabouts remained elusive, but several remains were discovered. Notably, a deep pit caused by a clash between Foundation establishment experts had drawn the attention of the beasts. Eventually, one of the beasts recognized Xiao Sui's frozen severed arm, which had not been consumed due to being completely encased in ice. By comparing the severed arm with the remains, a conclusion was drawn: Xiao Sui was dead. In the following half-month, under Ziling's directives, Jin Rong thoroughly investigated the cause of Xiao Sui's death, demanding to ascertain who had slain Xiao Sui and who had taken his ring. During a series of investigations, Jin Rong even personally ventured into the homes of major clans to gather intelligence. During a night discussion, he heard the information he sought. Are you saying that Xiao Sui was jointly exterminated by the experts of Qinshan Academy for violating the competition rules? Ziling frowned, troubled by this revelation. If the Wuling Tea map fell into the hands of Qinshan Academy, matters would become complicated. Indeed, young master, 2 points are certain. Firstly, Xiao Sui is dead, and the ring is missing. Secondly, he perished at the hands of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Thirdly, Mingyang was aware of Xiao Sui's death, or perhaps Qinshan Academy was informed. My subordinates lean towards the 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators dispatched by Qinshan Academy. For only they could arrive at the scene in time and possess the capability to eliminate a Foundation Establishment cultivator, Jin Rong analyzed. Are you suggesting that the Wuling Tea map is likely in the hands of those 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators? Could it possibly be in the possession of those old fellows? Ziling's brows knitted together, her lovely face marked with concern. Young master, for now, it can only be said that the ring is highly likely to be in the hands of Fenghua, Shuangling, Yuning, or Xueqing. Since there are too many experts at Qinshan Academy, we cannot infiltrate, but according to reports from our brothers monitoring from above, those old fellows have shown no unusual movements since the students returned to Qinshan Academy, which suggests that the ring may not be in their possession. Jin Rong thoughtfully replied. Qinshan Academy? This is troublesome. Ziling found herself lost in contemplation. Qinshan Academy is not an ordinary institution. It possesses a formidable heritage. Although it cannot rival the top sects within the Xuanling continent, it holds a transcendent status in the western region of Xuanling. The fact that it has survived and thrived for centuries amidst the ferocious beasts near Qinshan is not without reason. Even for a family, attempting to destroy Qinshan Academy is no simple task. Once the attention of those venerable elders is drawn, the family would inevitably face a significant setback. And even if they were to triumph in the end, it would likely come at a grievous cost. Is there any way to infiltrate Qinshan Academy? Ziling turned her gaze toward Jin Rong, as a bold idea suddenly emerged, becoming increasingly clear. In the Nanshan cave, the gathering spirit formation had been operating for a month and a half. Suddenly, it accelerated, forming spirals of spiritual energy above the formation, devouring the surrounding celestial aura like a whale consuming its prey. After consuming 4 Foundation Establishment pills, Sung Tianxing finally broke through the barrier and successfully established his foundation. Yet, he did not cease his cultivation. Instead, he seized the moment of breakthrough to savor the insights gained. 3 days later, Ning Xiaoxua, after taking 4 Foundation Establishment pills, also successfully established her foundation. 3 days later, Lin Xingyue followed suit and achieved a successful breakthrough. Each of the three was filled with astonishment as they felt the surge of power within themselves. This breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage had proven to be quite arduous. The high tier of their cultivation method demanded an immense amount of spiritual energy, yet under the dual influence of the gathering spirit formation and the foundation establishment pills, they managed to complete their foundation establishment with success. At this moment, over 2 months had passed since the four entered seclusion, totaling 65 days. After stabilizing their cultivation, Lin Xingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianxing found their cultivation levels, propelled by the cultivation method and the residual effects of the foundation establishment pills, advancing to the first level of the foundation establishment stage. Subsequently, the three emerged from seclusion one after another, quietly discussing their gains outside the cave while taking on the task of guarding. Ye Changtian was immersed in his cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time and the external world, deeply focused on the trajectory of the cultivation method and the changes within his dantian. After 5 consecutive failures in establishing his foundation, Ye Changtian entered an indescribable state. His consciousness seemed to wander through the void, where the elements of the 5 phases existed, accompanied by wind, rain, and lightning, yet devoid of life. Only endless desolation reigned, chaotic and disordered, resembling a primordial world where everything was yet to be clarified. Yin and Yang serve as the foundation, while the 5 phases are the roots. Now, Ye Changtian had mastered the wood element, the Fusong tree, the fire element, the Jinwu fire, and further grasped the earth element, the foundation of all things, and the metal element. Now, he was merely lacking the water element. What is water? And where does it come from? Metal generates water, characterized by the qi of Shao Yin, moistening and flowing, while gold is also considered water. Thus mountains and stones become moist, hence metal gives rise to water. Liquid is produced when metals melt, referred to as metal water. Yet metal water is not the same as water. Metal water cools and rises as vapor, becoming water. Where metal is stored, it often accompanies flowing water. Water exists within the heavens and the earth, just like wood, fire, earth, and metal. It is an essential component of the cosmos. Only with water can life thrive. Only then is there vitality. Earth requires water to nourish, wood requires water to flourish, and metal needs water to possess resilience. Fire and water are incompatible. Yet neither can exist in imbalance. Too much fire necessitates water, while excessive water extinguishes fire. Ye Changtian immersed himself in the comprehension of the water element, and, within the chaotic realm of consciousness, caught a glimpse of water's existence. This indeed was the water element. Metal generates water, water nourishes wood, wood fuels fire. Fire transforms into earth, earth produces metal, and metal creates water. At that moment, Ye Changtian finally comprehended the 5 elemental forces. Suddenly, the spirals within his dantian began to rotate rapidly, as the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be swiftly drawn in, forming invisible currents of spiritual wind. Within the dantian, these spirals were undergoing remarkable changes. During the qi refinement stage, spiritual energy is absorbed from the heavens and earth and stored within the dantian in the form of spirals. However, upon breaking through the qi refinement stage, the dantian can no longer accommodate additional spiritual energy. At this juncture, one must compress the spiritual energy to its limit, forming a liquid state for storage within the dantian. Gradually, the spiritual energy within the dantian began to manifest in a liquid form. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Ye Changtian sensed that this single drop of liquid spiritual energy contained a quantity far exceeding that of previous amounts. Simultaneously, his soul's perception intensified, and the range of his consciousness rapidly expanded, extending several hundred meters around him. As the spiritual energy continuously transformed into liquid, Ye Changtian finally transcended the qi refinement stage and officially stepped into the foundation establishment stage. A week later, Ye Changtian completed his foundation establishment and awakened the water element. When he opened his eyes, there was a newfound depth and tranquility in his gaze, subtly tinged with a sense of age and chaos. Had he succeeded? Ye Changtian inspected his dantian, which was now filled with liquid spiritual power. The depth of this power was not merely several times greater than during the qi refinement stage. It was dozens of times more potent. Feeling the overwhelming strength within his body, he waved his hand, and a blazing flame appeared at his fingertips. As his cultivation advanced, the temperature of the flame rose significantly. Ye Changtian was confident that if he were to face Xiao Sui now, this flame could undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Far beyond the need to resort to the fireball talisman, I have finally reached this pivotal juncture. Chapter 59. A test of skill. The joy of success is often deeply etched in one's memory, fostering an incessant yearning for such elation. Outside the cave, Lin Xingyue remarked, "Sister, we are incredibly fortunate to have survived under Xiao Sui's hand. Previously, I was unaware of the terror of the foundation establishment stage. Now that I have established my foundation, I realize it far surpasses the Qi refinement stage." Ning Xiaoxue responded with a hint of trepidation. Indeed, had it not been for the talismans, we would not have even been able to keep pace with his speed. Without the Jingguang talisman and the Fireball talisman, we would surely have been the ones to perish. Lin Xingyue said as she accepted a piece of roasted mountain chicken from Song Tianqing, sharing some with Xingyue while eating. "It is a pity that I was not there to fight alongside everyone," Song Tianqing lamented, tearing off a piece of meat. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future," Ning Xiaoxue cheerfully replied, enjoying the mountain chicken before her. This period had been the most relaxed time for her. After successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, both her cultivation and disposition had undergone remarkable changes. She was no longer the woman worried about her future, but lived lightly and freely, filled with vigor and hope. For she had that person by her side. "He would surely heal my spiritual root, and I would undoubtedly cultivate to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, accompanying him wherever fate leads us. I wonder how our leader is faring." Song Tianqing glanced toward the cave, a hint of concern creeping in. "He should be emerging soon," Ning Xiaoxue confidently replied, certain of Ye Changtian's abilities. The three were engaged in their mountain chicken when suddenly, a slight disturbance arose at the fire pit, and three thick vines swiftly lunged toward them. Ning Xiaoxue swiftly clapped her hand, striking the flying vines, which instantly froze, their speed diminishing until they ultimately halted, retreating gracefully, their flowing garments exuding an ethereal aura. Lin Xingyue remained as steadfast as a mountain, observing the vines' movements, and with a swift motion of her left palm, flames erupted, turning the vines to ash without so much as disturbing the mountain chicken in her right hand. Song Tianqing appeared unmoved as the vines ensnared him, yet he transformed into a shimmering water illusion. His true self had already positioned himself 3 meters away, and with a subtle movement of his hands, a water serpent surged forth, shattering the vines with force. In mere moments, the 3 thick vines were effortlessly defeated by the trio. However, this was not the end. The moment the vines were destroyed, the ground beneath them stirred restlessly, and spikes of earth erupted from the soil. Lin Xingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianqing remained unfazed, their consciousness probing the earth's fluctuations as they moved casually, unharmed by the emerging spikes. Just then, a beam of golden light shot out from the cave, aiming directly at the three in mid-motion. "Bring it on." Song Tianqing was far from timid. A water spear had already manifested in his hand. With a surge of earth spike energy, he leaped into the air, the water spear clashing against the mid-grade magical artifact, Qingzhao sword. With a resounding bang, the Qingzhao sword was momentarily halted, yet it swiftly pierced through the defenses of the water spear. At that instant, another water spear appeared in Song Tianqing's left hand, and the 2 water spears engaged in combat with the Qingzhao sword. Lin Xingyue was about to advance when she swiftly moved aside as a radiant will surged toward her with searing heat. Lin Xingyue flicked her fingers, conjuring a vividly crafted red lotus that spiraled from her fingertips and struck the radiant wheel with force. Ning Xiaoxue, on the verge of speaking, was suddenly confronted by a wall of earth pressing toward her. With a swift wave of her hand, she commanded, "Open." The wall of earth cracked and subsequently collapsed. However, in that fleeting moment, a water serpent lunged directly at Ning Xiaoxue's face. Startled, she extended her finger and pinched the water serpent, and with a slight exertion, it froze into ice, which she forcefully hurled to the ground. "Haha, that felt satisfying," Song Tianqing exclaimed as the Qingzhao sword soared to the cave entrance. Lin Xingyue and Ning Xiaoxue hurriedly took a couple of steps forward, gazing at Ye Changtian, who stood above with a smile, and could not help but ask, "Did we succeed?" In truth, this question already had its answer. Being able to ambush 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators and engage with them without revealing their position spoke volumes. The inquiry was merely to clarify the outcome. Indeed, although there were some issues, we ultimately succeeded. Ye Changtian leaped down from his elevated position, gazing at the 3 who had successfully broken through, his heart filled with emotion. He then inquired, "From your auras, it seems you have all reached the foundation establishment stage?" "Boss Yi, I was the first to break through, followed by Sister Xiaoxue and Sister Qingyue," Song Tianqing proudly declared, casting a look at Ye Changtian as if seeking praise. "Excellent. Everyone has gained significantly this time." Yi Changtian remarked as he had Song Tianqing roast a wild rabbit anew. The four gathered and discussed their respective achievements. After their discussions, Lin Xingyue gazed into Yi Changtian's eyes and said, "Thank goodness for your foundation establishment pills. I used 4 in total during this breakthrough attempt. By the time I took the 3rd pill, I felt some loosening, yet I still could not successfully break through. Without an ample supply of foundation establishment pills, I fear I would have only been half on my way to the foundation establishment stage. I experienced the same. I also used 4 pills. This breakthrough proved more challenging than I had anticipated," Ning Xiaoxue shared, her understanding deepening. "Boss, it shouldn't be like this. I also used 4 foundation establishment pills. I remember that in our family, 2 individuals ascended to the foundation establishment stage with just 1 pill each. Why is it so difficult for us?" Song Tianqing expressed his confusion, having heard that others faced difficulties as well. "It is likely related to our cultivation techniques. Each of our techniques has its strengths and weaknesses, but the tier of our techniques is quite high, demanding greater spiritual energy and stricter conditions. This grants us access to more powerful spells while simultaneously increasing the difficulty of our advancement. Conversely, once we successfully advance, foundation establishment stage cultivators of the same level may not necessarily be our match." Yi Changtian pondered before articulating his conjecture. The 3 nodded in silent agreement. To acquire more formidable abilities, one must inevitably invest greater effort and resources. This is an unchanging truth. Here are the remaining foundation establishment pills. Lin Xingyue, Ning Xiaoxue, and Song Tianqing produced their pills. Yi Changtian scanned them and noted there were 14 left. With the 5 he still possessed, they totaled 19. He filled 2 jade vials with 3 foundation establishment pills each and handed them to Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing, saying, "You should keep these pills for your family. As for the explanation, that is your concern. Do not disclose that I am an alchemist." The remaining 13 pills would be auctioned off, 3 at the auction house, leaving 10, which would surely be useful at the academy. Yi Changtian would not allow the 2 to refuse, given that the Ning and Song families were prominent clans, while Lin Xingyue was the only daughter in her family. Although Yi Changtian had an elder sister, Yuan, she had already reached the foundation establishment stage 2 years prior, and, therefore, had no need for foundation establishment pills. After dismantling the gathering spirit array, Yi Changtian gazed at the cave that had accompanied him for many years. Here, he had endured the darkest decade of being a waste and also forged the best of bonds. It was here that he had repeatedly broken through and achieved his foundation establishment. Now, he was about to depart for the unknown. When he returned years later, would this cave still bear our mark? Not long after setting forth, Yi Changtian's spiritual sense detected 2 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators conversing softly atop a large tree a few hundred meters away. He signaled for everyone to conceal their presence. And as they approached within 100 meters of the 2 cultivators, the others also sensed their existence. They exchanged glances, astonished by Yi Changtian's vast spiritual sensing range. "Longtian, judging by their auras, they appear to be our Ning family's guardians," Ning Xiaoxue whispered as she moved closer to Yi Changtian. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyue and Song Tianqing also relaxed. "Your father truly cares for you, sending 2 foundation establishment cultivators to guard you," Song Tianqing remarked with a hint of envy. "Of course. By the way, Longtian, I want to tell you something," Ning Xiaoxue said. Shortly after, Yi Changtian separated from Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing, agreeing to meet at Linha Academy in 10 days, where the dean would lead everyone into Qingshan Academy. Yi Changtian donned a black robe with Lin Xingyue and headed straight for Mingyu Auction House, while Song Tianqing concealed himself and returned home. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxue stood atop a tree behind her family's guardians, unnoticed by them as they continued to observe the distant cave. She felt a mix of emotions, both touched and frustrated. "Your mission is complete. Let us return home," Ning Xiaoxue announced. The 2 foundation establishment cultivators were startled by her sudden voice, turning to find Ning Xiaoxue behind them. They trembled, nearly losing their balance on the tree. "Miss, what are you doing here?" one of the guardians asked, tension evident in his voice. "Let us go home and talk." Ning Xiaoxue gracefully descended, leaving the 2 foundation establishment cultivators with no choice but to follow. All the while, they pondered how Ning Xiaoxue had appeared behind them so suddenly. Had she been an enemy, they would have met their demise on the spot. In the Song family, Song Tianqing's return ignited a fervor throughout the household. The title of genius was an understatement. At just under 12 years old, he had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage, a rarity in all of Linha. His father, Song Ji, was elated beyond measure, preparing the family shrine and offering incense to express gratitude for their ancestors' blessings. The news of Song Tianqing's success in reaching the foundation establishment stage quickly spread from the mouths of the Song family's servants, soon reaching every corner of Linha. When Song Ji was alone with Song Tianqing, the latter presented 3 foundation establishment pills to his father. In response to his father's puzzled gaze, Song Tianqing merely shook his head, signaling his father not to inquire further, as the pills were reserved for family use. Chapter 60. Conspiracy news spread like wildfire, carried by the winds to every year. When Ning Xiaoxue returned home, Ning Yi was anxiously awaiting her daughter's arrival. The news of Song Tianqing's success in reaching the foundation establishment stage had become the biggest headline, soon reaching Ning Yi's ears. She reflected on Song Tianqing's good fortune while lamenting her own daughter's choice not to use the foundation establishment pills. Upon Ning Xiaoxue's return, Ning Yi rushed to her side, relieved to see her daughter safe. Xiaoxue, it's good that you're back. The news of Song Tianqing's successful breakthrough has spread throughout Linha. By the way, did that girl Qingyue also reach the foundation establishment stage? Of course, they all succeeded, Ning Xiaoxue replied, smiling lightly, her demeanor relaxed. Ah, this is all your fault. If only you had chosen that bottle of foundation establishment pills back then, you could have easily broken through as well. Now you're a step behind them, and I fear you may fall further behind in the future. Ning Yi felt a pang of discontent. After all, his daughter was an extraordinary talent for cultivation, possessing the rare ice spirit root. It was utterly unacceptable for someone else to overshadow her. Father, what are you saying? Ning Xiaoxue stepped forward, producing a jade vial from her bosom and placing it before her father. I have foundation establishment pills. Why should I choose any other? What is this? Ning Yi looked at his daughter in confusion as he opened the vial, pouring out 3 pills. Is this truly a foundation establishment pill? The fragrant essence wafting from the pills, along with their familiar appearance, left no doubt. Yet, where had they come from? Of course, they are foundation establishment pills. Just look at me, Ning Xiaoxue beamed, and as she circulated her spiritual power, an immense pressure enveloped the room. Crash! Ning Yi accidentally knocked a teacup off the table, shattering it, but he paid it no mind. Instead, he stared at his daughter, unable to comprehend this astonishing scene. You have also established your foundation? Ning Yi recognized the weight of that pressure. Only the foundation establishment stage could produce such a formidable aura. But how could this be possible? For a moment, Ning Yi's mind struggled to grasp the enormity of the revelation. Father, I have established my foundation too. Now you need not blame me for my earlier choices. Ning Xiaoxue said playfully, coaxing her father to sit down. But how can this be? How did you establish your foundation? And where did these foundation establishment pills come from? Why are there 3? Ning Yi bombarded her with questions, grappling with the overwhelming shock. Father, during this time, not only Qingyue and Tianqing have established their foundations, but both I and Yi Changtian have as well. Ning Xiaoxue gently massaged her father's shoulders. What? Even Yi Changtian has established his foundation? A flicker of unease crossed Ning Yi's face. For individuals establishing their foundations did not merely require 4 foundation establishment pills, it demanded many more. Such resources were not something an ordinary family could amass. Even the entire Ning family had only a few foundation establishment pills, most of which were procured at exorbitant prices from auction houses. Xiaoxue, tell your father, do you have a mysterious master behind you? Which sect does he belong to? Ning Yi inquired, realizing that only a major sect or a colossal institution like Qinshan Academy could provide such an abundance of foundation establishment pills. A mysterious master? Ning Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled as she recalled Yi Changtian's smiling face. Father, please do not pry. He wishes to remain unknown. All right, I shall not ask further. I am overjoyed that my daughter has received guidance from a mysterious master and has advanced so rapidly in her cultivation. Now that you have established your foundation, I am truly happy. Ning Feng spread the news that the Ning family's precious daughter has successfully established her foundation. I do not wish for that fellow from the Song family to steal our thunder. Ning Yi laughed heartily, joyfully announcing this sensational news about the Ning family. Father, there is one more thing, Ning Xiaoxue said, looking at her delighted father. Speak, my daughter. Whatever it is, I shall make it happen, Ning Yi promised, unable to contain his happiness. My master, well, he said there is a way to resolve my spirit root issue, Ning Xiaoxue said softly. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of questions. But once Ning Xiaoxue confirmed with a nod, tears streamed down his face, and he embraced her tightly. For the past decade, this issue had haunted him, and despite his relentless search for solutions, he had found none. Even the famed Pill King Dongyang had dashed his hopes. Now, hearing that his daughter had a chance for salvation, all the long-suppressed pain and resentment surged forth, released at that moment. Ning Xiaoxue felt her father's overwhelming love. Heavy and profound. She had once blamed him for not stopping her mother, which led to her early demise, but now, all was forgiven. Love had always been present, crystal clear and deeply etched in her heart. While the Ning and Song families celebrated with great fanfare in the Mingyu auction house, Su Bing once again encountered the two mysterious individuals after nearly 3 months. Are you here to procure herbs or to auction talismans? Su Bing scrutinized the two cloaked figures before him, noting their significantly heightened auras since their last visit, which astonished him even more as their spiritual sensing abilities far exceeded his own. An unintentional probe of his consciousness was effortlessly repelled by theirs, prompting him to speak with greater respect. Suda Zhushir, may I inquire if your auction house has any third-grade fire attribute magic cores available? Yi Chantian asked in a hoarse voice. A third-grade magic core? Su Bing was taken aback. Such a core was equivalent to a human cultivator at the golden core stage, and the specific requirement for fire attributes made it exceedingly rare. To be honest, our auction house has never auctioned a third-grade magic core. Seeing Yi Changtian's disappointment, Su Bing continued, while we have not encountered one ourselves, I have heard that the Mingyu auction house in the Qinshan region has had news of a third-grade magic core auction. If you have the chance, you might try your luck there. Just present your VIP gold card, and a manager will attend to you. Thank you. Here is the list of spiritual herbs I currently seek, Yi Changtian said, handing over a note filled with writing. Su Bing glanced at the list and noted that apart from a few first-grade herbs, most were second-grade, with some even reaching third-grade or fourth-grade. A look of concern crossed Su Bing's face. This time, I wish to auction 10 concealment talismans, 10 swift wind talismans, and 10 diamond talismans. Also, I have 3 foundation establishment pills to auction as well. Here are 5 Tanyuan pills. What is the function of the diamond talismans? Well, allow me to explain. What? You don't know what Tanyuan pills are? They do not directly enhance cultivation, but significantly improve the speed of absorbing and expelling spiritual energy. After much explanation, Yi Changtian observed Su Bing's astonishment. By the way, are these herbs a bit challenging to procure? Yi Changtian sipped his tea and inquired gently. Challenging? What difficulties could arise? No matter how great the challenge, our auction house can overcome it, Su Bing replied resolutely. He then proposed to Yi Changtian whether he could offset the price of 2 Tanyuan pills and some talismans with certain herbs. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Changtian agreed, promising to provide additional Tanyuan pills and talismans after the auction. Once the agreement was reached, Yi Changtian left with Lin Qingyue, while Su Bing remained, pondering over the Tanyuan pills and diamond talismans. Subsequently, he activated a switch beneath the table, causing a bookshelf in the room to slowly shift, revealing a small wooden box embedded in the wall. Su Bing retrieved the box, which contained a stack of communication talismans. He took one, inscribed a message with his consciousness, formed a seal with one hand, and forcefully pressed on the talisman, shouting, "Transmit." The talisman floated in the air for a moment before bursting into nothingness. Su Bing returned the box to its place and summoned all the managers, issuing a directive that within a week, all second-grade and above herbs must be delivered to the Mingyu auction house in Linha, in a distant eastern peak, within the grand and majestic Mingyu auction house. The head manager, Lan Jiao, was seated on a mat, practicing. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, his eyes fluttering open as he gazed at the space before him. The air shimmered slightly, and a communication talisman floated into view. Lan Jiao scanned it with his consciousness, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. The talisman conveyed a brief message. Talismans are available, mysterious guests present. Hurry to Linha. Changtian. Will the quantity of items for this auction attract the attention of some old-timers? Lin Qingyue followed Yi Changtian as they changed directions several times, finally blending into the crowd after changing clothes at a shop. Perhaps, Yi Changtian replied. However, our time here is limited. Once we enter Qinshan Shuiyuan, returning home will become exceedingly difficult. Therefore, I would like to explore the depths of the auction house to see if we can collaborate and entrust them with the care of our parents, Yi Changtian explained. In Qinshan Shuiyuan, students typically have the opportunity to return home once a year, yet many immerse themselves in their cultivation, often not returning for 2 or 3 years. If trouble arises at Qinshan Shuiyuan, or if one enters a prolonged state of seclusion or travels afar, a reliable aid is essential to ensure the safety of one's parents. This aid must possess extraordinary power and energy. Throughout the entirety of Linha, only Linha Shuiyuan and Mingyu Paimaihan possess such energy. While the academy is undoubtedly reliable, Yi Changtian harbors reservations, for the academy prioritizes its students above all else, followed by its own interests and only then considers the families of the students. This hierarchy of priorities is precisely what concerns Yi Changtian. Chapter 61. Seclusion and clamor. Some find solace in tranquility, reveling in solitude. Others delight in the bustling chaos of life. Upon hearing Yi Changtian's plans and intentions, Lin Xingyue furrowed her brow, expressing her concerns. This could be very perilous. If our identities are exposed, we may attract calamity. Thus, we must enhance our strength during this period. Yi Changtian replied with a sly smile, taking Lin Xingyue back home. In his room, Yi Changtian produced several new talisman designs, and Lin Xingyue paused upon seeing them. Changtian, are these new talismans? What kinds are they? Lin Xingyue inquired. Her heart filled with anticipation as she gazed at the intricate talisman patterns. This one is a concealment talisman. While the ordinary concealment talisman is effective, it is of limited use against cultivators in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment due to their formidable spiritual awareness. The concealment talisman, however, is an upgraded version that can effectively mask the spiritual awareness of late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, its duration is extended to the length of a stick of incense. Unfortunately, after reaching foundation establishment, the aura is too powerful for the talisman's spiritual energy to conceal one's form. This one is a fireball talisman, developed from the Great Fireball Talisman, and its power has been enhanced to match that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The Diamond Talisman is a medium-grade talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a novice foundation establishment cultivator, but it cannot fully resist an attack from a mid-stage cultivator. If Xiao Sui had been even slightly stronger, I might not have survived that blow. Therefore, we require higher-grade protective talismans, and this is the Diamond Shield Talisman, which can withstand a full-force blow from a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This talisman is the most wondrous and mysterious of all, a pinnacle type among talismans. It is called the Avatar Talisman, which can produce a powerful avatar identical to the original. The stronger the original, the mightier the avatar. However, it can only be sustained for 3 minutes. All these talismans are of high-grade quality. In other words, if we successfully create these talismans, we will have reached the 3rd rank of talisman crafting. Yi Changtian spoke eloquently, while Lin Xingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Changtian, thank you. Lin Xingyue looked at Yi Changtian with joy, reaching her arms out as if to embrace him. Just as Yi Changtian intended to hold her tender form, Lin Xingyue unexpectedly snatched the talisman design away, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Ah, give that back. Yi Changtian chased after her, while Lin Xingyue fled with the new talisman crafting methods. In the following 2 days, Lin Xingyue immersed herself in the creation of the new talismans. Occasionally, Yi Changtian would attempt to assist, yet progress was scarce and failures frequent. Although they had entered the foundation establishment stage with significant advancements in their cultivation and spiritual awareness, crafting talismans remained exceedingly challenging. The duo, capable of effortlessly creating medium-grade talismans, found themselves at a loss when faced with high-grade talismans. However, their spirits remained resilient, and with the experience gained from their initial attempts, they understood that failure was an inevitable part of the journey toward success. During this time, Yi Changtian also diligently crafted magical artifacts at Lin Xingyue's behest. Her demands were numerous. First, it must be visually stunning. Second, it must possess formidable power. And third, it must be a flute. For several days, Yi Changtian focused on crafting the flute, continually modifying the designs under Lin Xingyue's supervision. Here, this area needs a pattern. No, it should be here. Look, your line is too deep. It disrupts the overall aesthetic. This moon is too round. It looks unappealing. Draw a crescent moon instead. Etch my name here, but don't use my full name, just the character for moon. What did you say? How dare you retort? Get back to work. After 2 days of being put through the ringer by Lin Xingyue, Yi Changtian finally completed the most challenging magical artifact. To achieve the desired aesthetic and power, he painstakingly integrated 12 miniature formation diagrams into the flute. When the flute was completed, it exuded a subtle yet formidable pressure, surpassing even Yi Changtian's Qingzhao sword. Clearly, the flute crafted for Qingyue had reached the status of a high-grade magical artifact. Lin Xingyue, clutching her violet-black long flute, joyfully danced with glee. She established a connection with the flute in her mind, altering its size, and even attempted to fly with it in the limited space of her room. After carefully polishing it with clean water, she delicately blew into it, savoring the flute's timbre, and then began to play. The melody was enchanting, imbued with a hint of joy, flowing gently. It was a piece titled Jin Nan, which tells of the rarity of true companionship and a love that is never forsaken in this life. Yi Changtian quietly watched Lin Xingyue as she played. his heart filled with tranquility. In that moment, the entire world belonged to just the two of them. Changtian, thank you. I finally have my own magical artifact. It's called the Lingyue Di. How does that sound? Lin Qingyue beamed at Yi Changtian, her heart brimming with joy. Following this, Yi Changtian further upgraded his Qingzhao sword, embedding additional formation diagrams to enhance its capabilities, ensuring that it matched the status of Lin Qingyue's flute as a high-grade magical artifact. He also crafted a longbow and a spear for Ning Xiaoxue and Song Tianqing, respectively, both achieving the rank of high-grade magical artifacts. To satisfy Ning Xiaoxue, considerable effort went into crafting the longbow. The upper and lower limbs, along with the bow body, were constructed from a metal that balanced strength and flexibility. 2 formations were set at the bowstring position to reduce the spiritual energy consumed by the bowstring, which was made from 3 strands of second-tier magical beast sinew. Beneath the grip of the bow, a miniature gathering formation was arranged, along with a recess to hold a spirit stone, enhancing the gathering effect. Naturally, intricate patterns were essential. As for Song Tianqing's spear, it was crafted with less emphasis on finesse, sturdy, powerful, simple, and straightforward. Later, Lin Qingyue insisted that Yi Changtian craft a flying sword, stating that the flute needed to be worn at the waist and could not be used while flying. Reluctantly, Yi Changtian had no choice but to immerse himself once more in crafting. Ultimately, he also forged a long sword for Ning Xiaoxue to avoid further complaints about not being able to fly while wielding a longbow. Just as Yi Changtian busied himself with crafting artifacts and Lin Qingyue focused on creating talismans, the entire Linha erupted with excitement once again. Mysterious talismans resurfaced, some even rivaling the power of Foundation establishment cultivators, capturing everyone's attention. The emergence of the Foundation pill and the Tongyuan pill garnered the interest of numerous prominent families. Due to the exceptional rarity and value of the auction items, the event was not held within 2 or 3 days, but rather scheduled for a week later. During this time, news of the significant auction hosted by Linha Mingyu Paimai Hong spread throughout Linha and beyond to surrounding areas such as Minghu, Maishan, and Sanjiang. In the Minghu region, Father, is the power of these talismans truly so formidable? Can they withstand a strike from a novice Foundation establishment cultivator? Is it true that there exists a miraculous medicine like the Tongyuan pill? Upon hearing the news, Tian Heng hastened to Tian Buyu's study to inquire. The formidable power behind Mingyu Auction House made the emergence of the unprecedented Tongyuan Dan comprehensible. However, the authenticity of the mysterious talisman's purported power remained uncertain. Regardless, it was imperative for us to investigate further. The 3 foundation-building pills you expended must be replenished at the auction house, Tian Buyu asserted, his gaze fixed upon his son. Father, I too have successfully established my foundation. When I encounter Yi Changtian and his companions again, I shall teach them a most severe lesson. The humiliation they inflicted upon me shall be avenged, Tian Heng declared, his eyes ablaze with fury as memories of being robbed by Yi Changtian resurfaced, reminding him of the bitter defeat that left his team eliminated. Indeed, once you enter Qingshan Academy, you will have ample opportunities to rectify this. With 8 days remaining until our departure to the Academy and 5 days until the auction, we shall proceed, Tian Buyu remarked, dismissing Tian Heng with a wave of his hand. In the Maishan region, the news of Murong Xian's successful foundation establishment sent waves of exhilaration throughout the Murong clan. Murong De, his father, celebrated with 3 days of revelry. When the news of the upcoming Mingyu auction house reached the Murong family, Murong Xian's expression turned uneasy. The talisman, that enigmatic talisman, was set to be auctioned again, undoubtedly linked to Yi Changtian and Lin Qingyue. The appearance of the Tongyuan Dan, however, piqued Murong Xian's interest greatly, prompting Murong De to prepare for participation in the auction. In the Sanjiang region, Wang Lu expressed surprise. I never imagined we would both reach the 9th level of qi refining. Su Dan approached Wang Lu, their conversation filled with joy. Indeed, my father procured a Xingyuan Dan with some spiritual herbs, which ultimately facilitated my advancement. I assume you experienced something similar? Wang Lu chuckled heartily. Yes. The time for school is drawing near. Have you heard? There is an auction house in Linha planning a grand auction, featuring foundation-building pills. My father has decided to try his luck. Will you join? Su Dan inquired. Certainly, yet our aims align. We both seek the foundation-building pills. It seems acquiring them this time will not be easy, Wang Lu replied, patting Su Dan's shoulder as they discussed their academic pursuits. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly among various clans, whether those poised to enter Qingshan Academy or esteemed families with promising successors, driven by immediate considerations or future aspirations. They all expressed interest in the items set to be auctioned at the Mingyu auction house. Within the Zixian Talisman shop on Fang Street in Linha, Ziling was diligently analyzing intelligence from various regions. Initially indifferent to the items auctioned by the Mingyu auction house, she regarded the foundation-level talismans and pills as ineffective. After all, in the face of overwhelming strength, mere skills could not dictate the outcome. Such items were only suitable for practitioners of the same level. Yet, the emergence of the Tongyuan Dan sowed seeds of doubt in Ziling's mind. The Tongyuan Dan, capable of enhancing a practitioner's absorption and output of spiritual energy without restrictions, even usable during the qi refining period, was indeed unprecedented. With a newfound determination, Ziling instructed Jin Rong to make necessary preparations. Acquiring the Tongyuan Dan was now paramount.